Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Prison of the White Glove. It is hereby declared that all narratives within this tome unfold in a parallel universe, known as Blue Star. The political framework and geographical delineations deviate significantly from our own, and thus, one should refrain from drawing direct parallels. In this realm, there exist two of the most ancient professions, men laboring for their lives and women peddling their flesh. Lucien Kai belongs to the former. Those who frequently traverse the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. Though his method of labor differs from the violent machinations of the underworld, the perils he faces are far more harrowing. He is a white glovia, renowned figure's trusted aide. The most brutal and merciless struggle in this world is the realm of political contention. And as a defeated combatant, the fate that awaits a white glove is singular: obliteration from existence. Have you come to kill me? In the dimly lit office atop the Fuding building in Hanjing City, Lucien Kai, cigarette in mouth, gazed out at the city shrouded in nightfall. He did not turn around. A hint of derision flickered across his visage. The scorn was not solely directed at the old man behind him, but also at his own folly. In truth, he had the means to escape. Lucien Kai possessed an acute intuition and was likely the first within the old man's faction to sense the impending peril. His inaction stemmed from a debt of life owed to the old man. Moreover, the shadows occupying his lungs and the hospital's report extinguished any thoughts of flight. Mortality is an inevitable fate, and the location of one's demise bears little significance. The man surveyed the bustling city below, alive with vehicles and illuminated by countless lights. Indeed, the visitor replied courteously, though the coldness in his gaze spoke volumes. Did the old man believe he could evade repercussions by my death? Lucien Kai smiled, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Inform the old man that our accounts are settled, that I shall convey your message. The visitor approached Lucien Kai, adopting a tone tinged with increased civility. Commence your journey. The fortune teller proclaimed, I was born under the white tiger, destined for an untimely demise. It seems my $100 were not squandered. Muttering to himself, Lucien Kai directed his final gaze skyward. The moonlight was hazy, mirroring the complexities of human sentiment. Lucien Kai perished. Suicide was the means by which he chose to conclude his existence. Upon reopening his eyes, the first sight that greeted Lucien Kai was a wall. Under the dim light, the wall before him bore the scars of time, marked by a mottled surface tinged with dark yellow hues. As one accustomed to bloodshed, Lucien Kai recognized that what marred the wall was not mere filth, but remnants of bloodstains left from many years past. Heaven, have you granted me another chance at life? Yet it appears my current predicament is far from favorable. With a calm demeanor, Lucien Kai surveyed his cramped surroundings and the scars that adorned his body, unable to suppress a grin. Subsequently, an influx of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him once more, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. 2 days hence, having fully assimilated the memories of his predecessor, Lucien Kai finally comprehended his present circumstances. He had been reborn in an alternate timeline, inhabiting the body of a prisoner, one who shared his name, yet whose life experiences were entirely divergent in a time long past. Although Lucien Kai hailed from an unremarkable background, he enjoyed a blissful family life. Even though he ultimately succumbed to suicide, he lived his life with a certain carefree spirit. In stark contrast, the current owner of this body is beset by tragedy. Abandoned as an infant at the doorstep of a lonely old woman, he struggled to survive at the lowest echelons of society throughout his upbringing. Within the memories that Lucien Kai inherited, it is clear that the original owner's every endeavor was merely aimed at the will to live. Born in a port city, he joined a gang at the tender age of 16, rapidly rising to become the most formidable enforcer under a notorious figure known as Cold Brother in Tune. Mun, thanks to his remarkable fighting prowess. After receiving a morsel of sustenance from his benefactor, the original owner commenced a life of servitude to Cold Brother. It must be acknowledged that the original owner indeed possessed a natural affinity for the underworld. He was a fierce fighter, fiercely loyal as well. Following several impressive displays of skill in street brawls, Cold Brother invested a considerable sum to send the original owner to a boxing gym. There, the original owner exhibited such talent and potential that even the seasoned coach, who had nurtured 2 Asian champions and a top 10 world contender, was moved to tears. train diligently, and you may one day represent the yellow race at the pinnacle of mixed martial arts, was the esteemed coach's assessment. The original owner certainly lived up to this praise. Within less than a year, his boxing technique advanced to the point where the old coach could teach him no more. Consequently, the coach, harboring great hopes, leveraged substantial connections to secure a premier Muay Thai instructor and a retired grappling expert to further hone his skills. Astonishingly, the original owner displayed even more formidable talent in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai. Within a year, both coaches rendered identical evaluations. I have never encountered such physical attributes. An astonishing talent combat seems innate to him. Bah! Inhuman physicality coupled with a sufficiently dull intellect was Lu Xiankai's initial appraisal of his predecessor. It is no wonder Lu Xiankai held this opinion. Given the original owner's prowess, had he extricated himself from the quagmire of gang life, he would undoubtedly have achieved great success in the fighting world after a few years of dedication. Yet, what choice did the original owner make? Not only did he reject the path laid out for him by the old coach's goodwill, but he also chose to remain entangled in the gang in gratitude for Cold Brother's kindness. With the original owner's assistance, Cold Brother swiftly established dominance in Tunman. Being a destitute area, no other gangs could withstand the onslaught of Lu Xiankai, a veritable human tyrannosaurus. Unfortunately, Cold Brother's ambitions surge alongside his expanding influence. Finally, when he deemed the time ripe, Cold Brother sought to infiltrate the turbulent heart of Hong Kong. Yau Ma Ti, Tsim Sha Tsui, and Mong Kok. These three locales represented the most lucrative territories in the entire city, where only the most ruthless fighters could thrive. Here, the foremost members of various gangs congregated, with the likes of Ma Gu, the Axe Handsome, and Ming Wang Dianjiu, among the prominent figures of the four major gangs, all vying for supremacy in this brutal arena. The once formidable Cold Lord faced an overwhelming tide of desperate foes, rendering him powerless despite his brutal past. In a desperate bid to cover Cold Lord's retreat, he was compelled to take lethal action, resulting in a loss of 4 lives at his hands. This violent encounter sent shockwaves throughout the harbor city, and to add to his misfortune, a paparazzo captured the moment of his deadly act. In the face of the furious authorities, the syndicate abandoned him. The character for righteousness can be interpreted as I am a lamb. Thus, he was imprisoned. Although charged with manslaughter, the 13 years of incarceration effectively stripped his predecessor of everything. However, not all tidings are grim, at least this body is undeniably terrifying, muttered Lu Xiankai, who had already experienced death once. Expressing his astonishment at the formidable strength of his predecessor, he held the previous owner in disdain for his foolishness, yet found himself oddly satisfied with the powerful physique he had inherited. Lu Xiankai could scarcely fathom the extent to which a human could cultivate such extraordinary strength. With muscles carved like stone and standing nearly 6 feet tall, the agility and coordination of this body left Lu Xiankai speechless. He could hardly believe that someone, despite grievous injuries, could possess near-beastly power and resilience. Lu Xiankai continued to delve into his predecessor's memories, seeking the reason for his transmigration. The cause of death was a violent encounter in a prison shower, where he was assaulted by 7 individuals. Just 3 days prior, 7 members of rival gangs had ambushed him in the shower. It is crucial to note that in the underworld, fairness is a mere illusion. The predecessor was alone, armed only with a white towel, and caught off guard. His opponents, on the other hand, were 7 armed with sharp blades. Despite this overwhelming disadvantage, he managed to severely injure 3 of the assailants and kill 1. Though bloodied and gravely wounded in vital areas, the predecessor's tenacity kept him on his feet. It was not until 3 days later, confined in the deepest isolation cell of the prison, that he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. At that very moment, Lu Xiankai, cunning as a fox, opened his eyes in another realm. Chapter 2. I shall live to confront his arrogance. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Unbeknownst to those within the solitary confinement cell, Lu Xiankai had exchanged souls. With several days remaining until his release, he had ample time to devise his future plans. Struggling to swallow the somewhat spoiled food with his battered body, Lu Xiankai pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding his predecessor's demise. First and foremost, why was he ambushed by 7 inmates of formidable strength? In the memories he inherited, the 7 individuals who attacked him were not members of a single organization. Apart from the original affiliation with the Numbered Gang, 3 other major factions within the notorious prison, known as Chizzy, namely the New Record Society, the G, and the 14, were unexpectedly involved. "You truly are a failure," Liu Xiankai lamented, shaking his head in disbelief at the foolishness of his predecessor. Through these recollections, he had surmised the reason, a rationale so simplistic, naive, and almost childlike that it was difficult to comprehend. His predecessor had evidently believed that merely entering prison would absolve him of all debts of gratitude, leading him to think he could then reform and start anew. Not only did he seek redemption, but this fool also aspired to be his savior. He not only stood up against various acts of bullying within the prison, but, most critically, he had the audacity to disrupt some illicit enterprises within its walls, attempting to create a sanctuary. What a ludicrous notion. Liu Xiankai found it hard to fathom the thought process of his former self. He understood the consequences of defying the established order. In this realm, there existed no nation known as Huaxia. Instead, there was an empire called Dasan, one steeped in over 7 centuries of history, where corruption was glaringly rampant. If the outside world was so morally bankrupt, the prison was a veritable abyss of darkness. His predecessor had encroached upon the interests of nearly every faction, alienating not only the gangs, but also the prison guards who colluded with the inmates. Who could survive such folly? This was a prison, a place where the law of the jungle reigned, inhabited by desperate men. In such an environment, human life held little value. Liu Xiankai believed that merely surviving for a year was a testament to the sheer ferocity of his predecessor. Whenever the horrifying training prowess of his former self surfaced in his mind, Liu Xiankai found it hard to believe. There was no respite, with nearly 14 hours of boxing practice each day. The sheer brutality with which he treated himself, akin to the malice reserved for an enemy, left Liu Xiankai astounded. Not everyone could shatter a punching bag through sheer force in a single day, nor could just anyone endure hours of being struck by 4 or 5 men wielding rubber sticks, leaving his body bruised and battered. What a pity you still perished. No matter how skilled one may be, it is impossible to confront the world single-handedly through sheer force. In this age of firearms, no individual can dismantle the rules solely with personal strength. Liu Xiankai sighed. In the next moment, a vivid green text suddenly materialized before him, rendering Liu Xiankai in another realm for his stoicism momentarily speechless. Why is it impossible? The green text scrolled frantically before his eyes, reminiscent of a film he had once watched called The Matrix, and ultimately settled into 6 chilling characters before him. System binding in progress. The green text continued its frenetic motion, and amidst minutes of excruciating pain akin to an electric shock, Liu Xiankai gazed incredulously at the reappearing text, his expression akin to that of a bewildered fool. Only when humanity has maximized the potential of body and mind will they discover a new world. System tasks are being formed, implanting program. The abruptly appearing system seemed unresponsive to Liu Xiankai's intentions, instead continuously altering the text that appeared before his eyes. Main quest. Invincible in the mortal realm, a single individual can challenge an entire nation. Current side quest. Dominate the prison, forcing this den of iniquity to submit. At your feet. Beginner rewards. 1. Correct the host's erroneous techniques in boxing, Muay Thai, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, while providing the most optimized training methods. 2. Detecting numerous hidden injuries within the host's body, a restorative formula is provided. Note 1. This formula has been meticulously calculated to fully address the hidden bodily injuries. Note 2. This remedy enables the human physique to gradually strengthen while being repaired. Without granting Liu Xiankai any preparation time, a torrent of martial arts skills surged into his mind, accompanied by the names of dozens of unfamiliar herbs inscribed within. His consciousness, hallucination? The sudden appearance of green subtitles was fleeting. Upon regaining his composure, Liu Xiankai found himself once again facing the cold wall, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, Liu Xiankai's eyes widened. The memories melding in his mind revealed how rudimentary the combat techniques of his previous self, whom he had admired just a minute ago, truly were. The skills and methods corrected by the system resembled nothing short of an art form, a lethal art. If only I had this system, those 7 attackers in the bathroom would never have claimed my life. Now fully in control of his formidable, beast-like body, Lu Xiankai's instincts made him acutely aware of the absurdity in the mistakes he had made during that brutal encounter. When Daku rushed in, my jab was 3 centimeters too high, preventing me from striking his vital point effectively, causing a delay of 0.2 of a second in my next evasive. Maneuvered IT was this minuscule delay that allowed the knife of the black-clad thug to injure my supporting leg. The towel is also an extension of the body at that moment. Employing the 3-step technique of Muay Thai could have easily strangled a man. The deeper his understanding, the brighter Lu Xiankai's eyes shone. In the span of mere seconds, he realized that his previous self had committed no fewer than 9 errors during the fight. Had he possessed his current abilities, the outcome would have undoubtedly favored him, leaving the 7 assassins as the deceased. Though I lived flamboyantly in my past life, I was merely a pawn in the games of the powerful. I relied on others' strength, always dependent on their whims. True power lies not in influence, but in one's own fists. How very true, indeed. Suddenly, Lu Xiankai erupted into wild laughter. Since the heavens have granted me this chance, I shall live with audacity and clarity of thought. This task shall be accomplished by me. No one could fathom that deep within the most brutal and merciless prison of the harbor city, a single individual was destined to alter the course of the world. Chapter 3: The Identical Gaze. Some individuals are born with an innate gene of madness. Lu Xiankai is one such person. To battle against the entire world. Such a frenzied quest may instill a sense of trepidation in others, yet to Lu Xiankai, it is the most splendid gift bestowed upon him by fate. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, Lu Xiankai is acutely aware that in another dimension of existence, he lived as a mere pawn to a powerful figure throughout his life. From the very beginning, he has suppressed his inner discontent. He understands the immense difficulty for someone of his humble beginnings to transcend social strata. Thus, he has endured. Lu Xiankai has always grasped a fundamental truth. For a small fry to ascend, one must be capable of immense patience, ferocity, and ruthlessness. Regrettably, Lu Xiankai's fortunes were not favorable in that alternate reality. Just as he began to meticulously strategize, the powerful figure behind him faltered in a struggle on another plane. Perhaps sensing the ambition simmering within Lu Xiankai, leading to the swift eradication of this most unsettling element. However, all of that is now but a distant memory. After his rebirth, Lu Xiankai has been afforded the opportunity to pursue a different path, one whereby he can ascend to the pinnacle of this world through his own strength. Yet, a profound concern lingers within him, an anxiety that persists even in the presence of the inexplicable and wondrous system. This is a world armed with firearms. The memories Lu Xiankai has assimilated reveal significant differences between this dimension and the one he previously inhabited. Here, there is no Huaxia, nor the Lighthouse Nation. Instead, an empire known as Dasun and a union called the Democratic Federation have emerged. Other nations bear little resemblance as well. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that, despite the stark differences in names and political landscapes, the development of weaponry is strikingly analogous. Lu Xiankai finds it unfathomable to contemplate the extent of training required to survive the onslaught of firearms, not to mention the overwhelming firepower that he could not possibly withstand. When one pushes the body and spirit to their utmost limits, nothing is impossible. Perhaps sensing Lu Xiankai's confusion, the elusive system peculiarly offered an ambiguous green subtitle. In this era, where missiles and nuclear weapons can strike the farthest corners of the Earth, and humanity has already set foot on the moon, is it truly feasible for an individual to attain a level of prowess through training that could rival a nation? Lu Xiankai endeavored to ascertain an answer within his mind. All is possible. The green subtitle materialized once more, unannounced. Despite evolving for millennia, humanity has never truly comprehended or harnessed its greatest treasures. The fool is about to emerge. Recently, the most fervent topic of discussion within Chizhou prison has been the imminent release of Lu Xiankai from solitary confinement. As for the reason he is referred to as a fool, it stems from the complete inability of these outlaws and the heir Lu Xiankai to comprehend the naivety of their predecessor in shattering all existing rules. Even some of the prisoners he has protected share this perspective. The world is indeed peculiar. It is human nature to fear authority while eschewing virtue. Foolish though he may be, he possesses an undeniable prowess in combat. Currently, Black Boy has yet to return from the hospital, and according to the information I have received, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Black Boy is likely to become a true imbecile for life, even more so than Lu Xiankai. The expression of the number gang's enforcer, Brother Lai, was somewhat grim. Brother Lai, should we rally more men? If 7 is insufficient, we can gather 10. No matter how formidable he is. I refuse to believe he can take on 10. One of the gang members spoke in hushed tones. You? Brother Lai shot a cold glance at him. 7 red stick-level fighters had failed to subdue that ruffian. Now, with some dead and others severely injured, who would dare face him? The men surrounding Brother Lai fell into a collective silence. They had all witnessed the hellish scene in the bathroom. None had the courage to confront that madman. Indeed, no one could take on 10. But who could guarantee that there would be no casualties among those 10 in the face of the King of Hell? What if one were the unluckiest of them all? Amidst the hushed whispers, Lu Xiankai slowly appeared between 2 rows of cells, escorted by 2 constables. His pace was not swift. With many wounds still unhealed, each step sent waves of excruciating pain through him, causing him to tremble slightly. Yet, Lu Xiankai endeavored to maintain an upright posture, moving forward with an expressionless demeanor, countering every malevolent gaze with a fierce and sharp glare. Lu Xiankai was no longer the man he once was. He had shed the innocence of his former self and instead acquired the cunning and ruthlessness characteristic of a white-gloved enforcer. He understood that this prison was a dark forest, where every individual lurked like a concealed beast. To avoid being preyed upon by these beasts, one must never display any sign of weakness. This is the law of the jungle. The cell numbered 29 was not far off. As Lu Xiankai walked slowly into the cell amidst the myriad of complex gazes from the prisoners, many of them inexplicably exhaled a long breath of relief. One inmate could not help but mutter, "Why do I feel like Lu Xiankai has transformed into a different person? His eyes were never this terrifying before. He is now a malevolent spirit, a fiend that has just clawed its way up from the depths of hell," replied an elderly inmate with graying hair. "A person who has brushed with death is bound to change. He has transformed. We may never again see that fool trying to persuade others to mend their ways. What will he become?" A curious inmate with yellowed teeth interjected. "Do not provoke him. I have seen the look in his eyes just now." The elderly inmate did not provide an answer. Instead, he offered a suggestion. "Are you aware of the massacre in Mongkok 13 years ago? The maniac responsible for that heinous act possessed the very same gaze, identical in every way." Chapter 4, Infinite Possibilities. Where is the place with the strictest hierarchy? Perhaps everyone has a completely different answer to this question. Some may believe it to be the political arena, others the workplace. But many would certainly assert that it is the military. However, none of these are entirely accurate, especially in the context of the harbor city. For in this city, the most rigidly stratified place is singular, Stanley Prison. Within this institution, deemed a haven for scoundrels, murderers, and various outlaws. The hierarchy is so stark that it defies the imagination of ordinary individuals. Bullying is nearly the norm here, where those at the top of the food chain regard the lower echelons with utter disdain, and countless individuals have met their demise or destruction without even realizing it. So, how does one ascend to the pinnacle of this hellish environment? The answer is disarmingly simple. One must possess wealth or power. Lacking both, the only recourse left to compel others to submit is through violence. Here, status can indeed be fought for. In recent months, the most sensational incident within Stanley Prison has been the bathroom brawl. Why was this event so momentous? Firstly, the 7 combatants were the most formidable individuals selected from all factions within the prison, setting aside past grievances. Their sole purpose for this temporary alliance was encapsulated in 4 words: absolute certainty. The chosen fighters were notorious for their ferocity, with some claiming that any one of these 7 could easily hold the identity of a formidable enforcer in the underworld. Secondly, the outcome defied everyone's expectations. In other words, the seemingly naive Lu Xiankai's display of strength and ruthlessness shattered preconceived notions. Within this prison, few secrets remain. Upon his arrival, it was well known that Lu Xiankai was a skilled fighter, holding the infamous title of a member of the notorious 4-9 gang. However, no one could have anticipated the depths of his ferocity. 7 against 1, and it was a surprise attack. Each assailant wielded a sufficiently sharp weapon. Those versed in the ways of the underworld understand that the presence of a weapon alters the dynamics entirely. A capable fighter may handle several ordinary individuals with ease. But if those ordinary individuals possess weapons, the balance of victory shifts dramatically. 7 armed attackers faced an unarmed Lu Xiankai. The result was catastrophic. Even the least injured among them suffered concussions, and to this day, any swift movement leaves them dizzy. The one who charged in first, a Chong, has reportedly been rendered a fool by a single devastating blow. Unless a miracle occurs, this unfortunate soul may find his intellect forever stunted at the level of a 10-year-old. Many witnesses have recounted the grim fate of the notorious Kong. His robust leg bones were grotesquely twisted, exposing white bone fragments amidst dark red flesh, leaving numerous onlookers pale and horrified. There is no need for the hospital to provide results. Seasoned prisoners, well-versed in the ways of the underworld, can discern at a glance that Kong will never part with his crutch and has irrevocably become a cripple. When discussing the brutal conflict, many witnesses still bear expressions of sheer terror. These fierce individuals, who typically flaunt their prowess, are reluctant to recall the ferocious struggle they witnessed. They can never forget the sight of their adversary, drenched in blood yet embodying the ferocity of a wild tiger. Regardless of the eventual outcome for Liu Xiankai, his deeds have already woven themselves into the myriad legends of Qizhou, destined to be recounted by generations of prisoners. Brother Kai, please sit here. As soon as Liu Xiankai had his handcuffs removed by the guards and was ushered into the cell, the former leader, nicknamed Hamster, sprang forward with remarkable agility, almost obsequiously assisting Liu to the most advantageous bunk. Once the guards departed, he promptly produced a cigarette from beneath the bed and presented it reverently before Liu Xiankai. No one found Hamster's demeanor inappropriate. Liu Xiankai had undeniably earned the right to command respect in the cell, a status underscored by the blood-soaked reality of his exploits. Hamster, eyes narrowed, scrutinized the stocky, chubby-cheeked man before him, resembling a hamster. Is it possible to procure some drugs? He inquired. The Smurfs are the domain of the traders. I cannot involve myself there. As for other substances, narcotics and poisons are deadly affairs. What do you require, Brother Kai? Hamster asked, his voice trembling with apprehension. Cell 29 is notably unremarkable, devoid of any particularly ruthless characters, which allowed this man, who had languished in the prison since he was 18, to assume a position of authority. Of course, mere longevity in prison does not guarantee one the title of leader. Hamster had ascended to this role before Liu Xiankai due to a simple reason: his alternate identity as a prison broker, the so-called intermediary. Not everyone is qualified to be a broker. After all, this trade is rife with lucrative opportunities, yet it necessitates navigating numerous connections with the guards. Otherwise, many items would be confiscated en route, never reaching one's hands. From the age of 18 to 35, Hamster has spent 17 years behind bars. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is likely to remain incarcerated for another 2 decades. Throughout these 17 years, lacking any substantial background, he has perfected the art of subtlety and caution. Ironically, it is this very trait that has garnered him the trust of certain guards, leading to his acquisition of the broker title 6 years ago. The influence of prison brokers is considerable. Their primary business involves procuring contraband for inmates, such as cigarettes, alcohol, and, for a hefty price, even mobile phones or women. While the business is lucrative, the profits that Hamster can secure are not necessarily substantial. After all, in this gray industry that can be considered a complete industrial chain, he is merely a small trickster. I am not referring to drugs. Liu Xiankai frowned, and under the dim light of the corridor, the man's expressionless demeanor sent a shiver down the spine of the little hamster. 12 years of Longyan, over 20 years of dried tangerine peel, more than 10 years of ginseng and medicinal herbs. Ignoring the little hamster's unease, Liu Xiankai coldly listed a plethora of herbal names, many of which were extraordinarily expensive. This caused the little hamster's face to immediately fall. Brother Kai, this requires a substantial amount of money. The little hamster replied honestly. I don't have that much capital to honor you. I will find a way to get the money. I just want to know if you can acquire them. Liu Xiankai stated. The herbs he mentioned were the formulas for the restorative potions provided by the system. His current concern was not the money. Rather, it was the realization that even with funds, he could not obtain these potions. The system would not deceive him. Liu Xiankai eagerly anticipated the effects of this massage potion, as he would forever remember the last line of note on the system. Note 1. This formula has been calculated and can completely repair hidden injuries in the body. Note 2. This prescription allows the human body to not only heal but also undergo gradual enhancement. Enhancement of the body. These 4 words symbolize infinite possibilities. Chapter 5. Tattoos. The 9 ghosts of the coffin. As long as it exists in the market and one is willing to spend, there should be no issue. Under Liu Xiankai's sharp gaze, the hamster pondered for a considerable time before finally providing an answer, albeit with some complications. Complications? Liu Xiankai frowned. Indeed, acquiring the necessary substances is exceedingly challenging. Thus, a different method must be employed. My proposal is to have certain prisoners feign illness based on the herbs you require, and then submit treatment requests under their names. Provided one is willing to invest, these requests will surely be approved. The hamster demonstrated remarkable familiarity with the logistics of goods entering the prison, offering an exceptionally detailed response. Eventually, these medicines would be consolidated in the infirmary, where arrangements could be made with the staff to gather them for delivery. However, there is one matter I must disclose to you up front, Lucienkai. The hamster's expression revealed a hint of trepidation. He understood that the individual before him was a formidable figure, fearing Lu Xiankai's sudden wrath. What is it? Lu Xiankai inquired, narrowing his eyes. The more procedures involved, the more costly the items become. Following the customary practices, the funds required for these substances would likely be 3 times, or even more, than the usual prices outside. Lu Xiankai was not surprised by this figure, though it did cast a shadow over his countenance. After all, the legacy he inherited, apart from his robust physique, was a state of utter destitution. The second concern, Lu Xiankai did not disguise his financial woes. He directly addressed the hamster, inquiring how one might procure a substantial sum of money within this context. Although the system had not specified prices for the substances, Lu Xiankai instinctively knew they would not come cheaply. Thus, amassing wealth had become his paramount concern. It was astonishing that even within the confines of a prison, the struggle for financial gain remained inescapable, leaving Lu Xiankai somewhat reflective. Earn a fortune? The hamster hesitated slightly. Aside from a few influential figures from the major syndicates, only a handful of team leaders among the guards possessed significant resources. How could an ordinary prisoner generate wealth? I owe you a favor, Lu Xiankai proposed, setting forth his own terms. He was no longer the fool he once was. He understood the weight of his formidable presence in this environment. If the hamster was not dim-witted, he would surely engage in some serious contemplation. There is a way. Just as Lu Xiankai had envisioned, the hamster's eyes lit up. And after considerable deliberation, he uttered a name, Zhou Muruan, Master Zhou. The heir of the Zhou family? From Lu Xiankai's recollections, this Master Zhou was indeed a particularly notable figure within the confines of the notorious Qizhou prison. First, this Master Zhou is the eldest legitimate grandson of the Zhou family, one of the 5 great affluent families of the port city. The Zhou family is not merely wealthy. It monopolizes several industries, including shipping, construction materials, and real estate. It is indeed peculiar that a scion of such a powerful family would find himself incarcerated among hardened criminals in Qizhou. What is even more astonishing is that this young Master Zhou was imprisoned merely for the crime of drunkenly causing a fatal accident and fleeing the scene. Lu Xiankai immediately sensed the incongruity. Through his recollections, Lu Xiankai had already discerned the differences between this world and his previous one. In this realm, the empire is entirely governed by families, both large and small, with several prominent clans wielding power that can rival the imperial authority. The island he was born on epitomizes the adage that capital reigns supreme. In such an environment, how could the eldest son of the Zhou family be incarcerated for causing a death? It is absurd. While this offense might be a grave matter for an ordinary individual, what significance does it hold for the Zhou family? To them, it is trivial, although some believe this to be a concession made by the Zhou family under public pressure. Lu Xiankai, who possesses a keen understanding of how affluent families manipulate public opinion from another timeline, scoffs at this explanation. Alleviating the pressure of public scrutiny? Why was the young Master Zhou sent to the perilous confines of Stanley Prison, amidst so many jails tailored for the wealthy in the harbor city? What rationale can justify such a choice? The instinct of a puppet master from another realm led Lu Xiankai to analyze the abnormal clues and rumors circulating outside, uncovering the true reason for the young Master Zhou's incarceration. Rumor has it that the patriarch of the Zhou family is gravely ill and in a coma. The second generation of the Zhou family is embroiled in fierce competition for control of the Zhou group. The fact that Zhou Muruan, the eldest grandson, has ended up in prison signifies that the internal strife within the Zhou family has reached a perilous peak. In other words, there are those within the Zhou family who wish for Zhou Muruan to perish behind bars. Indeed, the young Master Zhou is as one would expect. The informant glanced at the other prisoners before lowering his voice, revealing that upon his arrival in prison, the young master had an additional 3 million in his account. The mention of this sparked envy in the informant's eyes. It is a fortune that an ordinary person would struggle a lifetime to amass. Yet for the wealthy families of the harbor city, it is merely pocket change. The disparity between individuals is truly staggering. The young Master Zhou must have offended someone. for he is desperately spending money in prison to secure personal protection. Brother Kai, with your formidable skills, you could surely negotiate a handsome fee from him. The informant rubbed his hands together with a hint of mischief. For the affluent, money is but paper, and one could certainly profit handsomely. Intriguing indeed. Lu Xiankai nodded, stating he would seek an audience with him during the next yard time. If he could indeed afford the price, he would not hesitate to assist him. Time always passes swiftly. As the dawn light began to break over the eastern sky, a piercing wake-up bell resonated within the prison walls. Unlike the cacophony of complaints heard in other prisons, the inmates in cell number 29 wore expressions of fatigue, their dark circles under their eyes rendering them reminiscent of the national treasure pandas of the Great Shun Empire. The sleeplessness was not due to the domineering nature of Lu Xiankai, but rather because everyone was transfixed by the sight of this fierce individual undergoing a tattooing procedure. The hands of Hamster Boy trembled as he held the needle, filled with immense regret for boasting about having learned the craft from the deceased Taoist Chu a decade ago after the lights went out. This revelation piqued Lu Xiankai's interest. After all, in his recollection, Taoist Chu was an acclaimed master of tattooing in the martial world. His southern-style technique could make tattoos appear as if they were alive. However, after Taoist Chu's demise 10 years ago, his skills had faded into obscurity. Suddenly intrigued, Lu Xiankai decided to have Hamster Boy ink a design on his back. The design he presented was peculiar. It depicted a scene Lu Xiankai had once glimpsed on a bronze ding in an alternate realm, 9 blood-red specters bending low, dragging chains, while at the other end of the chains loomed a coffin, within which stood a dark figure crowned like an emperor. Upon witnessing this image, Lu Xiankai had felt entranced, subsequently going to great lengths and spending a fortune to acquire that bronze ding, earning a scolding from a significant figure in the process. For reasons unknown, Lu Xiankai sensed a mysterious connection between his inexplicable arrival in this world after death and this very image. 9 ghosts traversing the night? The king of hell emerging from the coffin? Upon seeing the design Lu Xiankai had sketched, Hamster Boy was taken aback. Brother Kai, tattoos are quite ominous. Perhaps sensing an opportunity to assert his knowledge of the tattooing world, Hamster Boy earnestly explained that symbols like the azure dragon and white tiger, along with the figure of Guan Yu, were meant to ward off evil spirits, and ordinary individuals could not bear such designs on their bodies. As for the king of hell, Hamster Boy's expression turned fearful, for he was a deity who governed life and death. Few could withstand the weight of such a symbol on their back. Cannot withstand? Lu Xiankai scoffed. What happens if one cannot? Death, Hamster Boy replied in a somber tone. Recalling what Taoist Chu had once told him, the king of hell is the most fearsome. Everyone experiences periods of decline and prosperity once one enters a period of weakness. The king of hell will devour you. My life is resilient. I wish to see how he intends to consume me. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with defiance and arrogance. I am drawn to the matters of life and death, hence my choice. That is a grave taboo, Hamster Boy cautioned. Yet his incessant rambling gradually subsided under Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze as he began his work. For the first time, everyone in the cell witnessed Lu Xiankai's ferocity. Despite Hamster Boy's insistence that tattooing was not a process to be rushed and required time and patience, Lu Xiankai's cold snort extinguished any remaining objections. Thus, in the ensuing days, Hamster Boy found himself nearly transformed into a national treasure from another realm, toiling day and night under the watchful eyes of all. Chapter 6. It is truly wonderful to be alive the moment the alarm rang. Hamster wiped the last trace of blood from Lu Xiankai's back. He gazed at Lu's silhouette, his eyes filled with astonishment. To claim that he had completely inherited the skills of Taoist Chu would be an exaggeration, however. The assessment of 80% proficiency given by Taoist Chu on his deathbed lingered in Hamster's mind. This was the reason he could unleash countless needles in a single night without collapsing. Hamster had never imagined that someone could possess such formidable strength. In this wretched prison, there was no access to any form of anesthesia. Yet, this man endured the torturous agony of countless needles without even a flicker of discomfort on his brow. Remarkable. Hamster and the other inmates were captivated by the bizarre tattoo of the 9 ghosts' coffin on Lu's back, even causing the timidest prisoner among them to sit down in fear, his legs trembling. This was no surprise. Lu's latissimus dorsi muscles were prominently developed, and even the fascia of his chest and waist, muscles deemed impossible to sculpt, stood out defiantly, coupled with the astonishing transverse appearance of his erector spinae. His back resembled a fearsome visage. The overdeveloped muscles at his scapula formed 2 whirlpools, giving the impression that a demon was awakening. The eerie tattoos, combined with his ghostly back, created a visual impact that rendered these seasoned prisoners, accustomed to brutality, momentarily speechless. As the inmates were led outside for fresh air, Lu Xiankai donned a loose brown prison uniform, concealing his terrifying physique. "Brother Kai, I do not seek your favor." In a moment of unexpected courage, Hamster made a decision that would alter the course of another's fate. This individual, perceived by others as timid and cunning, boldly called out to Lu, who had already reached the cell door. "What do you want?" Lu Xiankai did not turn around. "I want to be with you." Hamster's tone was grave, as if he were making a solemn vow. Hamster was a merchant within the confines of Stanley Prison. Do not be fooled into thinking that prison exists outside the realms of society. Wealth circulates even within these walls, with brokers facilitating the exchange of goods for substantial profits. Hamster was one such merchant. Despite his modest stature and slight stutter, he commanded respect as one of the 5 most significant traders in the prison. If one could pay, he could procure cigarettes, pin-up magazines, playing cards, and even some illicit powdered substances. Of course, deadly weapons or escape tools were exceptions to his offerings. Many remarked on his fortuitous circumstances, but few envied him, for everyone knew the perils faced by brokers in Stanley. Ultimately, the prison authorities reaped the greatest profits from this trade, leaving the brokers with only a meager share, though they managed to live relatively comfortably. However, should an incident occur, the consequences would be particularly dire. Every few years, a significant inspection takes place within the prison, and if any issues are discovered, the hapless hamster undoubtedly becomes the most suitable scapegoat. Once he meets his demise, the higher-ups will have their justification, and those below will have their explanation. As for the fate of this unconnected prisoner, who would pay heed? No one. The demise of Hamster's predecessor, Black Brother, was not something that anyone could naively attribute to suicide. Thus, Hamster had been perpetually in search of a patron. Yet, he realized that the powerful figures of the gangs would never truly place their trust in him until he witnessed the formidable Lu Xiankai, akin to a deity or demon. Today, he resolved to take a gamble. "You had better demonstrate your worth, for I have no need for a worthless individual." As Lu Xiankai stepped out of the cell, his words finally reached Hamster's ears, who had lived his entire life in the crevices of existence. Unable to contain his emotions, he fiercely clenched his fist, then bowed towards the retreating figure of Lu Xiankai. Temporary task completed. Loyalty of Hamster acquired. A solitary adventurer striving for the pinnacle requires ample logistical support. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the training method for iron cloth and the prescription for the medicinal concoction. The pale green subtitles re-emerged before Lu Xiankai's eyes. Upon seeing the green letters, for some inexplicable reason, Lu Xiankai's first thought was still about making money. Indeed, it was about profit. The system dwelling within him was so rudimentary that even Lu Xiankai could not help but scoff. After all, he was merely a prisoner. Were he outside? Despite the stark differences between the two worlds, it would not be difficult to amass wealth with such a robust physique and his intellect. Yet now, setting aside the bizarre training methods for iron cloth, merely glancing at the ingredients listed in the medicinal prescriptions sent shivers down Lu Xiankai's spine. Unlike the previous concoction, the ingredients required for this iron cloth were evidently exorbitant. 18-year-old ginseng, 15-year-old ishowu, tiger bones, just the few ingredients Lu Xiankai recognized were already of considerable value. As for other components like agarwood and longan flesh, they surely would not be inexpensive. It appears that not only must he establish a connection with young Master Zhou, but he must also swiftly complete the task of becoming the king of the prison. Otherwise, let alone cultivating, he might struggle to afford the medicines. Muttering to himself, he shifted his gaze to the training methods for iron cloth provided in the subtitles, and Lu Xiankai inhaled sharply. The dense, intricate text, if condensed into a single phrase, could only be described as extreme self-mortification. Take the first segment as an example. The body must endure contact and grinding against hard objects, gradually solidifying the sinews and bones over time. While the green subtitle presented this notion lightly, the agony and bodily harm it entailed would undoubtedly be unbearable for the average person. The coarse friction of iron sand against skin, the blunt impact of heavy objects. Lu Xiankai couldn't help but clench his jaw as he continued reading. The lengthy passage at the bottom detailed the breathing techniques, how to inhale, how to visualize, even the precise respiratory rhythm when struck by blunt force. Undoubtedly, this segment contained the most precious esoteric methods. It seemed this iron-shirred external martial art would demand considerable time to master. As Lu Xiankai followed the guard toward the exercise yard, green subtitles materialized before his eyes. The host must consume the prescribed herbal decoction during iron shirt training, or bodily functions will deteriorate within 3 months. More crucially, The subsequent line declared, "The system lacks capacity for host rehabilitation." Stumbling mid-step, Lu Xiankai finally comprehended this system's true nature. It cared nothing for the host's survival, merely dispensing training protocols like some dispassionate program. Succeed, and it would continue guidance. Fail, and the consequences were his alone to bear. 5 minutes later, after countless sunless days, Lu Xiankai beheld the genuine sky for the first time since his transmigration. Drawing a tremulous breath, he erupted into wild laughter beneath the astonished gazes of onlookers. How glorious to be alive! Never had azure heavens and cotton-white clouds appeared so breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 7. Does the left hand include? Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or perhaps the threads of fate weave together in ways beyond our understanding. As Lu Xiankai gazed up at the sky with a hearty laugh, a prison transport vehicle came into the view of all present. Instantly, every inmate enjoying their moment of freedom in the square erupted into a frenzied chorus of shouts and whistles, placing bets with the smoking remnants of their cigarettes. This was an old tradition in Taiwan. Life within the prison was devoid of amusement, and the sight of newcomers trembling, their faces pale, seemed to bring a fleeting joy to the seasoned inmates in this hellish realm. The guards, too, observed the spectacle with amused expressions. They did not intervene in the veterans' intimidation of the newcomers, for it served their interests. It allowed them to reap more benefits from the outside and discern whom to watch closely and whom to recruit as informants. The cacophony continued until the arrival of an imposing figure. A tall man, bearing a scar across his cheek, descended from the transport, and the raucous cries abruptly ceased. A handful of bald men seated on the few benches in the square rose, grinning as they greeted the newcomer. This prompted many prisoners, unfamiliar with the man's identity, to draw in a sharp breath, though they did not recognize him. They understood the significance of those who had just stood to acknowledge him. Brother Daikyu from the New Society, Brother Lai from the Number Gang, and the imposing figure from the 14K. These men, perceived as formidable by the ordinary inmates, wore unexpectedly gentle expressions, some even forcing smiles. Clearly, this individual commanded a high status and possessed a fearsome reputation. The left hand, among the leaders of the New Society in Taiwan. He was considered a veteran figure. Even Shoga, a respected elder, lowered his stature to nod in acknowledgement. Brother Daikyu, the left hand, with an expression of indifference, raised his shackled hands in response before slowly making his way into the prison's inspection room. Throughout this encounter, his gaze never wandered to others. In the left hand's eyes, apart from the fellow leader from the New Society, no one else warranted his attention. Who is he? What is his background? The hamster, perplexed, pondered. Though well-informed within the prison, he had become estranged from the outside world. After all, he had been sentenced to 30 years for manslaughter at the tender age of 16. Leaving him unfamiliar with the influential figures that now roamed free. The only conclusion he could draw was that this man, known as the Left Hand, exuded arrogance and possessed a power that instilled fear in all. The hamster turned to his companion, a fellow inmate named Black Goo, who had also been in prison for 2 years and shared the New Society's background. Black Goo, the prominent figure from the New Society in North Point and one of the 5 Tigers, had once single-handedly planted the New Society's flag in Mong Kok 3 years prior. Wielding nothing but an axe, Heike's eye gazed at the expression on his left hand, filled with reverence. It is said that Left-Handed Brother is one of the most formidable and audacious leaders in the new record, capable of matching Prince Brother in combat prowess. Prince Brother, the runner-up in Southeast Asian free fighting. Unlike Heike's eye, who incessantly babbled like an ardent fan, Hamster's initial reaction was one of confusion, swiftly followed by dread. The confusion stemmed from Hamster's contemplation of the multitude of underlings who had been imprisoned on behalf of such powerful figures. How could one of them find himself behind bars? The dread arose from the inevitable reshuffling that followed the incarceration of such formidable individuals. Having spent many years in prison, Hamster had discerned a certain, albeit not entirely reliable, pattern. Each time a prominent figure from the various factions was imprisoned, it shattered the already fragile balance of power. Unless there were unforeseen exceptions, the arrival of Left-Handed Brother would undoubtedly incite yet another tempest of bloodshed. I must steer clear of this impending turmoil, Hamster muttered to himself. He had navigated his way through life by being adroit and accommodating. Yet it was precisely this trait that rendered him the most vulnerable target in the fierce struggles between factions, in the brutal battles for survival among the organizations. The rights and favors he managed to procure were, in truth, negligible. Memories of the tumultuous events following the incarceration of various formidable characters surged through Hamster's mind. He recalled the last incident, 6 years prior, when the notorious Dianggio of the 14K was imprisoned, resulting in the deaths of 7 individuals within a mere month due to the ensuing conflicts. It was during that chaos that someone, envious of his merchant status, had stealthily plotted against him. Had it not been for his stroke of luck, that knife would have claimed his life. Even so, he spent a full 3 months in the medical ward due to severe injuries. Fortune favors misfortune, and misfortune favors fortune. It was precisely during those 3 months that Hamster evaded the most tumultuous period of upheaval. When he emerged, 2 of the original 5 merchants had already perished. Deep-rooted fear of death caused Hamster's eyes to dart around, finally settling on a solitary figure standing at the entrance of the square, coldly observing the unfolding events. Lu Xiankai. Only this formidable individual, bold enough to confront all adversaries, might provide him with the security he sought amidst the forthcoming chaos. Meanwhile, standing in the northwestern corner of the square, young Master Zhou wore a similarly grim expression, though clad in a brown prison uniform. This scion of a wealthy family clearly stood apart from the surrounding ruffians, his fair skin and slender hands indicative of a life of privilege. To the other inmates, left-handed brother's arrival was merely a commonplace disturbance in the underworld. In this life, who could guarantee their safety? Thus, no one gave it much thought. Yet, young Master Zhou alone understood the truth. Left-handed brother was not a criminal at all. The infamous tiger of the new record had only one intention in entering these confines. That was to eliminate him. Fourth uncle, you truly are ruthless. The well-informed Mr. Zhou was acutely aware that his fourth uncle was the principal figure behind the new establishment. Thus, he was certain that this was indeed an arrangement orchestrated by Lord Zhou. Initially, he intervened in the judicial system to secure my conviction, subsequently consigning me to the dismal confines of Stanley Prison. Ultimately, he intended for my demise to be orchestrated by the left hand. It appears you have certainly absorbed a multitude of tricks from the old man. Recognizing the peril that loomed over him, Mr. Zhou cast a glance at the burly men surrounding him. These men were thugs he had bribed upon his arrival, not for any other reason, but to ensure his safety within the prison walls. He had originally believed he could pass his days in relative peace while awaiting the old man's awakening, but now, a chill crept over him. Although he was regarded in the high society of Hong Kong as a mere debauchee, the scions of affluent families were far from being true wastrels. Mr. Zhou was adept at reading the emotions of those around him. He discerned the unmistakable fear etched in their expressions. Fear, unmasked and palpable fear. Clearly, the left hand had yet to make a move, yet had already instilled terror in these boastful brutes. Are you frightened, Mr. Zhou? A sudden voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Mr. Zhou turned to find a man smiling at him. Instantly, he recognized who it was, the most notorious criminal in the prison. The one many referred to in hushed tones as King Yin, Lu Xiankai. Since the left hand's arrival, his gaze had not wavered from Lu. Lu scrutinized the well-known libertine of Hong Kong with a smile, aware that Mr. Zhou's entrance into Stanley was nothing short of a grand farce. And now someone was coming in to eliminate him. It seemed the rumors of Lord Zhou's comatose state were indeed true. How do you know this, Mr. Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, while several inmates who were charged with protecting him smartly encircled Lu. It was not difficult to surmise. Lu maintained an air of tranquility, his composure unruffled despite being surrounded by formidable convicts. Something must have gone awry within the Zhou family. Otherwise, a legitimate heir would not find himself sentenced to a year in prison for driving under the influence, nor would he be confined in a place teeming with hardcore criminals. Lu's calm tone bore an abundance of confidence. Tossing you into this den was merely the first step. From the way you look at the left hand, I can deduce he is a contingency plan devised by your family's elders to deal with you. You are quite astute. This contradicts the opinions many hold of you. Lu remarked. Mr. Zhou did not refute it. Anyone who claws their way back from the gates of hell becomes wiser. Lu grinned. I have heard that Mr. Zhou lacks nothing but money. Ironically, I am in need of funds, which makes us the perfect partners. And how shall we collaborate? Mr. Zhou inquired. 6 million. Half up front, Lu proposed, his gaze fixed on Mr. Zhou. I assure you, no harm will come to you in prison. Including the left hand? Mr. Zhou narrowed his eyes. Including the left hand, Lu affirmed. Chapter 8, The Transaction. Money is not lacking, Master Zhou stated with a calmness tinged with a hint of arrogance. No one could doubt the conviction behind his words. In the harbor city, the Zhou family's Hengxin group had reached a valuation of 100 billion imperial dollars, making them one of the 5 prominent families. In this realm, wealth alone does not bestow the title of family. One must possess profound connections in both political and business spheres and control essential industries to qualify. The Zhou family dominated the crucial natural gas supply in the harbor city, and as long as they refrained from recklessly engaging in the highest echelons of political strife, their standing was assured. It could be said that their long-standing legacy of affluence was formidable and daunting. However, I have a particular habit when it comes to spending. I must feel that it is worthwhile. Whenever wealth is mentioned, Master Zhou reverts to his former flamboyant self, exuding arrogance. 600,000 is not a substantial amount. Last time, a girl's smile prompted me to gift her a car worth $1 million. Do you deem that unworthy? Master Zhou's smile vividly conveyed his disdain for poverty, yet I countered, you fail to comprehend. I allocated merely 200,000 to each of them, as that was their perceived value in my eyes. So, are you implying that collectively, they are worth less than half of you? He gestured towards a few men beside him, slowly spreading his hands. I need you to prove it to me. The expressions on the faces of the prisoners surrounding Lu Xiankai turned sour, their gazes towards him now laced with resentment. Clearly, my intimidation was insufficient. Lu Xiankai grinned, surveying the men encircling him. I thought you would fear me after what transpired in the bathroom, but I was mistaken. I need to be more ferocious. With that, Lu Xiankai sprang into action, executing a textbook boxing maneuver to extricate himself from the encirclement before delivering a fierce uppercut to the nearest prisoner. Although Lu Xiankai had not fully regained his health, his strike was still potent. The impact shattered the prisoner's jaw, blood and several teeth erupting from his mouth. The force of the blow sent him soaring off the ground. Without pause after striking one man, Lu Xiankai launched into an evasive sidestep followed by a left-handed hook, bending another rotund opponent into a miserable posture. Seize the moment to strike. This principle of street combat left no room for respite. Lu Xiankai's right fist arced beautifully through the air, connecting with the temple of his adversary. The plump prisoner crumpled to the ground, dark crimson trickling from his eye, indicating that Lu Xiankai's punch had likely inflicted irreparable damage to his brain. The remaining prisoners, enraged, charged forward. The placement of one's moves must occur before your opponent discerns any signs. Only then can your actions yield maximum benefits. If one were to recall the most profound words spoken by Lu Xiankai, it would be precisely this notion. It is this wisdom that enabled Lu Xiankai to rise to prominence as a distinguished figure before the age of 30, transcending the formidable barriers of wealth that most individuals struggle to overcome in a lifetime. Lu Xiankai's instincts led him to a crucial decision. This undertaking could employ any means necessary, yet his own ground techniques must remain concealed. The sole purpose of this was to deceive the left hand. The funds of young Master Zhou are not easily acquired. Securing this sum would equate to a direct confrontation with the left hand. This is the left hand, not merely an unrefined thug attacking him in a bathroom, but the influential figure in North Point, a person whom even the leading titans of the underworld must regard with respect. Although Lu Xiankai's memories of the left hand are scant, they predominantly consist of tales extolling his formidable exploits in the underworld. Among these possibly embellished accounts, Lu Xiankai is certain of one fact: the left hand is a master of Muay Thai. The most effective counter to such a devastating martial art is ground techniques. Thus, Lu Xiankai resolved to stage a performance, one that would mislead the left hand's judgment. Why does a fierce beast fall short against a skilled hunter? It is simply because the beast lacks the cunning of the hunter. Inheriting the robust physique of his predecessor, Lu Xiankai has thoroughly compensated for this deficiency. No one could discern Lu Xiankai's thoughts. Rather, they were captivated by the precision and elegance of his movements. His fluid actions and remarkably smooth footwork allowed him to demonstrate to all the prisoners what true boxing entails. Men are akin to butterflies dancing amidst blossoms. When the first prisoner lunged with a forceful kick, Lu Xiankai sidestepped gracefully, delivering a stunning right hook that landed heavily on the adversary's jaw. Having absorbed all previous memories, such fierce and unrestrained attacks were now effortless for him. Everyone witnessed the ferocity of that right hook. The first prisoner's eyes immediately glazed over, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. In the tumult of the underworld, no one adheres to notions of fairness. The second prisoner, clearly possessing a background in boxing, leapt into the air, executing a fierce high kick. Lu Xiankai, maintaining a classic boxing retreat, simultaneously blocked with a bent arm and delivered a precise jab that struck the assailant's left jaw. His nearly 2-meter wingspan unfurled with stunning speed and accuracy. Bang! The second prisoner was knocked down, his bloodied molar glinting in the sunlight like a splash of ink on canvas. The third prisoner's expression clearly showed signs of panic. He momentarily halted his advance, Yet Mr. Liu's ferocious left fist struck his temple with blinding speed. The sound of the brutal collision between fist and skull caused a frown to involuntarily crease the brow of young Master Zhou, who was observing the unfolding battle nearby. In just 1 minute, 5 prisoners lay defeated at Mr. Liu's feet, and he beckoned the only man yet to engage. "I recognize you. You used to be one of the knife wielders under the white-haired brother, Ah Kong. I hear you take great pride in boasting about having killed someone. You shall soon find out whether that claim holds true." Ah Tsong gradually positioned himself before Mr. Liu. He was the sole fighter capable of securing 500,000 from young Master Zhou, and his composed demeanor at this moment led Zhou to believe that the money spent on this individual was not in vain. "Such incessant chatter," Mr. Liu remarked, as he launched his first offensive. "In the realm of combat sports, boxing stands as the most lucrative. It is not uncommon for a single match to command appearance fees reaching 1 million or even 10 million federal coins. Curiously, however, many athletes from other disciplines often scoff at the genuine fighting prowess of boxers. To them, the power of a fist can never rival the lethal force of a leg. In unregulated combat, the rigid techniques of boxing reveal numerous vulnerabilities when confronted with attacks aimed at the lower body. This was where Ah Tsong drew his confidence. He had earned his reputation through street brawls and had undergone training in boxing. Hence, he did not perceive himself as lacking in opportunities to conquer the madman, Mr. Liu. In fact, upon seeing Mr. Liu charge towards him, he even displayed a sinister grin. Having practiced the Empire's free-fighting style, Ah Tsong unleashed a mid-level sweeping kick without the slightest hesitation. The minutiae determined success or failure. In genuine combat, unless the disparity in strength is insurmountable, elaborate high kicks rarely manifest. After all, while aesthetically pleasing, such movements are cumbersome and difficult to retract swiftly. Should an opponent seize the opportunity, the consequences could be fatal. Ah Tsong, a seasoned veteran of street fighting, would not have established his own reputation in such a hellish environment otherwise. His mid-level sweep was executed with remarkable speed and precision. The mid-level kick targeted the waist. Crack. Ah Tsong had anticipated no fewer than 5 potential counterattacks from Liu. Yet he could never have imagined his opponent would show no intention of evasion. Liu, utilizing a sidestep and the descent of his left arm, solidly blocked the sweeping strike. He then shifted his body, his feet dancing rapidly to close the distance between them. Many street fighters look down upon boxing. Yet they must concede one undeniable truth: the footwork of boxing. Through over a century of scientific study, though seemingly simple, boxing footwork has become the most practical of all. With an enigmatic upper body sway, subtle shifts between feints and realities, and highly deceptive maneuvers, Liu's extraordinary combat skills were enough to bewilder an average observer. He raised his hand. An elbow strike. A single elbow can surpass 10 punches. At the moment his cheek was struck, Ah Tsong staggered violently. Strike while the enemy is weak. This was the iron law of the martial world. Jabs, hooks, straight punches, elbow strikes. The storm of relentless assaults left Ah Tsong like a tiny boat amidst a tempest, howling in agony. Clearly, Liu Xinkai's objective was to publicly execute him as a display of dominance. Thus, Ah Tsong, devoid of any strength to resist, even began pleading for mercy. Yet Liu showed no signs of stopping, continuing to pummel him with blow after blow. Only when the prison guards fired warning shots did Liu finally cease his horrifying assault. Leaving everyone aghast. Devoid of any vitality, Ah Tsong collapsed limply to the ground like a sack of mud. Am I worth the price? Liu Xiankai, glaring fixedly at young Master Zhou, ignored the approaching guards. This was the first time he had fought with such unrestrained ferocity, and the exhilaration left him electrified. With a sudden motion, he tore open his prison uniform. His chiseled muscles, scars mapping his body, and the menacing tattoos on his back gleamed under the golden sunlight, imprinting this moment indelibly into the memories of all present. From that day onward, Liu Xiankai earned a new epithet, Yin Wang, the king of hell, who decided life and death. Young Master Zhou's influence was indeed formidable. Through his machinations, Liu Xiankai's killing of Ah Tsong and crippling of 5 other inmates was reframed as an act of self-defense. What further revealed the depths of the prison's corruption was how effortlessly Liu was transferred to cell number 7. To curry favor, young Master Zhou even arranged for Hamster to join him. This was no small feat. Within Qizhou prison, the top 10 cells were incomparable to the rest. Hot water, private toilets, even sunlight and books. The price for such privilege? A mere annual bribe of 300,000. Capital governs all. This truth was laid bare more starkly than ever in this world. You're worth the price. The sum you demanded has been deposited into your prison account. Upon their next meeting, young Master Zhou was no longer haughty but pale-faced. Everyone else refused my offer. You were the only one not cowed by left-hand's terror. Whether from fury or fear, his pallor was unnatural. I want to know everything. Lu Xiankai narrowed his eyes. Unlike his predecessor, he recognized this as the prime moment to demand more, yet he maintained his patience. In the past month, there have been 2 attempts on my life suppressed. So you wouldn't know. My money bought protection, but things have changed. This time, my 4th uncle has mobilized the left hand himself. He is determined to succeed. Overwhelmed by terror, young Master Zhou shed all pretense. I had witnessed the fearsome combat prowess of that ruthless individual, and it was undeniably intimidating. Lu Xiankai gleaned much from the expression of panic and urgency on young Master Zhou's face. Clearly, this dandy had recently received substantial insider information, and his faction within the Zhou family was evidently facing dire straits in their internal strife. The left hand. The fact that this formidable figure was specifically incarcerated to eliminate you must have come at a considerable cost to the Zhou family. Lu Xiankai inquired. I heard he has been imprisoned for 5 years. Is that not an exorbitant price to pay? Not at all. My 4th uncle, Zhou Shanha, has always been a significant player in the underworld, which is why he could orchestrate the left hand's imprisonment. Young Master Zhou's information was quite astute, though his anxiety rendered his explanations somewhat verbose. A person like the left hand, who has already established his own territories in Beijiao and Yaomati, would certainly have numerous subordinates willing to take the fall. This indicates that his imprisonment was a deliberate act. Zhou Muruan was not merely a frivolous dandy. His analysis was incisive. If he were to kill me, someone would swiftly take the blame and seek to overturn the verdict. He could not remain incarcerated for long. I had gathered clear information that the left hand's case involved a grievous assault resulting in death, and it was an old case at that. Young Master Zhou swallowed hard. The most critical aspect was the ambiguity surrounding the entire judgment process. Rumors suggested that my 4th uncle had made assurances that following my assassination, a key witness would emerge to contest the verdict, leading to his acquittal. Zhou Muruan. This information has been procured at great cost. It must be accurate. What do you mean? Lu Xiankai narrowed his eyes, gazing at Zhou Muruan as if he were a glistening prize sheep. Protect me. I cannot die. My aunt and my 3rd uncle support me, and now my 4th uncle, who is most likely to inherit the family fortune, seeks to eliminate me. Give me some time. If I can endure until the old man awakens, then he will have lost. In this moment of life-threatening peril, the impeccably dressed young Master Zhou, who typically exuded an air of superiority, bore an uncanny resemblance to those homeless individuals he often scorned. The same fear and helplessness enveloped him. Not only did he divulge the Zhou family's secrets without any cunning, but even the tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. Years ago, I had witnessed the left hand in a boxing match, where he dispatched my 4th uncle's bodyguard with merely 3 punches. A truly terrifying individual. You must be confident, yes? He is indeed formidable. I shall honor my commitment, Lu Xiankai affirmed with a nod. However, additional compensation will be necessary. In that moment, Lu Xiankai bore little resemblance to the feared figure of legend. He appeared more akin to a shrewd merchant. In truth, Lu Xiankai was unafraid of the left hand. The battle that resulted in Akong's demise had granted him complete mastery over his own physique. His unparalleled strength led him to believe that in a one-on-one confrontation, his opponent could not best him. Amidst young Master Zhou's dazed gaze, Lu Xiankai presented him with a pre-prepared note. At present, I require 10 bottles of this specially formulated massage oil, along with 30 pills made from these herbs. As long as you can continuously provide me with these things. The man revealed a sinister grin. In prison, no one can touch you, not even the Almighty himself. This is my declaration. And you? Do you frequently proclaim that the arrival of the left hand heralds a change in the weather? You have misjudged. His sole intention upon entering was to commit murder, originally having no connection with you. Yet now it appears that you have unwittingly become embroiled in this affair. Lu gently patted the stupefied hamster, and at this juncture, regret is futile, for the path you tread was of your own choosing. The man erupted in laughter, the sound resonating within cell number 7 like the clash of swords, reverberating with an unusual intensity. The imprisonment of the left hand in Stanley Prison was akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil pond, ripples gradually extending across the surface. Many factions, indeed, shared the hamster's apprehensions, fearing that the 14K might suddenly instigate a conflict. Tomorrow, during the yard time, a meeting with the King of Hell is to be arranged. Perhaps this time, having been struck, he has gained wisdom, paving the way for collaboration. After all, they are all part of the same hierarchy, and the left hand is notoriously domineering. Thus, the strength of the King of Hell is essential. Within cell number 4, a pivotal decision was made by the leader of the numbered gang. He instructed Xiong to prepare the individuals in the playground. For who knows if the deranged left hand may abruptly seek trouble, utmost caution is imperative. In the context of Stanley, the guy refers to any sharp object wrapped with woven material. Moreover, the yard serves as the sole arena for confrontations among various factions. On the seemingly flat and open ground, each faction claims its territory, where beneath every seemingly insignificant blade of grass may lie deadly weapons concealed. In a conversation that unfolded within the confines of cell number 6, a member pondered, "Brother Zhendong, do you think the arrival of those from the left hand will prompt the various factions to unite against us? After all, they originally branched off from the triads, and we have consistently been marginalized by these scoundrels. What, then, is the essence of the Big Circle? In this world, the position of Hong Island and its role within the empire bear a striking resemblance to another realm envisioned by Liu Xiankai. As a free port with a similarly lenient monetary circulation policy, it has attained a level of prosperity that surpasses the majority of the empire's territories. This affluence has drawn countless outsiders, eager to brave this vibrant world in pursuit of wealth, due to conventional channels prohibiting their entry onto the island. Most of these clandestine immigrants resort to utilizing circular floating devices, such as tires, to navigate the waterways, hence earning the moniker Big Circle Boys. Earning money is no easy feat, especially in the fiercely exclusive environment of Hong Island. Naturally, these individuals band together, and many succumb to the allure of darkness for financial gain. Over time, the Big Circle Gang has come to symbolize the foreign underworld presence on this island. Chapter 9. The King of the Underworld. When discussing the notorious triad, the impression held by nearly everyone on Hong Kong Island is one of ruthless desperation and formidable firepower. These individuals operate with a brazen disregard for both the laws of the empire and the local constabulary. A mere statistic underscores this assertion. On the bustling Nathan Road, where every inch is precious, street battles erupt every 3 days on average. Astonishingly, the proportion of these criminals affiliated with the triad reaches a staggering 85%. This implies that 8 out of every 10 robbery incidents are orchestrated by these gangsters. Furthermore, these thugs exhibit no fear in the presence of law enforcement. One of the most renowned confrontations involving the triad was the legendary clash between Yi Guohuan, Yi Jihuan, and Li Zhendong against 36 members of the black-clad enforcers in Kuntong. The jewelry store was completely robbed, with over 800 shots fired in the street skirmish. Ultimately, the Yi brothers departed with composure, leaving only Li Zhendong to face capture. His imprisonment in Stanley Prison subsequently provided a semblance of unity among the previously disorganized triad members, transforming them into a formidable faction within that hellish place over time. Are you implying that the 14K and Sun Yian gangs would unite against us because of Left Hand? Listening to the concerns of his subordinates, Li Zhendong scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, these factions have been embroiled in internal conflicts for decades. Without shared interests, they will only continue to fight to the death. Left Hand may be fierce, but that won't alter this reality. He extinguished his cigarette with a cold smile, pondering, even if they wish to confront us, it merely becomes a contest of who is more ruthless. Have we ever shied away from that? Li Zhendong gazed through a small window at the luminous moon in the night sky. There aren't that many madmen in this world. One lunatic like Liu Xiankai is already more than enough. Tonight, the moon appeared particularly mournful, especially as dark clouds began to gather, obscuring the twinkling stars. The moonlight enveloping Stanley Prison was gradually consumed by encroaching darkness, heralding a night of restless slumber for many. If it were not for the jagged scar on his face resembling a centipede, Left Hand's looks could be described as handsome. His rugged handsomeness diverges from the refined beauty of film stars, embodying a raw, untamed essence of the underworld, with thick brows, a prominent nose, and strong cheekbones. His first impression on women is one brimming with masculine allure and wildness. Regrettably, all of this is marred by the scar, which is quite fearsome. It stretches from his brow, traversing his left cheek down to his neck, resembling a centipede lying quietly upon his visage, especially when he smiles. The scar undulates as if the centipede has come to life. The demeanor of the Left Hand exudes not only ferocity but also a hint of malevolence. Everyone is aware of the source of this mark, none other than the notorious Tiger of Jordan, Li Guangtu. Hailed as the most formidable figure in the underworld of the entire island for nearly 2 decades. Who is Li Guangtu? He is the preeminent figure of the He Ji gang, a persona that every gang leader must greet with a smile. He occupies both Mong Kok and Jordan, areas where no gang dares to stake its claim, and he is the top-tier Red Stick whom the esteemed Li family invites to their celebrations. The Left Hand is the only individual in the past 2 years who has attempted to carve a share from Li Kuang-tu's dominion. Although his endeavor ended in failure, it did not tarnish his illustrious reputation within the dark underbelly of society. Entering Stanley Prison is a directive from Lao Ding Bin Shu, as well as an order from Zhou Sire. The Left Hand boldly occupies the most central position in cell number 3, where even the most senior member, Brother De Chiu, must stand obediently at his side, showing no signs of dissent. His purpose here is singular, to complete a task and depart, assuring them that they need not fear his prolonged presence in this barren place riddled with stringent rules. The Left Hand narrows his eyes as he surveys the new members of the faction, his tone chillingly cold. By any means necessary, Zhou Sire requires the demise of the Zhou family's playboy within these prison walls. However, prior to undertaking this task, Bin Shu treated him to a roast goose at the Fusheng Tea House and imparted a crucial lesson. He stated that the longevity of the new faction on Hong Kong Island is not merely due to ruthlessness, but rather to the intricacies of human relationships and adherence to rules. What are these rules? Respect for one's elders and care for the young are paramount. Everyone ages. Territories are lost, subordinates depart, and one may no longer possess the strength to fight. Should the younger generation then disregard hierarchy? Or do you believe that with age comes the obligation to relinquish everything? Let us not forget that everyone will grow old in due time. Upon uttering this admonition, the countenance of everyone present, save for Brother De Chiu, turned ashen. Nothing exists in isolation, and Stanley Prison is no exception. 6 months prior, the new faction was embroiled in a major smuggling case, with numerous clues indicating the presence of a mole within their ranks. Though the new faction is prosperous, financial losses from arrests are inconsequential. However, a traitor must face death. This is the cardinal rule for the survival of any gang. And what transpired? The traitor, who turned informant, managed to survive 1.5 years in Stanley Prison before ultimately perishing in another facility. It took 1.5 years to eliminate a single traitor, a fact that not only elicited derision from rival gangs but also revealed the new faction's waning enforcement power within Stanley Prison, signifying that Brother De Chiu, the nominal leader, had lost control over his subordinates. Brother De Chiu is aging, and many harbor resentment and secret ambitions. Thus, the solution for the new faction is straightforward. If you challenge Brother De Chiu's authority, then let the most ruthless among us restore order. Violent Yalong. If you believe that Chiu God does not deserve his position, then allow me to pose a question. If I were to impose familial discipline upon you today, would you acquiesce or resist? It is not merely you. There are also your companions. The Left Hand gazed toward a bald man, subsequently pointing one by one at the others, De Tian, Xiaoxi, and Kong Huizai. All 4 of you shall face my wrath today. Alternatively, you may extinguish my life. In the dim light, the Left Hand spoke languidly, asserting that in this world, might is the ultimate principle, one step towards kingship, another towards demise. If you were to take my life, I assure you, I would hold no grievance against you. Chapter 10. The Ferocious Left Hand. In the ruthless world of street battles, there are no ringing bells to signal the start, only the law of the jungle. Left Hand, a seasoned killer, understood better than anyone that the first strike was often the decisive one. After uttering his chilling warning, 1 step to glory, 1 step to death, he seized the moment of hesitation, when his reputation alone had frozen his opponents in fear. Then he struck. When Left Hand moved, it was with lethal intent. His hands shot up, gripping the horizontal beam between the prison bunks, and with a powerful surge, his body launched into the air. His right leg blurred into motion, a whip-like kick crashing down onto the neck of the nearest man, Big Sky. The impact sent him crumpling to the ground instantly. The technique bore the unmistakable foundation of Muay Thai, a discipline where even a single shin could shatter a banana tree in 6 brutal strikes. Big Sky's neck twisted unnaturally, the bones giving way before anyone could even gasp. Before the shock could settle, Left Hand was already moving again. His next target, retreating, wide-eyed bucktooth dragon. A slide step, a sweeping kick, then a flawlessly executed elbow strike. The force of the kick disrupted bucktooth dragon's balance, and Left Hand's elbow met his temple with surgical precision. Thud! The sickening crack of bone against bone echoed through the cell. Bucktooth dragon collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Fight! Finally snapping out of their daze. Skinny and Kong Huizai roared as they charged, one brandishing a sharpened toothbrush like a dagger. Left Hand pivoted, his hand flashing out in a motion so fluid it seemed choreographed. With effortless grace, he disarmed Skinny, then followed with a high kick to his temple. A reverse stab, the toothbrush plunged straight into Kong Wai-Chai's throat before he could even react. 4-against-1. From the first strike to the last. Left-hand's movements were a blur, swift, precise, merciless. The other inmates stood frozen, their faces twitching with terror, their courage shattered. Minutes passed before Big Brother Tai finally managed to stammer out, "Impressive, truly fearsome." Left Hand smirked, tossing the bloody toothbrush at him. "Uncle Ben has already arranged things with the prison. These men died in an internal brawl. How you explain it is your problem." Big Brother Tai nodded frantically. Though age had dulled his fighting edge, his experience was vast, and with Uncle Ben's backing, there would be no complications. "Now," Left Hand said, accepting a towel from a nearby lackey to wipe the blood from his hands, "tell me about young Master Zhou's habits and routines." "Just a spoiled rich boy. Let us finish this quickly. I've been enjoying a sauna in Yuanlong lately. The masseuses there are quite skilled. In the past, eliminating Zhou Muron may not have been exceedingly difficult. However, it now appears to be quite a cumbersome task." Brother Dechio gazed at the left hand before him, which resembled a harbinger of death, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "The King of Hell has just been assigned to Zhou Xiao's cell. It seems he has accepted some benefits from Zhou Xiao to ensure his protection." "The King of Hell? Who is that?" The left hand furrowed his brow. "Lu Xiankai, a thug from the number gang. He was once notorious as one of the most vicious 49 heirs in Kuntong, yet since his imprisonment, he has found himself at odds with the number gang, becoming almost a lunatic." Brother Dechio replied. "A lunatic?" The left hand squinted. "I have not heard of this King of Hell. Is he truly formidable?" "He is considered a madman because he insists that all gangs within the prison adhere to his rules. As for his ferocity," Brother Dechio's gaze drifted to an unoccupied bunk. "A Tang was once a prominent enforcer in the gang, but he was reduced to a state of mental incapacity after a single blow from Lu, and he remains in the medical wing." Brother Dechio possessed commendable eloquence, as he expounded upon everything concerning Lu Xiankai in just a matter of minutes. Upon hearing that 7 enforcers had attempted to ambush Lu in the shower and failed, the left hand's expression finally revealed a hint of gravity. "Interesting. When did the number gang become so lacking in discernment that such talent is merely regarded as a 49er? And to be associated with a coward like Cold Lao?" The left hand shook his head. "I shall seek an opportunity to converse with him tomorrow. I find this individual quite intriguing. Perhaps there is a chance to recruit him into Nuji. If negotiations falter, we shall address that later. He is rather unhinged. He may not be inclined to converse." Brother Dechio expressed skepticism regarding the madman's willingness to entertain the left hand's overtures. Even someone as deranged as Diaogio managed to transition from the number gang to the 14K. If the price is right, nothing is impossible. I have long sought a true leader capable of standing on his own. The left hand's eyes betrayed unmasked ruthlessness. "I will eventually conquer Jordan and Yao Mati. Thus I can offer him sufficiently enticing terms." Evidently, for this fierce individual, the nightmares of Jordan's tiger and the ruthless renegade would haunt him throughout his life. What if he still refuses? Brother Dechio pursued the inquiry. "Then I shall eliminate him. No matter how heinous a 49er may be, he remains merely a 49er, the left hand replied. At last, dawn broke. As the sun painted the sky with hues of gold, a new day commenced its formal unveiling. In cell number 7, the drowsy inmates, including Zhou Xiao and all others, stared blankly at Lu Xiankai, their eyes filled with admiration. They finally comprehended that Rome was not built in a day, no. They finally understood why the King of Hell was so formidable and compelling. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiankai commenced his daily training regimen. Especially when he performed push-ups while inverted against the wall, the bulging muscles and the terrifying tattoos on his back incessantly showcased his strength. The previous conditions warranted the addition of some equipment. After completing his warm-up, Lu Xiankai turned to the dazed Zhou Daxiao, who was striking the air, surrounded by 6 sandbags weighing approximately 15 kilograms each. Ignoring the increasingly bitter expression on Zhou Murang's face, Lu Xiankai enumerated 7 or 8 types of equipment before continuing to practice his punching arcs and speed against the air. Without maintaining this state, I cannot guarantee victory against that left-handed opponent. Failing to defeat the left hand could spell doom. Zhou Daxiao clenched his teeth and nodded, while the little hamster had already sidled up to him, extending his palm. I calculated that Zhou Daxiao, these items would cost at least 100,000 imperial coins, and that was with my generous discount. Casting a glance at Lu Xiankai, the little hamster wore a fawning expression, for I must show respect to Brother Yin. Chapter 11, The Rainy Night Butcher. In the realm of prisons, regardless of the individuals confined within, a singular characteristic prevails, an unwavering structure. The schedules for recreation, meals, entertainment, and labor are meticulously orchestrated. This is not without merit. Indeed, at the original Stanley prison, inmates were subjected to a grueling 10-hour workday. The rationale provided by the prison authorities was compelling. An excess of vitality could lead to unrest, and a rigorous schedule would curtail the prisoner's propensity for mischief. This management strategy initially yielded positive outcomes. Not only did the prison factory generate substantial profits, but the arduous labor left the inmates too exhausted to engage in disputes. However, in any dimension of time and space, the decisions made by those in high places can significantly alter the conditions of those below. The prison was no exception. In recent years, the royal family had weakened, while powerful clans and alliances had risen, resulting in fierce confrontations between the two factions. Each side appeared to suppress the other on various fronts. At some point, the royal family began to publicly denounce the affluent families for their avarice and monopolization of resources, while the clans and local officials retaliated by condemning the monarchy for its disregard for human rights and its harsh treatment of the common folk. As a consequence of this conflict, the conditions for ordinary individuals in other sectors may be questionable, but life within the prison had undoubtedly improved significantly. The most apparent change was the considerable increase in the so-called free time and leisure activities. The policies themselves were not flawed. In fact, they garnered much acclaim. After all, many compassionate individuals believed that common people and prisoners alike deserved equal rights. While these reforms might not have had a pronounced impact in regular prisons, they posed considerable risks in a facility like Stanley, notorious for housing violent offenders and the most heinous criminals. The most immediate manifestation of this was the growing difficulty in maintaining order, leading to incessant conflicts. From 8 to 9:20 in the morning. This period marked the designated recreation time for all inmates following the reforms. Originally, the allotted time for such activities at Stanley was a mere 45 minutes. Yet, following media attention and protests, this duration was forcibly extended to 80 minutes. The media celebrated this as a sign of respect for the inmates, heralding it as progress in the empire's legal system. However, the additional 35 minutes proved to be a source of immense frustration for the prison authorities. The reason was simple. This time frame was unequivocally the most perilous. If incidents occurred within the original 45 minutes, what chaos might ensue in an hour and 20 minutes? Consequently, during this period, the prison officials braced themselves for turmoil. Various factions converged in the courtyard, although they appeared to coexist peacefully. Any small spark could ignite a volatile situation. The arrival of the left-handed faction further heightened the vigilance of the prison authorities during this recreation period, prompting the recall of several officers from their leave. Not only were 2 additional guards stationed at the watchtower, but the number of officers patrolling the perimeter also increased significantly. The arrangement of the square in Stanley is quite intriguing. At first glance, this prison square, often referred to as Hell, bears a striking resemblance to a school playground from another realm, reminiscent of Lucien's creation. It features a basketball court and various athletic facilities, the only distinction being that it is entirely enclosed by heavy iron mesh. Surrounding the yard, 6 concrete benches, constructed from cement and bricks, are thoughtfully placed for rest. These benches have endured the passage of time, appearing particularly dilapidated under the weight of years. Their grimy hue and weathered surface tell stories of endurance. However, one must not underestimate their significance due to their worn condition. Each seat represents honor and status within the confines of Stanley. Where there are people, hierarchies inevitably arise. Over time, each concrete bench has come to symbolize the territory of a particular faction, serving as the throne for the leaders of these groups. From an aerial perspective during recreation time, one would be astonished to observe that the seemingly crowded masses are, in fact, harmoniously congregated within specific circles. At the heart of each circle lies those crumbling concrete benches. In other words, the 5 major factions in Stanley have tacitly delineated their domains according to their respective benches, while the smaller factions dutifully remain on the periphery. Only the leaders, or the most formidable enforcers within an organization, are deemed worthy of occupying these benches. Under the stringent hierarchy of Stanley, those privileged enough to sit on the benches are few and far between, and no one dares to contest this order. Such is the rule, the dark law governing survival within this prison. Among the 6 concrete benches, one will inevitably remain vacant, thereby transforming the one located in the northwest corner into a gathering place for the eccentrics and murderers, those solitary figures. Naturally, some affluent individuals also qualify to sit there. In this dark forest, composed of various criminals, wealth garners respect alongside brutality. Though these individuals do not belong to any faction, their ferocity or wealth still secures them a place. This is the stark reality. As the jarring bell tolls, the iron gates leading to the recreation square swing open, and prisoners clad in brown uniforms emerge in an orderly fashion from their respective exits. As usual, members of each faction swiftly make their way to their designated territories, embarking on the happiest moments of their day, smoking, boasting, gambling, and even engaging in transactions that fall outside the bounds of the rules. In the instant the crowd disperses, Joe Gonzi strides confidently toward the concrete bench in the far northwest corner, where, due to the wealth and influence of the Zhou family, he naturally claims his place. Lu Xiankai closely followed young Master Zhou, his keen gaze scrutinizing everything around him. It was not only Lu Xiankai. All the inmates in the prison were acutely aware that today's outdoor time could potentially erupt into chaos. Thus, every pair of eyes brimmed with vigilance and a frenzied anticipation. Young Master Zhou also appeared to be on guard. Upon reaching the cement platform, he refrained from immediately taking a seat. Instead, he initiated a conversation with several other ruthless individuals who were qualified to sit there. The phrase "a bow and a snake's shadow" aptly described Zhou Muruan's current state of mind. He was uncertain whether the threat to his life came solely from the left-handed assailant, rendering him too apprehensive to turn his back on these lunatics. Who could say when that fiend might suddenly strike him from behind? Are you afraid? Bored and restless, Lu Xiankai observed the facade of calmness on young Master Zhou's face, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. No. Young Master Zhou stubbornly clung to his pride, his words resolute. What was the point of sitting idly? Standing would allow for some movement and flexibility. Oh, I am weary, Lu Xiankai remarked, nodding slightly before leisurely making his way to the cement platform. From this day forth, only 3 individuals would be permitted upon this platform. Lu Xiankai gestured towards himself, then indicated the pale-faced young Master Zhou and the trembling hamster boy. It is just the 3 of us. Young Master Zhou seemed to fare slightly better, but hamster boy's legs had begun to quiver uncontrollably. They were all acutely aware of the tyrannical and fierce nature of the King of Hell, yet none could have anticipated that on this very first day, Lu Xiankai would dare to wield his authority against these peculiar individuals. Is there anyone who opposes this? Upon the utterance of this statement by Lu Xiankai, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere in the northwest corner. Several affluent individuals seated at the table rose obediently, their eyes brimming with indignation. Yet none dared to voice their dissent. It was evident that within the dark confines of Qishu, the threat of violence overshadowed even the might of wealth. A minute later, the once crowded long table was left with only 2 individuals remaining seated. One was a middle-aged man adorned with tattoos on his cheeks and neck, while the other, sporting a crew cut, bore the weight of countless hardships etched upon his face. Young Master Zhou, feeling somewhat uneasy, tugged at Lu Xiankai's sleeve, his gaze filled with trepidation. Having been in Qizhou for 2 months, young Master Zhou was well aware of the identities of these 2 men who remained seated. One was the infamous serial killer known as the Rainy Night Butcher, Lin Guiyun, who had heinously murdered 27 girls on a stormy night and dismembered their bodies. During the most brutal times, this individual evaded capture even by the entire force of 90,000 constables across the island, leaving millions of women on the island too fearful to venture out into the rain. This clearly illustrates the extent of his depravity. Another is the orchestrator of 4 bombings, who nearly succeeded in assassinating the governor, the maniac known as Huang Xingyi. This individual, relying on his extraordinary skills and explosives, has unleashed a frenzied vengeance upon society, resulting in a death toll and injuries that have soared into the hundreds. Are you still unconvinced, or rendered speechless? Lu Xiankai bent down, continuing to speak word by word. In 3 minutes, if you do not leave, I shall render you incapable. Lu Xiankai patted Mr. Zhou on the shoulder and said, keep an eye on the time. Let me know when it's time. Are you asking me to leave? The middle-aged man, covered in tattoos, slowly raised his head. His gaze as cold as that of a serpent. I know you. You are the butcher of rainy nights. Lu Xiankai licked his lips, his eyes filled with condescending disdain. You're merely a piece of trash who has killed over a dozen women during downpours. Is that truly your justification for sitting here? The man moved his neck, the bones emitting a sound that made one cringe. Talking to scum like you, who only bullies women, irritates me greatly. Thus, to enhance my mood, I have decided that you should vanish from my sight forever. Chapter 12. The brutality of a fist and a knee. Do not overstep, for I too can slay a man. Gazing intently at the menacing Lu Xiankai, Lin Guiyun's facial muscles twitched with a nervous energy. 2 years prior, a police officer had derisively labeled him as worthless, akin to refuse. And what do you suppose transpired? What happened? Lu Xiankai inquired, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with a peculiar excitement. I bit off his ear and swallowed it whole, Lin Guiyun replied, a deranged smile creeping across his face. A smile that marked him as a notorious killer in the annals of Hong Kong's criminal history. His ear was quite tender, with a delightful texture. Oh. Before the pale-faced young Master Zhou and the astonished hamster boy, Lu Xiankai gradually leaned his head closer to Lin Guiyun, tauntingly declaring, my ear is also quite delectable. Might you care to sample? The two men's faces were mere centimeters apart, each able to feel the warmth of the other's breath. Lin Guiyun's crazed gaze remained fixated on Lu Xiankai, devoid of any fear. Instead, it bore a calmness, tinged with an unacknowledged disdain. For reasons unknown, Lin Guiyun's hands began to tremble. My greatest reproach against the imperial legal system is its absence of the death penalty, allowing such scum to persist. I hear that for every girl you slay, you etch a design upon your flesh? Lu Xiankai continued to provoke the maniac before him. A figure feared by many within the prison walls, akin to a mere mortal reprimanding a pet, as he playfully slapped Lin Guiyun's cheek. Smack. Smack. With each light, yet profoundly insulting slap, Lu Xiankai continued. Do you not realize that such behavior only serves to illustrate your cowardice, marking you as a feeble wretch, perhaps abused or even raped by your own father? Lin Guiyun's eyes reddened, a harbinger of his impending madness. Indeed, when I ran out of space on my body, I began tattooing my face. Would you not wish to become one of my inked adornments? Lin Guiyun sought to reclaim a semblance of dignity through his own brand of madness. You may attempt it, Lu Xiankai grinned. The relentless pain coursing through Lin Guiyun's cheek had pushed his endurance to its limits, had it not been Lu Xiankai before him. The man who had incapacitated four formidable foes in the bathhouse, Lin Guiyun, would have surely succumbed to his rage. Such resilience you possess, Lu Xiankai remarked with satisfaction, straightening his posture and flashing a smile that revealed a set of unnaturally white teeth. Yet, I am curious to see how far your tolerance extends. His palm began to strike Lin Guiyun's cheek with increasing force. Each resounding slap echoed like a thunderclap. Blood began to trickle from Lin Guiyun's fractured brow, soon pooling into a glaring dark red stain upon the ground. I shall kill you. No one could endure such indignities, not even in the presence of a fearsome overlord. Lin Guiyun could feel the collective gaze of all the prisoners in the square fixated upon him, and he finally erupted. Suddenly, he retrieved a shard of glass that he had concealed so well from the crevice of the long platform, raising his hand to viciously strike at Lu Xiankai's neck. This was more like it. For such a brutal, unguarded street fight maneuver, Lu Xiankai couldn't even be bothered to evade. He countered with a beautifully executed straight punch that landed heavily on Lin's nose. The late strike arrived first. Crack. The sound of a fractured nose accompanied by a spray of blood immediately resonated. Lin Guiyun staggered back, clutching his face. Lu Xiankai, however, offered him no respite. He swiftly stepped forward, seizing Lin's neck and delivering a textbook knee strike from Muay Thai. Lin crashed to the ground. This knee strike was even more ferocious, transforming the previously splattered blood on Lin's cheek into a gushing torrent akin to a fully opened faucet. What an overwhelming sight. This was the astonished sentiment that erupted within the bewildered Zhou Xiao as he witnessed Lin's bloodied state. It was he who initiated the conflict, clearing the way for me from the constables. Noticing the constables rushing over, Lu Xiankai disregarded the unconscious Lin Guiyun on the ground and instead turned to Zhou Muran. Patting him on the shoulder and lowering his voice seriously, I refuse to believe your relatives did not arrange for additional manpower. Zhou Xiao nodded in confusion and snapped his fingers at a man standing nearby, gesturing towards the fallen Lin Guiyun. The man was initially taken aback but then immediately lunged at Lin, unleashing a flurry of punches with such ferocity that even Lu Xiankai, standing nearby, couldn't help but click his tongue in bewilderment. Did he harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Lin Guiyun? Had Lin harmed a female relative of his? No. Young Master Zhou answered honestly. He is trying to demonstrate loyalty and capability in my presence, and aside from the monetary reward. Being confined here allows him to evade the wrath of that fearsome left hand. Quite astute. Lu Xiankai nodded in agreement, stroking his chin as he regarded the so-called bomb fanatic. Time's up, what do you mean? The constables arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Aside from taking away the completely unconscious Lin Guiyun, the man who expressed unwavering loyalty was also escorted from the square, and tranquility returned once more. This is Chaiwan. In other prisons, such life and death struggles would have already triggered alarm bells. Yet, in this institution, renowned as the foremost academy of the underground world of Hong Kong Island, it was merely a ripple upon the surface of the sea. Once the turmoil subsided, Lu Xiankai directed his gaze towards the last man still seated on the concrete platform. His eyes filled with indifference, a profound disregard for life. Heaven may rage with storms, but mankind faces its own calamities. Huang Xingyi, who had been sitting there smoking, slowly spoke. Be careful when walking the night road, young one. You might capsize. Huang Xingyi possesses an unremarkable appearance, bearing the weariness of age akin to that of an elderly man. The sole distinguishing feature that sets him apart from the common populace is the tattoo of a soaring eagle emblazoned on his arm. Oh, the infamous architect of the first explosion incident in West Kowloon, I am aware of your identity. Lu Xiankai harbors no restraint for the latent aggression that emanates from his very being. It is said that you have a penchant for employing explosives to take lives. Thus, I am intrigued. How do you intend to terminate my existence in a place like Stanley? The world of martial arts is vast. Let us take our time. Huang Xingyi rose from his seat, vacating the space on the concrete platform. With his departure, the concrete platform at the northwest corner has, for the first time in recent years, become eerily vacant. Now, it is time to rest, young Master Zhou. Lu Xiankai's relaxed demeanor prompted a flicker of concern in young Master Zhou. The rainy night butcher is a lunatic, and upon his release, he will undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate you. Are you truly unperturbed? Under the condition that I am well-fed and in good health. The force of my punch and knee strike would suffice to render him a fool. Lu Xiankai's smile instilled a sense of dread in those standing beside him. After all, a fool can sometimes be less dangerous than a madman, for at least the former lacks the capacity to inflict further harm upon society. Unconsciously, everyone edged away from Lu Xiankai. No one relishes the company of a man capable of reducing others to folly, not even these prisoners. Is this the king of hell you speak of? Lu Xiankai? Indeed, brothers Hua. His methods are entirely modern, leaning more towards boxing. His techniques are sharp and agile. He is a formidable fighter. On the concrete platform at the southeast corner, brothers Hua, who sat alone, withdrew his gaze. He turned to Big Daikyu. Remarking that this king of hell is a talent worth engaging, find an opportunity to converse with him shortly. I assure you, he can turn his case around. Upon his release, I will secure him 3 major night shifts. There is but one condition. He must eliminate young Master Zhou, and then join me in Jordan. Brothers Hua laid forth his terms. Chapter 13. The Wind Rises. Lu Xiankai is a madman, a sufficiently formidable madman, at that. This consensus resonates among the myriad factions within the confines of Chiju. Therefore, when a lunatic encounters a psychopathic predator who revels in the slaughter of women, any ensuing conflict barely raises an eyebrow among the other inmates. As for Lin Guiyun, who found himself incapacitated on the ground in the blink of an eye, this elicited no surprise whatsoever. Although Lin Guiyun is deranged and twisted, it is an unspoken truth that he cannot withstand the overwhelming combat prowess of the King of Hell. Thus, the commotion in the northwestern corner failed to stir significant ripples across the yard. Most onlookers merely cast a fleeting glance before returning their attention elsewhere. Only a handful of onlookers, intrigued by the spectacle, let out a few loud whistles, offering their applause for the brutal clash. The influence of the New Ji organization stands in stark contrast to Lu Xiankai's. Originally, New Ji was one of the preeminent syndicates in Chiju, and their actions would undoubtedly instill trepidation among rival factions. Moreover, the incarceration of the notorious Left Hand has drawn heightened scrutiny to New Ji today. When Brother Daikyu of New Ji emerged from the crowd in the southeastern corner, the gaze of nearly every individual in the yard converged upon him. As he strode towards the northwest corner where Lu Xiankai stood, a palpable excitement surged through the onlookers. Brother Daikyu now embodied New Ji. Bearing the fearsome reputation of the Left Hand, everyone was eager to discover whether the King of Hell, having narrowly escaped death in the shower, would still exhibit his trademark arrogance in the face of Brother Daikyu. Are you looking for me? Lu Xiankai mused, reveling in the power of his fists. He finally grasped why his predecessor had been so obsessed with honing his physique. The allure of resolving all matters through sheer strength was utterly captivating. From this moment forth, Lu Xiankai genuinely embraced this exhilarating sensation. For the first time, he considered that this wretched system might not be as deplorable as he once thought. At the very least, it provided him with a channel to attain the strength to articulate his thoughts. Left Hand asked me to seek you out for a discussion. You should consider it an honor. Though Brother Daikyu had aged, his status within New Ji remained unequivocal, a former commander of the second route. by the conventions of the underworld. His personal visit had indeed conferred substantial respect upon Lu Xiankai, who was merely a novice. "What is there to discuss?" Lu Xiankai inquired, taking a cigarette from the adoring hamster beside him and lighting it with a flick of his lighter. Left hand extends his courtesy, promising that if you are willing to transfer to New Ji, he will persuade Uncle Ding to open the doors for you, granting you immediate access to the esteemed 426 Red Stick, ensuring you are adorned with dual flowers. From the day you transition, you will lead your own crew, with left hand allocating 3 venues for your endeavors. Furthermore, for the next 3 years, New Ji will not interfere with the protection fees for the territories you conquer. At the utterance of Brother Daki's words, the surrounding crowd was left utterly astonished. The power dynamics of this realm starkly contrast with those of Lu Xiankai's former Earth. First and foremost, there is the Empire. In this realm, the Empire is devoid of any humiliating history, having endured for an impressive 6 centuries. Furthermore, this world is not as tranquil as another. Although a great war has not erupted, tensions persist among the Empire, the Federation across the ocean, and the religious alliance in the Middle East. This has resulted in a stark contrast between Hong Island and the island from the previous timeline of Lu Xiankai. Despite the presence of the Empire's black guards and the security force, these entities merely signify the Empire's assertion of ownership over this free port, for certain unique reasons. The Empire has never intervened in the affairs of Hong Island, leading to the fact that the entire ecological system of the island is essentially controlled by several prominent families. The relationship between the syndicates and these noble families is no longer a secret. They complement each other. One could say that the syndicates serve as the white gloves of the aristocracy and are another tool through which the noble families exert control over the island. In this world, where the social hierarchy is extremely rigid, it is not uncommon for an ordinary person to become a member of a syndicate, with many celebrities and political figures boasting connections to such organizations. To ascend to the rank of 426 and don the dual flowers signifies a complete breakthrough of class barriers. Given Lu Xiankai's ferocity and strength, if fortune favors him in the future, there is a possibility he may rise to the esteemed ranks of 489 or even the leading incense master within the new record. In other words, this represents a golden path unimaginable to an ordinary individual. Fear not that we are issuing empty promises. Your former elder brother, the infamous Cold Lao, is a well-known figure, and your willingness to take the blame for him is no secret. Should you agree, I shall have this case overturned for you. Brother Dachio once again laid down a substantial chip. The benefits are numerous. Let us discuss the terms. Unlike others, Lu Xiankai, exhaling smoke, first cast a glance at the visibly anxious young Master Zhou before smilingly inquiring of Dachio. This man must meet his demise. The new record operates without restraint, especially after the arrival of Brother Zhua, who has shown no regard for a young master already ensnared and targeted by the Zhou family. Dachio pointed at young Master Zhou and continued, Brother Zhua knows of your prowess. He desires that you accompany him into Jordan upon your release. Lu Xiankai appeared calm, seemingly contemplating the implications. System, may I accept his offer and switch tasks? The system offered no response. Having arrived at a decision, Lu Xiankai slowly raised his head, fully aware that the system's silence indicated the immutable nature of the task. Am I to act as a blade? To confront the ruthless fanatic? Within the memories he absorbed, Lu Xiankai's predecessor appeared to harbor a profound fear of this name. The astute Lu Xiankai realized almost instantaneously what Brother Zhua's invitation to enter Jordan entailed. Meanwhile, young Master Zhou remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly pale, his reputation indeed formidable. Everyone is aware of the eldest son of the Zhou family, yet in essence, he is merely a dandy. Although he possesses a modicum of influence and considerable wealth, he finds himself utterly powerless in the face of the conditions proposed by his adversary. The only course of action available to him is to watch helplessly as Lu Xiankai makes his decisions. Sit down. Lu Xiankai suddenly addressed the young Master Zhou without providing a direct answer. Although young Master Zhou was perplexed by the sudden command, he obediently took his seat. Stand up, Lu Xiankai gestured dismissively. Young Master Zhou rose once more. Have you given the hamster what he requested? Lu Xiankai inquired. I have, young Master Zhou replied honestly. After concluding these exchanges, Lu Xiankai turned to Brother Dakiu, instructing, have you comprehended the situation? If not, relay my words to Zhuo. He will grasp my meaning. Brother Dakiu, appearing utterly bewildered, nodded and departed. What does the King of Hell signify? Brother Dakiu questioned, his expression filled with confusion as he recounted the entire ordeal to Zhuo. He rejected the offer, And with such arrogance, Zhuo Shou remarked, narrowing his eyes at Lu Xiankai in the northwest corner, his tone icy. He wishes for you to convey that he is not young Master Zhou's dog, nor will he serve anyone as such. The scar on Zhuo Shou's face flushed slightly, a manifestation of his extreme anger. He wants you to inform me that if I, like that waste of young Master Zhou, can be as obedient as a dog, he would not hesitate to assist me once. He is courting death. Zhuo Shou gradually rose, stating, I shall see if he truly possesses such audacity. A gust of wind began to rise, the howling breeze suddenly sweeping through the square, stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 14. The gunshot resounds. The names of men and the shadows of trees. At the very moment Left Hand rose, the entire square fell into an immediate silence. All gazes converged upon him, and even the leaders of various factions wore expressions of grave concern. A number of prisoners had already approached the lethal weapons concealed beneath the ground. The infamous twin flower red stick of the new record displayed an unexpectedly formidable presence. Left Hand strode into the center of the square like a ferocious tiger surveying its territory. He slowly approached the northwest corner, beckoning to Lu Xiankai with a subtle gesture. Puking Street, I shall end you, Left Hand declared. The most fearsome of the new record's 5 tigers, Left Hand, proclaimed. I wish to see if you truly possess such prowess. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xiankai murmured something under his breath and rose to his feet, making his way toward the square's center. His steps were deliberate and steady, though not swift. Meanwhile, the green subtitles flashing before Lu Xiankai's eyes revealed a tantalizing promise. Defeat Left Hand to obtain the practice methods and breathing techniques of the 12 intentions of ancient boxing. Gain a fusion skill of ancient Thai boxing and boxing, as well as the training and competition memories of the 3 great boxing champions from the previous world. The rewards were substantial, signifying Left Hand's formidable strength. The wind in the square grew increasingly fierce, swirling up dust and debris, while the barbed wire clanged violently. And the rising clouds of dust obscured the sky. Are we truly to witness a battle of titans so soon? The excitement caused Hamster to tremble with anticipation. He was not alone. The expressions of others, including Brother Lai and Li Jindong, were equally grave. Despite Left Hand's recent ascendancy, the King of Hell, Lu Xiankai, had carved out his own reputation through equally ruthless means in Qiju. No one could ascertain the outcome between these 2 legendary figures of menace. Brother Lai, should we lend our assistance? Murmured Chang Laifu, the eldest of the Chang brothers. In Brother Lai's ear. After all, the King of Hell was one of their own, and he had recently expressed a desire to collaborate with them. A wolf cub cannot be tamed. Brother Lai shook his head. Although he contemplated utilizing the power of their faction to unify Qiju, what benefit would it yield? Such a struggle would merely invite more factions to infiltrate and perpetuate the violence. What do you mean, Brother Lai? Chang Laifu inquired, perplexed by Brother Lai's stance. I have merely 3 years left before my release. Why be so aggressive when the world outside is so vibrant? Brother Lai chastised Chang Laifu with a playful smack on the forehead. To survive in this realm is not merely about bloodshed. One must possess cunning. But what if Lu Xiankai wins? Chang Laifu pondered. Though his intellect was lacking, he shared a common trait with many in this lawless territory, a fervent admiration for strength and ferocity. Should Lu Xiankai prevail, he would become the face of their faction. If he could withstand the retaliation from the new record, even the revered 13th brother would personally intervene to support him. And now? Brother Lai stretched lazily. Let us quietly observe the spectacle. If you're interested, you might even consider placing a wager. It should prove lucrative. As Lu Xiankai advanced step by step towards the center of the square, the crowd instinctively parted to create a space. Viewed from above, the vast center of the square was left with only the Left Hand, facing the King of Hell. This battle was destined to be etched into the annals of Qiju's history, and the surrounding jailers wore expressions of exhilaration. To them, the demise of such scum was merely a matter of one less to contend with, and since no clear command had been issued from above to intervene, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. The Left Hand squinted, his demeanor exuding arrogance, yet he was remarkably cautious in his stance. He adopted a standard Muay Thai guard, shielding his head with both hands while executing a knee defense. Combat was never a performance. The Left Hand had survived in the underworld for many years precisely because he never underestimated anyone. In the realm of fighting, even the slightest oversight could lead to irrevocable defeat. Step by step, as Lu Xiankai entered the Left Hand's striking range, the Left Hand immediately launched his assault. A front leg sweep kick. This maneuver was favored by Muay Thai practitioners for its subtlety and the ability to retract the legs swiftly without compromising balance. This choice revealed that the Left Hand's outward bravado masked a remarkable caution in combat. In response to the left hand's attack, Lu Xiankai executed a sidestep jab, complemented by a swift retreat. Unfortunately, there were no cheers. His nimble footwork bore an uncanny resemblance to the renowned retreating jab of the legendary Roy Jones Jr. The two fighters disengaged, neither rushing to resume their offensive. Lu Xiankai continuously alternated his leaps, his hands guarding his head while his upper body swayed slightly, clearly showcasing the utmost agility and evasion in his boxing technique. "Are you skilled in boxing?" The left hand taunted, licking his lips. He resembled a coiled tiger, slowly pivoting his body while fixating his gaze on Lu Xiankai, clearly seeking an opening to unleash a thunderous barrage of strikes. After years of brawling in the underworld, he had encountered numerous fighters from boxing gyms. In street combat, boxing inherently faced disadvantages against Muay Thai. Although boxing footwork was indeed nimble and its punches sharp and fierce, even the upper body evasion and defense of boxers could not rival that of Muay Thai practitioners. However, there was one critical flaw: the legs. Boxers instinctively defended their torso and head, yet their lower body defenses were clumsy. Given a chance, the left hand's meticulously honed knee strikes, leg techniques, and even elbow strikes could easily unbalance his opponent. In such high-stakes combat, losing one's balance equated to death. Opportunity. As Lu Xiankai attempted to maneuver to his left, his keen observation caught a slight hesitance in his opponent's footwork. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pivoted his hips and executed a powerful whip kick. Simultaneously, Lu Xiankai unleashed a punch from an unusual angle with ferocity. In the next instant, a piercing and persistent alarm resounded above the prison, followed by the authoritative voice of the loudspeaker issuing commands that demanded immediate compliance from all individuals. "All inmates, assemble at once. All inmates, assemble at once." The sound of the announcement remained clear amidst the blaring alarm, conveying the latest update. Super Typhoon Mangkhut had made landfall on Hong Kong Island, with wind speeds now reaching at least 157 miles per hour, equivalent to a Category 5 Atlantic hurricane. Everyone was ordered to line up and return to their cells as the prison entered a state of heightened alert. In a bid to prevent any escalation between the two individuals in the courtyard, the patrol officers in the watchtower discharged their firearms into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 15. A natural course of events. As the sound of gunfire erupted, the shrill wail of police sirens echoed overhead in the prison. Everyone immediately lined up to return to their cells. Typhoon warning. The warning siren blared with extraordinary severity, reiterating the immediate enforcement of the Emergency Disaster Management Regulations. I repeat, the Emergency Disaster Management Regulations are now in effect. You are fortunate, indeed. The moment the words Disaster Emergency Management Regulations resonated from the loudspeaker, the expression on the left man's face instantly shifted from fierce to grave. He took a step back and gradually lowered himself to the ground, cradling his head with both hands. Lu Xiankai mirrored his actions. The two individuals, who had moments ago been locked in a deadly struggle, now wore expressions of submission. Lu Xiankai's mind was immediately flooded with the terrifying implications of the emergency regulations. In this realm, the typhoon disasters faced by Hong Kong were far more frequent and severe than those encountered in Lu Xiankai's otherworld. Moreover, it appears that the natural disasters within this space-time continuum possess astonishingly devastating power. In Lu Xiankai's recollections of another temporal realm, he has never encountered any mention of the so-called temporary management regulations regarding typhoons being enacted on the island. According to the memories that Lu Xiankai has absorbed and assimilated, these temporary management regulations are exceedingly stringent. Certain specialized law enforcement agencies are astonishingly granted permission to discharge their firearms when confronted with catastrophic natural disasters. No one is devoid of the fear of death. Thus, at the very instant the gunfire erupted, every individual in the square promptly dropped to the ground, hands clasped over their heads, obedient as elementary school students. It was evident that they all understood the dire consequences. In such circumstances, one must comprehend that disobedience could incite chaos, and the patrolling guards possessed the authority to pull the trigger and unleash live ammunition. Life is but a singular thread, a truth well understood by the desperate. The scene is rendered both bizarre and absurd. Just moments ago, two individuals engaged in a life-and-death struggle now lie prone on the ground, locked in a fierce gaze, each more menacing than the last. "I will beat you to death." Left hand snarls. "You may attempt it and see who ultimately meets their demise," Lu retorts, revealing a grin that sends a shiver down left hand's spine. Subsequently, the two notorious figures, under the ominous gaze of the darkened barrels, are shackled and herded into the prearranged line. The typhoon, accompanied by torrential rain, persisted for a full day and night. During this period, the atmosphere within Stanley Prison was notably oppressive. All inmates were confined to their cells, and every form of entertainment was suspended. It is hardly surprising that the prison officials adopted such a paranoid stance. After all, Stanley has witnessed several escape attempts during tempestuous weather. Hence, the authorities are particularly vigilant regarding discipline during this time frame. This is markedly different from the prisoner's internal conflicts, which can be easily suppressed and kept confidential, much to the authorities' satisfaction. However, should a jailbreak or riot occur amidst the turmoil, numerous individuals risk losing their positions or even their livelihoods. Unlike the cacophony in other cells, Cell 7 exuded an unusual tranquility. All eyes were riveted upon Lu Xiankai as he tempered his physique, the man exhibiting a strength that left others utterly dumbfounded. He performed deep squats while balancing a horrified hamster on his shoulders, the bulging muscles in his legs straining against the oversized prison uniform until it appeared taut. After completing 200 squats, the initially conscious hamster was left dazed and disoriented, as though thoroughly intoxicated. Beneath Lu Xiankai's composed demeanor, a flicker of exhilaration stirred. Young Master Zhou's financial backing and the hamster's underground connections proved remarkably effective. Massage oils and medicinal herbs had already found their way into his possession. Upon his first application of the ointment, Lu Xiankai could feel the lingering aches in his muscles and bones gradually subsiding, a phenomenon that once again filled him with awe at the system's miraculous capabilities. Yin Wang, you and Zuo will inevitably settle your feud with bloodshed. He won't spare me, nor will he spare you. After witnessing Lu Xiankai's staggering training regimen, young Master Zhou voiced his concern with palpable unease. I need to know, can you truly defeat him? Clearly, the brutalities Zhou had displayed earlier had shaken him. Hesitating briefly, Zhou added, if you lack confidence, I can arrange for a real blade to be smuggled in, not some sharpened toothbrush or makeshift shiv. But if it's discovered, even if you win, you'll face an additional 5 years. Still, survival comes first. Lu Xiankai shook his head. In a fight to the death between us, a blade changes little. But rest assured, I won't lose to him. He has grown complacent in recent years, his skills dulled by comfort. Most crucially, he isn't clever enough. The cryptic remark left Zhou bewildered. Patting his shoulder, Lu Xiankai continued, if you fear my defeat, then procure more massage oils and herbs for me. He spoke no lie. Combat, too, was a game for the shrewd. From the outset, he had deceived Zuo. During the confrontation with the Rainy Night Butcher, he deliberately flaunted his boxing prowess while concealing his mastery of kicks. Even the altercation itself had been a carefully laid trap, a ruse to convince Zuo that his greatest strength lay in his fists. Lu Xiankai was certain Zuo would analyze his movements, so he delivered an impeccably textbook hook. He trusted Zuo's discernment. Where others might see nothing, the man would recognize the technique. Zuo stood exposed. Lu Xiankai remained veiled. Zuo's reputation as a Muay Thai specialist was well documented. Yet few knew Lu Xiankai's arsenal extended beyond boxing and Muay Thai. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was his hidden ace. This was his advantage. Like two gamblers at a table, an unseen card could decide the entire game. As a fellow Muay Thai practitioner, Lu Xiankai understood the disdain strikers held for boxers. Boxing relies on sharp punches and agile dodges. Despite its century-long history in the ring, it is undeniable that proficient boxers often neglect the protection of their lower body. If an opponent perceives a weakness in the defense of the lower half, it presents the perfect opportunity to exploit. Once the fight transitions to the ground, even if one possesses remarkable striking abilities, the proficiency in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu will reveal to the adversary the true depths of despair. At the same time, Lu Xiankai developed a newfound respect for the system. Although cold and mechanical, he could not deny the superior training methods it provided, undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Take, for instance, the kick executed by his left leg today. Lu Xiankai noticed something amiss. This kick was the most standard and fundamental push kick in Muay Thai, specifically the technique known as the. If uninterrupted, the subsequent motion should lead to a follow-up kick or knee strike. There was no question about that. The issue lay in the details of the hip rotation and power generation, which deviated from the basic he had practiced in Muay Thai. Upon returning to his cell, Lu Xiankai mimicked the left leg's attack and then employed the system's training method to execute the same kick. He admitted that the left's fighting ability was exceptionally strong, bordering on terrifying for an ordinary person, yet the kick he delivered was noticeably slower by approximately 0.1 seconds compared to the system's power generation method. The footwork and rhythm also lagged slightly behind the system's prescribed technique. if he could withstand that kick. The left would struggle to maintain a triangular stance during lateral movements or advances and retreats. Without the stability of a Muay Thai fighter's base would be significantly compromised. One should not underestimate such minor discrepancies. A small error can lead to catastrophic consequences, a matter of life and death. This revelation not only bolstered Lu Xiankai's confidence in defeating the left, but also heightened his anticipation for the training methods offered by the system. To strike effectively, one must first learn to endure blows. The system's description of the includes a segment proclaiming that once mastered, ordinary metal spikes would not harm the skin, striking as if against gold or stone. For the first time since his arrival, Lu Xiankai felt assured in his ability to complete this side quest in prison. Unlike his predecessor, who was merely brutish, he understood the necessity of strategy. His primary objective was to seize an opportunity to decisively defeat the left, thereby instilling fear in the hearts of everyone within the prison. This would afford him ample time to practice them. With the wealth of young Master Zhou at his disposal, he would master the technique, and with sufficient resilience, he believed no one in this prison could withstand him. Ultimately, this place was a dark forest that revered strength above all. When everyone perceives you as so formidable that they can only look up to you, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Chapter 16. The Behemoth. After an entire day and night of unrestrained tempestuous winds, tranquility finally descended. As dawn broke on the following day, the haunting wails of the wind had entirely dissipated. Were it not for the chaos strewn across the ground outside, one might have believed that nothing had ever transpired. Once again, the sun graced the plaza of Chai Wan with its illuminating rays. The flora, which had been planted to enhance the surroundings, lay uprooted, and a section of the wire fence leaned precariously, a testament to the storm's formidable might. The prison authorities commenced hasty repairs. The inmates, informed of the cancellation of their outdoor time, were expressions of profound disappointment. Their discontent stemmed not merely from the lost opportunity to enjoy fresh air, but from the perceived loss of a spectacle. Today, no confrontation would unfold. This sentiment permeated the air, leaving each individual steeped in regret. In this world, the gambling instinct of the imperial denizens is ingrained in their very bones. In merely a day and night, a betting frenzy had quietly unfurled, centered around the impending clash between the two most ferocious men, Left Hand and Lu Xiankai, as recognized by the prisoners themselves. The bookmakers, Ligo from the Number Gang and the Behemoth from the 14K, had even enlisted the participation of some prison guards. It was rumored that Li Zhendong of the Big Circle had placed substantial bets, indicating that all factions had engaged in this wagering affair. The life and death struggle between the two men had become a raucous celebration for these individuals during their otherwise monotonous existence. Whispers circulated that the betting pool had swelled to an astonishing sum of 600,000. One should not underestimate the wealth possessed by the inmates. In this era, the prisons of Hong Kong Island function as vast factories, with the prisoners serving as the most inexpensive labor force. Yet, even the most economical of workers, deprived of opportunities to spend their earnings over the years, would possess some savings. In this exceedingly dull environment, even a mere scuffle between rats could elicit exhilaration and fervent betting from these ruffians, let alone the life and death duel between the new record S Thunder Tiger and Chai Wan-S King of Hell. The odds for Left Hand stood at 4-1, while Lu Xiankai's odds were 1-3. This discrepancy indicated a prevailing belief in Left Hand's imminent victory. This assessment arose from careful analysis of Left Hand's past performances juxtaposed with Lu Xiankai's previous brawls. However, many overlooked a crucial aspect: Left Hand's defiance. Few were aware that Left Hand had, after significant losses, resolved to defy Magu, even voluntarily relinquishing his territory in Sim Sha Sui at the incense hall of the new record. Would such a man permit a group of individuals he deemed beneath him to critique his worth? Would he allow them to view him as but a dog in a fighting pit? After all, it was merely 600,000. Left Hand had once spent far more on a single night for a woman. Thus, upon receiving news of the stakes, his immediate response was one of uncontainable rage. Before my arrival, Uncle Ben had advised me to take a cue from Diao Jiao, allowing the new record to wield greater influence within these walls. Within the confines of cell number 3, the atmosphere grew tense as the Left Hand's expression turned particularly grim and menacing. He addressed Brother Tegu with a deliberate calmness, stating, however, "I must decline. It is not that I am unwilling to assist the organization, rather, I perceive no necessity for it." The Left Hand did not conceal his disdain for Chiju. The prison, albeit modest in size, offers scant opportunities for personal gain. What value is there in acquiring additional influence? Brother Tegu wore a forced smile. Uncle said that this would leave an impression on our brothers outside. conveying that even within this harsh environment, our organization remains formidable. Yet, I remained unconvinced. The left hand continued. I am not like that lunatic, Diageo, who cannot endure a day without bloodshed. But to think these fools would open a betting pool on my life? They are courting disaster. His demeanor darkened further as he contemplated the absurdity of being treated as a mere fighting dog for their wagers. This is madness. The left hand turned his gaze to Tegu. Didn't he that madman Yin Wang engage in battles with every faction? Relay a message to him. What message? Tegu felt a shiver of apprehension. He had quietly wagered 20,000 on the left hand's victory, though the odds were slightly unfavorable, having witnessed the left hand's lethal prowess. Tegu held unwavering confidence in him. Nonetheless, the left hand's current demeanor instilled a profound fear in Tegu, one that suggested he might disregard the organization's rules and end his life in a fit of rage. The clash between two titans should not be subject to the opinions of mere curs. The left hand smirked. Inquire if he has any interest in uniting against others before I put him down. Let these fools learn what respect truly means. Deep down, the left hand still harbored ambitions of subjugating Lu Xiankai. Would he agree? Tegu pondered. He will. I recognized the glint in his eyes. It mirrors my own from when I was young. Half an hour later, Lu Xiankai's response came. I am a man of unyielding spirit, inherently averse to being treated like a dog. Thus, let the games begin. The left hand erupted in laughter, turning to Tegu. Who shall we eliminate first? Tegu's expression soured, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke. After Zhao Jio was incarcerated, 14K did not spare us from his wrath. If I had to choose, it would be the big guy. In prison, the most significant concern is food, particularly in Chiju. Among the inmates, 80% are hardened criminals, indifferent to matters of weather or finance. Their sole focus is to fill their bellies. Especially during inclement weather when outdoor exercise is restricted, the prison typically provides significantly better meals than usual. The principle is simple. A well-fed inmate is less likely to create trouble, and it proves remarkably effective. Today, the meal was particularly sumptuous, and the dining hall was filled with the satisfied expressions of inmates, each holding a heavy iron tray laden with a thick, succulent steak drenched in savory sauce, appealing to many appetites. Much like the outdoor yard, the dining hall in Chiju is distinctly divided. Each faction claims its own corner. The crowd stood in hushed anticipation as they queued to enter, subsequently filling their plates before settling down to enjoy their meals in the comfort of their designated spaces. Everything appeared quite ordinary, reminiscent of any other day. Yet, many diners, even while partaking of their food, cast furtive glances toward Lu Xiankai and Zhuo, apprehensive about when these two rule-defying individuals might ignite a conflict. They feared that a moment's inattention could cause them to miss the most exhilarating spectacle of combat. Lu Xiankai remained unfazed by the scrutiny of those around him, calmly savoring his meal. The advantages of having a devoted subordinate, Hamster, were once again evident. Lu Xiankai was astonished to discover that beneath his iron plate of rice lay 3 succulent steaks. Brother Kai, let your little brother handle such trivialities in the future. Eat more to gain strength. Hamster, seated across from Lu Xiankai, winked at him with a triumphant expression. In the future, let us add 5 more. I require ample nutrition, and I entrust this task to you. Lu Xiankai's rigorous daily training had cultivated a voracious appetite. Observing Hamster's expression shift from sycophancy to despair, Lu Xiankai nodded in satisfaction. Brother Kai, you must prevail. Hamster transferred a steak from his own plate to Lu Xiankai's, adding, if you vanquish Zhuo, I will secure the supply rights from XING. That little black fellow won't dare to compete with me, and then you can feast to your heart's content. Fully aware that he was irrevocably entwined with Lu Xiankai, Hamster became increasingly enthusiastic. Realizing that a few steaks alone might not sway Lu Xiankai, he continued, Brother Kai, prison can be quite a lucrative venture. Old Pooh has earned enough over the years to afford his daughter a Ferrari outside. Despite the lack of spending opportunities within these walls, everything outside requires money. We, who have become detached from society, can only survive if our wallets are somewhat full. Once I make it big, I will reserve a share for you. Hamster's face radiated excitement as he broached this topic, his usual obsequiousness replaced by genuine fervor. Have you contemplated life after your release? Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze discerned the underlying fear in Hamster's eyes, despite his enthusiastic discourse about wealth. It reminded Lu Xiankai of a film from his original timeline, The Shawshank Redemption. In that narrative, the pervasive influence of institutionalization profoundly affected individuals, particularly ordinary souls like Hamster, who might choose to end their lives upon facing the unfamiliar world outside. I am uncertain. I will not be released for many years. I only hope that when I finally stand outside, I will not starve. If given the chance, I wish to behold the vast ocean, sailing under the azure sky and drifting clouds, with nothing on my mind, sleeping until the end of days. Hamster's countenance darkened as he replied, "Rest assured, you will amass great wealth, so numerous that upon stepping outside, you could embrace a multitude of dazzling young ladies and verbally vanquish them with ease." Contemplating his primary mission, Lu Xiankai responded with serene composure. "Truly?" The hamster-faced lad beamed with delight. Just as he prepared to continue the conversation, he witnessed his superior devouring the contents of his plate in mere mouthfuls before abruptly rising and striding toward the southwestern corner of the cafeteria. Simultaneously, in another corner, Zhuo set down his chopsticks. "Ah Chong." Zhuo rapped his knuckles against the tabletop, then gave a firm nod. "Proceed." Chapter 17. The Eagle. As soon as the words left hand were uttered, Ah Chong, whose name had been called, immediately rose and forcefully smashed his tray onto the head of a member of the 14K gang, who was several meters away. "You're courting death." The 14K member, drenched in soup, erupted in fury, prompting all members of the 14K to rise simultaneously. A piercing whistle echoed, signaling that the patrolling officers had noticed the standoff between the new record and the 14K members. "Sit down and eat, or you'll find yourselves in confinement." Several officers hurried towards the scene of the conflict. No one paid them any heed. Both factions stood, glaring at one another, their animosity palpable. The hierarchy within the gang was rigidly maintained. Despite all members being on their feet, their gazes were fixed upon their respective leaders. "Left hand, are you looking for trouble?" The large man, leisurely enjoying his meal, addressed the left hand calmly. In the local vernacular of the harbor city, Big Guy referred to a robust, muscular man. The current holder of the position once occupied by the notorious DQ, the Big Guy Chen Yongqiang, epitomized the term. Perhaps the only prisoner in history to require a specially designed cell due to his size. His arms were as thick as an ordinary man's thighs, and his chest muscles could easily support a loose prisoner, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Left hand, what are you doing?" The Big Guy squinted at the left hand, who remained seated. "If you're not planning to engage in a life-and-death struggle with that madman Yama, why trouble us, the 14K? All attention was captivated by the standoff between the left hand and the Big Guy. Even the officers rushing toward the scene seemed oblivious to Lu Xiankai, who was stealthily approaching the Big Guy. Why so much unnecessary chatter? The left hand picked at his teeth. "You dare to use my move to set a trap? On what grounds?" Observing the Big Guy's beast-like physique, the left hand's tone was laced with disdain. "Is it merely your steroid-induced muscles? Let me tell you, even your brother DQ wouldn't have the audacity to challenge me. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to respect one's elders. I have no desire to engage in excessive dialogue with a gorilla." After delivering this statement, the left hand cast a glance at Dachio. The latter's expression was grim. Yet without hesitation, he seized a chair and forcefully smashed it against the solitary camera in the southwest corner of the room that could capture the scene. The surveillance footage was instantly transformed into a cascade of static. This action left all 14K members momentarily stunned, especially the Big Guy, whose countenance darkened. He understood that in Chizhu, only when lives were at stake would someone take the drastic step of destroying such equipment. 30 days of confinement, plus a 6-month sentence. Such severe penalties were rarely borne by inmates, hence only designated scapegoats undertook such acts when the gang intended to kill. No wonder Dachio's face was ashen. Clearly, the left hand was privy to the information he had discreetly wagered. "You truly are a madman." The hulking figure rose, casting a fleeting glance at the frenzied constable blowing his whistle. As anticipated, several officers had already been encircled by members of rival factions. The prisoners, reveling in the chaos, raised their hands high, indifferent to the constable's truncheon striking their bodies, refusing to budge an inch. Clearly, they were eager to witness a showdown between the 14K and the new era. "Take action." The giant made the most prudent decision to eliminate these scoundrels. With his command, numerous members of the 14K emerged from the shadows, brandishing an array of sharpened implements, and surged toward the new era with fierce determination. At that moment, Lu, still 8 meters away from the giant, pondered the meaning of a red stick, indeed, the illustrious double red stick. A formidable warrior capable of turning the tide in gang confrontations with sheer ferocity. The left-hand man, celebrated as the most formidable double red stick of the new era in the past decade, proved to be no exaggeration. Rather than allowing his subordinates to engage in a brutal melee, he sprang into action as soon as the cameras were smashed, positioning himself at the forefront. with his valor. Dozens of new era members rallied behind him, their morale soaring. Leading the charge, the left-hand man demonstrated with brutal efficiency why he had the honor of being the first to sip Uncle Ben's tea during the new era's incense initiation. The first adversary he confronted, a short and stocky thug, barely had time to react before the left-hand man delivered a knee strike, sending him sprawling. With a resounding crash, the thug's hefty frame collided with a nearby dining table, convulsing and bleeding from the mouth, clearly incapacitated and unable to rise again. The left-hand man pressed on relentlessly. With a swift glide, he launched a fierce kick into the gut of another 14K member. It was no exaggeration. Many witnessed the short thug being sent airborne by the force of the blow. The left-hand man coiled his leg for another strike, unleashing a powerful punch that felled a brash youth brandishing a toothbrush. He savored the terror in the giant's eyes, grinning wickedly, "No one can outmaneuver me. Act now," he shouted at Lou. The constables, with their whistles blaring, were on the verge of breaching the barrier formed by the prisoners. Unlike ordinary inmates, the giant held significant connections and a network of interest within the 14K in Chaiwan. Therefore, the officers would not allow the left-hand man to kill the giant before their eyes. "You can't kill me, left-hand man." The giant's strength was formidable. Though he lacked the courage to confront the left-hand man directly, he was undeterred in his audacity to hurl nearby objects. With a furious roar, he lifted a dining table weighing over 200 pounds and hurled it with all his might. "Watch out, Brother Young," exclaimed a nearby lackey in alarm. The hulking figure abruptly turned around, only to realize that another formidable presence within the prison, the infamous Yin Wang Lu Xiankai, had stealthily closed the distance to a mere 3 meters. "I refuse to be treated like a mere fighting dog," he roared, his voice brimming with fury. "Let your downfall serve as a lesson to all. I demand the respect I deserve." Lu Xiankai's ferocity was palpable, and he continued to wield his boxing skills with precision. With a powerful sprint, he unleashed a devastating rear hook that felled an approaching ruffian. Momentum surged through him as he propelled himself forward, his right foot striking the ground with immense force, launching him into the air, hurtling directly towards the hulking man. Like an eagle in flight, this was the most vivid impression etched in the minds of Zhou Daxiao and the little hamster from afar. Chapter 18. The Art of War Lies in Deception. In the throes of life and death combat, what matters most? Courage. Without it, a man loses his composure. And without composure, even the most meticulously honed skills may falter when it counts. Between life and death lies an abyss of terror. It is all too common for the mind to go blank when shrouded by the specter of death. Lu Xiankai lunged through the air, his aura sharp as a blade. The burly enforcer, who had once boasted of his ruthlessness, found his mind momentarily paralyzed by fear, a fleeting lapse that sealed his fate. It was not entirely his fault. Having long been removed from such brutal confrontations, beneath his menacing exterior, he had already lost his nerve. After all, his opponents were no ordinary men. Zuo was a fiend capable of matching even the infamous Dian Jiao in strength, while Lu Xiankai was the madman who had once dismantled 4 elite fighters barehanded in a bathhouse. The enforcer could never have imagined that a mere gambling dispute among the gang leaders would cost him his life. Death comes in an instant. In that split second of hesitation, Lu Xiankai's whip-like leg struck his temple with brutal precision. Yet, at the moment of impact, Lu pulled back half his force. The kick appeared devastating, but the enforcer only staggered back, eyes bloodshot, still standing. Zuo, observing from the sidelines, allowed a flicker of disdain to cross his gaze before masking it once more. The fight raged on. Lu landed and immediately followed with a devastating uppercut, its arc deceptively graceful. Compared to the earlier kick, this punch seemed unremarkable, yet its force was staggering. The enforcer's massive frame, built like a bear, was lifted clean off the ground before crashing heavily at Zuo's feet. Zuo did not hesitate. Before the enforcer could react, his right leg twisted in an unnatural motion, locking around the thick neck with crushing pressure. A twist of the hips snapped. The crisp sound of breaking bones silenced the brawling inmates. Their eyes widened at the sight. The enforcer's bulging, bloodshot gaze, his neck bent at an impossible angle. Zuo's legs held the power to fell a banana tree in 7 kicks. One strike was all it took to snap the enforcer's neck like a twig. The cafeteria fell into a deathly hush under the ruthless, surgical precision of Lu Xiankai and Zuo. The enforcer never even threw the vaunted 500-pound punch he had so often bragged about. A few more years, and you might have been unkillable. One more chance, same terms. Join me. As Zuo knelt in submission, the hidden scorn in his eyes toward Lu Xiankai shifted into something heavier. The lightning-quick assault had revealed Lu's true prowess. The young man, referred to as the King of Hell, although possessing only mediocre leg techniques, commanded respect with his formidable fists. The astonishing power that could send a 200-pound behemoth soaring through the air was remarkable, and the fact that Lu Xiankai could adeptly control the giant's landing position left Zhuo Shou somewhat awestruck. Nevertheless, Zhuo Shou maintained unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Lu Xiankai. Thus, he approached the prospect of this encounter with an air of arrogance, convinced of his absolute certainty in vanquishing his opponent. Your boxing skills are exceptional, and you have dabbled in Muay Thai. However, it is evident that your efforts have been predominantly focused on boxing. Zhuo Shou, brimming with pride, surmised that the cold fellow intended to leverage you for monetary gain in boxing matches, which explains why your training did not prepare you for street fighting. With a few more years of diligent practice, you might indeed have the opportunity to compete professionally. Yet, at this moment, your options are limited. Zhuo Shou scoffed. I concede that a boxer's upper body evasive maneuvers are indeed among the finest in the world of combat techniques, and their guard can deflect numerous attacks. However, our struggle is not confined to a ring, devoid of any rules. Your lower body is your greatest vulnerability. Zhuo Shou felt no hesitation in revealing the flaws he perceived, for he understood that even Lu Xiankai, with his extraordinary talent, could not possibly rectify his shortcomings to a level of parity in such a brief span of time. I am no one's subordinate. I am merely myself. Lu Xiankai grinned widely and then, before the constables could reach him, obediently knelt on the ground. I hope you do not regret this in the future. Zhuo Shou also knelt, allowing 2 constables to secure heavy handcuffs upon him. He harbored no fears of repercussions for having dispatched the giant, having secured Uncle Ben's consent prior to their actions. Zhuo Shou held a profound respect for Uncle Ben's network, particularly with the New G's old top brass. Moreover, there were no cameras to document the event, and there were plenty of individuals willing to take the fall for him. As he was escorted away, Zhuo Shou posed another question. Did you intentionally let the giant confront me? Afraid of confinement? Lu Xiankai remained silent. Zhuo Shou laughed heartily, acknowledging his own fierce nature. Even while restrained by 2 prison guards, he flashed a grin at Lu Xiankai. I am Zhuo Shou, apart from Uncle Ben and Jiuge. No one can treat me like a mere pawn. What significance is there in annihilating washed-up figures who barely scrape by in Qizhu? Is it for that reason? One of the bookmakers in the crowd, Brother Lai, spoke languidly. Zhuo Shou, with an audacious demeanor, directed his gaze towards Brother Lai of the Number Gang, posing a challenge. If a madman like Li Guangtu were to enter Qizhu, who would dare to open such a betting line? The menacing scar on his face seemed to writhe with life as his voice thundered. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, if it were Li Guangtu, no one would dare to treat that lunatic as a mere contender in a betting ring. Lu Xiankai regarded Zhuo Shou with a steady gaze, a flicker of admiration igniting within his eyes. Though this adversary would ultimately become his equal in a life-and-death struggle, Zhuo Shou's ferocity and defiance earned Lu Xiankai's respect. I assure you, should you meet your demise at my hands in the future, I shall seek a formidable adversary for you, Lu Xiankai whispered, making his promise as he watched the left hand being escorted away into the distance. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Xiankai had been meticulously scheming against the left hand, including the decision to collaborate in eliminating the behemoth. During the fierce confrontation in the bathroom, the behemoth was also involved in the ambush against the previous leader. Thus, Lu Xiankai possessed a profound understanding of the behemoth's capabilities. This individual was immensely strong, even obsessively augmenting his muscles through drugs and equipment. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. Dead muscle cannot inflict harm. The larger the muscle, the less agile it becomes. Most importantly, there was a fundamental lack of ferocity within this person. Among the vivid memories Lu Xiankai retained from the bathroom skirmish, one scene stood out prominently. When the previous leader was drenched in blood, appearing utterly deranged, the behemoth's gaze was not one of ruthless determination, but rather of horror and trepidation. Before any confrontation commenced, Lu Xiankai was emboldened by this singular observation to conclude that this successor to the position of the madman had never faced any true combat in his tumultuous career. Armed with this insight, Lu Xiankai boldly chose to conceal his own prowess. Thus, he felt confident executing a kick that, while appearing formidable, was riddled with flaws to the discerning eye. The subsequent heavy strikes were also a deliberate maneuver on Lu Xiankai's part. His prior achievements in battle were nothing short of remarkable. Hence, he could not afford to present himself as utterly inept, for that would raise suspicions in the left hand regarding his motives. Based on the left hand's reactions, it was evident that Lu Xiankai had succeeded brilliantly. In the realm of warfare, deception reigned supreme. One must appear incapable while demonstrating capability and utilize while feigning disuse. He was not the martial zealot of his predecessor. In an alternate reality, Lu Xiankai bore a rather unflattering moniker within the industry, the Deceptive Rogue. Chapter 19. The Calm Before the Storm. The prison and the outside world appear to be two distinct realms, yet they are intricately intertwined. Uncle Ben from the New Record possesses remarkable influence. Despite numerous eyewitnesses attesting to the brutal manner in which the large man met his demise at the hands of the left-hand enforcer, the punishment for the latter was merely a fleeting 3 days of solitary confinement, thanks to Tegu taking the fall. The official explanation was that a scuffle had erupted during a meal between the large man and Tegu, resulting in his unfortunate death during the altercation. The situation seemed to have settled down. Whether the 14K would seek retribution or whether other factions would venture in to reclaim their honor was a distant concern. Currently, the inmates within the prison had shifted their focus to two other influential figures. One was Brother Lai from the Number Gang, and the other was the formidable enforcer from the Wiki. It is well understood that in this underworld, reputation holds paramount importance. The left-hand enforcer, fierce and unyielding, had brutally taken the life of the large man for daring to challenge him. Thus the implications of whether the betting would continue or cease were drastically different. Continuing would signify that both the Number Gang and Wiki were unwilling to concede, which, given the left-hand enforcer's fierce nature, would likely lead to further conflict. Conversely, ceasing would indicate capitulation, signifying that as long as the left-hand enforcer remained, the territory of Chai Wan would belong to the New Record. Such scenarios were not unprecedented. The last occurrence of this nature transpired after the notorious Mad 9 of the 14K entered the fray. Mad 9 was infinitely more unhinged than the left-hand enforcer. From the moment he set foot in prison, he had issued a stark warning to all factions. This territory was too confined. If a dragon were to reside here, it would lie low, and if a tiger were to dwell here, it would rest quietly. During his time within these walls, all were to show him respect, as the 14K would dictate the terms. The age-old adage rings true. In the underworld, reputation is of utmost significance. Mad 9's rampage left other gangs with no choice but to engage, albeit with devastating outcomes. Following several brutal skirmishes, Mad 9, wielding his unmatched legs, had dispatched 3 leaders from rival factions. Silence soon enveloped the room. Yet, Mad 9's dominance did not end there, particularly in a bid to restore their honor. Wiki unleashed 3 assassins into the prison, igniting another wave of bloodshed. The result was a resounding victory for Mad 9. Ultimately, his ferocity deterred the external heads of other gangs from allowing their subordinates to engage with him, leading to a period where Chai Wan was effectively ruled by the 14K. Had it not been for the fierce confrontations between the 14K and New Record on Boland Street, which compelled the influential leader Ming Wang to leverage his connections and invest heavily to extricate Mad 9, this era might have been prolonged even further. In Chai Wan, the laundry room, the rising steam rendered the somewhat cramped space hazy and difficult to see. To fight or not to fight? The voice of Wiki's enforcer echoed uncertainly through the misty chamber. Are you not afraid that the left-hand enforcer could become the next Mad 9? Lai Gu, lazily puffing on a cigarette, responded, we want to fight. But who knows if that madman from the isolation room will stir up trouble again? Especially since this scoundrel managed to get the lunatic Lu to help him. A flicker of fear crossed Tyrannosaurus's expression. Rest assured, Left Hand is not like Diaogeo. As long as we show humility, he won't have the energy to toy with us for long. Lai Gu, a short-statured man, clearly had put in considerable effort into his combat skills, as evidenced by his well-developed trapezius muscles. Diaogeo was merely a thug, a maniac who craved bloodshed without the burden of territory. With so many Venus under Left Hand's control, he wouldn't linger in prison for long. Lai Gu patted Tyrannosaurus on the shoulder, suggesting they forego the gamble. You and I will be out in a few years. We are not the precious favorites of the old top. If something goes awry, we will bear the consequences alone, and no one will pay a hefty sum to protect us. Tyrannosaurus nodded. I will clarify things with Left Hand. But do you think that the King of Helu will retaliate against our ambush in the bathhouse? He still belongs to your Number Gang. What is your take? That madman emerged from isolation as if he had transformed into a different person. Even the Chong brothers fell under his manipulation. At the mention of Lu, a hint of pallor crossed Lai Ji's face. Forget about him for now. Let him and Left Hand have their own dogfight. Left Hand was only locked up for 3 days? Despite having the memories of his predecessor, Lu was still shocked by the darkness of the prison. He initially guessed that Left Hand would be detained for at least 10 days, if not longer. Lu had intended to use this time to restore his own body. The miraculous efficacy of the massage oil concocted by the system left him somewhat incredulous. In just a few days, not only had most of his hidden injuries healed, but he also sensed a slight increase in his strength and speed. This indicated that the longer time dragged on, the greater his chances of defeating Left Hand would become. This was even without having started to cultivate the ancient technique of iron cloth shirt. If the effects of iron cloth shirt were indeed as the system suggested, granting him superhuman resilience, Lu genuinely believed it possible to subjugate this prison solely with his fists. Tell me about the history of Hong Kong. Witnessing the unrestrained bribery within the prison by the new record, Lu decided to learn about the differences between these two worlds from young Master Zhou. The greatest wealth left to him by his predecessor was a strong physique and the skills honed through combat experience. However, a significant shortcoming remained. His lowly status limited his understanding of this world to the confines of boxing gyms in Hong Kong. Lu aimed to gain deeper insights into this world from young Master Zhou. What do you wish to know? After witnessing the scene of a hulking figure being struck down by Lu's punch, young Master Zhou's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. I never anticipated that the judicial system in the port city could descend into such chaos. Let me elaborate on every aspect I am aware of. Lu Xiankai responded slowly. After more than 2 hours of narration, it was only when Master Zhou's throat became parched and hoarse that Lu Xiankai finally relented with satisfaction. The first certainty he could ascertain was that the technological advancements in this time and space should be comparable to those in his own. The disarray in the port city stemmed from a political landscape that was entirely disparate. In this peculiar realm, the Yanwang Empire not only endured for centuries but also harbored the existence of vassal kings from different lineages. The sole reason for the turmoil on the island was that, despite its nominal allegiance to the empire, it was effectively under the control of several powerful families. The empire merely deployed troops to assert ownership, refraining from any further interference. Upon absorbing Master Zhou's account, Lu Xiankai gained a deeper understanding. The social environment of the port island bore an uncanny resemblance to the tumultuous era of the 1950s and 60s in his own timeline, equally chaotic, equally shrouded in darkness. Not only were numerous gangs prevalent, but the various aristocratic clans also represented disparate factions, a complexity that could hardly be overstated. Having thoroughly grasped the broader context of his surroundings, Lu Xiankai redirected his focus to the training provided by the system. The world was in disarray, and only a sufficiently robust physique would bestow upon him a sense of security. Moreover, on a deeper level, Lu Xiankai had grown fond of resolving conflicts through sheer physicality rather than cunning machinations. The cultivation method of the iron cloth shirt became increasingly unsettling. Regardless of how many times they had witnessed it, every inmate in cell No. 7 felt a chill run down their spine at the sight of Lu Xiankai fortifying his body. Observing Lu Xiankai commanding the young inmate and another prisoner to rub iron sand against his skin, Master Zhou found it difficult to fathom the mental fortitude required for one to impose such rigorous discipline upon oneself. Beads of sweat trickled down the horrifyingly grotesque tattoo on Lu Xiankai's back, causing everyone to avert their gaze involuntarily. Days passed, and Lu Xiankai had become synonymous with the inhuman within cell number 7. Every morning and late at night, the young inmate would grit his teeth and relentlessly strike Lu Xiankai with a steel bar acquired from the factory, while Lu Xiankai remained eerily calm during the beatings. His assailant wore a visage of terror. With the slightest exertion, if the ribcage had not been sufficiently tempered, the young inmate would nod pale-faced. Unsure whether Lu Xiankai's body was forged from iron, despite his own exhaustion from striking, Lu Xiankai appeared utterly unfazed, instilling fear in the young inmate. Lu Xiankai opened his eyes, rose to wipe the bruises from his body, and immediately someone else took over the young inmate's task. During the previous application of ointment, it seemed the medicine had failed to penetrate the area around his scapula, and today he felt discomfort in his bones. I must be vigilant. I must be vigilant. Standing behind Lu Xiankai was an exceptionally robust inmate, whose expression at that moment was one of pitiful grievance, reminiscent of a delicate bride. With nimble hands, he deftly applied the golden liquid onto Lu Xiankai's back, subsequently unleashing a fervent barrage of slaps. Wu Youxiang, nicknamed Daxiang, found himself in a rather unjust predicament. He could hardly comprehend how a mere boast about his grandfather, a former physician in the Imperial Court's security hall, coupled with his own mastery of massage techniques, had led him to be regarded as a personal masseur by this deranged figure known as Yama. While the act of massage itself was not burdensome, the 2-hour duration, during which every technique had to be executed with utmost vigor, was indeed a matter of life and death. Chapter 20. The Essence of the Straight Punch. Lu Xiankai initially believed he would be unable to endure the frenzied training reminiscent of his predecessors. However, Upon discovering that the medicinal herbs provided by the system truly facilitated his rapid advancement, he transformed into a fervent practitioner of martial arts. One must concede that one gets what one pays for. Medicinal herbs, particularly traditional Chinese herbs, are fundamentally distinct from luxury goods. Their high cost is indeed justified. Behind him, Wu Zhixiong was drenched in sweat, while Lu Xiankai closed his eyes to sense the transformations within his body. As the medicine permeated his system, warmth radiated from his waist, back, legs, shoulders, arms, abdomen, and knees. Lu Xiankai could now perceive that the soreness in numerous hidden meridians, a consequence of intense training, had entirely dissipated. Certain areas of his skin were gradually becoming more resilient. The system's offerings were undeniably exquisite. After an hour and a half, Lu Xiankai finally opened his eyes, and the master, Xiong, collapsed to the ground in utter exhaustion. Xiong was genuinely fatigued. He never anticipated that a single massage could leave his muscular frame so utterly depleted. Each massage required him to exert every ounce of his strength. He had attempted to take it easy, and the bruises at the corners of his eyes were a testament to his laziness. Feeling aggrieved, Xiong pondered why a mere massage could lead to such consequences. Lu Xiankai's next words plunged him into deeper despair. Your technique possesses potential, yet it is rather unrefined. If you do not enhance your skills before tomorrow's session, I shall continue to discipline you, ensuring you comprehend the repercussions of complacency. Once he felt his condition restored, Lu Xiankai resumed practicing the straight punch, a synthesis of boxing and Muay Thai techniques. Absorbing knowledge is one thing. Experiencing it firsthand is another. After several skirmishes, Lu Xiankai recognized the deficiencies of his predecessor. He admitted that his predecessor possessed exceptional physical prowess but lacked intelligence, particularly in summarizing the training methods provided by the system. His predecessor stubbornly relied on a single fighting style, and now, reflecting on his time in the shower, he realized that a mere alteration in tactics during two critical moments could have yielded far more glorious outcomes. Yet, his predecessor's sluggishness led to severe injuries, such as the third wound, which could have been entirely avoided with a combination of a boxing uppercut and a Muay Thai knee strike to decisively incapacitate the opponent. Lu Xiankai understood that overthinking was futile. His goal now was to seamlessly integrate all the techniques within his body through practice, thereby achieving the most rapid improvement. The front straight punch, the most frequently employed technique in combat, is also one of the most vital. However, his predecessor mechanically trained in two distinct fighting styles, entirely neglecting the notion of synthesizing all his techniques into a cohesive whole. What would transpire if the rhythm of Muay Thai were harmoniously fused with the deceptive angles of boxing strikes? Lu Xiankai's eyes brimmed with excitement. Inside cell number 7, everyone was spellbound, watching Lu Xiankai relentlessly unleash a flurry of punches into the air, repeating the same simple straight punch for hours on end. He appeared tireless, unfazed by the monotony. Instead, with each strike, Lu Xiankai found himself increasingly at ease. Heavy jabs, rapid thrusts, up and down movements, back and forth, rhythm control, body posture, and corresponding shifts. What does it mean to cast flirtatious glances at the blind? What signifies an incomprehensible brilliance? If a left-handed fighter or any seasoned combat expert with over 5 years of experience were present, they might very well applaud fervently. For Lu Xiankai's punches had transcended into the realm of artistry. Every subtle variation flowed seamlessly. What seemed mundane could alter the trajectory of his punches in strange yet precise ways with just a thought, as if responding to some unseen force. Green subtitles from the system once again materialized before Lu Xiankai's eyes. Congratulations, host, on taking another small step forward. Your straight punch has achieved perfection. It is advised that you contemplate further integrating boxing footwork with Muay Thai's 3-step movement. Do you go by the name Adao? In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Xiankai, who had been throwing punches at the air for nearly 2 hours, turned to a young man sitting silently in the corner. It is I, Brother Yan Wang. Adao replied, somewhat surprised yet maintaining a respectful demeanor. I recall you were once a blade wielder for the Number Gang, and your skills with the knife were commendable? Lu Xiankai looked at the reticent Adao, memories of the man's past flooding his mind. Qin Dao, known as Adao, had once been the right-hand man of Xiang Qi, and had dealt with some notoriously difficult characters for the gang. Had Xiang Qi not met his untimely demise on the streets, this man, Qin Dao, might have held a significant place in the underworld. Just SOSO, I trained haphazardly for a few months under a southern master. I can hold my own in street fights against those ruffians and am somewhat quicker with the blade, Qin Dao replied candidly. But against a master like Brother Yan Wang, my knife would be of little use. What is your preferred knife? Lu Xiankai inquired, neither confirming nor denying. I practice a niche knife technique from the south called close-kill blade. I usually prefer using a Nepali kukri for tasks, Qin Dao responded. My forte lies in the reverse grip. The Nepali kukri suits my grip style perfectly. With a hearty chuckle, Qin Dao added, moreover, I think the Nepali kukri looks quite impressive. I shall procure a replica kukri for you. Lu Xiankai turned to Hamster's eye. Is that feasible? A replica should pose no problem, though the quality will likely be mediocre. After all, those excessively rigid and sharp objects were deemed too perilous even for the seasoned veterans in the underground channels to permit entry. The young informant pondered for several minutes before delivering his response. Lu Xiankai gave a slight nod, then turned to Qin Dao with an air of quiet authority. From the moment you receive the blade, every day at this designated hour, you shall wield it against me, he instructed, his voice steady. I intend to hone my evasive maneuvers. Qin Dao blinked in bewilderment before nodding hesitantly. Lu Xiankai's expression remained unreadable, his tone measured. I require a skilled blade wielder to refine my footwork. Do not disappoint me. By now, Lu Xiankai had forged a fearsome reputation, so much so that in the eyes of many, he was no longer merely an enforcer, but a figure of dread, a reaper who walked shoulder to shoulder with death itself. Pale-faced and trembling, Qin Dao acquiesced with a nervous murmur. Only then did Lu Xiankai permit himself a satisfied nod. He understood all too well that true mastery of technique could never be achieved in isolation. This was especially true when reconciling the inherently conflicting footwork of boxing and Muay Thai. The footwork of boxing was deceptively simple, advancing, retreating, lateral shuffles, and pivots. These movements, refined over a century of combat sport, had been polished to near perfection. Yet their flaw lay in their design. They were crafted for the ring. No matter how agile a boxer's footwork might be, its brilliance was confined to the upper body's defense. It had never accounted for the vulnerabilities of real combat. How did one shield the lower body? How did one evade amidst obstacles? The mechanics of power generation between the two disciplines were fundamentally incompatible. Muay Thai, an art far older than boxing, structured its footwork, particularly the meticulous transitions of the Sam-Kum stance, around the generation of devastating kicks and knees. Every shift in stance demanded the formation of an immaculate triangle, ensuring fluidity in striking. Yet this very precision came at a cost. The rigidity of the Sam-Kum stance sacrificed upper body mobility, elongating the wind-up required for punches. Most groundbreaking advancements in science are born from a stroke of genius, a fleeting spark of insight. The realm of martial arts is no exception. Chapter 21. Must Die. After emerging from the left-hand confinement chamber, an inexplicable silence enveloped the surroundings, granting Lu Xiankai the opportunity to delve into intense training. The prison, once rife with tumult, suddenly descended into an eerie calm. The fervent betting frenzy dissipated as swiftly as it had ignited, with all aware that he and the number gang had capitulated. This only deepened the reverence others held for the left hand. The cessation of the gambling did not imply the end of Lu Xiankai's deadly struggle with the left hand. Rather, it was merely a facade, a prelude to the impending storm. Few understood the reason for this sudden tranquility after the left hand's return. The root of it all lay with Uncle Ben of the New G, who was relentlessly pursuing maximum profit, regardless of the left hand's ferocity. It ultimately remained a mere pawn in New G's grand game. The fate of the prison was dictated by the powerful figures outside. While the other inmates experienced a semblance of peace, the occupants of cell number 7, save for young Master Zhou, were mired in despair. The cause was simple. It seemed that the king of hell, Lu Xiankai, had inexplicably lost his sanity. He would often sit in a daze, contemplating, only to suddenly hurl a wooden knife at you during the night when you were resting. Cut me. There were no words wasted. Under the dim corridor lights, Lu Xiankai's visage was a chilling mask of menace. At such moments, those struck by the wooden blade could not afford hesitation, otherwise Lu Xiankai's swift kick would swiftly enlighten them to the meaning of the phrase, "Why are the flowers so red?" Qin Dao, having been too fatigued on 2 occasions, responded sluggishly when called, resulting in a swollen cheek that resembled a mouthful of eggs. Qin Dao's physique was merely slightly more robust than the average man. He could hardly endure Lu Xiankai's relentless training, which consumed nearly 7 to 8 hours a day, exhausting even the most resilient. In the end, he preferred to be knocked unconscious by Lu Xiankai's kick than endure the ordeal any longer. Qin Dao found his release, yet the remaining inmates of cell No. 7 were beset by misfortune. In just 3 days, Qin Dao had completely collapsed from fatigue, while Lu Xiankai seemed to have captured a spark of inspiration. Extending his relentless grasp toward the others, Everyone was utterly drained. This state of exhaustion prevented them from noticing Lu Xiankai's increasingly nimble footwork. Their strikes against the King of Hell were dwindling in frequency. Initially, within the cramped confines of cell number 7, Chen Dao would manage to land 3 or 4 blows on Lu Xiankai within 10 minutes. Now, however, he could muster at most a single strike in the same duration. Lu Xiankai's front kicks and low sweeps, executed with the finesse of Muay Thai, arrived with an eerie unpredictability. The transition of weight between the front and back foot was the pivotal technique that fused two distinct styles of movement. As the sounds of snoring reverberated through cell No. 7, Lu Xiankai sat cross-legged upon the cold concrete floor, his chaotic thoughts gradually coalescing. Ultimately, he melded the principles of weight distribution in Muay Thai's three-step movements with the force application of boxing footwork into a singular, cohesive form. Congratulations to the host for achieving the fusion of footsteps, a commendation signifying entry into the Hall of Mastery. The green subtitles flashed before Lu Xiankai's eyes once more, indicating that his strides had finally garnered the system's acknowledgement. Rising up, Lu Xiankai exerted force through his legs, propelling himself into the air like a spring. And with a deft flick of his toes, he sent the wooden sword beside him sailing in a graceful arc, striking the slumbering Chen Dao. Continue. Lu Xiankai beckoned with a finger at Chen Dao, who awoke suddenly, his eyes filled with despair. Observing Lu Xiankai's well-developed leg muscles and feeling his own still swollen cheek, Chen Dao let out a frantic roar and charged forward. The others, startled from their slumber, glanced at the frantically hacking Chen Dao under the dim light, only to simultaneously pull their blankets over their heads and resume their deep sleep. Time was of the essence. Who knew how long Lu Xiankai, the King of Hell, would remain in this frenzy? For everyone, seizing the moment for sleep was the most fervent desire. Inside the prison, tranquility reigned, while outside, currents of unrest surged. On Hong Kong Island, in a hillside villa, in this land where every inch is precious, families possessing such expansive plots on the hillside are invariably affluent or noble. The owner of this entirely Song dynasty-style architecture is none other than the fourth master of the Zhou family, Zhou Shanhe, known to be unyielding in his pursuits. Among the second generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Shanhe stands out as the most distinguished, whether for his youthful travels across nations or his cunning displayed amidst the tumult of commerce. To outsiders, he seems the most suitable heir to the Zhou legacy. However, the elder Zhou harbors a particular disdain for Zhou Shanhe. Many might find it perplexing that this aversion stems from the renowned White Dragon King of the South Seas, who imparted a fateful decree of 4 words to Zhou Shanhe: 7 killings attack. At the time, the elder Zhou furiously smashed millions, only for the White Dragon King to provide an explanation that left the old man troubled. To kill first is to discuss killing. Only with restraint can the 7 killings yield power. Without restraint, wealth and nobility are elusive. Perhaps had another uttered this sentiment, the elder Zhou would have scoffed. Yet the enigmatic White Dragon King had predicted nearly every pivotal moment in the Zhou family's rise. It can be said that the White Dragon King is the Zhou family's greatest benefactor. From that point onward, many of the Zhou family's resources began to gravitate towards the eldest son, Zhou Murans, the flamboyant playboy. The reason, too, was steeped in superstition. It stemmed from the White Dragon King's markedly different assessment of Zhou Murans compared to Zhou Shanhe. The vermilion bird rides the wind, yet the wind is insufficient. Though of moderate talent, wealth is in the bones. Lacking in expansion, yet for 30 years of preservation, there shall be no worries. The Zhou family's assets had already surpassed hundreds of billions, controlling several vital industries on Hong Kong Island, ensuring that as long as they could maintain their holdings, they would face no concerns. Thus, it can be argued that moderation is not necessarily a detriment. Conversely, the legacy established by the venerable Zhou patriarch serves as the foundation for the family's century-long lineage. This implies that entrusting the family business to the fiercely ambitious Zhou Shanhe may not bode well. Rather, Zhou Muran would be a more fitting choice. Originally, the patriarch's strategic plans were unlikely to encounter significant issues, provided he maintained good health. However, despite the meticulous care and superior medical facilities available to the nearly 80-year-old Zhou Xiaoji, age ultimately caught up with him, resulting in a stroke. The likelihood of regaining consciousness after such an event is exceedingly low. Upon receiving this grim prognosis, Zhou Shanhe, who had long suppressed his inner fury, immediately commenced his bid for power. After all, many of the long-standing loyalists of the Zhou family held Zhou Shanhe in considerable esteem over the years. This moment presented an opportune chance. The ruthless nature of imperial families is well known, Yet such dynamics are equally prevalent among the elite of immense wealth. Zhou Shanhe understood clearly that if his father were to awaken, the patriarch would undoubtedly expedite the removal of his influence. Thus, the only course of action was a desperate counterstrike. Zhou Muron must perish. He must die before the patriarch regains consciousness. Chapter 22. Zhou Shanhe? Why hasn't Zhou Muron died yet? In the study on the first floor of the villa, the fourth master of the Zhou family set down his brush and turned to the elderly butler behind him. The Xian society hasn't made a move. Instead, Qin Bin invited me to dinner a few days ago. Nothing but the same old rhetoric, the butler replied with a deferential bow. So the Xian society still wants to venture into gambling ships? Zhou Shanhe's expression remained unreadable, neither pleased nor angered. It seems their ambitions grow alongside their expanding influence. I heard young Master Zhou has secured a formidable bodyguard in prison. Clearly, Qin Bin sees him as a valuable bargaining chip. The butler chose his words carefully. Qin Bin implied that, aside from Left Hand, no one else could easily eliminate the young master in a short time. After a brief hesitation, the butler continued, with gambling ships. The Xian society would open a new revenue stream, reducing their dependence on you, fourth master. A trace of ruthlessness flickered across the butler's weathered face. Qin Bin cannot be allowed to live. What about Magu? Fourth master, Zhou deftly shifted the topic. As the Xian society's second-in-command, can he challenge Qin Bin in the next election? Magu is too ruthless, leaving no room for compromise, the butler admitted honestly after a pause. If Qin Bin succeeds with the gambling ships, he'll likely share the profits, his usual style. Magu still can't compete with him. Circumstances are shaped by people. Zhou Shanhe remarked before changing the subject again. My nephew has shown some improvement. Who is this man the Xian society believes makes Zhou Muron untouchable without their help? A low-ranking member from Kuntong. According to our sources, he is exceptionally skilled in combat. A genuine problem. A mere foot soldier? Zhou Shanhe frowned. Can he be bought? These underworld types only care about profit. Difficult, the butler replied, clearly well informed about the prison's affairs. Left Hand offered an astronomical sum, but the man refused. What era is this? And yet such fools still exist. Zhou Shanhe waved his hand dismissively. Contact Magu. Have him send a few men inside. Let us see if this foot soldier truly has the leverage for Qin Bin to bargain with me. The butler bowed deeply. Without another word, Zhou Shanhe picked up his brush again. Recently, the fourth master had taken a liking to traditional landscape painting. He enjoyed the scent of sea breeze drifting through the window. Wielding his brush amidst the sound of waves, an environment that sharpened his mind. The butler remained motionless behind him, watching in respectful silence as the majestic image of a descending tiger gradually took form on the fine rice paper. After a long while, Zhou Shanhe spoke softly. The old man says I favor unorthodox methods, but this art tempers my spirit. What do you think of this piece? Accepting a cup of tea from the butler, he flexed his wrist and added, of the 7 descending tigers I've painted these past 6 months, only today satisfies me. The old steward pondered for a few moments before articulating with careful consideration. The painting style is harmonious. It lacks the previous sharpness, indicating that the fourth master has made considerable progress. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Shanhe's face as he replied. The old master encouraged me to pursue this art to temper my disposition. I wonder what his assessment of this painting would be. The steward remained silent, unable to fathom the old master's thoughts. Zhou Shanhe tilted his head, scrutinizing his creation, and candidly expressed, honestly, I do not believe that painting can alter my character. It merely enables me to maintain a greater sense of calm. After taking a delicate sip of tea, Zhou Shanhe continued. It is difficult to capture the essence of a subject in art. One may know the surface, yet remain oblivious to the heart. Recently, my younger siblings have been bustling about concerning my nephew, primarily out of fear that I will hold them accountable for their years of misappropriation once I gain the inheritance. Schedule a meeting with him. I wish to see him. Zhou Shanhe approached the window, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass offered a stunning view of the tumultuous sea. Qin Bin. Zhou Shanhe grasped the paper, tearing it down the middle with a swift motion. The freshly completed artwork was shredded and carelessly cast aside. I can help him up, but I can also bring him down. Zhou Shanhe turned to his steward, his tone remarkably calm. Today, the new record has a shipment arriving at the central pier. Contact Guanzhou from the O record and instruct him to clear this batch. The steward nodded. If Magu can handle the matters, we shall put the gambling ship on hold. If that 4-9 fellow proves troublesome, this incident may serve as a lesson for Qin Bin. Zhou Shanhe inquired, how are the connections at the hospital progressing? The old steward's eyelids flickered as he replied, enunciating each word. The old master has secured the area like an iron lock. The entire medical team is impenetrable. Clearly, the old master has been wary of us. Zhou Shanta smiled nonchalantly. Everyone has vulnerabilities. When the old master awakens, some may feign compliance. But that may not be the case now. It all depends on the price. The old steward bowed slightly and said, I am already in communication. But we need more time. One must prepare for all contingencies. This is a lesson imparted by the old master. Zhou Shanha nodded and retrieved a sheet of rice paper from the bookshelf. He unfurled it and began grinding ink. I recall the old master saying that only when I can depict the mountain tiger with retracted claws will I be ready to paint the grand landscape of 1,000 rivers and mountains. He's of advanced age now. Zhou Shanha smiled. It should be time. Throughout this exchange, the proud Zhou Shanha had not once inquired about the name of that 4'9" individual. A day later, the Zhou family's influence opened the eyes of Liu, who had retained certain ingrained thought patterns from a different realm. All three of you, step forward and prepare your belongings to switch cells with me. Just half an hour prior, after the iron gate of cell number 7 had been reopened, a serious-faced constable swiftly pointed at several prisoners still in a state of shock, urging them to move faster. 10 minutes after these individuals were taken away, 3 robust men with stern expressions entered cell number 7, carrying their belongings. These will be your new cellmates. Be cautious not to provoke any conflict. Do you understand my meaning? The prison guard, as per usual protocol, issued a warning before turning to depart. As the iron door clanged shut, the 3 men synchronously discarded their luggage and fixed their intense gazes upon Zhou Muruan, their eyes betraying an unmistakable ferocity. So eager, are we? Did no one inform you that a madman resides within this cell? Lu Xiankai, who had been relishing a massage, slowly rose to position himself protectively in front of young Master Zhou. I require a demonstration of the success achieved in recent days. Your arrival is quite opportune. Observing the 3 burly men reaching for their waists, Lu Xiankai licked his lips, revealing a deeply intriguing smile. Then, without hesitation, he launched his assault. Chapter 23, Clarity of Thought. Lu Xiankai initiated his strike with a straight punch, a technique he had recently honed. This punch, a fusion of Muay Thai and boxing, bore the unmistakable hallmark of Lu Xiankai's unique style, strange and swift, akin to a flash of lightning. The 3 men who had entered with murderous intent were the notorious henchmen of Nu Ji Magu, renowned figures in their own right. Despite having been forewarned that young Master Zhou was accompanied by a formidable Sijio, they dismissed the caution. Could they truly be that formidable? What a jest! If they were truly so impressive, why would they still be mere henchmen, shrouded in anonymity? The world of the martial arts was rife with deception and peril. Yet one principle remained unwaveringly fair. If one possessed sufficient ferocity and skill, they would undoubtedly rise to prominence. In their minds, Lu Xiankai, a mere Sijio after such a long time, was hardly worthy of their consideration. However, the moment Lu Xiankai struck, they realized how gravely they had erred. Quick! This was the singular sensation of Zhao Xianlong, the leader among the 3 knife wielders. Lu Xiankai's fist arrived with such swiftness that it seemed to materialize from thin air. Zhao had barely begun to reach for his waist when Lu Xiankai's powerful punch shattered his jaw, propelling him into the air. Beneath the dim light, the blood that erupted from Zhao's mouth traced a beautiful arc through the air. After landing a decisive blow, Lu Xiankai deftly sidestepped the oncoming slashes from the remaining 2 assailants. With a sidestep, employing the 3-step movement of Muay Thai, Lu Xiankai's left hand struck like lightning, landing squarely on the throat of the last remaining foe. The man staggered back, clutching his throat, his breath still drawn out. Yet the angle of his strike had been flawed. To an outsider, Lu Xiankai appeared as a ferocious tiger, yet within, he remained utterly composed, continuously analyzing his own shortcomings in technique even amidst the chaos of battle. The instinctive responses in the heat of the moment had yet to become ingrained within him. His punches still bore imperfections. It seemed that the reward for defeating the ancient boxing techniques with his left hand could rectify these technical deficiencies. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Xiankai's movements remained unimpeded. As the last knife-wielding assailant lunged with a fierce roar, Lu Xiankai did not flinch. He allowed the uniquely crafted short blade to descend upon him. This was the sensation he craved. In Lu Xiankai's perception, the short knife loomed larger, and the adversary's movement slowed. Then, he struck. The first punch, Lu Xiankai's left fist accurately impacted the opponent's wrist, causing the short knife to clatter to the ground. The assailant recoiled violently, but Lu Xiankai's footwork was ghostly. He closed the distance, his arm muscles tensed, and delivered a heavy blow to the opponent's armpit. The knife wielder doubled over in agony. Lu Xiankai's left fist seemed to anticipate the trajectory of his adversary. He pivoted, channeling the force from his core, and unleashed a third punch. Crack! The sound of cracking bones resonated clearly within the cramped confines of the cell. The last assailant was forcefully interrupted. Having suffered an unknown number of broken ribs from a technique that fused two distinct martial arts styles, the opponent, Lu Xiankai, retreated a step before channeling the power of his leg muscles, transforming instantly into a stance reminiscent of the Muay Thai's three palace step. In a mere minute, the three previously fierce assailants lay unconscious on the ground, their aggression extinguished. Even young Master Zhou and his companions were taken aback, witnessing the three being sent flying, while Lu Xiankai casually wiped the glaring dark crimson from his hands. "Hamster, clean up the floor," he commanded, as he flexed his neck, the unsettling sound of cracking bones ringing out. "Young Master Zhou, don't tell me your connections are incapable of resolving the matter of these fellows being grievously injured." No problem," replied young Master Zhou, nodding vigorously like a garlic pounder, unable to meet Lu Xiankai's gaze. He was genuinely terrified, never anticipating that his fourth uncle would become so desperate. This was a clear indication of the unraveling of all FAAs. The thought of Zhou Sire's various ruthless methods caused cold sweat to beat on his forehead, rendering him weak and unsteady. Lu Xiankai observed the pale complexion of young Master Zhou with a sense of reflection. He reminded him of another version of himself from a different reality. What did it matter to be born into a family of billionaires? What significance did a prominent background hold? The inherent fragility of young Master Zhou rendered him as fearful and humble as an ant in the face of death. In another life, Lu Xiankai had watched a film titled As Solid as a Rock. The film, shrouded in ambiguity, left him unsatisfied. Yet one line lingered in his memory. There is always someone wealthier than the rich, and someone more powerful than the powerful. The two figures, towering in the eyes of ordinary people, bore the weight of despair, merely pawns desperately struggling for survival on the chessboard of life. What did he truly desire? Upon traversing into this world, Lu Xiankai confronted his innermost thoughts for the first time. In his previous life, though he had been labeled a cunning individual by many peers, who had ever witnessed his subservience and struggles before the influential, the powerful figures he had sought to appease were merely minor players in the eyes of an even greater authority. A dual evolution of body and spirit, ultimately achieving the prowess to rival an entire nation. For reasons unknown, the ultimate goal of the system flashed through Lu Xiankai's mind, and he suddenly understood. He had genuinely come to appreciate this method of resolving matters with sheer force. Regardless of your towering authority, regardless of your immense wealth, regardless of your cunning schemes and petty machinations, with a single punch, everything dissipates into nothingness. This unfamiliar world is vast and undeniably splendid. Lu Xiankai grasped what he yearned for. Just 4 words: clarity of thought. Observing Lu Xiankai suddenly burst into laughter, Hamster nestled close with an ingratiating expression. "Brother Kai, what is so amusing? Because I have come to understand something profound. I have realized what I truly desire." Lu Xiankai's eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance, evoking in the young hamster a sense of incomprehensible superiority. From that moment forth, Lu Xiankai was no longer connected to his former self, the master of calculation. Nor was he burdened by past grievances. He was no longer merely striving for survival. Having acquired this system, he resolved to embrace life without fear or trepidation, to traverse the world as an independent spirit, pursuing a life of his own design. Chapter 24. The time to strike has come. The commotion in Cell No. 7 did not escape the observant eyes of those attuned to their surroundings. Particularly when 3 individuals were carried out unconscious, their pitiful state drew the attention of all. Offending the king of hell is tantamount to courting death. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude. To some unaware prisoners, this was merely another resounding triumph of the king of hell, a fitting end for those who had dared to offend him. Only the informed left hand found joy in the spectacle, his laughter deliberately resonating throughout the prison. The connection between Left Hand and Uncle Ben had always been robust, and with ample financial resources at his disposal, making several phone calls daily was not a challenge. Thus, he was well informed. It seemed that the Mago clan would soon lose several venues on Boland Street. These 3 individuals were rather competent thugs, at the very least. They would fail to hold on to the turf they had seized from the gang in Magic City. Left Hand's delight was palpable. He regarded Mago as the greatest adversary within the organization and was naturally well acquainted with their affairs. "Bring me the phone," he commanded. After indulging in laughter, he cast a glance at the patrolling officer in the corridor, his expression devoid of humility, radiating arrogance instead. "Be swift." The officer nodded. The cost of each of Left Hand's calls was an astonishing 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, although he could only pocket a few thousand. For an officer earning nearly 10,000 a month, it represented a significant windfall. Hence, the phone was delivered promptly. The Mago's men have suffered a setback, as I mentioned. Unless he allows that knife-wielding cherry blossom man to come in and kill, no one else will suffice. But he is too timid, without the cherry blossom man. His 12 racetracks will be swept clean by the Magic City thugs, believe it or not. Despite being incarcerated, Left Hand's insights into the underworld remained sharp. He understood that Uncle Ben did not wish for Mago to grow powerful, hence his tone was particularly forthright. Originally, I intended for you to deal with these three yourself. But now it has become a relief. Mago's actions merely indicate a desire to seize the leadership stick. Unfortunately, he is too hasty. What I do not give him is not to be taken. If he fails to grasp this principle after all these years, he has truly lived like a dog. Do not emulate him. Uncle Ben's voice bore the weight of age. Remember, in life and in work, one must be like brewing soup. Only when the time is right does it attain flavor. Rest assured, until we confront the fierce lunatic, I have no interest in your position. On the other end of the line, Left Hand picked his nose, having never appreciated this particular trait of the old man, who incessantly berated himself over trivialities. Lord Zhou has dispatched 6 doors personnel to investigate my shipment and is attempting to send Mago's men to act, clearly indicating his reluctance to fulfill his promises. However, the plans of man often fall short of the designs of fate. Uncle Ben continued, Today I received news that old Master Zhou's EEG readings have fluctuated significantly. Will he be anxious then? We have paved the way for him to Macau at the cost of dozens of lives. What he desires is that gambling ship. Left Hand replied, Yet Lord Zhou has stubbornly dragged this out for 3 years, evidently intending for us to perpetually serve as his chamber pot. The vision of Mago is rather limited. He is content to spend his life as a lowly worker, oblivious to the fact that with the ship, we might one day leap over the Dragon Gate. My uncle's rare voice carried a hint of anger, after so long of striving. We had finally earned the right to compete for supremacy among the 4 major societies, a truly precious opportunity. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days. And one must cherish such chances. I will heed your advice, replied the Left Hand with unwavering conviction. Do you have confidence in that, Lucien Kai? Mago's few skilled fighters are indeed formidable. Losing so miserably to 3 against 1 is quite concerning. My uncle expressed his worries. Fear not, in Hong Kong. There are not many who can defeat me, but none can claim the position of that 49er, the Left Hand asserted with great confidence. Wait just 2 more days. Within that time, we will secure our ship. I promise to entrust its management to you. My uncle once again presented a condition filled with sincerity. I am indifferent regarding who manages the gambling ship, the Left Hand stated earnestly, but let me reiterate, once we succeed, the society must wholeheartedly support my entry into Jordan. Agreed, my uncle concluded the call. Everyone wondered why the Left Hand, one of the 5 tigers, was willing to forsake lucrative opportunities and willingly face imprisonment as a fighter. The reason, however, was rather simple. Ever since he was forcefully expelled from Jordan by the ruthlessly Kwang Tu, he had been consumed with thoughts of reclaiming his territory. The scars on his face and the humiliation he endured constantly burned within his proud heart. The Left Hand paid such a heavy price for incarceration solely for that man, Li Kwang Tu, the most fearsome figure in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Mago, the second in command of the new record, was a man in every sense of the word. He earned the nickname Mago due to his pockmarked face and a voice as piercing as a woman's. Before the age of 28, he was a handsome man with well-defined features. However, after suffering a scalding hot pot to the face during a financial dispute, the once noble Zhang Xianyuan became Mago, and his character underwent a drastic transformation. Ruthlessness became almost synonymous with his name. How long will it take you to incapacitate Ah Zhong and his 2 companions? Mago inquired slowly, observing Yamashita Sage SH as he practiced his swordplay in a dojo located in Causeway Bay. Since receiving the news, Mago's expression had darkened. He had underestimated Lu Xinkai's status as a 49er. In his view, 3 of his elite fighters should have been sufficient to handle that dandy. Yet, he never anticipated such a blunder. The most critical point was that it took the opponent merely a little over 2 minutes to defeat his 3 men. Tadashi Yamashita executed a graceful sheathing of his blade before responding earnestly. If I were to wield a knife in a confined space without restraint, I would estimate approximately 1.5 to 2 minutes. The cherry blossom man, with his elongated eyes, contemplated for a moment. Unfortunately, you cannot bring Muramasa into that location. Moreover, Given the current predatory gaze of the Shanghai youth, it is unwise for you to venture out. Satisfied with the response, Mago nodded, having once again outwitted the old fox. The subsequent 2 days in Chizhou were marked by an unusual serenity until a piece of news arrived. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Do you know, Brother Kai? Hamster appeared enviously animated. It is said that the new G has acquired a gambling ship, and the left hand is in charge. A gambling ship. Hamster's tone grew increasingly fervent. For such enterprises were akin to flowing rivers of gold. Meanwhile, Lu Xiankai, who was indulging in a massage, cast a glance at the somewhat bewildered young Master Zhou beside him. What troubles you? Young Master Zhou felt a chill at Lu Xiankai's unwavering gaze. The new G and your esteemed fourth uncle have likely finalized their terms. The left hand is about to take action. Chapter 25. The good weather that determines life and death. The old gentleman is about to awaken. Throughout the night, young Master Zhou had been unable to find rest, tossing and turning due to Lu Xiankai's judgment. Early in the morning, he received a notification for a prison visit. Indeed, the power of wealth knows no bounds. During non-visiting hours, it seems that only young Master Zhou possesses such privileges in Chizhou. Upon returning to the cell, young Master Zhou could hardly conceal his excitement and ultimately succumbed to sharing this clandestine news with Lu Xiankai. Is the news accurate? Lu Xiankai, practicing his upper body strength against the wall, maintained a serious expression. Of course, replied young Master Zhou, his face still betraying his excitement. Once the old gentleman awakens, Zhou Shanhe will no longer have the audacity to challenge me. It appeared that young Master Zhou harbored an intense loathing for the fourth master of the Zhou family, to the extent that he was unwilling to refer to him as fourth uncle any longer. Once the old gentleman awakens, I will be free. However, the period before my release is the most perilous. The fourth uncle would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. After all, if I perish, the old gentleman would feel that the die is cast and choose him. Sometimes, enduring hardship can indeed facilitate rapid personal growth. Young Master Zhou had even managed to analyze his own predicament. You can escape, Lu Xiankai declared, ceasing his training and swiftly rising to stretch his body. Young Master Zhou turned his head, still unsettled by the terrifying sound of bones cracking that accompanied Lu Xiankai's movements. I need a promise, Lu Xiankai stated slowly after his body was limber. Young Master Zhou comprehended the gravity of the moment. His expression turned particularly solemn. The new record society will strike at you in the square. The left faction is composed of ruthless individuals who will resort to any means necessary to eliminate you. He will likely receive news of this and be even more anxious than you. Thinking of the left faction's brutality, young Master Zhou turned pale. If I protect you, I will not hold back, and many may perish. Although there is no death penalty in Hong Kong, I am reluctant to face decades, if not centuries, of imprisonment. I need you to ensure that once your grandfather awakens, you will leverage the Zhou family's influence to prevent my sentence from being extended. Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze on young Master Zhou, articulating each word with precision. The prison is too small. The world is vast. You must rescue me in the future. I promise, young Master Zhou replied, though Lu Xiankai's piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Nevertheless, he straightened himself and made his vow. Excellent. Lu Xiankai nodded before resuming his practice of punching. His hands moved with subtle grace. He raised one, turned his waist, bent his knees, and exerted force. A straight punch, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot forth with such speed that the onlookers could only perceive a fleeting shadow. No matter what occurs, do not stray beyond my 1-meter radius. As long as the opponent refrains from employing firearms, I assure you that you will survive. Lu Xiankai executed the same motion with his left fist, producing yet another shadow before the eyes of the spectators. There remained half an hour until the scheduled release time. Lu Xiankai is incessantly honing his straight punch, striving to engrave this seemingly mundane strike into his very instincts. For it is only by embedding it deeply within his subconscious that he can make the most judicious choices in the fleeting moments of crisis. You must assist me, Brother Kai. Young Master Zhou has entirely shed his demeanor of a wealthy scion, his gaze toward the square tinged with trepidation. The anticipation is the most excruciating torment. Presently, the extraordinarily robust man stands as his sole glimmer of hope, observing the grotesque tattoos and the rivulets of sweat cascading down the formidable figure. Young Master Zhou inexplicably feels a measure of tranquility. Time passes swiftly, and the moment for recreation arrives. The well-informed prisoners are clearly numerous. As the shrill bell announcing the release echoes through the air, many eyes instinctively flit between the impassive left hand and the composed Lu Xiankai. Clearly, They are aware that the time for these two to settle their fates has arrived. Should Lu Xiankai emerge victorious, he will ascend to become the foremost figure within this prison, demonized by the outside world. Conversely, if Left Hand prevails, both young Master Zhou and Lu Xiankai shall meet their demise. Young Master Zhou, I am called Left Hand, he declares, the distance between the two groups scarcely 3 meters. Allowing his voice to penetrate Zhou Murang's ears with clarity. My true name is Song Lichuan. Wrongs have their rightful owners. Do not mistake identities when the time comes. Young Master Zhou's complexion pales, and he cannot even dare to meet the fierce gaze of Left Hand. As long as people are willing to call me King Yin, your life and death are not for you to determine. Lu Xiankai positions himself protectively in front of Zhou Murang, under the watchful eyes of the most vicious prisoners. The two unparalleled men fixate on one another, their eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. It would indeed be a pity to end your life. But each individual has their own fate. Left Hand glances at the approaching patrolling guards before returning his gaze, quietly rejoining his group. The path you choose is yours. Do not blame me. I await your arrival. Lu Xiankai uttered a phrase that Left Hand did not comprehend. Defeating you is the key to unlocking the door to my new world. A sharp whistle pierces the air. Several patrolling guards have converged between the two, led by the grim-faced killer Xiong. Do not cause a ruckus here. You ought to understand the rules. We extend you courtesy, and you must likewise adhere to our regulations. In the face of the ruthless Left Hand, even Killer Xiong, the most brutal of the guards, has tempered his demeanor. At the very least, the baton he once wielded with abandon is now held firmly in his grasp, rather than brandished to strike. Perhaps satisfied that silence reigns, Killer Xiong surveys the scene and presses the switch to the iron gate. As the gate swings open, sunlight floods the eyes of all present. A gentle breeze stirs, and the sun shines brightly, a splendid day for determining life and death. Stepping into the square first, Lu Xiankai spreads his arms wide, tilting his face skyward to inhale deeply the air imbued with the scent of the sea. Chapter 26. The Raised Middle Finger. The prisoners within the confines of the prison would likely feel a profound sense of disappointment. For, as anticipated by Lu Xiankai, the Left Hand is fundamentally a figure of the underworld. He would not indulge anyone in a one-on-one duel. His every intention is driven by self-interest. Today is destined to be a massacre of many against one. Any method, any means could potentially be employed. Such is the brutal reality of the underworld. In every significant event, there is never a shortage of cannon fodder and pawns. Among those who foresee this impending clash, Amin is but a pawn, a sacrificial piece fighting for the Left Hand's opportunity. Prior to his incarceration, he was a henchman for the new society, undertaking unsavory tasks. It is precisely for this reason that the Left Hand selected him as one of the 5 responsible for executing the plan. The criteria for selecting individuals within the organization is quite simple. One must be capable and ruthless, that alone suffices. As for one's personal willingness, it is of no consequence. The stringent rules of the organization dictate that until the 4-9 gang rises to prominence, they must gamble with their lives. Perhaps aware of the terror Lu Xiankai instills in these individuals, the Left Hand generously proposed a condition they could not refuse. As long as they survive, they would ascend to leadership. It is crucial to understand the significance of being granted such a position. An opportunity that is a lifelong aspiration for many in the 4-9 gang. Each pair of eyes gleamed with fervor. The truth that each step toward power could lead to death was understood by all. They could only grit their teeth and gamble for a better tomorrow. Thus, upon exiting the square, Amin's destination was the short blade concealed beneath the bench of his gang's territory. To be recognized as a henchman within the organization is to be deemed formidable. Only those with such ferocity can withstand Lu Xiankai's merciless assaults without fleeing, thus securing an opportunity for the Left Hand. One opportunity is all that is needed in the Left Hand's view. As for the lives of these pawns, are they of any significance? Not at all. Lu Xiankai's analysis was astute. News of old Master Zhou's impending awakening had reached the Left Hand. No holds barred. Swift action is essential. During a rare conversation last night, Uncle Ben's tone had exhibited a sense of urgency. I have prepared the necessary materials for this operation. They will be delivered to you. Perhaps fearing that the Left Hand might err in personal heroism, Uncle Ben spoke with great severity. The agreement regarding the gambling ship has been signed. Now, who in the underworld does not extend a thumb of approval? Should this endeavor falter, the losses are unbearable for us. Understood. The Left Hand grasped the gravity of the situation. He did not act impulsively, but rather assented with clarity. Amin and the other 4 had acquired their weapons, each carefully concealing them within their palms. Amin's mind was consumed with memories of his conversations with his only true brother in prison, Achiang. The left hand had instructed them to eliminate the king of hell, Lu Xiankai. This madman was fiercely protective of that wealthy scion, and thus he must be dealt with. Perhaps sensing Amin's trepidation, Achiang lowered his voice and reassured him. Rest assured that madman Lu Xiankai is no Superman. He cannot take on dozens of adversaries at once. However, as you prepare to venture out, exercise utmost caution during the confrontation. The bond between the two is commendable, and Achiang, with a hint of regret in his gaze, earnestly offers his counsel. Furthermore, when the blood is shed, ensure that the constables do not catch sight of it, and avoid any position within the camera's view. Thank you. Understanding that his companion is genuinely concerned, Aming nods solemnly. Tomorrow, I shall initiate the game. With a sigh, Achiang pats Aming's shoulder. Invoking the blessings of Lord Guan. The silent Aming represents but a mere fragment of the icy night within the prison's walls, as nearly all the capable low-ranking men from the new faction have received their summons. Clearly, the left hand remains a figure of the underworld rather than merely a simple brawler. His true style is to achieve his objectives by any means necessary. Otherwise, he would not have attained his current standing amidst the treacherous tides of this realm. The time for freedom stretches for an hour and a half. Initially, everyone congregates within their designated territories as usual, yet an unusual focus of many pairs of eyes gravitates toward the northeastern corner of the new faction's domain. From the moment he steps into the square, young Master Zhou remains steadfastly at the heels of Lu Xiankai, not daring to stray. However, his uncontrollable gaze continually drifts toward the elevated watchtower, prompting the perceptive Lu Xiankai to sense something amiss. Your eyes betray you, young Master Zhou. Lu Xiankai drapes an arm around Zhou's shoulder, noting that following the incident with those bodyguards, your family must have taken further measures. Likely bribing several prison guards for your protection. Should chaos ensue, they would surely intervene. As he speaks, Lu Xiankai squints, scanning their surroundings. From the many austere expressions he observes, he affirms his judgment. Perhaps it is a remnant of the previous leader's memories. Or perhaps the recent altercations have ignited a true obsession with resolving issues through violence. In any case, Lu Xiankai now feels not trepidation but exhilaration, a primal longing for battle coursing through his veins. How is it that someone as astute and capable as you has languished in the gang for so long, merely a lowly pawn? Indeed, there are contingencies in place. Yet due to the ties to Zhou Shanha, there are few guards available for bribery. In the current situation, only one can provide assistance. Zhou's expression grows complex as he leans closer to Lu Xiankai, whispering, "Do you see the guard atop the watchtower wielding a sniper rifle?" Lu Xiankai glances over and nods in acknowledgement. According to prison regulations, in the event of a large-scale riot, the initial 3 shots are typically tear gas rounds. However, should the warnings prove ineffective, live ammunition will follow. My uncle has secured his cooperation. If the opportunity to fire live rounds arises, he will protect me. And should my life be in peril, he will shoot at the left hand. Indeed, none among the elite are fools. Young Master Zhou, seemingly pale and devoid of cunning, has managed to conceal his secrets, prompting Lu Xiankai to regard him with newfound respect. However, one should not harbor excessive hopes, for these individuals possess the audacity to accept bribes without the slightest hesitation. After all, should a figure of such stature as the Red Stick be killed, the new gang would undoubtedly retaliate against their families. Young Master Zhou responded earnestly, increasingly convinced that Yin Wang was a formidable character, far from the mere brute his family perceived him to be. Your third uncle is also worthless, under the circumstances where everyone has been bribed. Why would they leave such a crucial position for a constable unguarded? Lu Xiankai's expression grew considerably grave. The prisoners at Chizhu prison were notorious thugs. Thus, the prison authorities possessed extensive experience in managing various violent incidents. Even if the new gang or Zhou sire had managed to corrupt numerous individuals, granting a mere 20 minutes was already pushing the limits. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. There was no question that the prison authorities would not risk their positions recklessly. Nevertheless, he sensed that he was in imminent danger of being shot. This was his intuition, as it was highly likely that the trained constable would target him instead of the left hand. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. He found himself relishing the unfolding chaos. The man was astonished to discover that, despite the dire circumstances, he felt no fear, but rather exhilaration, as adrenaline surged through him. Remember, if that constable fires at me, you must stand in front of me the moment I take down the left hand. No constable would dare shoot at you. That is my sole peril. After reiterating his warning to young Master Zhou, Lu Xiankai, with a sinister grin, undertook an unexpected action before the astonished gaze of all. He stood upon the bench in the northwest corner and brazenly beckoned to the left hand. "I'm hungry, left hand," Lu Xiankai bellowed, simultaneously displaying an exceedingly insulting gesture. "If you're a man, act quickly. Otherwise, this is going to be exceedingly dull." In the southwestern corner, the left hand's expression turned icy as he glanced at Chong. The latter immediately rose and shouted to the nearby prison guard, "Instructor, I want to play basketball." The utterance of those 3 words rendered the entire courtyard silent. Any veteran inmate who had endured over 3 months in this hellish place understood the implications of playing basketball. Approval. The assassin, arms crossed, nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 27. The Sound of Cracking Bones. In the square, many newly incarcerated prisoners wore expressions of bewilderment. While the seasoned convicts appeared tense and grave, numerous members of various factions had stealthily reached for the concealed iron or perhaps glass weapons hidden beneath their benches. The oppressive atmosphere compelled many newcomers to curl up defensively, their eyes filled with terror. The catalyst for this palpable tension was simply the phrase "playing basketball." In any other context, these 3 words merely denote a sport. However, in Chaiwan, they symbolize a tacitly sanctioned bloodbath within the prison walls. To illustrate the formidable power of these words, consider this. Within the confines of Chaiwan's exercise yard, surveillance cameras are strategically placed in every corner, each responsible for monitoring its designated area. Preliminary statistics reveal that, on average, 3 cameras are inadvertently damaged each year due to prisoners playing basketball. Remarkably, the locations of these damaged cameras vary each time, contingent upon where the altercations transpire. Each incident not only claims lives, but also generates substantial financial gain for the prison administration. In this dark realm, the atmosphere thickens further. The basketball had been retrieved, drawing the gaze of all faction members to the weathered, aged sphere. At first glance, it appeared that the lunatic Lu Xiankai was openly challenging the formidable left hand. Yet, until the shoes hit the ground, none dared to ascertain whether this was merely a ruse. After all, just moments ago, the memory of the towering figure from the 14K faction being eliminated by the combined efforts of Left Hand and the King of Hell was still fresh in their minds. If this were a feigned act, the consequences could be deadly. Under the collective scrutiny, Chong, toying with the basketball, gradually made his way to the northwestern corner. Suddenly, with a forceful swing, he hurled the ball towards the camera nestled beneath the eaves. The short but skilled players selected for this game demonstrated remarkable precision. Everyone witnessed the ball tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before striking the camera squarely. This audacious act prompted a collective sigh of relief from the other factions. By choosing to initiate play in the northwestern corner, it was clear that Left Hand and the new G faction targeted Lu Xiankai and the affluent Master Zhou. This indicated that regardless of how chaotic the ensuing scene became, the true battleground would remain singular, the northwestern corner. All that was required of the others was to stretch their limbs according to the established rules and perform their roles in this elaborate charade. What were these rules? In the world of the underbelly, once the ball was in play, all factions were obliged to engage. Naturally, aside from the 2 factions embroiled in actual combat, the others merely seized this opportunity to settle scores and vent the pent-up frustrations of their confinement. The first to align with the new G faction in this performance was none other than 14K. Clearly, the recent demise of their towering comrade had left them simmering with rage. In the presence of the He-G faction, they discarded their weapons and charged forward with a roar. "Let us show them what we're made of," they cried. "Without the big guy, how can you possibly contend with us?" Ligo rose and expelled the cigarette that had been clenched between his lips. He observed the unmistakable intent of the 14K gang to engage in a fierce confrontation, while the diminutive henchmen of Heji instinctively relinquished their weapons. The 2 factions then roared and plunged into a chaotic brawl. The numbers gang had chosen to side with the formidable group. However, the animosity between Heji and 14K was palpable, escalating the intensity of their clash. Although neither side resorted to lethal weaponry, the ferocity of their combat was undeniably genuine. Everyone hit the ground. Everyone hit the ground. The air was filled with the shrill wail of alarms echoing above the prison, and the loudspeakers blared incessantly. Bang! Bang! The officers had already unleashed smoke and tear gas grenades, and amidst the overwhelming turmoil, Zhuo, who had remained seated, finally stirred, twisting his neck to survey the chaos. "Get moving!" Zhuo bellowed, his voice cutting through the din as he observed the complete disarray. With his command, The ruffians of Shinji charged towards the northwestern corner with a fierce shout. Do you have any idea how many years it has been since someone dared to give me the middle finger? Zuo, brimming with confidence in his combat prowess, declined the weapon offered by a nearby lackey and, with a menacing grin, lunged towards Lu Xiankai, roaring. The last person who dared to gesture at me ended up with a broken neck. From a vantage point above, the ruffians of Shinji surged like a relentless tide towards the northwestern corner. Meanwhile, in the gathering place of that corner, those uninvolved had long since scattered like frightened birds. Only Lu Xiankai stood firm, resembling a rock against the encroaching tide, squinting at the approaching crowd with mounting excitement etched upon his face. Young Master Zhou held fast to Lu Xiankai's words. Although terror gripped his heart, he resolutely remained within a meter of Lu Xiankai. To flee alone would surely spell doom. Indeed, Zhou's sire was ruthless, commanding Zuo to eliminate him, and even placing a bounty of 1 million on his head within the prison walls. In other words, the only one he could truly trust now was Lu Xiankai. Lu Xiankai did not betray that trust. He stood with a formidable stance, resolutely preparing to strike. In that moment, despite donning a plain brown prison uniform, Lu Xiankai exuded an aura of invincibility, as if a single man could hold back 1,000. Leading the charge was Ming. Sometimes, it is the minutiae that dictate fate. The instance was show roared for actions. Ming drew forth a sharp instrument fashioned from mechanical angle steel, known in Qi Qiu as the iron knife, and surged forward. Yet, he was acutely aware that 4 or 5 gang members were ahead of him. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself at the forefront of the charge. To survive in the underworld, one must possess cunning. This was a mantra frequently espoused by his superior, Yao Yang, yet Ming evidently failed to heed it. The target was none other than the King of Hell. Only a fool would be the first to charge, for at that moment, Lu Xiankai not only radiated the strongest aura, but was also certain not to hold back. Death. The defiance and brutality etched upon Lu Xiankai's visage were unmistakably evident. With no time for contemplation, Amin howled as he forcefully brought down the sharp weapon in his grasp, aiming directly for Lu Xiankai's neck. Killing this man would undoubtedly elevate my status. This was Amin's final thought before losing consciousness. Lu Xiankai subtly shifted his feet, and the iron blade, accompanied by a whistling sound, sliced through the air. You street punk. As the man sidestepped, a ferocious elbow strike landed heavily on Amin's temple, rendering him nearly instantaneously unconscious. While Lu Xiankai displayed no intention of holding back. Too bad you won't witness how I utterly incapacitate you. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lu Xiankai's fully charged right fist struck Amin's face with a thunderous impact. Crimson blood sprayed into the air, reminiscent of an ink-splattered landscape painting. Simultaneously, the audible crack of bone echoed for all to hear. Lu Xiankai's punch shattered Amin's nasal bone, obliterating not only his physical form but also all his dreams. Chapter 28. The Fourth Gunshot. The sight of Amin gushing blood from his nose was truly horrifying, causing the approaching ruffians to momentarily hesitate in their advance. Lu Xiankai seized this opportunity. After incapacitating Amin, he stepped forward, delivering a powerful left hook that arced beautifully and struck another thug squarely on the jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, 3 more ruffians had closed in beside Lu Xiankai, while the patrolling guards in the watchtower finally pulled the trigger. Bang! With the thundering gunshot, the smoke from the tear gas enveloped Lu Xiankai. Die. Amidst the haze, one thug lunged at Lu Xiankai with a sharp weapon aimed at his waist, while 2 others expertly targeted the man's chest. Retreat. Lu Xiankai moved with a ghostly agility, evading all attacks without others even noticing his swift movements. Strike. His right fist shot forth like lightning. Lu Xiankai had mastered the art of the straight punch to such a degree that even when these thugs attempted to dodge, his fists would connect with their jaws from various unexpected angles. With each punch, another adversary fell. To Zhou Degongzi's eyes, Lu Xiankai resembled a butterfly gracefully dancing amidst a field of flowers. Bang! As Lu Xiankai felled 3 men, the second gunshot echoed from the watchtower. Another tear gas canister ignited beside him, the thick smoke drastically reducing visibility. At that moment, Lu Xiankai realized he had underestimated the potency of these tear gas grenades. Though his physique was robust, his eyes and nasal passages could not endure the intense burning sensation caused by the chemical fumes. At that moment, a thug was a mere 3 meters away. Retreat. Lu Xiankai was struggling, and the advancing ruffians were equally affected by the smoke. Many were already succumbing to tears and violent coughing fits. Lu Xiankai tore a strip from his prison garb to cover his mouth and nose, dragging the semi-conscious Zhou Muruan as he frantically retreated. You can't escape. just as Lu Xiankai managed to pull Zhou Muro into a spot where the smoke was somewhat thinner. A thug lunged forward, closing in to within a meter of him, although he too had wrapped his mouth and nose in a piece of prison clothing. His eyes were bloodshot and streaming tears, hardly better off than Lu Xiankai. It was indeed the thug. As soon as he approached Lu Xiankai, his right leg executed a remarkably precise low whip kick. Lu Xiankai, gripping Zhou Muro by the collar, swiftly recoiled. The speed of the thug's left leg was astonishing. With the tip of his left foot barely touching the ground, he transformed his low whip kick into a knee strike with explosive force. As Lu Xiankai threw a punch, he continued to retreat. Bang! The forces of both sides were immense. The sound of Lu Xiankai's fist colliding with Zhuo Shou's calf muscle was so loud that many could clearly hear it. "I'll kill you first, then him," Zhuo Shou sneered, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic square and the restrained constables, his eyes brimming with undisguised malice. Clearly, Lu Xiankai's earlier provocation had thoroughly ignited the brutality within him. "You can try." Having retreated several steps, the thick smoke finally thinned slightly, allowing Lu Xiankai to gasp out his reply. Bang! The third warning shot rang out from the watchtower. The marksman stationed above had impeccable aim. This time, the tear gas canister landed precisely between the two men. The burning canister seared their cheeks and stung their eyes, yet neither retreated. Instead, they locked onto each other like lone wolves, their entire beings radiating ferocity. "The next shot will be live ammunition." Lu Xiankai licked his lips. "Hope you don't get killed. I don't believe the constable has the guts to shoot me. If he dares, the Shinji will ensure his entire family is wiped out." With that, Zhuo Shou launched his attack. As before, adopting a Muay Thai stance, he struck with the most fundamental yet devastating low kick, targeting Lu Xiankai's legs. Evidently, Zhuo Shou had concluded that Lu Xiankai's expertise lay in boxing and minor southern martial arts, and thus resolved to exploit his own superior leg techniques to the fullest. This time, Lu Xiankai did not retreat. He met force with force. A lightning-fast straight punch shot out. Crack! Almost simultaneously, Zhuo Shou's low sweep connected with Lu Xiankai's knee, while Lu Xiankai's fist hammered into Zhuo Shou's right arm. Both strikes were vicious. Lu Xiankai's assault did not relent. Two uppercuts followed by a left hook rained down. Under this relentless barrage, Zhuo Shou's defensive guard, raised to shield his head, was finally shattered. The last left hook crashed into his cheek. Zhuo Shou's resilience was formidable. Though staggered, he swiftly steadied himself, his gaze brimming with unwavering confidence. He had not lost ground. In fact, to the trained eye, he held the overwhelming advantage. Even as he shielded his head, he unleashed Muay Thai's most devastating technique, a relentless barrage of roundhouse kicks, all landing squarely on Lu Xiankai's supporting right leg. The two separated. "You're finished?" Zhuo Shou taunted, shaking off his daze as he eyed Lu Xiankai's trembling leg, his grin widening into something truly monstrous. The left hand was resolute about one matter. With just 5 or 6 sufficiently fierce whip kicks, the opponent's supporting leg would inevitably succumb to the strain, leading to a singular fate for Lu Xiankai. He would be beaten to death by his own hand. Once more, Lu Xiankai, filled with ferocity, beckoned the left hand with a flick of his finger, his gaze laced with disdain igniting a furious wrath within the left hand. "Very well," the left hand roared, launching forward with the swiftness of a leopard. Bang! At the moment of their violent collision, the fourth gunshot from the watchtower finally rang out. Chapter 29. Controlling the Crane and Capturing the Dragon. Human beings can never be truly equal. Thus, the slogan of equality remains an ideal, a goal for which many strive throughout their lives. Within the confines of prison, the left hand wields significant power, instilling fear in all. Similarly, Lu Xiankai, the king of hell, embodies this fearsome authority. They possess a certain degree of influence within the prison walls, enjoying privileges that elude most inmates, basking in their elevated status. Yet, at their core, they are merely enforcers. In this capital-driven world, they are but pawns, albeit formidable and effective ones. Regrettably, no matter how powerful a pawn may be, it remains a pawn. Therefore, the true decisive factor in the massacre targeting young Master Zhou lies beyond the prison walls. It is the struggle among the Zhou family's fourth master and other family members. He Kong is a prison guard. Like his peers, he accepts bribes and reaps various illicit benefits from the inmates. He harbors no grand aspirations. Indeed, this man nearing 40 believes he will lead a life of comfort indefinitely. He finds contentment in his current situation. To him, as long as he follows the warden's directives and avoids excessive greed, he will encounter no issues. Although great wealth eludes him, A life free from want is quite satisfactory. He dreams of returning to the mainland after retirement, where the cost of living is significantly lower. Unfortunately, he could never have anticipated that once young Master Zhou was incarcerated, everything would transform into a nightmare. The catalyst for this upheaval was his position as the sole patrol officer armed with live ammunition in the northwest corner of Chaiwan Prison. The prison's exercise yard is engulfed in thick smoke, yet he Kong, with his M28 sniper rifle, aims at two men engaged in a fierce struggle. Hesitating to pull the trigger, he is uncertain which of the combatants should be the target of his bullet. In young Master Zhou's perception, officer, he has become an ally. This is due to the solemn assurance given to young Master Zhou by the second miss of the Zhou family during her visit, revealing that he Kong had accepted a bribe of 1 million in unmarked cash from the Zhou family. No one dares to take the Zhou family's money without fulfilling their obligations. This is the confidence of the second miss and the third Master Zhou. Meanwhile, in the reckless eyes of the left hand, he Kong, firing incessantly from the watchtower, lacks the audacity to discharge a lethal bullet towards him. This is not mere arrogance on the part of the left hand. It is a recognition of the substantial stakes laid down by Uncle Ben. Who is Uncle Ben? He is an astute old fox who has navigated the intricate underbelly of Hong Kong's society, gradually elevating the new G to a status comparable to many prestigious families. And indeed, this assertion holds true. Uncle Ben has not offered the same exorbitant sums as the third Master Zhou. Instead, he has bestowed upon He Kong a lock of his daughter's hair and a single phrase, a dandy and the capricious fourth Master Zhou. A fool would know how to choose. The Zhou family is indeed formidable, a prominent lineage, yet the second generation, lacking substance, has forgotten one crucial fact. The Zhou family is distanced from the lower strata of society. Master Zhou, in particular, remains oblivious to the deepest fears of those at the bottom. This distance breeds not only beauty but also a dissolution of fear. Moreover, there exists another pivotal point. Young Master Zhou is a notorious playboy, and the reputation of Master Zhou is hardly commendable. In contrast, Master Four's standing in the political and financial realms of the harbor city is far more illustrious than that of these two ineffectual scions. Bang! After aiming his weapon at Lu Xiankai, He Kong exhaled deeply and abruptly pulled the trigger. The fourth gunshot rang out. The billowing smoke in the square, along with Lu Xiankai's heightened vigilance, saved his life. Maintaining an extreme calm at all times is an essential quality for a fighter. Lu Xiankai could already feel the weariness in his supporting leg, and the madness reflected in his left hand's gaze signified that it was time to determine the victor. He had never placed his trust in the constable stationed at the watchtower. He understood that if Master Zhou IV and the new record could bribe all the prison guards to refrain from intervening in this matter, why would they leave behind just this one? Thus, when Lu Xiankai and his left hand collided with great force, Lu Xiankai promptly executed a remarkably graceful kneeling slide, concealing himself behind his left hand, while simultaneously his hands clasped around the sturdy waist of his companion like lightning. Even so, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, he could still feel the searing heat of the bullet grazing past his ear. Indeed, the target was not his left hand, but rather himself. Lu Xiankai's countenance twisted in rage. He realized he must eliminate his formidable opponent swiftly if he were to have any chance of survival. His left hand, suddenly embraced by Lu Xiankai, wore a grim expression. He had never anticipated that a person could execute such fluid movements on the ground. His knee strikes and Muay Thai clinches were inadequate defenses against Lu Xiankai's rare and fluid kneeling slide technique. I'll seize the crane and capture the dragon. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Many may not comprehend the fury in the left hand's roar, yet Lu Xiankai understood its meaning. A cold smile gracing his lips. In the realm of ancient martial arts, there exists a practice of 32 stances, with the most challenging being the crane control stance. As few can truly embody the essence of a crane. Yet, this stance is one of the rare techniques that cultivates the spine. In the world of traditional martial arts, the spine is often referred to as the dragon. To capture the dragon signifies that the left hand possesses an unimaginable strength and agility. Indeed, those fierce individuals who carve out a bloody path in the martial world are cunning beings. Lu Xiankai had always concealed his ground-killing technique. Similarly, the left hand harbored profound ancient martial skills. Suddenly, the left hand's waist unleashed a surge of power. With both hands encircling the waist of his opponent, Lu Xiankai experienced a fleeting moment where he felt not as if he were embracing a person, but rather a writhing crocodile. A thrashing crocodile. In a swift motion, Lu Xiankai executed the most common maneuver in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the small outside reap. Bang! The formidable figure of his adversary suddenly toppled, and Lu Xiankai immediately rolled, securing the dominant position while his hands coiled around the neck like a constricting python. His eyes gleamed with a fierce intent, for he understood that whether employing the crucifix choke or the sleeve choke, once locked in, with his current overwhelming strength, it was certain that he would be the one to emerge alive today. Chapter 30. I have grown old. This world is markedly different from the one once inhabited by Lu Xiankai, especially the port city. The societal structure that exists in this alternate timeline has long since stabilized. Yet the underbelly here remains exceptionally brutal. Thus, individuals like Zhuo Shou, who have forged their own path within colossal organizations, are anything but innocuous. Status is earned through conflict, and wealth is carved through violence. This is a pivotal reason for Zhuo Shou's current standing. After being unexpectedly toppled by Lu Xiankai, Zhuo Shou displayed no hint of panic. His right elbow struck Lu Xiankai's cheek with the swiftness of lightning. Zhuo Shou understood the resilience of his own body. For an ordinary person, such a blow could be devastating, but for him, it felt like a mere breeze. However, Lu Xiankai perceived this elbow strike as if it were an axe cleaving into his face. The impact left him momentarily disoriented, revealing the ferocity of Zhuo Shou's assault. A faint smile graced Lu Xiankai's face as he ensnared Zhuo Shou's neck with both hands, while simultaneously coiling his legs around Zhuo Shou's like a constrictor. To the onlookers, the clash between the two had devolved into something devoid of spectacle, resembling a struggle between two inept brawlers. Even the seasoned fighters among the circle failed to recognize Zhuo Shou's peril, wearing expressions of disdain instead. The scene was undeniably grim. Lu Xiankai pressed his arm and neck tightly against Zhuo Shou, employing Brazilian jiu-jitsu techniques to firmly control his opponent's arms and head. In this position, even a powerhouse like Zhuo Shou found his only mobile arm ineffectively unable to strike Lu Xiankai's vital points. Zhuo Shou struggled desperately, attempting to revert the confrontation back to a standing position, while his only functioning arm relentlessly hammered at Lu Xiankai's head. For the first time, Zhuo Shou comprehended the terror of this position. No matter how fiercely he struggled or how great the force behind his punches, they were rendered futile. Strikes that could have been fatal were now impotent, merely grazing the back of Lu Xiankai's head. Yet, what gnawed at Zhuo Shou's insides was the realization that Lu Xiankai, within this peculiar entanglement, could gradually constrict his neck with the strength of his biceps. Lu Xiankai's gaze was cold and frenzied. He allowed his formidable opponent to writhe, focusing solely on exerting force, relentlessly engaging his biceps. As the pressure intensified, Lu Xiankai could distinctly hear the rasping sounds emanating from Zhuo Shou's throat, a testament to the unbearable strain. I have told you, I can kill you. Feeling the gradual weakening of his left hand, Lu Xiankai gazed intently into his opponent's eyes, squeezing out words that chilled his left hand to the bone. In this world, life and death, a fate, wealth, and nobility belong to the heavens. The left hand did not avert his gaze but fixed it directly upon Lu Xiankai. With great difficulty, he uttered the final words of his life. This renowned figure in the underworld, known for his ferocity and strength, did not relinquish the pride and ferocity that were rightfully his, even in the face of death. Crack! Lu Xiankai's final surge of strength caused the left hand's body to momentarily go limp. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to fall silent. In the eyes of the prisoners, filled with fear and horror, young Master Zhou suddenly lunged forward to shield Lu Xiankai, then shouted out the most pivotal words to the oncoming assassins and officers. My grandfather is about to awaken. It was this proclamation that halted the officers in their tracks as they attempted to shoot Lu Xiankai. Moreover, it allowed Lu Xiankai to lie quietly on the ground, revealing to the pale-faced leaders of several major gangs in the prison his assertion of firmly establishing himself in the position of the king of Qizhou. I killed the left hand. Who dares to refute? The left hand was dead, killed by a short mule. This news not only shocked the criminals within Qizhou prison, but also sent ripples throughout the outside world. Seize the opportunity to take a life. This was a principle upheld by many in the underworld. Almost immediately after the news broke, the ruthless men of Jordan sprang into action. Hundreds of men clad in black t-shirts swiftly took control of the left hands for establishments under the cover of night. While many were unaware of the intensity of the battle, the arrival of over 10 ambulances spoke volumes. The new record did not put up any resistance at all. Before Ben Shu could even devise a response, Marshal Ma Gu unexpectedly launched an attack on him during the gang assembly. With the backing of 11 leaders, she brazenly took over the remaining territory of the left hand. Initially, Ben Shu sought various reasons to deflect her actions. But a single sentence from Ma Gu ultimately compelled him to concede. "I will take over the left hand's grievances." Ma Gu smiled with a facade of politeness as she regarded Ben Shu. "If I do not take over the left hand's territory, who else is qualified? Who can subdue his subordinates? Who can withstand the ruthless men? I am growing old." Ben Shu remained silent for a long time, uttering only 3 words. This was merely the surface of the turmoil. After Ma Gu acquired the left hand's territory, Zhou Shanha rarely sent a golden pig as a gesture of congratulations, along with a message from the old steward. "If you eliminate Zhou Muron, that gambling ship will be yours. Every creature has its own path." Ma Gu replied. "The old master is awake." Crash! The golden pig fell from the steward's hands. However, the tempest outside seemed to bear no relation to Lu Xiankai's plight. He found himself confined once more in solitary confinement. This time, however, the circumstances differed significantly from the last. Although all were aware that Lu Xiankai would face decades of incarceration due to his heinous crime, the meals served daily had transformed into a feast, and the guards overseeing him were notably courteous. The prison authorities were not motivated by fear. Rather, it was due to the fact that the old master had truly awakened. What is power? An elderly gentleman, upon awakening, can quell all disturbances without uttering a single word. This is the essence of power. Chapter 31. Superiority. The repercussions of Left Hand's demise had become inconsequential to Lu Xiankai. For 2 grueling months, he had been confined to a solitary cell, a hellish existence in the eyes of other inmates. During this period, aside from 2 brief appearances for interrogations and court hearings, he remained unseen by the outside world. The additional sentence for killing Left Hand had already been decreed. In truth, it wasn't just Left Hand's death. 2 of the 5 blade-wielding assailants sent by the Xian Society had also succumbed to their grievous wounds en route to the hospital. Lu Xiankai harbored no regrets. In such dire circumstances, mercy would have been suicide. The underworld operated on a brutal principle: kill or be killed. Once one embarked on this path of no return, it was as Left Hand had uttered with his dying breath: life and death are fated. Wealth and honor lie in heaven's hands. Blame had no place here. Fortunately, the empire of this world had abolished the death penalty. Otherwise, Lu Xiankai's heinous acts of slaughter would have undoubtedly condemned him to execution. Yet even so, he was sentenced to an additional 125 years, effectively ensuring he would rot behind bars until his dying day. What baffled many, however, was young Master Zhou's ambiguous stance. The steady stream of medicinal supplies delivered to Lu Xiankai's cramped, 5-square-meter isolation cell suggested Zhou was still honoring his promises. Yet, when it came to the severity of Lu Xiankai's sentencing, the Zhou family's influence remained conspicuously absent. Peculiar. Prisoner 9521. Young Master Zhou will be released in an hour. Before leaving, he transferred all the funds in his account to you. Brother Xiong says he admires you. So there'll be no commission taken. Hang in there a few more days, and I'll buy you a drink when you're out. The guard delivering meals squinted through the narrow slit of the cell window, watching as Lu Xiankai, after applying the medicinal ointment, savagely hurled his body against the walls. Though he had witnessed this self-flagellation many times before, the sheer brutality of the impact still unsettled him. He couldn't fathom how a man could subject himself to such torment. The sight of Lu Xiankai grinding his abdomen and armpits, the most vulnerable parts of his body, against jagged fragments of broken wall until they bled profusely never failed to make the guard suck in a sharp breath. This was a martial artist who had trained himself to the brink of madness. Old Master Zhou has remarkable patience, waiting this long before allowing his own grandson to walk free. It seems public opinion and 4th Uncle Zhou have both been pacified. A formidable old man indeed. Lu Xiankai ceased his relentless battering against the wall, slowly opening his eyes to gaze at the door. The current Lu Xiankai was no longer the fool of his predecessor. With a cunning mind, deducing this much was effortless. He even recognized the guard's overtures as an attempt to recruit him. Killing Left Hand had effectively sentenced him to life imprisonment, a grim fate for Lu Xiankai personally, but a boon for the prison authorities. What could serve as a more effective pawn than a prisoner, perpetually confined and possessing an aura of formidable intimidation? This piece not only facilitates the management of other unruly inmates within the prison system, but also ensures that any illicit gains acquired will remain undisclosed. However, Lu Xiankai does not oppose this arrangement, for he is in dire need of funds, substantial sums to support his training. Currently, young Master Zhou harbors gratitude, and thus, supplies such as pharmaceuticals will continue to flow in abundance. But what of the future? In the eyes of affluent capitalists and tycoons, a mere killer serves no purpose beyond that of a chamber pot. A chamber pot, when deemed unnecessary, is destined solely for disposal. Therefore, Lu Xiankai must forge an alternate avenue for wealth, and collaboration with the prison authorities appears to be the most viable path. As for the matter of a 125-year sentence, Lu Xiankai has faith in his own capabilities and believes that this accursed system within him will not confine him to such a constricted existence indefinitely. Indeed, it is rumored that old Master Zhou has been dispatched to a federal state to explore new markets, a place rife with daily homicides. I suspect he shall never return to the harbor city in his lifetime. Young Master Zhou has tasked me with conveying a message to you. Lu Xiankai's analysis took the food-delivering constable by surprise. He had always presumed this madman lacked such astuteness. Yet it was clear from the recent exchanges that he had underestimated his counterpart. Consequently, the constable's tone became increasingly courteous. What did he say? Lu Xiankai inquired slowly. He promised that his commitment would not waver, assuring that funds would be transferred monthly to ease your mind. The constable spoke these words with an expression of envy, lamenting that he was not the one at the helm of the Zhou family. Lu Xiankai shook his head and offered a response that left the constable perplexed. Those who can uphold their promises are heroes, yet heroes seldom amass wealth. Those who accumulate vast fortunes are often tyrants. How could the heir of that venerable gentleman be a hero? Especially someone like me, who possesses virtually no value for the Zhou family. Given my inability to ever leave this place. Disinterested, the constable muttered a remark before shutting the small window of the solitary confinement cell, plunging everything back into darkness. Only faint sounds of impact echoed from within. The departing constable couldn't resist casting a glance back. To him, that cell, situated deep within the corridor, resembled a cage holding an unparalleled beast, evoking both dread and trepidation. Meanwhile, clad in a luxurious suit and donning a $10 million Rolex on his wrist, young Master Zhou turned to glance at what he perceived as hell, amidst the envious gazes of those around him, before spitting contemptuously and striding through the iron gate without a backward glance. The envy was not confined to the prisoners. The constables, who could observe the world beyond the prison walls, shared in this sentiment. The inmates envied young Master Zhou's freedom, while the constables covetously regarded the wealth of the Zhou family. A dozen black Bentley sedans had long since come to a halt at the entrance of the prison, and the road had been cleared. Two statuesque young women crouched down to ignite a fire pit, quietly awaiting the arrival of young Master Zhou. All of this silently conveyed to everyone the unvarnished truth. Individuals can never be equal. Those who wield power and wealth will always stand above the rest. Chapter 32. The Ruthless Tyrant. Old Master Zhou of the Hengsheng Group is an eccentric individual. From the moment he rose to prominence, he has been imbued with a chilling ferocity that instills dread. Even in his twilight years, instead of softening with age, his countenance has grown increasingly menacing. Remarkably, even after a severe illness, this ferocity remains unchanged, and the gauntness of his cheeks renders him more akin to a living skeleton. Yet, despite his frail existence, Old Master Zhou commands significant influence among prominent families in both the Hong Kong region and mainland China. The story of his rise in business elucidates why he garners such respect. From the humble beginnings of a fisherman's son, he has transformed Hengsheng from a modest establishment into a dominant force spanning 9 traditional sectors in Hong Kong, with a staggering market value reaching hundreds of billions. Is this not deserving of admiration? However, one must also consider the multitude of bones that lie beneath his ascent. For partners have long since exited the group under Old Master Zhou's meticulous planning and decisive actions, with the causes of death for 2 remaining shrouded in mystery. Numerous adversaries have met with ruin, their families shattered. Without ruthlessness, one cannot achieve greatness, is a phrase Old Master Zhou frequently imparts to his kin. He is merciless not only to outsiders but also to his own family. Even in a state of weakness post-illness, he wielded his influence to compel judicial intervention against the upper echelons of the Zhou family, swiftly imprisoning 11 executives with relentless efficiency, thereby obliterating the power of his rival. Fourth Master Zhou, within the group. This purge included loyal veterans who had stood by him for decades, some of whom had made significant contributions during the group's most challenging times. Yet, Old Master Zhou spared none. One elder, confronted with evidence of his malfeasance from many years prior, gazed in disbelief before being taken away, asking Old Master Zhou, "Why do you still possess evidence from so long ago?" "To ensure that when I am no longer here, there is something left to prevent you from unbridled ambition," was Old Master Zhou's response. Such meticulous foresight towards his confidants inevitably breeds fear among all. As Fourth Master Zhou departed, Old Master Zhou offered a parting explanation. I have been in a coma for so long. And yet you have failed to eliminate the incompetent nephew you despise within a month. You must accept the consequences of your wagers. Fourth Master Zhou fell silent. Go to Mexico and learn the art of painting. Your tiger must learn to retract its claws, was old Master Zhou's solitary piece of advice to his son. The pinnacle of luxury is often revealed in the minutiae. The top floor of the Hengshan building boasts breathtaking views of the entire island, yet in this precious space, old Master Zhou has chosen to install a restroom. It is only from great heights that one can truly see far. Old Master Zhou once imparted a profound piece of wisdom to his successor, Zhou Muran, stating that one must cultivate the habit of standing above others to truly comprehend the sensation of being elevated above them. Today, Zhou Muran, clad in a sharply tailored suit, entered an office that had long remained untouched. The striking image of the Last Supper by the illustrious 18th century artist, Mr. Bell, valued at over 1 billion imperial coins, immediately captured his attention. In public settings, addressing family members by their generational titles is a strict rule of the Zhou family. Having endured considerable trials, Zhou Muran had become notably more respectful. Upon entering, he spoke with deference, requesting to sit and converse, noting the absence of outsiders. Old Master Zhou gestured towards the sofa. Following his recent illness, his physique had diminished to less than 100 pounds, rendering his towering frame little more than skin and bones. Yet, despite his frailty, the moment the feeble elder cast his gaze upon Zhou Muran, the latter was overwhelmed with nervous perspiration. Your fourth uncle has departed for Mexico, but I have granted him a chance for redemption. 7 years ago, we allied with the Hua family to acquire the world's third-largest copper mine. However, the place is rife with treachery. Many have perished and fortunes have been squandered, yet progress remains sluggish. Does he not believe in his capacity to carve out a realm of his own? If he can elevate the mine's profits to 9 figures, this document I possess will reinstate him as an executive director of the group. Before old Master Zhou set a cup of pale yellow tea, its fragrant aroma permeating the office. Beside it lay a substantial document, already notarized by the esteemed lawyer Ouyang, relieving Zhou Muran of any additional mental burden. Noticing the gravity and fierceness in Zhou Muran's gaze, old Master Zhou finally smiled, acknowledging the transformative power of adversity. If you harbored thoughts of destroying this document, then the 3 months of imprisonment would have been worth it. Zhou Muran remained silent. To be candid, you, along with your third uncle and that ant obsessed with designer labels, have greatly disappointed me. Old Master Zhou showed no regard for Zhou Muran's pride. After a brief compliment, his tone turned icy. I have been gradually transferring power to you, yet you allow the fourth son to wield such influence. It is utterly unacceptable. Tell me, are you worthless? Under the stern admonishment of old Master Zhou, cold sweat trickled down Zhou Muran's forehead, drop by drop staining the luxurious cashmere carpet beneath him. Were it not for the White Dragon King, I would often believe that the fourth son is the most suitable heir for the Zhou family. However, I recognize the formidable nature of the White Dragon King, which is why I still choose you. Perhaps due to his extreme physical weakness, old Master Zhou did not continue to berate young Master Zhou with the usual tempestuous fervor. Instead, he let out a bitter smile and shifted the topic. However, you have indeed managed to satisfy me this time. You survived the trap set by the fourth, and the maneuver by Bin from Shinji was quite unexpected. The old man, trembling, lifted the teacup before him and took a delicate sip, then posed the most pivotal question. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do next? I have faltered due to my excessive compassion, young Master Zhou contemplated before meeting his father's piercing gaze. Many departments would benefit from new blood rather than relying on the elderly. Our family management system has become somewhat antiquated. I plan to implement reforms. He continued with remarkable candor. During this reform, I will elevate some fresh talents, gradually diminishing the elders' grip on power. When the moment is ripe, I shall have my people take their places. What about Zhangxi, Dongfeng, and Lancheng? The old man posed the next question, laden with traps. As those 3 were indeed the trusted aides placed within the group by his supportive aunt and uncles, one must be ruthless to achieve great things. The old man's words echoed in Zhou Murang's mind, causing him to swiftly alter his nearly blurted response. The fate of the 7 killers, once broken, shall rise to greatness. These were the prophetic words bestowed upon him by the White Dragon King, and Lu Xinkai's judgment had proven exceptionally astute. The one who could command the Hengshan group would undoubtedly not emerge as a hero. Instead, he would transform into a formidable tyrant, a tyrant willing to employ any means necessary. Chapter 33. Different lives. Yet the same Zhou Muran clenched his teeth, his countenance cold as he spoke, first seeking to appease, then to find a substitute. Why? The expression on old Master Zhou's face remained as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of turbulence. Their allegiance could only ever lie with my uncle and aunt, and would never extend to me. It was evident that Zhou Muron had matured significantly. From this perspective alone, I could not permit them to retain their current positions. I have come to understand this principle clearly. Without the arrangements of your aunt and uncle, you would have perished in prison. This is the debt you owe. Old Master Zhou continued, inquiring whether such actions would effectively render your elders obsolete, and if you felt any guilt. I recall that you once cherished the phrase, "We are family." Guilt? Family? Zhou Muron's gaze fell, slowly shaking his head. Their assistance stemmed from their awareness that if I faltered, my fourth uncle would target them next. In comparison to my fourth uncle, how naive and foolish I was. By supporting me, they secured their own opportunity for survival. Moreover, I firmly believe that should you encounter further misfortune, the focus of my adversaries will shift from my fourth uncle to my third uncle and second aunt. Zhou Muron scoffed coldly. The royal family is often the most heartless. Although the Zhou family is not a dynasty, in the face of billions, what does familial affection amount to? A rare smile flickered across old Master Zhou's skeletal visage. Some individuals possess great talent, yet I have consistently suppressed them. Beneath that document lie their names and positions, the foundation I leave for you, thus expediting many of your affairs. Additionally, remember this, your second aunt and third uncle may lack talent, yet they remain family. Power may be undivided, but do not let them suffer financially. As for your fourth uncle, after a moment of contemplation, old Master Zhou delivered a more ruthless conclusion. If he manages to return from victorious over you, or if you can completely erase him, either victor would ensure my legacy continues. Old Master Zhou holds a firm belief in the White Dragon King. Yet he still afforded Zhou Sihua an opportunity through the cultivation of his own schemes, an opportunity that may seem incomprehensible to outsiders. The number assigned to you in prison, the diminutive mule, played a significant role in your survival. What are your thoughts on this individual? Old Master Zhou's subsequent question caused Zhou Muron's expression to falter momentarily. He could never forget the terror of those men from Xing charging at him. Nor could he ever erase the image of Lu Xiankai standing resolutely in front of him. This memory was etched into his very being. However, the humiliation imposed by Lu Xiankai was equally indelible. Who is he? He is the heir of the Zhou family, the future helmsman of a billion-dollar empire. And what is the counterpart? A diminutive mule, a mere lowly thug. Yet, this very lowly thug had the audacity to command him like a dog before all the inmates, compelling him to rise and sit with obedience. This was a disgrace that even Zhou Shanhe had never inflicted upon him. One must concede the impressive performances of these young scions from affluent families. In a moment of life and death, young Master Zhou suppressed the humiliation within him and acted like a dog, his exquisite acting and subservient demeanor deceiving not only Lu Xiankai, but also everyone around him. Yet now, having regained his identity, young Master Zhou's singular desire is to utterly erase this person from his world. Out of a sense of obligation, he has left behind a considerable sum of money for him, but the promise to rescue him shall remain unfulfilled. After several contemplative minutes, Zhou Muron provided his response. This individual possesses remarkable combat prowess, capable of assisting in unsavory undertakings. If the Zhou family were to extricate him, it would be akin to wielding an additional blade, similar to the control exerted over Aben by your fourth uncle. Furthermore, this person's status and influence are considerably weak, rendering him more manageable, as he would be entirely reliant on you. Why, one might ask. Zhou Laoyi's gaze once again revealed a hint of amusement. Firstly, this man is too obstinate and ferocious to submit to anyone. Zhou Muron, having matured swiftly through this life-threatening ordeal, met Zhou Laoyi's eyes and remarked, "This world is never devoid of hired killers. Why nurture a wolf?" Secondly, he has insulted me, replied young Master Zhou. If it is merely a trivial trick, why not eliminate the one who has insulted you? Zhou Laoyi continued to inquire. The sum I left for him serves to silence all tongues. Prisons are rife with gossip, and this will prevent the rumor of my ingratitude from spreading. Ensuring his perpetual confinement is a means to make this chapter of my life forgotten. After all, I aspire to be a figure featured in Time magazine, and certain matters must remain forever concealed. Given enough time, no one will recall the stain I bear. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the master of this office. Zhou Laoyi chuckled dryly, gesturing towards the office he had occupied for decades. Based on your performance, I am beginning to believe in the destiny foretold by the White Dragon King. There are several mergers and acquisitions on the horizon for the group, along with some village construction projects that you will oversee personally. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Laoyizi, aided by his bodyguards, maneuvered his wheelchair to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. This venerable figure, who holds a significant position in the commercial history of the harbor city over the past few decades, gazed greedily at the stunning Victoria Harbor. Every individual has their moment of exit. Do not let me down, Zhou Muron bowed respectfully. Throughout this exchange, the two prominent figures at the pinnacle of the harbor city's financial sphere refrained from mentioning the name of the short mule who would remain imprisoned for life. It was not that they were unaware, but rather they deemed it inconsequential, a mere trifling act. As time inexorably passed, young Master Zhou's demeanor transformed dramatically following his takeover of Hengxian Group, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. Not only has he successfully acquired several promising technology companies, but he has also secured a coveted piece of land in Tunmun for the astounding price of 27 billion imperial dollars, drawing envious gazes from other real estate tycoons. We warmly welcome Mr. Zhou Murian, the executive director of the Hengxian Consortium, to the stage to address us. In the largest conference center in Tunmun, amidst the admiring eyes of countless journalists and onlookers, the impeccably dressed Zhou Murian ascended the flower-adorned podium, gracefully waving his arms to acknowledge the crowd. In this moment, he was no longer the timid scion of a wealthy family, struggling for survival in prison, but had transformed into the influential Mr. Zhou, a pivotal figure in the city. Meanwhile, the once boisterous dormitories of Stanley Prison fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, whether from the triads or other factions. Nearly every gaze was fixated through the thick iron bars towards the depths of the corridor. The entire prison was aware of one undeniable truth. The formidable figure who had single-handedly defeated the notorious Yama of the Sun Qi gang was about to emerge. This silence was the way these desperate souls expressed their fear and respect for this fearsome deity. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, after a long absence of 6 months, the enigmatic Dongfang Lu reappeared before all the prisoners. Chapter 34. Escape from the dark terrifying man. Shan, a man of mixed heritage, possesses fair skin and a prominent nose, endowing him with an undeniable masculine allure in his 30s. With his impressive education and striking appearance, he should have been the epitome of a successful life. Yet, he found himself transformed into a despised prisoner, regarded as devoid of any future. How did he arrive at this dismal fate? Let us rewind time to 3 months prior. At that time, Shan enjoyed the companionship of a beautiful, gentle, and generous wife, along with a highly coveted job. As a manager at a prestigious financial firm ranked among the top 10 in the empire, his annual salary soared to an impressive $1 million. Given his capabilities and achievements, attaining K3 level seemed a mere formality. However, just as he basked in his success, calamity struck. He attended a charity gala, where, in the presence of influential figures and the opportunity to forge new friendships, Shan, whose drinking prowess was usually commendable, found himself intoxicated. Though he staggered, he astutely recognized the need to maintain his composure in such a setting. After generously tipping a waiter, he was escorted to a secluded room to rest. Initially, Shan envisioned a brief respite before quietly departing. Until that moment, his life remained untroubled. Yet, upon awakening, everything changed. He found himself confronted by several stern-faced officers, and beside him lay the lifeless body of a naked woman, his assistant, a young girl named Chen Wanting. The girl, merely 22, possessed a delicate visage, her eyes often radiating a gentle smile, complemented by her slender, graceful brows, exuding a rare warmth in the finance sector. However, now her once lustrous black hair lay disheveled, and dark crimson stains flowed from the corners of her mouth, presenting a scene both eerie and horrifying. Yet, this was not the most chilling revelation for Shan. What sent shivers down his spine was the realization that he, too, was devoid of clothing, entangled in an intimate embrace with the girl's lifeless form. Blood from her body stained his hands. I know nothing. I did not do this. Overwhelmed by terror, Shan's mind blanked, leaving him with no recourse but to scream in desperation. However, his pleas proved futile. Both witnesses and evidence implicated him in the crime. Eyewitnesses recounted seeing him, inebriated, forcibly ushering his beautiful assistant into the room, while several waiters heard the sounds of her pleas and cries for mercy from within. Moreover, the fingerprints found on the woman's body and the traces scattered throughout the room left Shan with no means of defense. In this undeniable circumstance, Shan was sentenced to 20 years in prison for murder, and the presiding female judge, particularly ruthless, condemned him to the notorious Stanley prison. "You scum. Though spared the death penalty, I believe you should live in hell," were her exact words. Thus, Sean, who had always been a model child and had seldom encountered the dark facets of society, became a part of Stanley. Now, 2 months into his incarceration, Sean had finally grasped the true essence of hell, the law of the jungle, and the depths of despair. In this place, sexual offenders were at the very bottom of the food chain, and Sean, having led a sheltered life, inevitably exhibited remnants of his former naivety. As a result, he endured brutal beatings. His belief in the existence of fairness within the prison system led him to report certain individuals, nearly resulting in his incapacitation. Were it not for his wife, a woman who wept daily and devoted considerable resources to securing his safety, Sean would have long been tortured into a grotesque shadow of his former self. However, today was unlike any other. Previously, he had been forced to curl up in the corner of the foulest toilet each night, and each morning, he had to prepare the personal hygiene items for all the inmates. Any hint of dissatisfaction from the members of Cell 19 would lead to him being mercilessly beaten into unconsciousness. Today, however, his trembling hands caused him to spill toothpaste on the floor, meant for the cell's dominant figure, a member named Akuin from the Hiji gang. In his desperate, shaking pleas for mercy, he was unexpectedly met with no violence. Instead, Akuin appeared lost in thought, gazing into the dim depths of the corridor. Having learned to read the room and tread cautiously, Sean noticed the fear reflected in Akuin's eyes. "What is it? Why is everyone looking outside? Is something significant happening?" he inquired in a hushed, trembling voice to the only inmate willing to converse with him, an elderly prisoner known as Old Bao. Old Bao, with his hair turned gray, had been imprisoned for 21 years, allegedly for accidentally killing a debt collector from a gang. "The King of Hell is coming out," he replied, his murky eyes shimmering with the same fear as Akuin. The emergence of this murderous figure would surely bring chaos. As Sean's confusion mingled with trepidation, he witnessed a man slowly emerging from the shadows, encircled by 5 or 6 heavily armed guards. The previously boisterous cell fell into an eerie silence. The heavy shackles, weighing dozens of pounds, were brazenly affixed to the man, each step resonating with the clanging of chains against the floor, a dull yet rhythmic sound echoing through the corridor. It has been many years since such instruments of torture have made an appearance. The old man spoke in a hushed tone, his words to Sean resembling the faint buzz of a mosquito. It seemed as though he feared that even the slightest elevation in volume would alert the man, who was positioned at a considerable distance. Sean could sense the weight of that device, and it only intensified his awareness of the man's formidable strength. Despite this, the man's footsteps remained devoid of any heaviness. Yet, Sean's lack of common sense led him to overlook a crucial detail. The contact point between the beast-like man's ankles and the shackles bore no traces of blood or injury. Those heavy, coarse fetters appeared incapable of inflicting any damage upon his skin. Who is he? A shiver of fear compelled Sean to take a step back, unable to suppress the curiosity gnawing at him. Here, he was known by only one name. The response from the cell's tyrant came almost as a groan: "The King of Hell." Chapter 35. You could give it a try under the watchful eyes of all the prisoners. Lu Xiankai continued to walk at a measured pace. His expression remained as calm as still water, no anger, no madness. 6 months. 180 days. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiankai had quietly shattered a prison record. The previous record holder, who had endured solitary confinement for over 100 days, was a man nicknamed the Butcher, Wang Jiang. This monster had been sent to Qizhou prison not only for slaughtering an entire family, but also for disposing of the bodies by turning them into steamed buns. The incident had stirred up a storm across Hong Kong, and even the empire at the time. Since the death penalty was not an option, he was locked away in Qizhou. Naturally, many despised him. After a violent altercation, he was thrown into solitary confinement for a staggering 120 days. When he emerged, he had lost his mind, terrified of darkness, of any sound, even of living. True to expectations, one night during a medical furlough, the deranged man secretly slit his own throat with a shard of glass he had hidden away. The fact that he died silently, muffling his agony beneath his blanket, spoke volumes about the psychological torment inflicted by solitary confinement. And yet, Lu Xiankai had endured it for 6 full months. During the first month, the guards occasionally exchanged a few words with him. But as the influence of Uncle Ben from the Sun Yuan and the Zhou family's deliberate neglect took hold, no one spoke to Lu Xiankai anymore. Whispers circulating through the prison suggested that a powerful figure wanted Yin Wang, the Mad King, to descend into irreversible insanity. Opinions varied on who this shadowy figure might be. Some pointed to Uncle Ben of the Sun Yan, others to Fourth Master Zhou, and still others to young Master Zhou himself. For the prisoners, however, the identity of this puppet master mattered little. What did matter was that the betting pool had reopened. With staggering odds of 30-1 against Lu Xiankai emerging from 6 months of isolation with his sanity intact. Tolerance for solitude and confinement varies from person to person, shaped by factors such as personality, mental resilience, environmental conditions, and personal interests. 3 months is the limit for most. Beyond 4. Even the king of hell would begin to hallucinate, his perception of time and space unraveling. "I don't see Yin Wang walking out unscathed," remarked a prisoner known as the Doctor. Though the man had a sordid past, including blood on his hands, his credentials as a medical doctorate lent weight to his analysis. This was why the odds had soared so high. Of course, not everyone bet against Lu Xiankai. His legendary fight against the Left Hand in the Yard had elevated him to near mythic status in the eyes of many inmates, among them the gambler known as Hamster, who wagered hundreds of thousands on his victory. Lu Xiankai was unaware of the wager at hand. Nevertheless, he managed to endure. The sole reason for his resilience was the system. During this period, the system was remarkably active, not only providing optimized versions of various combat techniques, but also offering a remarkable concoction that enhanced physical conditioning to a degree that left Lu Xiankai somewhat incredulous. Successful individuals are often obsessives. For 180 days, Lu Xiankai remained confined within a cramped cell of less than 5 square meters, honing his physique and various fighting skills. The moment he stepped out of solitary confinement, Lu Xiankai felt an overwhelming certainty that, without ground techniques, he could easily be his own demise with his left hand. Despite his rigorous training, Lu Xiankai keenly sensed a troubling issue. Young Master Zhou had undoubtedly reneged on his promise. This was not difficult to deduce. During the initial 3 months, the funds promised by young Master Zhou were deposited into his account monthly. Moreover, due to the Zhou family's connections and the attempts by certain individuals in the prison to win him over, an array of precious medications continued to flow in. However, by the 4th month, young Master Zhou's sponsorship ceased entirely. From that point on, Lu Xiankai was left to subsist on dwindling resources. Had it not been for the substantial wealth Zhou had initially provided, he would have been utterly unable to procure any substances for his physical training in the ensuing days. Even so, by the time there were only 5 days left before his release from solitary, Lu Xiankai's account had been reduced to nothing. In a place where everything is assessed through the lens of profit, it was only natural that the medications would dry up. However, what took Lu Xiankai by surprise was the unexpected support from Hamster. This astute individual had not sought out a new master. Instead, he utilized all his connections to deliver some medications. It was thanks to this that Lu Xiankai's iron cloth shirt finally achieved a minor success in the system just before the deadline. To the naked eye, Lu Xiankai's appearance had changed little. His skin had become more resilient, and while he was unaware of the full extent of the effects, the coarse iron spikes of the heavy shackles no longer posed any threat to him. With each step, Lu Xiankai felt no pain, only a slight tingling sensation. As he inhaled the long-awaited fresh air, the gentle breeze of the corridor tousled his unruly hair, reminiscent of wild grass. Each time he passed a cell, several prisoners instinctively lowered their heads, and some fervent admirers even bowed in reverence. In this solemn atmosphere, the expressions of the few guards surrounding Lu Xiankai grew increasingly grave. This peculiar situation only shifted when Lu Xiankai reached the door of cell number 3. Everyone was aware that cell No. 3 served as the stronghold for the notorious gang led by Li Jintong, the ringleader himself residing within. "Yama, you actually emerged unscathed. And moving so slowly. Is this a show of defiance?" The square-faced Li Jintong regarded Lu Xiankai with an expression devoid of the fear others exhibited. Instead, it bore a semblance of equality and wariness. "Are you eagerly wishing for my demise?" Lu Xiankai halted his steps, turning his neck to gaze at Li Jindong amidst the intimidating encirclement of several prison guards. "I shall become the ruler of this prison, and this is the last time you shall address me with such insolence. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end your life." The unexpected incidents involving Xiao Cheng of the Iron Cloth and young Master Zhou propelled Lu Xiankai to hasten his dominion over the prison. Within this brutal realm, no method proved more effective or direct than sheer violence. These desperate criminals would only yield to a profound fear of their own mortality. A recent spate of bloody confrontations had imbued the cunning Lu Xiankai with a more visceral understanding of brutality. "Kill me? You may attempt it." Li Jindong and the Yi brothers, having thrived in the treacherous waters of Hong Kong and Kowloon, possessed an inherent confidence. In an instant, his gaze turned icy and menacing. Chapter 36. Is this the King of Hell? What a lunatic. The moment the King of Hell emerged, he encountered Brother Jindong. The standoff between Lu Xiankai and Li Jindong naturally captured the attention of all the inmates, evoking a collective sentiment among them. Instantly, the previously tranquil prison erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, with hushed discussions buzzing like flies throughout the cells. Many inmates twisted their necks into unnatural angles to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama before cell number 3. The elderly Bao Bao, with his grizzled hair, was no exception. Behind him, Sean stood in utter stupor. His daze was not born of fear, but rather from the sheer ferocity and madness exhibited by the King of Hell. During his time in prison, Sean had endured a fate worse than death, yet he had his eyes open to the raw brutality surrounding him. Numerous formidable figures emerged, particularly those from the Notorious gang, who shattered his preconceived notions. How could individuals treat life with such disregard? This conundrum would forever perplex Sean, who hailed from a middle-class background. He vividly recalled a murder that transpired before his very eyes. The assailant was one of the gang members. With their limited numbers, these individuals epitomized desperation and insanity within the prison walls. Given Sean's position in Stanley Prison, he had no channels to uncover the motives behind such bloodshed nor to grasp the interests that could transform a man into a bloodthirsty beast. Nevertheless, the shock remained palpable. It was a morning during yard time, and the event unfolded in the square, a mere 3 meters from where Sean stood. Initially, 2 men engaged in cheerful conversation. But then Sean witnessed one of them, known as Brother Chong, deftly receive a dagger while brushing past another. Though it was termed a dagger, it was merely a small segment of steel pilfered from the prison's metal workshop. This steel, meant for structural purposes, had been polished for days. Its edges honed to a blinding sharpness, particularly the lethal point, which served as an optimal instrument for harvesting lives. "I have something to tell you," Brother Chong said, wrapping his arm around the other's shoulder, his face alight with a disarming smile. "Brother Chong, what do you need me for?" The other replied, equally oblivious to the impending death. "Brother Jindong wants you dead." As those words fell, Brother Chang plunged the blade into the other's neck. The rupture of the carotid artery unleashed a torrent of blood, reminiscent to Sean of the fountains he had seen as a child in Kowloon Plaza. 2 stabs, 3 stabs. 4 stabs, 5 stabs in Sean's stunned gaze, Brother Chang morphed into a beast. He stabbed with wild abandon. Even as the neck of his victim became a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, refusing to cease until the guards arrived. Only then did he toss the dagger aside with a grin and comply by lying still. Amidst the jubilant and raucous crowd, Sean's stunned demeanor made him stand out starkly. Then, this middle-aged man, who had witnessed murder for the first time, unexpectedly vomited, not consuming a morsel of food throughout the day. Even the fearsome Changgu had to heed Li Jindong's commands, which made Li Jindong, with his perpetually cold gaze and unyielding demeanor, one of Sean's most dreaded prison demons. However, today, the hierarchy of the prison food chain was once again disrupted in Sean's eyes. The man, who resembled a ferocious beast, confronted the formidable Li Jindong while burdened with heavy shackles and surrounded by several guards in a state of readiness. This prompted Sean, who had previously felt unworthy to observe, to muster the courage to approach. What he witnessed was indeed astonishing. He saw Changgu standing beside Li Jindong, and the brutality he had witnessed shattered Sean's worldview profoundly. Even from such a distance, he could not suppress a shiver. "King of Hell, others may fear you, but we, the Big Circle boys, have never feared you. Let me share a saying from our side. If you are a dragon, lie low. If you are a tiger, crouch." Li Jindong fixed his intense gaze on the arrogant Lu Xiankai without uttering a word, while Changgu, standing behind him, could no longer contain his fury and shouted first, "You fool! Don't think that because you've killed everyone on your left." Perhaps to display his bravado or perhaps to mask a hint of his own fear, Changgu's body language was exaggerated. After cursing Lu Xiankai a few times, he even extended his hand to gesture an obscene middle finger. This very action provided Lu Xiankai with an opportunity. "You're courting death." No one, including the 2 guards closely monitoring Lu Xiankai, anticipated that this man, encumbered by heavy shackles, would move with the agility of a leopard. With a powerful push from his left foot, he swiftly advanced toward Lu Xiankai, his right hand striking like lightning. Unfortunately, no one cheered, for Lu Xiankai had already mastered the footwork of boxing, and his right hand executed the most commonplace grabbing technique with remarkable finesse. His form, stance, rhythm, and strength were all nearly flawless in this action. Changgu responded quickly, Yet despite his swiftness, Lu Xiankai firmly grasped his outstretched hand. A loud clang echoed as Lu Xiankai's shackles collided with the bars of cell number 3. Simultaneously, Chang Ji's agonizing scream pierced the air. In that instant, Lu Xiankai's right hand exerted tremendous force, grotesquely twisting Chang Ji's fingers before the eyes of all present. Stop! Several startled guards, with no hesitation, rushed to strike Lu Xiankai's back with their batons. Bang! 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 The sound of several batons striking flesh echoed clearly in the corridor, yet Lu Xiankai remained utterly unfazed. As though this level of violence was merely a child's play to him. I will incapacitate you. As he uttered these words, he forcefully yanked downward with his right hand, resulting in a heart-wrenching scream from Chang Gu as his robust arm was brutally twisted and broken by Lu Xiankai against the iron bars. Yama, our enmity has been established? Li Zhendong remarked, observing the muscle tremors on his horse's face after witnessing the brutal dismemberment. Despite the tremor, he conveyed his chilling resolve. As long as you live, this cannot be resolved. I await your return. Lu Xiankai finally released Chang Ji's arm and raised his hands high in the air. Is this Yama? Shan, having been terrified by the fierce confrontation among these strong men, turned pale. Indeed, this is Yama, a Kun, who had remained silent. Wore an expression as if he had received a punch, his demeanor particularly bitter. Chapter 37. Do not judge solely by appearances. Despite Lu Xiankai's obedient submission as he lay down, he was still firmly restrained by several apprehensive officers. The sight of the earlier scene caused all the prisoners to collectively gasp in shock. The stench of blood permeated the air, and the fear in their gazes towards the man pinned down by the officers intensified. This madman, confined within the isolation chamber, had not weakened in the slightest. Instead, he had grown increasingly deranged and ferocious. Many gang members turned to their leaders, aware of the reason behind Yan Wang's madness. His relentless ambition remained unchanged. He sought to trample everyone beneath his feet. He aspired to achieve what had eluded the leaders of various factions for years. He aimed to become the king of Qizhou. Coincidentally, both the numbered gang and the new G and G factions in the prison remained eerily silent. Truly a lunatic. Uncle Bao in cell 19 appeared pallid, while other inmates nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying their lingering dread. Lunatic? Perhaps not. One must never judge solely by appearances. In a dim corner, Shan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. When that beast-like man was taken away, he caught a glimpse of the man's gaze. It was calm and piercing. Yet, he discerned an absolute clarity in those eyes, devoid of any hint of madness. Although Shan held a lowly position within the prison hierarchy, he was undoubtedly astute. Besides, he had witnessed such a gaze before. It belonged to a significant figure known for his frightening cunning. 9125, Lu Xiankai, notorious as the most malevolent 49er in Kuntong. A year prior, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison for manslaughter during a gang altercation. Within the prison walls, he had killed 3 men and severely injured 7 others, resulting in an additional 120 years added to his sentence. To be frank, I have been in this prison for nearly 15 years, and you are the most remarkable and the most vicious individual I have encountered. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiankai, surrounded by several apprehensive officers, found himself in the chamber of the prison's third authority, the assassin Xiong. With meticulously groomed hair and a cigarette perched between his lips, Chen Xiong squinted at the robust man before him, a flicker of deep-seated wariness glinting in his eyes. Though renowned for his ruthless reputation, even he dared not underestimate this violent brute, who could kill at the slightest provocation. Speak, he commanded. Why did you break a man's arm right after your release? Do you find the isolation chamber to your liking? After glancing at the handgun in his drawer, Chen Xiong regained his composure, gesturing for the tense officers to lower their stun guns. He then courteously offered a cigarette to Lu Xiankai. What does this prison represent to you? After receiving the cigarette from Lu Xiankai, he raised his gaze and posed a question in return. The clinking sound of the shackles on his wrists caused the several constables behind him to once again raise their stun guns in trepidation. Clearly, they were unnerved by Lu Xiankai's earlier outburst in the corridor. They were not fools. They could sense the force with which he had broken free from several of them. Many perceived him at that moment as a furious tiger. In such a confined space, if Lu Xiankai were to unleash his fury, the stun guns in their hands would offer no semblance of safety. I am not one to indulge in insincere platitudes. Chen Xiong was somewhat taken aback by Lu Xiankai's inquiry, yet after a few moments of contemplation, he provided an answer. In the eyes of the media, this was a place for rehabilitation. However, from the perspective of the authorities, it was merely a den of scoundrels. To the warden, it was a treasure trove. To me, it represented a job, one that afforded me a respectable living outside. Murderers, assassins, robbers, addicts, perverts. As Lu Xiankai inhaled the acrid smoke, he found the term den of scoundrels quite fitting. Yet, to me, it resembled a forest. A dark forest enclosed by iron fences and towering walls. Lu Xiankai exhibited a composure and elegance that astonished all the constables present. He slowly spoke, asserting that survival in such a forest necessitated adherence to the law of the jungle. From the very moment I emerged, everyone began assessing whether my claws remained sharp, whether my ferocity had waned. Thus, I must demonstrate that I am still the king of hell. As for why I would confront the gang members, Lu Xiankai chose not to elaborate, instead falling silent as he surveyed the constables around him. People have underestimated you. You must be wiser than they can fathom. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes, comprehending Lu Xiankai's intent. This defiant individual not only had private matters to discuss, but was also testing his courage. A clever person would not kill a constable without any conflict of interest. I trust you this time. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Xiong gestured to the other constables assigned to protect him, signaling them to depart. Brother Xiong, this man is far too dangerous. One constable hesitated. Leave. Chen Xiong's icy tone and indifferent demeanor compelled the constables to abandon their persuasion and gradually exit the room. To everyone, you present the image of a martial maniac, a reckless lunatic. Once the room was left solely to Lu Xiankai, Chen Xiong slowly began. Now I realize this is your fade. You possess a cunning that astonishes me, and I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. Upon leaving the confinement room, I must prove two things. Lu Xiankai fixed his gaze intensely on Chen Xiong's eyes. First, I must demonstrate to all the inmates that I am still that madman. Still the king of hell who kills at a whim. Secondly, I wish to demonstrate to certain individuals that I can confront the influential figures of the circle. This is precisely why I deliberately slowed my pace at cell number 3. For I am aware that regardless of which of the first 5 cell doors I choose to stop at, those in power must inevitably step forward for the sake of their own pride. Engaging with the prominent figures was not a mere coincidence. Rather, my act of breaking that insolent fellow's arm was merely to showcase a figurehead for others to witness. When referring to certain individuals, Lu Xiankai emphasized his tone deliberately. Are you speaking about me? Chen Xiong's expression remained utterly unchanged. Yes, Lu Xiankai grinned. Brother Xiong, the warden has consistently suppressed you. The influential figures are merely a knife placed among the prisoners by the warden. Those gangs will not assist you. I am your best choice. Indeed, I am your only choice. Chapter 38, 12 Intentions. Why have you chosen me? The warden has always been particularly attentive to someone like you. A ruthless individual destined to remain confined within these prison walls for life. He should undoubtedly be your best option. To outsiders, Chen Xiong appears to be a gluttonous scoundrel, carrying out his deeds with a ruthless heart, yet lacking in intellect. However, few ponder a crucial question. How could a mindless extortionist hold such a lucrative position for a decade? Life resembles a theatrical performance, reliant on one's acting prowess. It was precisely the experience from another realm that enabled Lu Xiankai to sense this opportunity, prompting him to clash with the influential figures the moment he stepped out of his cell. This world belongs to the astute. Though Lu Xiankai inherited his predecessor's ruthlessness, he has not forsaken his original cunning and courage. When opportunities arise, Lu Xiankai is the boldest of gamblers. I require substantial wealth, and to amass such a fortune, I must monopolize the business of the inmates. The mere thought of this would be utterly unacceptable to the warden. He is accustomed to managing prisoners through checks and balances. How could he allow one person to dominate? Lu Xiankai's tone dripped with disdain, declaring that in the eyes of the powerful, individuals like us are merely expendable, akin to a chamber pot. Chen Xiong's expression darkened at the notion of Lu Xiankai equating their standings. However, you are different. You can tolerate this dynamic. And with my ascension, your profits would increase manifold. Moreover, the warden will not remain here for long, while you, Brother Xiong, shall never escape these prison confines. Lu Xiankai spoke the truth. The constables are steadfast, yet the wardens are transient. In the harbor city, due to the presence of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, no warden can serve in a single prison for over 6 years, and the current warden is in his 5th year. In this light, Lu Xiankai's choice appears remarkably astute. I have no allies. My only support lies with you. Lu Xiankai laid down his final card, asserting that he would be trapped in this wretched place for eternity, making him your best choice. Remember this. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down. Chen Xiong was evidently displeased with Lu Xiankai seizing the initiative in their dialogue, issuing a warning. I comprehend this principle, Lu Xiankai replied. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiong, Lu Xiankai perceived the disdain hidden within his gaze, while he himself caught the sinister glint in Chen Xiong's eyes. Both parties understood that this honeymoon phase would not endure for long. Yet, Lu Xiankai remained unconcerned. Presently, he places greater faith in his enigmatic system. Convinced that upon completing the task of becoming the king of Chiswick, this minuscule cage would no longer confine him. After confirming that young Master Zhou had failed to fulfill his promise, Lu Xiankai began to entertain thoughts of escape. Moreover, he harbored a vague intuition that breaking free would undoubtedly be the system's next task. This system evidently aims to set him on a path of conflict with the entire world, and thus, Lu Xiankai would not cower. He yearned for the day when he could once again stand before Zhou Muruan and with an overwhelming force convey a singular truth to the prominent figure of the Zhou family. Some promises are meant to be eternally honored. Lu Xiankai astounded everyone once more. After being taken away by the constables, many assumed he would be confined again in that dreadful isolation chamber. However, to their astonishment, less than an hour later, the King of Hell reappeared before them. Not only that, but the heavy shackles that had bound him were also removed, and he appeared unscathed, as though no punishment had been inflicted upon him. This sight darkened the expressions of several gang leaders immediately, while others might not discern any underlying issues. These men were acutely aware of the connections between the prison authorities and their kind. The King of Hell had evidently established a rapport with the officials. Uncovering who had supported him, Lage cast a grave glance at Li Jindong across the cell, both of their expressions mirroring one another's tension. These leaders understood that the greatest vulnerability of this madman, the King of Hell, lay in his lack of official backing. Should he remedy this deficiency? With his current fearsome lethality, it was conceivable that he could ascend to the pinnacle of this prison. Lu Xiankai, undeterred by the cold glares of those around him, directed all his focus toward a line of green text that suddenly materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on earning the brief friendship of Chen Xiong. Reward, the practice method of the ancient martial art, hard intent. Without any preparation, a torrent of images surged into Lu Xiankai's mind. The rapid influx overwhelming even a man of his formidable stature, causing him to emit a low grunt. The system, indifferent to Lu Xiankai's reactions, incessantly refreshed the green subtitles before his eyes, the speed of which left him feeling as though he were enveloped in a deluge of emerald rain. The most ruthless and venomous hard intent, revered as the king of 10,000 fists, was a closely guarded secret of Shaolin. Under the system's enhancement, upon mastering 12 forms, one could become invincible in close combat. The 12 forms were shaking brush, eagle grasp, tiger pounce, lifting neck, slashing hand, cloud covering moon, hawk entering forest, phoenix facing sun, snake flicking tongue, dragon shaping horizontal, advancing horizontal, and retreating horizontal. After a blunt elucidation of everything, the cold green text displayed another line. Imbued with a hint of emotion from the system, the ancient need not signify the obsolete. When the direction is flawed, the truth will only drift further away. Brother Yan, are you well? In the current confines of Chizhu, Hamster was perhaps the only inmate who genuinely hoped Lu Xiankai would encounter no further troubles. Upon witnessing the robust King of Hell suddenly turn pale, he couldn't suppress his concern. I am fine. Lu Xiankai slowly stretched his joints, raising his hand to perform an action that appeared peculiar to the other prisoners. He lifted his right hand, then turned sideways, mimicking an old farmer drawing water from a well, his palm tracing a sudden arc in the air. Yet, this seemingly bizarre and awkward motion wielded astonishing power. The hamster, in the presence of the man, exhibited almost no reaction before being tossed aside, landing heavily in the corner of the cell. The first strike of intention. The second. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with surprise. This body he inhabited was indeed remarkably gifted, after assimilating all the techniques imparted by the system. Years of boxing and martial arts practice allowed him to instantly grasp the essence of this move. For the first time, Lu Xiankai's perception of ancient martial arts transformed from disdain to awe. He was no longer a novice devoid of martial foundation. It was precisely because of this that Lu Xiankai could appreciate the intricacies of the 12 strikes of intention. Form, posture, rhythm, power. Everything left him in sheer disbelief. Chapter 39. He is on the brink of death. Upon his release from the prison, a subtle undercurrent of turmoil seemed to stir beneath the surface of the previously tranquil environment. This was the most immediate sensation experienced by Sean. The past 2 months of incarceration had significantly transformed this former corporate elite, aside from other considerations. He had acquired a keen understanding of the power dynamics within the prison and the intricate rules governing it. In this realm, the mingling of diverse elements hardly suffices to convey its complexities, a realization that struck Sean profoundly. Having frequented high-end venues in the past, he was aware of the existence of numerous gangs within the harbor city and recognized the darkness that lurked at the lower strata of society. However, he never anticipated that the societal underbelly could be so labyrinthine. Take, for instance, this prison, housing merely a few thousand inmates, yet boasting over a dozen gangs. Coupled with various lone wolves and murderers, it would not be an exaggeration to liken it to hell itself. Now, Sean had also discerned the food chain within this institution. The 4 major gangs, New Record, Hedgie, Number Gang, and 14K, occupied the highest tier, possessing the largest membership and the most significant decision-making power. Most crucially, Sean recognized the pervasive corruption within the prison, where numerous officials colluded with members of these 4 gangs. The second tier consisted of smaller factions such as Yichun and Shui Fang. As for the Big Circle Gang, their discord with other factions precluded their inclusion in the hierarchy. Yet, despite their limited numbers, their fierce solidarity afforded them an extraordinary and somewhat aloof status, characterized by a peculiar courtesy laced with distance from other gangs. However, these were not the aspects that captivated Sean's attention. He understood that these individuals would not elevate his status within the prison or provide him with enhanced protection. Even if he were to debase himself to the utmost degree, he would merely become a pawn in their game. It is often said that the most crucial element in navigating such environments is intelligence, a truth evident in Sean's demeanor. He held the gang members in disdain. His focus lay instead on the factories within the prison, possessing a sharp intellect. Sean had calculated the approximate profits generated by this institution during his confinement, between 70 million and 80 million imperial coins. The nearly 10,000 inmates, earning meager wages, produced profits comparable to those of a mid-sized publicly traded company across the various workshops. The most alarming aspect was the absence of any possibility for financial loss. With his considerable commercial acumen, Sean speculated that if not for the warden's notably foolish dealings, the profits could potentially double. Sean's analysis of the warden's ineptitude was clear. Although the prison was exceedingly lucrative, a substantial portion of these profits belonged to the government. This reality rendered a status quo approach the safest course for any warden. Nonetheless, it was precisely this behavior that unveiled an opportunity for Sean. As a wise mentor once remarked, one must possess intrinsic value to be exploited by others. Sean wholeheartedly embraced this notion. He understood that should he be able to generate profits exceeding 1 million for the warden, his existence in this inferno would be remarkably comfortable. Ultimately, the most formidable force in Stanley is not comprised of these prisoners, but rather those individuals seated in their offices, leisurely sipping tea while scrutinizing financial reports. Although he had devised some preliminary plans, the audacious and tyrannical display of the madman known as Yin Wang emerging from solitary confinement yesterday inspired a new line of thought. Sean's gaze remained fixated on that figure, which exuded an unsettling aura of fear. Clearly, many shared Sean's sentiments, including those desperate individuals who typically flaunted their strength through muscles and tattoos. The corner where Lu Xiankai resided appeared particularly eerie in its desolation. With only a small hamster following closely behind him, unperturbed by his surroundings, the man incessantly practiced an exceedingly peculiar movement. To Sean, this motion resembled that of an old farmer tilling the soil, raising his hand, tracing an arc with his arm, and then abruptly twisting it. Yet, despite its oddity, the whistling sound generated by Lu Xiankai's movements illuminated the terrifying potency of the action, leading Sean to contemplate whether a strike from such a maneuver could potentially prove fatal. "What are you looking at?" inquired a gang member known as Fish Pond Boy, who had squatted beside Sean. A member of the Yichun gang, he expressed immense friendliness towards Sean, as he had just a year left before his release. In his own words, he intended to abandon the life of crime upon his return and instead learn financial acumen from Sean. Among these rogues, Fish Pond Boy was one of the few who held admiration for Sean's education and intellect. "I am watching Yin Wang. His movements are peculiar, yet undeniably lethal. This must be a combat technique. Is he a martial arts enthusiast?" Following Sean's gaze, Fish Pond Boy observed Lu Xiankai, who was tirelessly repeating the same farmer-like motion in the vacant northwest corner of the square. Although it appeared somewhat ungraceful, each time Yin Wang swung his arm, the resulting rush of air sent shivers down Fish Pond Boy's spine. Returning his attention to Sean, Fish Pond Boy earnestly advised, do not get involved. When Yin Wang emerges, many will perish. Your physique is too frail. You must exercise caution. I have a question, Sean nodded, directing his gaze towards Fish Pond Boy. You once told me that sometimes understanding the rules here is more crucial than possessing skill. Fish Pond Boy nodded solemnly. And what of Yin Wang? He scarcely regards any rules and fears no one. Sean sought to gather information about Yin Wang. After the bloody spectacle of yesterday, all inmates had fallen silent regarding Lu Xiankai, leaving Fish Pond Boy as the lone source of news. He is exceedingly ferocious, Fish Pond Boy shivered. If you can kill Left Hand in cold blood, then you too possess the right to dismantle everything. However, he lowered his voice. He will not remain arrogant for long. The four major gangs will not allow someone to rise above them, and most crucially, the new record gang will certainly seek retribution for Left Hand. If the rumors hold true, his demise is imminent. Fish Pond Boy's final statement left Sean breathless. I seek to make the acquaintance of the King of Hell, and I require your assistance. After some time, Sean, who had already formulated a plan, proposed a condition. Prior to entering, he had learned of a stock poised for a significant surge. Should you be able to accomplish this, I shall reveal to you its identity. Allocating the finest resources to the most critical endeavors is a principle that every financial elite must honor. Sean had contemplated leveraging this insider information, obtained before his arrest, to approach the leaders of the syndicate. However, he was acutely aware that should the authority within the prison relay this information to the syndicate, an overwhelming influx of capital would ensue. In such a scenario, not only would he fail to reap any benefits, but his life would likely be in peril. In Qidong, lives hold little value. Thus, he had been biding his time. Although the fisherman boasted excessively, his courage was quite limited. This individual lacked substantial financial investment, and most importantly, Sean's intuition guided him. His instincts suggested that if he could forge a connection with the King of Hell, this information would yield maximum profit, truly worth its weight in gold. At the very least, it could triple his investment. In a hushed tone, Sean continued, you are about to be released, and you have previously mentioned that your wife runs a restaurant. Do you not desire wealth? In this context, I dare not deceive you. With this money upon your release, you need not remain entangled with the syndicate. You are a wise man, well aware of the fate that befalls the foolish. After several moments of silence, the fisherman finally leaned in and whispered a revelation into Sean's ear. Today, someone will introduce a substantial amount of sedative into the King of Hell's meal, providing an opportunity for an attack. Thank you, Sean replied, patting the fisherman's shoulder, inhaling deeply as he ventured towards the forsaken corner that none dared approach. Fate, at times, is indeed peculiar. At that moment, Sean's sole aim was to gain a semblance of status and improve his existence in the hellish confines of Qidong. He could never have anticipated that this singular encounter would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Chapter 40. The Power of Ancient Martial Arts. Brother Kai, why did you choose to believe in me back then? Sean inquired. Because I sensed no hint of the underworld about you. I was certain you were not affiliated with any organization, Lu Xiankai replied. Is that truly the only reason? Sean found it hard to believe that Lu Xiankai would trust someone so easily. You have never tasted blood, thus you lack the audacity to deceive me. Lu Xiankai responded with hearty laughter. This dialogue took place between Sean, who would later become the chief steward of Qizhou, and Lu Xiankai. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiankai, a deadly trap had already been subtly laid for him. However, he was acutely aware that after eliminating his left-hand adversary, he had become a target of trepidation for all within the prison, and he knew that certain organizations would soon seek to eliminate him. Yet, Lu Xiankai remained indifferent to the number of enemies he might face. Since acquiring this curse system, he was destined to tread a path at odds with the entire world. The mastery of Iron Cloth Shirt instilled in him an unwavering confidence to conquer this minuscule territory, while the extraordinary techniques of the 12 forces of intent illuminated what he most urgently needed to accomplish, to refine these 12 techniques to perfection. His innate prowess hinted that these 12 techniques could unlock a new realm, and once he fully mastered them, his combat skills would transcend into an entirely new dimension. The ferocity and ruthlessness of the 12 forces of intent led Lu Xiankai to believe that once these techniques became second nature, few could triumph over him in one-on-one combat. Such arrogance and defiance rendered Lu Xiankai oblivious to the judgments of others. Upon emerging from the isolation chamber, he devoted every moment to practicing the various power movements of the 12 techniques, even if some appeared eccentric and frenzied to onlookers. After dispatching his left-hand opponent, all the desperate rogues before him were visibly apprehensive. Consequently, the long stone bench in the northwest corner of the square became Lu Xiankai's domain, with his companion, Hamster, benefiting from the arrangement, becoming one of the few permitted to sit and rest. With a downward press of his palm, he executed a punch, following the arc while synchronizing with the system's power guidance. He could even feel the very bones of his body warming slightly with each strike. It was a stark contrast to his previous ignorance, though modern combat had achieved remarkable heights in human potential. It lacked the breathing techniques and energy utilization inherent in ancient martial arts. This single aspect made all the difference. Once more, Lu Xiankai unleashed a punch. Entranced by the distinct power, the first of the 12 forces of intent imparted upon him, this ancient martial art coalesced his entire being into a singular force, contrasting sharply with the techniques of modern boxing and Muay Thai, which opened a new door for Lu Xiankai and instilled in him a profound sense of confidence in his standing in this world. Punch after punch. The practice was monotonous and laborious. Lu Xiankai gradually became aware of a subtle sensation coursing through various parts of his body, an undeniable presence that was certainly not a figment of his imagination. These sensations were localized in areas where his martial practice had honed his physical prowess, and he discerned that these modern combat disciplines, which often neglect such regions, could be influenced by his will. No wonder there exists a notion of responsiveness to touch in another realm of existence. He waved his hand at the little hamster, who immediately sprang from the stone chair with a start. Strike these areas without holding back, Lu Xiankai instructed, indicating several critical points on his own body. The hamster's face contorted in fear, yet it tremulously began to throw punches. Bang! Insufficient power. After just a few blows, Lu Xiankai furrowed his brow. Despite the hamster exerting all its might, the impact felt merely like a tickle, utterly failing to elicit the desired response. Find something metallic to bring into the cell. Your punches cannot invoke the heightened tension my body requires, he mused, casting a grin at the hamster, who appeared as if it had committed a grave error. This is not your fault. After all, you have never boxed before. However, there was no alternative. Only by inducing intense tension throughout his body could he cultivate the instinct for counterattacks. Lu Xiankai had intended to continue speaking, but suddenly he halted, his fist suspended midair. The once dormant system re-emerged before him. One feather cannot be added, no insect may alight. The green subtitles materialized, elucidating that striking the areas imbued with sensation was a method of training the sixth sense. Once the sensitive neurons fully developed their instinctual responses, he would attain the first realm of ancient martial arts. Proceed. With a flurry of strikes, the hamster, gritting its teeth, unleashed a fervent barrage upon Lu Xiankai. This peculiar scene in the northwest corner captured the attention of many, though most averted their gazes under Lu Xiankai's piercing stare. Clearly, the image of a madman had its advantages. Everyone feared that a mere glance might provoke him. With his left hand incapacitated, no prisoner believed they could withstand the sudden onslaught of Lu Xiankai. After 20 minutes, Lu Xiankai finally gestured for the hamster to cease, which immediately collapsed to the floor as if granted a pardon. Following his intentions, he diligently massaged various acupoints on his body with his fingers while swallowing hard. Moments later, the miraculous recovery methods of ancient martial arts once again left him in awe. His vitality replenished rapidly, and he could distinctly feel his mind becoming clearer. He engaged in calisthenics, calf raises, planks, push-ups, crunches, leg kicks, and stretching. All the while, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lu Xiankai's training once again demonstrated to everyone in the prison what true strength entailed. Meanwhile, a tense Shan swallowed repeatedly. The closer he got to Lu Xiankai, the more he sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. He had never witnessed a person so extraordinarily strong, particularly when he observed Lu Xiankai performing squats with a hamster clutched in his hands, the peculiar tattoo on his bare back rendering him almost weak at the knees. As he trembled and approached within 3 meters of Lu Xiankai, Shan found himself devoid of the courage to advance further. "Who are you?" Just as Shan contemplated turning to flee, Lu Xiankai called out to him, "Do you need something? I have some news to share with you." Initially, Shan had intended to fabricate an excuse to engage Lu Xiankai in conversation, subsequently discreetly informing him of the plot against him, believing that this would avert any suspicion. However, under the formidable aura exuded by Lu Xiankai, all other thoughts dissipated. Chapter 41. Watch How I Kill. What news could this be? Lu Xiankai observed the fear in the eyes of this mixed-blood foreigner, which only deepened his curiosity. A man devoid of any underworld aura, timid by nature. What could possibly be so important that it emboldened him to stand before Lu Xiankai now? After all, his reputation was nothing short of fearsome, so much so that, according to Hamster's account, during the 6 months Lou spent in solitary confinement, his image had been exaggerated to demonic proportions. The most absurd rumor was that he had supposedly bitten off left-hand's throat with his teeth and devoured half his neck before they were pulled apart. What kind of ludicrous nonsense was that? Unbeknownst to Lou, the smoke grenade had obscured the details of their fight, and when left-hand's body, his neck snapped, was carried out, it was already covered with a white sheet. Naturally, wild speculations ran rampant. That morning, as prisoners lined up to enter the yard, Lou noticed the palpable fear among the newcomers. In that long queue, aside from Hamster, not a single soul dared to stand within 3 meters of him. Many preferred to inch forward in another line rather than walk behind him. The most ridiculous was one man who trembled so violently from being too close that he couldn't move for minutes. Someone plans to kill you during lunch. It's said to be a setup by left-hand's men. For the first time in his life, Sean felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Though he lacked the courage to glance around, his instincts screamed that every major figure in the yard had their eyes locked onto him. This news is worthless. Lou Xiankai didn't pause his strength training. Glancing at Sean's pale face, he curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. In this prison, there are at least 800, if not 1,000, people who want me dead, but none of them are qualified. To emphasize his point, Lou suddenly exerted force. Launching Hamster, who had been perched on his shoulders, 5 meters away, the bewildered man landed perfectly balanced on his feet. The untrained eye saw only spectacle, but a true fighter recognized the skill behind it. Sean, stunned, had no idea what this feat truly signified. Hamster was slight, but he still weighed nearly 70 kilograms. To propel such mass 5 meters with nothing but a twist of the waist and ensure a flawless landing demonstrated Lou's explosive core strength and inhuman control. At this point, Lou Xiankai feared no man in hand-to-hand combat, so long as they lacked firearms. Your lunch today will be laced with a heavy dose of sevoflurane. Perhaps it was the sight of the renowned king of hell, bewildered by the mention of the word sevoflurane, that prompted Sean, highly educated, to swiftly provide an explanation. Sevoflurane, with the chemical composition C4H3F70, is a colorless and odorless potent anesthetic. Generally, individuals succumb to unconsciousness approximately 3 minutes after administration. Even someone as robust as the king of hell would not withstand more than 10 minutes. During the haze of your mind, someone may take the opportunity to end your life. Gradually acclimating to the oppressive aura of Lou Xiankai, Sean's tone became considerably steadier, indicating the perilous nature of the situation. Indeed, a significant investment had been made. The information Sean divulged caused Lou Xiankai to narrow his eyes. He was acutely aware of the challenges involved in smuggling such a drug into prison. It was evident that the new faction had paid a hefty price to orchestrate his demise. What do you desire? My protection? Lou Xiankai regarded Sean with newfound seriousness. The latter's fair skin and elongated fingers suggested he had endured no hardships before entering this prison. However, the lingering bruises on his cheeks indicated that his recent circumstances were far from favorable. I seek collaboration. Sean's response caught Lou Xiankai off guard. Collaboration? Lou Xiankai scrutinized the seemingly defenseless foreigner before him. The information he possessed was undoubtedly valuable, yet what warranted such a partnership? You are a martial enthusiast, are you not? Sean, suppressing his inner trepidation, slowly began to speak. I discovered that your account has expended over 1,900,000 imperial coins within 6 months. Funds that were evidently allocated for purchasing certain drugs. Indeed, I require those substances to enhance my physical capabilities, Lou Xiankai replied. Thus, you are in dire need of funds, and your sole source of wealth currently resides with this little hamster. However, relying on him to peddle contraband will not sustain your expenditures. This is an undeniable truth. I possess a method to generate wealth, to help you earn an exceedingly substantial sum. Sean gradually regained the poise of his former status as a business elite. His posture straightening. The 4 major societies and the big circle are far more powerful than I, a solitary individual. Why would you choose me? Lou Xiankai did not doubt Sean's words, for he understood the latter had no incentive to deceive him over matters that could be swiftly substantiated. His current concern revolved around the purpose of Sean's choice. It is precisely because you are a solitary figure that you will not be inclined to destroy the bridge after crossing it. Sean bowed slightly. Do you believe I will prevail? Lou Xiankai's aspirations to become the king of Chai were no secret. Thus it was not surprising that Sean would place his bets on him. They are merely wolves, while you are a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sean's gaze traversed the chiseled muscles of Lou Xiankai. Moreover, You managed to exit the assassin's lair unscathed after dislocating Brother Chang's arm. Naturally, there lies an opportunity for victory. You are an astute man. I have an affinity for intelligent individuals. Lu Xiankai nodded, bestowing upon Shan his genuine respect for the first time. The man extended his hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the prisoners, a gnarled hand, adorned with calloused joints, clasped together with another, slender and fair. "Follow me at noon," Lu Xian instructed. Gesturing for Shan to take a seat on the stone bench beside him, his tone sharp, "Watch how I take a life." Chapter 42. Knives in the Mouth. Bells in the hands. In the grand scheme of existence, the most pressing concern remains sustenance. The Stanley prison, despite its myriad shortcomings, bullying, corruption, rampant contraband, exploitation of labor, and a blatant disregard for human rights, has emerged as a paragon within its industry. This accolade is attributed to the exceptional quality and environment of its dining facilities. The inmates, capable of generating substantial profits and possessing a ferocious demeanor, necessitate that their appetites be satiated as a means of maintaining order. Furthermore, this serves as the prison's most effective strategy for public relations. Any journalist visiting is ushered to a nearly 3,000 square meter dining hall, lavishly stocked with an abundance of food. The narratives that circulate externally are mere fabrications. The profits we generate annually are reinvested to enhance the lives of these individuals. The warden, ever eloquent before the camera, believes this visual testimony suffices to address all concerns. Naturally, the warden never alludes to the countless violent altercations that have transpired within this seemingly pristine establishment. The young attendant in charge of serving meals, with a somewhat obsequious tone, addressed the stoic figure before him. He deftly ladled a generous portion of meat onto the plate of Lu Xiankai, carefully selecting the most visually appealing fruits to accompany it. The sight of Lu's bountiful plate evoked envy from onlookers. Not everyone commands such preferential treatment from the kitchen staff. Before Lu's arrival, only the leaders of the 4 major factions and Li Zhendong, a prominent figure, enjoyed such privileges. After all, the finite amount of meat means that when one person receives more, others inevitably receive less. Tomorrow, steak and fried chicken will grace the menu. The attendant, noticing Lu's unwavering gaze, lowered his voice. "Brother Kai, please don't pressure me. I promise to reserve the juiciest portions for you. Have you ever been a sparrow?" Lu Xiankai finally broke his silence, his inquiry laden with significance. In the southern underworld of this empire, sparrow is a term reserved for exceptionally skilled pickpockets who have achieved a notable level of expertise. Only those who have executed hundreds of thefts without failure earn this esteemed title, enabling them to pilfer from fields undetected, a principle purportedly articulated by the legendary king of sparrows, Situme. "Indeed, Brother Yen." The attendant hesitated momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. "I once worked with Brother Jinbois, earning my keep in West Kowloon." Knives in the mouth, bells in the hands? Lu Xiankai remained, casually tossing an apple from his plate, his demeanor relaxed as if he were merely shopping, entirely unfazed by the 30-minute lunch limit. Fortunately, Lu's formidable reputation ensured that he commanded respect and fear alike. Otherwise, under his demeanor, the prisoners behind him would have long since stirred in unrest. With 4 blades concealed in their mouths and 7 bells adorning their hands, the youth's expression grew somewhat tense, yet he obediently provided an answer. "What does it mean?" Sean was perplexed by this street slang, and he curiously leaned closer to the hamster boy to inquire. A sparrow refers to a pickpocket, and their weapon is a blade. Although the hamster boy was still young, he was already well versed in the ways of the underworld. He lowered his voice to elucidate that their blades are typically hidden beneath their tongues, only to be revealed when the moment arises. It is said that the most formidable sparrows can conceal up to 9 blades beneath their tongues. Why conceal so many? Sean remained baffled. "A blade that can slice through your clothing can surely sever your throat as well," the hamster boy scoffed. The youth was under the protection of Shockwave, whose leader is Chess Brother. It is a well-known fact that Chess Brother has used his 7 blades to take the lives of 9 individuals in Causeway Bay. Sean gasped in astonishment. What do the bells signify? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sean posed a second question. The essence of being a sparrow lies in the swiftness of one's hands. The hamster boy did not disappoint, promptly explaining that these individuals practice their skills using a device laden with bells. The youth boasted of possessing 7 bells, indicating that he could relieve others of their belongings without alerting them. Impressive. Sean gazed at the seemingly simple-minded youth, incredulity shining in his eyes. Impressive? The hamster boy shook his head. The minimum standard for a true sparrow is to possess at least 16 bells. He was still far from that mark. After all, If his skills were any higher, he wouldn't have been caught. Meanwhile, as the hamster boy and Sean conversed, Lu Xiankai uttered the most critical remark. "No wonder you were assigned to serve food today." Lu Xiankai flashed a particularly menacing grin at the youth. Inquiring about the tremor in his wrist, was it indicative of a sparrow's technique? "What did you put in my meal?" The youth's complexion instantly changed. He never anticipated that his prideful skill would be recognized by this harbinger of death. "Brother Yin, I do not comprehend your words." The youth bit his lip tightly, wagering that Lu Xiankai had not fully discerned his technique. It was his pride. After all, his skill had once earned praise from Chess Brother. "Consume it, or I shall end your life." Lu Xiankai revealed his notorious ruthlessness, pointing coldly at the beef on his plate. "This is against the rules." The youth slowly retreated. The kitchen's door just 5 meters away, with 2 enforcers standing guard beside it. What does it matter how ruthless Brother Yin may be? The young man believed that Lu Xiankai, having been imprisoned for 6 months, would certainly not be inclined to take a life, his own, merely to commit murder once again in front of the constables. Thus, he still had a chance to escape. "If you won't eat, I'll force it upon you." With a sudden flick of his wrist, Lu Xiankai propelled the apple he had been toying with like a meteor, striking the overhead camera with precision. In that instant, he leaped forth like a cheetah. The young man's reflexes were quick. As Lu Xiankai hurled the fruit, he had already turned to flee, yet he could scarcely fathom that someone could move with such remarkable speed. Just as he took his second step, darkness enveloped him. Lu Xiankai's expressionless face loomed before him. The man executed a motion reminiscent of a boxing duck. Then, with a powerful twist of his shoulder, sent the young man soaring, crashing heavily onto the food service counter. Though the maneuver resembled boxing, the force was entirely derived from intent and mastery. With each rise and fall, the power harnessed from his waist, legs, and spine rendered the young man, adorned with 7 bells on his hand, utterly powerless to retaliate. The martial skills imparted by the system, combined with his innate physical prowess, allowed Lu Xiankai's understanding of martial arts to advance at an astonishing pace each day. Chapter 43. Coincidence? Accident? The wisdom of ancient people is truly unimaginable. Their understanding of bodily movement has reached its zenith. In comparison to boxing and Muay Thai, the method of exertion in the 12 forces of intent is far more intricate, engaging a greater array of muscles and bones. Amidst the fearful gazes of onlookers, the young man, who had been heavily thrown against the serving table, appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of struggle or attempt to rise. No one could comprehend the subtlety of the impact administered by Lu Xiankai. In that fleeting moment of collision with the young man's chest, Lu Xiankai's right index finger had discreetly yet swiftly struck the point of the sternum. Lu Xiankai exercised impeccable control over his strength. If the data provided by the system is accurate, the force of his finger could render the young man utterly weak and incapable of rising for several moments. "What are you doing?" The assassin Xiong reprimanded several officers who had drawn their stun guns, intending to subdue Lu Xiankai. Chun Xiong, leisurely lighting a cigarette, even sported a smile that hinted at amusement. This madman, Yan Wang, had been cooped up for so long, naturally, he needed an outlet for his pin-up frustrations. Once his rage was released, matters would settle. Chun Xiong waved dismissively at his subordinates, jesting that if prisons across the land could hire prostitutes, he would wager that all fugitives would become weaklings. The officers chuckled sycophantically in response to Chun Xiong's jest. Lu Xiankai approached the young man, gripping his jaw firmly, prompting the latter to open his mouth wide. "What's the hurry? Why are you running?" Lu Xiankai shoved a plate of lunch into the young man's mouth. "What? Don't you like to eat?" The young man's mouth was stuffed with beef, his eyes wide with terror. He desperately attempted to expel the food, laced with enough anesthetic to incapacitate a bull, but Lu Xiankai employed an unusual technique that left him with no room for resistance. With a squeeze and a shove, the beef was forced down his throat, and Lu Xiankai continued to feed him, leaving the young man no choice but to swallow to avoid choking to death. "You are a scholar, but not a healer." After the young man had completely swallowed the food, Lu Xiankai wiped the grime from his hands on the young man's clothing and leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Do you know why sevoflurane is banned?" The young man, eyes wide with fear, shook his head frantically. "Because its toxicity is immense. An overdose can lead to central nervous system issues, and in severe cases, it can be fatal." Lu Xiankai's smile appeared particularly sinister to the young man, who in that moment truly felt as though he was at the mercy of a death god. "I do not know how much you have ingested, but if it is too much, regurgitating it now may be your only chance at survival." Lu Xiankai firmly restrained the struggling opponent with one hand while articulating his demands, insisting that the truth must be revealed if survival was to be attained. The formidable Tegu brother from Shinji had tasked him with a mission, and soon, Ahei and his associates would take action. The specter of death loomed large. As the young man, acutely aware of the perilous amount of sevoflurane he had mixed into the food, spoke candidly and exhaustively. He gestured towards the onlookers, indicating that these few individuals had compelled him to lace the food with drugs. Very well, you have earned an opportunity to survive, Lu Xiankai declared, releasing the young man, who immediately began to retch violently. At that moment, Qin Xiong, who had grasped the entirety of the situation, languidly interjected, "Everyone, get down." Lu Xiankai's reflexes were sharp. He complied instantaneously, turning to the pallid Tegu brother with a sardonic grin. "I know not whose influence you are relying upon, but should such substances enter the prison, the consequences will be dire. You have overstepped your bounds." "Enough with the theatrics," Qin Xiong retorted, feigning the act of cuffing Lu Xiankai while lowering his voice. "This is likely the path of He Yong. It presents a splendid opportunity, a chance to eliminate He Yong from the equation." Lu Xiankai instantly comprehended Qin Xiong's intent. Within Qizhou prison, there were two captains, although He Yong held a subordinate position and was obliged to heed Qin Xiong's commands. He was a trusted confidant of the warden, serving as a counterbalance to Qin Xiong's dominance. Thus, Qin Xiong aimed to orchestrate a covert assassination. "You wish for me to escalate matters?" Lu Xiankai replied, equally subdued. "Then ensure that when you escort me from here, we pass deliberately by those from Shinji. I shall inform them of the repercussions of their actions. Within a month, I guarantee your release." After a brief contemplation, Qin Xiong consented. "You would do well to seize this opportunity to incapacitate Shinji's traitor. Without him, the hamster would be positioned to take over Shinji's business, benefiting us both." Their discourse was conducted with utmost discretion, evading the notice of any onlookers as the killer Xiong and the King of Hell reached an unspoken accord in mere seconds. "I have something to report, 9521. I will reveal to you who truly governs this prison." Qin Xiong brusquely yanked Lu Xiankai, whose hands were shackled, off the ground, his voice resonating loudly. "The food will be sent for analysis. For now, you shall proceed to solitary confinement." The gathered prisoners lined up with decorum. And as they passed Tegu brother from Shinji, Qin Xiong loosened his grip on Lu Xiankai's arm. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiankai sprang into action. No one could have anticipated that a man shackled behind his back would possess such ferocious combat prowess, not even Tegu brother himself, who, lost in thought, failed to react before Lu Xiankai had him pinned against himself. With a swift maneuver, they crashed together, a fall and a lunge intertwined. Lu Xiankai, even with his hands shackled behind his back, exhibited no sign of movement. His entire physique resembled a tightly twisted rope of bones and muscles. With a sudden surge of power, he thrust his shoulders downward and collided forcefully. Bang! The audible sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as his opponent was propelled through the air as if struck by a massive freight truck. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril. Lu Xiankai was no longer the mere apprentice of his previous incarnation, endowed only with exceptional physical talent. He was cunning and trusted no one, not even Qin Xiong, with whom he had forged an agreement. With his current skill and strength, he could have easily shattered Decho's ribs and heart with a move akin to the Iron Mountain Crash, yet he opted to incorporate a rotational technique. Just as Lu Xiankai had anticipated, Decho lost all balance in midair, and upon descending, his temple collided precisely with the sharp edge of a dining table. Dark crimson blood gushed forth from Decho's temple as he slipped into unconsciousness. It is likely that Decho remained oblivious to whether his demise was merely a tragic accident or if Lu Xiankai wielded unimaginable strength to orchestrate this outcome. Chapter 44. The Scorpion's Tail. Brother Daikyu is not particularly formidable in the realm of underworld figures. In fact, he would not even be deemed a competent elder brother in the eyes of Left Hand. Yet he is Left Hand, the one who transformed Bei Jiao into a bastion of Left Hand's influence, capable of engaging in a fierce exchange with the notorious Li Kuang Tu. Known as the first red stick in the harbor city for 50 years. To the average person, Brother Daikyu is indeed a rather intimidating presence. Standing over 6 feet tall, his robust physique resembles that of a wild boar, particularly with his full beard and triangular eyes that instill genuine fear. However, this imposing figure was unexpectedly sent flying by the force of Yin Wang's strike, creating a visual spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, all eyes followed Brother Daikyu's trajectory. When they witnessed his body colliding with the edge of the table, the sight of dark red splatter elicited a collective gasp from the onlookers. While everyone's attention was fixed on Brother Daikyu, Lu Xiankai did not relent in his astonishing assault. His target was unmistakable, Left Hand's most loyal subordinate, the one who had willingly imprisoned himself for vengeance, Haiguzai, known as Ahei among the younger generation. With a crouch and a sweeping motion, Lu Xiankai executed a move that would be deemed impossible in a street brawl. Crack! The forceful sweep of Lu Xiankai's leg struck Haiguzai's calf, producing a crisp sound of bone fracturing. Amid Haiguzai's anguished cries, Lu Xiankai launched his left leg into the air, supported by his right leg, resembling a colossal scorpion. The scorpion's tail. This technique, typically reserved for martial arts exhibitions, demonstrated its lethal efficacy, making Haiguzai comprehend why Lu Xiankai could slay his idolized figure, Left Hand, who he regarded as a war god. Lu Xiankai's left leg struck Haiguzai's nape like the venomous stinger of a scorpion. He tempered his strike, holding back 7 parts of his strength. This was not an act of mercy. Lu Xiankai believed that Qin Xiong might struggle to mitigate the negative repercussions of his actions, having taken 2 lives. Furthermore, it was a gesture of respect. Despite Haiguzai's intent to kill him, Lu Xiankai recognized the loyalty exhibited by Haiguzai, a rare sentiment within the treacherous world they inhabited. Thus, in deference to this bond, he spared a fraction of his strength. The 3 parts of leniency he afforded were a testament to the loyalty Haiguzai displayed. Yet, Lu Xiankai's inherent brutality meant that although he did not extinguish Haiguzai's life, this strike would irrevocably eliminate Haiguzai from the underworld, a rising star within the ranks of Shinji. Lu Xiankai understood the dire consequences of a severe blow to the nape. With his strength, once Haiguzai regained consciousness, he would be incapable of any strenuous activity. Even the slightest emotional upheaval could induce dizziness and lead him to faint. Lu Xiankai's fierce and ruthless display, having taken down 2 individuals consecutively, left the other members of Shinji in a state of shock, causing them to collectively inhale sharply. In that moment, none dared to retaliate against Lu Xiankai. Even the other notorious fighters known for their ferocity in prison instinctively stepped back, sharing an unspoken understanding. However, Lu Xiankai had no intention of halting his actions. His final target remained the traitor. Within the prison, numerous intermediaries profited from the meager wages of inmates, and the traitor had long monopolized the business of a particular commodity with the backing of the new gang. This commodity, astonishingly, was one of the most lucrative goods within the prison walls, the smith, a blue pill, which, according to Lu Xiankai's recollections, bore effects akin to methamphetamine in his previous timeline. In this era, the corruption of the empire had reached alarming levels, rendering it nearly unimaginable for ordinary citizens to conceive that such a soft drug as the smith could be brazenly sold within the confines of a prison. Clearly, Qin Xiong also sought to obtain control over this lucrative channel. He intended to wield Lu Xiankai, the sharpest of blades, to seize the channel that the new gang had dominated for a decade. Lu Xiankai did not dismiss this notion, for he understood that until he achieved a state of fearless defiance against firearms, forming alliances would be his most effective means to fulfill the task bestowed upon him by the system, to become the king of red pillars. Unbeknownst to the traitor, who was oblivious to being the next target of the king of hell, he was steadily retreating. Though he enjoyed a respectable standing within the prison thanks to the new gang, the traitor was acutely aware that he was no fighter. Prior to his incarceration, the man known as Zhou Tong had barely wielded a blade, had it not been for his financial troubles that led to his imprisonment, and possessing a keen intellect and financial acumen that set him apart from other fighters. He would not have been afforded such a position, a role evidently secured through the influence of the gang's upper echelons. Thus, when Zhou Tong witnessed Lu Xiankai erupting into violence, he instinctively resolved to distance himself from this madman. However, as quickly as he retreated, Lu Xiankai advanced even faster. In an instant, after incapacitating the black-clad thug, Lu Xiankai's left leg retracted and executed a roll, positioning himself before the traitor. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. The traitor's eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that such a formidable figure as the King of Hell would target his petty schemes. Bang! Lu Xiankai did not afford him the opportunity to continue. With a leg strike that resonated with a chilling whistle, he struck the traitor's chest, causing the latter to curl into a shrimp-like form, gradually collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Qin Xiong finally seemed to come to his senses and bellowed, "Seize that madman!" In response to Qin Xiong's command, 2 approaching officers swiftly drew their stun guns and pulled the triggers. Before Lu Xiankai made his move, he had anticipated that the officers would resort to their stun guns, whether for show or to appease their superiors. Rather than fear this outcome, He felt a sense of curiosity. Although the system was somewhat cold-blooded, the likelihood of the term eradicate appearing in green letters was not negligible. Yet, Lu Xiankai had to concede that the contrivances provided by this damned system were indeed remarkable. He pondered the state of his modest accomplishments in the realm of martial arts when confronted with the technological marvel of a stun gun. Lu Xiankai conceded that he had underestimated this product of modern science. As two needles penetrated the thin fabric of his prison garb, he could distinctly sense that the intrusion into his skin was not profound. Clearly, the impact of the stun gun's needles inflicted far less damage upon him than it would on an ordinary individual. However, the subsequent surge of 50,000 volts coursing through him illuminated the fragility of his being. The excruciating pain transmitted by his central nervous system compelled even this robust man, as fierce as a wild beast, to unleash a primal roar. Chapter 45. Does worship require justification? Without engaging in excessive and futile resistance, Lu Xiankai, after estimating the potential harm of a 50,000-volt electric shock, promptly collapsed to the ground. In a bid to deceive everyone, he even made his body convulse incessantly. Appearing to endure excruciating pain, his acting was commendable. At least the scene presented to all was one where even the formidable beast, Yin Wang, could not withstand the assault of the electric stun gun. Only Sean, standing at the back of the crowd, wore a contemplative expression. To excel in the realm of finance, one must possess a particular quality, the ability to discern issues from minute details. Sean, having ascended to the K3 level of financial elites before the age of 30, did so because he identified a regional financial crisis through a seemingly insignificant detail, a revelation that altered his destiny. Not only did he assist the fourth largest investment bank of the empire, the renowned Qilin Fund, in generating billions in profits, but he also emerged as one of the most sought-after financial prodigies of the time. Today, he once again recognized the terrifying nature of Yin Wang. This man, perceived by others as solely relying on brute force, harbored a cunningness unbeknownst to all. Sean had witnessed the power of electric stun guns before. In an industry that is fundamentally predatory, individuals seeking to engage with investment banks are never in short supply. Although Yin Wang's demeanor appeared consistent with those who succumbed to such shocks, his convulsions exhibited an unusual regularity, starkly contrasting with those he had previously encountered. Why? Sean had no intention of exposing Yin Wang's ruse. Instead, he pondered the man's motives. Was it an act of submission? Yet, why feign weakness? Sean found himself perplexed. After all, if a person were so formidable that even an electric stun gun posed no threat, it would undoubtedly instill a significant shock among the prisoners present. Sean believed that Lu Xiankai must understand the substantial advantage this shock would provide in his pursuit of becoming the king of Qiju. Yet, Yin Wang chose to feign vulnerability. As Sean stroked his unshaven chin, reflecting on his disheveled appearance, a brilliant insight flashed in his mind, leading him to a startling conclusion. Yin Wang harbored intentions of escape. He was deceiving the guards into believing they could still control him with technological weaponry. Sean surmised that even if Yin Wang had no immediate plans, such thoughts were undoubtedly simmering within his mind. 120 years. This was the sentence imposed upon Yin Wang. A duration so extensive that it effectively amounted to a death sentence. Would a man as defiant and arrogant as Yin Wang remain content in such a confined space? Even if he were to become the king of Qiju, what difference would it make if he were merely a ruler confined to a minuscule realm? Sean's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. While he may appear somewhat meek in the face of violence, the inherent gambler within him was far from lacking. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such audacious maneuvers during numerous financial transactions. Deeply intertwined interests and shifting plans. Sean, too, yearned to escape this wretched place. He had a daughter and a devoted wife. He was determined to uncover who conspired against him, longing to flee with his family to the Federation or some small nation to live out the rest of their days. However, it was utterly impossible for him to escape this prison alone. His only opportunity lay in the hands of Lu Xiankai. How could he convince the other to take him along? The answer was remarkably simple. Become someone of value. Someone who could assist the other, whether inside or outside the prison. If he could establish himself as an indispensable ally to this fierce figure, everything would naturally fall into place. The once bustling cafeteria had returned to a state of calm. A dozen medical staff entered, and the members of various factions scolded back to their seats, cast varied expressions at the sight of the injured brother to being carried away. How strange it seemed that after the king of hell struck down the left-handed man, he appeared even more terrifying. Had this madman been honing his combat skills during solitary confinement? Truly a lunatic. Brother Lai, also born from the streets. understood the deadly precision of Lu Xiankai's swift movements, reminiscent of a hawk swooping down on its prey. In just a few days, so many had perished. This reckless youth would surely seek him out. He needed to find someone to collaborate with. Chewing on his unappetizing beef, Brother Lie's gaze drifted toward Fenio, who had taken over the position of the bulky man from the 14K faction. The latter's expression was equally grave, and their eyes met briefly before parting. Within the prison, the leaders of these factions had reached a consensus. The madman known as the King of Hell would undoubtedly target everyone. For to achieve the heights that even the likes of Tianzhou had not, he must render all others submissive. The leaders of the four major factions had now become his prime targets. With Brother De already dead, and the most formidable fighter, Black Guzi, failing to withstand even 3 strikes from the handcuffed King of Hell, a sense of impending doom loomed over the others. In the underworld, especially in a place like Stanley Prison where firearms were not an option, the might of one's fists held the greatest significance. Lu Xiankai's formidable prowess instilled a sense of despair in these hardened criminals, a feeling they had never experienced before. As the days passed, the announcement of Lu Xiankai's renewed month-long solitary confinement brought a semblance of calm. However, many changes had quietly begun to unfold. The most significant shift was the unassuming hamster boy taking over the trade operations. When Chen Xiang subtly presented this decision to the major factions, no one dared to oppose it. Even the notoriously arrogant Li Jindong remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. It was a widely accepted notion that Hamster Boy was a staunch ally of the madman known as the King of Hell. Eliminating a Hamster Boy was not difficult. Each of these leaders possessed that capability. The challenge lay in who could withstand the wrath of Lu Xiankai, the madman. No one. It is exceedingly simple to find a small intermediary like Lu Xiankai to broker a deal, yet the value of life is singular and irreplaceable. The image of Tegu's head resembling a rotten watermelon remains vividly etched in everyone's memory. Thus, no one is inclined to risk their life for such a minor figure. This reality brings immense satisfaction to Chen Xiong. His recent collaboration with Lu Xiankai has yielded considerable benefits, swiftly leveraging his connections within the judicial system. He adeptly resolved the narcotics incident that eliminated his chief rival, Deputy Captain He Yong. Shortly thereafter, he received a share of profits from Lin Kuan outside the prison. Lin Kuan has consistently been the supplier of contraband known as Blue Sprite in Chizhou Prison, and is one of the 4 major drug lords in Gangqing. He possesses a wealth of information. On the very night following the demise of the trade dealer, a month's advance profits in narcotics were discreetly placed in Chen Xiong's trunk by Lin Kuan's right-hand man, Ali. In high spirits, Chen Xiong failed to notice another shift occurring within the prison, the perception of the inmates towards the figure of the King of Hell. Their expressions and gazes, when speaking of his ruthless actions, have transformed into something intricately nuanced. Beyond mere fear, there is now an undercurrent of admiration. Previously, when mentioning the King of Hell, the majority of gang members within the prison were filled with hostility and disdain. After all, few believed that one individual could stand against all the gangs. And Lu Xiankai was readily dismissed as a murderous lunatic. However, at present, impressive is the prevailing sentiment among most inmates. Clearly, when one's martial prowess becomes an insurmountable force for others, the fear Lu Xiankai instills is accompanied by a burgeoning reverence. In a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, the admiration for an individual requires little justification. Chapter 46. The Deification Project from the Moment of Birth. Equality is a mere illusion. Many may not readily accept this notion. It is not just humanity that suffers from this disparity, even among the myriad of deities. Distinctions in rank and power persist. Yet, how does one acquire such power and status? Sean possesses his own perspective on this matter, seizing every opportunity to rise with the tide. Sean is an astute inmate, distinguished by both his education and experience in this facility. It is precisely due to this acumen that he keenly observes the subtle shift in the attitudes of many prisoners toward the figure of Yin Wang Lu Xiankai. Consequently, he takes the initiative to undertake a bold endeavor, one that surprises Lu Xiankai, yet sufficiently showcases his own capabilities. Sean disseminates a rumor. Perhaps it cannot be classified strictly as a rumor. Rather, he subtly guides the subconscious thoughts of many. We are doomed. The gang has abandoned us, and society has turned its back. Why must we continue to fight among ourselves? Perhaps yielding to Yin Wang's unification is not such a dire prospect. At least we would not have to perish due to the conflicts among the powerful, and we could survive to see our families and loved ones. Unbeknownst to him, these sentiments begin to circulate. The impact is remarkable. In numerous instances, members of smaller factions privately acknowledge Lu Xiankai as the de facto authority within the prison. As a result, the number of individuals embracing this notion continues to swell. The leaders of the four major gangs are infuriated. Regrettably, Sean's meticulousness renders their investigations futile. Despite their serious attempts to uncover the mastermind behind these machinations, they remain at a loss. After all, these leaders, whose minds are steeped in the violent experiences of the underworld, would never suspect that a seemingly feeble adversary could stealthily undermine their foundations. In this world, the clever shall always prevail. While orchestrating this scheme, Sean uncovers an intriguing phenomenon. Lu Xiankai's confinement in solitary isolation significantly enhances his aura of mystery and power among the prisoners. A ferocious beast eternally imprisoned in the depths of the jail, poised to unleash havoc upon its release. Sean observes the bewildered expression of Hamster Boy, reminiscent of his own spirited demeanor during his tenure at Chelan Investment. This image embodies terror, wickedness, and enigma. While it may repel ordinary individuals outside, within the prison walls, it signifies absolute strength and dread. Lu Xiankai has always been formidable and undeniably frightening. But is this truly a boon? Hamster Boy, perplexed, echoes Sean's assertion. From this perspective, although Hamster Boy excels in business, he cannot be deemed particularly astute. It is indeed a stroke of good fortune. In a realm that venerates violence, mystery and fear can engender a profound sense of personal adoration. Sean speaks with unwavering conviction. He has studied psychology, and from a psychological perspective, the roots of personal idolization generally stem from a few key factors. Firstly, individuals project their own desires, fears, or needs onto the figure of admiration. So, does the current king of hell possess such qualifications? Indeed, Lu Xiankai is unrestrained and audacious, embodying qualities that these desperate followers find woefully lacking in themselves. As for his ruthless nature, characterized by a propensity for violence, this only serves to provide them with an indescribable sense of fulfillment when they identify with Lu Xiankai. Secondly, there must exist a profound emotional connection between the admirer and the admired. The latter can derive power and a sense of control from the former. I wish to meet the king of hell, Sean declared when he felt the moment was ripe, addressing the bewildered hamster. I know you can communicate with the assassin Xiong. This endeavor will greatly benefit both you and the king of hell. After much contemplation, Hamster reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, on the 17th day of Lu Xiankai's imprisonment, the individual who delivered his meals was none other than Sean. This is how it stands, but for the subsequent deification scheme, I require your cooperation, King of Hell. Sean nervously articulated after detailing his endeavors, expressing a notion that left Lu Xiankai particularly astonished. Deification scheme? Lu Xiankai was taken aback, finally beginning to regard Sean with genuine importance. His original plan had been straightforward and brutal, subduing everyone one by one, thereby naturally ascending to the throne of prison dominance. With the system's backing, he had never doubted his success, never contemplating alternative approaches. Sean's suggestion unveiled to Lu Xiankai a new pathway, one that would mitigate unnecessary risks and significantly reduce the time required. How would you like me to proceed? Lu Xiankai inquired slowly. Whether it was an illusion or the oppressive weight of the iron door, his voice emerged particularly deep and fearsome, causing even the prepared Sean to shudder involuntarily. Soon, a flicker of ecstasy graced Sean's face. If he, as Lu Xiankai's subordinate, could harbor such trepidation towards the man behind the iron door, then the perceptions of others would undoubtedly be even more profound in their fear. Do not perceive fear as a negative term. It is a fundamental aspect of human nature to idolize the powerful. Even a terrifying entity like the devil is never devoid of followers. You must create a significant commotion, allowing your legend to circulate within the prison with an aura of terror, Sean proposed. What if you were to stir up a considerable ruckus? As he spoke, Sean could not resist reaching out to touch the rust-laden iron door before him. The tales of superhuman strength would undoubtedly incite adoration among many. Unconsciously, Sean began to address Lu Xiankai with a tone of respect. Very well. Lu Xiankai pondered for a moment before delivering his response. No one knew what exactly was discussed between Sean and Lu during this meeting, but from that day onward, a legend began circulating throughout the prison. A tale about the deepest recesses of Stanley Prison, a place all inmates referred to as the Hell Confinement Cell. Chapter 47. The television program, is it difficult to create a deity? Not at all, at least in Sean's view. Accomplishing the right deeds at the opportune moment already guarantees half the success. The rest merely requires the skillful manipulation of two key elements. First, leverage the rumors surrounding Lu Xiankai. Though it's commonly said that rumors cease with the wise, how many can truly discern truth from falsehood? This isn't arrogance on Sean's part. It's a conclusion drawn from history. Across 7 millennia, countless lies have paved the way for ambitious figures to achieve greatness. Second, human nature. The innate desire for expression, coupled with the tendency to exaggerate and embellish, will elevate Lu Xiankai's image to an untouchable, indomitable presence. When 3 people spread a lie, it becomes truth. Once the masses believe in Lu Xiankai, everything will fall into place. Sean offered Lu Xiankai an unusual, yet strikingly simple suggestion. Let people know of your existence. His voice lowered behind the heavy iron door. He added, human imagination is boundless. Leave the rest to their own minds. I understand what must be done, Lu Xiankai murmured. From that day onward, in the dead of night when silence reigned, thunderous impacts echoed from the deepest confines of Stanley Prison. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was deep and resonant, like a monstrous beast ramming against its cage. The rhythmic pounding, mingled with the howling wind outside, often jolted sleeping inmates awake, leaving them with an inexplicable sense of dread. It's the Grim Reaper, that killing demon. Many awoke with this immediate realization. What could possibly make such a noise? What is he doing? Questions gnawed at their minds. It's the iron door, some would proudly declare, their pride stemming solely from their seniority within the prison walls. Yet, human nature is peculiar, given the chance to boast. Even the mundane becomes embellished, and with each retelling, the tale grows more fantastical. In the beginning, the explanations were straightforward. That lunatic Grim Reaper is slamming against the door. Ridiculous. That door's a foot thick. No one could break through. But as time passed, the rumors twisted beyond recognition. Deep in Stanley Prison lurks a demonic serial killer. He murders in his sleep, unstoppable, uncontainable. That's why he's locked away. To hold the Grim Reaper, they reinforced the door to 3 feet thick. 3 feet wasn't enough. Last night, I saw the guards reinforcing that terrifying cell again. Rumor has it the 3-foot iron door was bending. Now they're making it 5. Lu Xiankai remained oblivious to the increasingly absurd rumors circulating about him. His reputation had become remarkably peculiar. Many trembled in fear at the mere mention of his name, while a curious faction had inexplicably transformed into his most fervent admirers. Nevertheless, Lu Xiankai was indifferent to it all. He persisted in his ascetic regimen, diligently honing his physique. He began with warm-ups, practicing the flexibility and resilience of his joints, subjecting his muscles to the oppressive weight of the heavy iron door within his confinement as a means of forging strength. This was followed by rigorous training involving weight-bearing exercises, stretching, and enhancing his balance and flexibility. Upon completing these arduous sessions, Lu Xiankai did not indulge in rest. He meticulously practiced the 12 techniques bestowed upon him by the system, mastering various movements and power exertions. During this process, he felt a profound conviction that when he fully integrated these 12 techniques, his combat prowess would transcend the limits of ordinary imagination. This training imposed a tremendous burden on his body, yet he was fortunate that the hamster had secured the smurf's business, although the dividends were meager. The daily delivery of bitter medicinal concoctions invigorated him, enabling his recovery. As days turned into weeks, Lu Xiankai's demeanor became increasingly tranquil. The practice of the 12 techniques transformed him. He shed his once ferocious and aggressive nature, embracing a newfound serenity. Just one day before his anticipated release, an unexpected event transpired. Chen Xiong, who had been conspicuously absent, stood at the entrance of the confinement chamber. "Open the door," he commanded. The potency of rumors was indeed astonishing. Although Chen Xiong understood that tales of the 3-foot-thick iron door were mere fabrications, the sight of the rust stains left by Lu Xiankai's repeated strikes on the 1-foot-thick door caused him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. "Are you here to release me early?" Lu Xiankai mused. Having spent an extended period in this unseen realm, his skin had taken on an unnaturally pale hue that, when combined with his chiseled muscles, rendered him almost otherworldly. Strangely, Chen Xiong averted his gaze from Lu Xiankai. "No, your sentence has been extended." Perhaps fearing a violent outburst from Lu Xiankai, Chen Xiong instinctively took a half-step back before continuing. "This is the warden's directive." "Reason?" Lu Xiankai's expression remained serene, betraying no hint of emotion. "Because of a damn television program. Because of a wretched female host." Chen Xiong's countenance reflected his displeasure. After savoring the benefits of the smurf's business, his ambitions had grown exponentially. Originally, Chen Xiong's strategy was to leverage Lu Xiankai's lethal capabilities to seize control over another lucrative sector within the prison upon his release. But this cursed program had derailed his plans. Moreover, according to the information he had received, The program was likely to persist for 2 to 3 months. Just how much would he stand to lose? A television program? A female host? A rare expression of confusion surfaced on Lu's typically indifferent face. What connection could there possibly be between a prison and the entertainment industry? Ratings and votes, Chen Xiong replied. The warden recognizes you as a potential threat. Hence he intends to confine you for a longer duration. Naturally, he is also reluctant for you to harbor resentment that could lead to more significant troubles in the future. So he will compensate you in other ways. For instance, the commission on the most expensive medications you purchase will be reduced by 30%. Chen Xiong's voice was notably subdued. Chapter 48. The Pure Jade Queen Prison is one world. Outside lies another. Inmates without tomorrows care little about who becomes Hong Kong's next governor. To them, it makes no difference, campaign promises, welfare policies, all meaningless drivel. Rather than dwell on such trivialities, prisoners would rather scheme for an extra piece of meat in their lunch. But while prisoners remain indifferent, the outside world does not. Coincidences abound in this world. In Hong Kong, 2 social maladies persist like festering wounds. The first is the plight of the elderly, abandoned in their twilight years. The second is the scourge of triads. On this island of merely 3 million souls, over 100 gangs fester in the shadows. Official statistics reveal a staggering truth. 3 million lowlifes bear triad affiliations. 1 in every 10 citizens carries the mark of the underworld, an alarming ratio. Hong Kong is a concrete jungle, a dark forest of steel and indifference, where human warmth withers. The chasm between rich and poor yawns wide, upward mobility narrows to a thread, and for most, a lifetime of toil still cannot secure a roof against the storm. In such an environment, countless disillusioned youths stray onto crooked paths. As economic pressures tighten their grip, this descent accelerates. With parents too burdened to tend to their children's souls, the rot spreads downward. In recent years, Hong Kong's middle and high schools have seen a surge in extortion, knife fights, robberies, and bullying. So what if I don't study? I can beat up anyone I dislike, and no one dares mess with me. What is the point of school? A degree just drains your family's savings for a measly salary. Better to join a gang, earn cash, get respect, have girls worship you. These were the shocking responses from students in a street interview about the dangers of triad life. The backlash was immediate. Hungry for ratings, Hong Kong's largest broadcaster, Jade TV, seized the moment. Their executives greenlit Metamorphosis, a reality show where rebellious teens would be sent behind bars, forced to confront the brutal truth of gang life. The goal? To shatter illusions of power and glory, replacing them with the grim reality of lost freedom, bloodstained streets, and irreversible ruin. To maximize impact, the show's host was none other than Zhou Muran, Hong Kong's reigning Pure Jade Queen, a triple threat star dominating music, film, and television. Initially, Zhou Muran was reluctant to venture into hosting this program. However, the timing coincided with the government reshuffle in Hong Kong, and one of the candidates, Lu Ming, recognized the potential electoral advantage this topic could provide. With his rallying cry of support the youth, the program was ultimately set in motion. Consequently, Jade Television embarked on an exuberant casting and promotional campaign, employing every means necessary to generate buzz, a hallmark of media ethics. The originally planned prison setting was merely an ordinary facility, but to garner greater attention, Stanley Prison naturally emerged as the optimal choice. Indeed, no other prison could rival its allure. Over the years, Stanley Prison has become synonymous with terror in the minds of Hong Kong's populace. Perceived as a hellish realm inhabited by deranged murderers and desperate fugitives, shrouded in mystery. Thus, the most notorious and fearsome Stanley Prison captured their collective imagination. The vivid presence of a charismatic female host, the likely victor in the election, and the enigmatic prison created an astonishing amalgamation of intrigue. Remarkably, even before its premiere, the program secured a staggering projected viewership of 27%, a feat that national hit dramas often struggle to achieve. Zhou Muran's rise to fame is indeed justified. At merely 23 years of age, she possesses an extraordinarily beautiful visage and porcelain-like complexion. Her finely chiseled features, combined with an oval face, perfectly harmonize the contrasting qualities of gentleness and aloofness. Beauty, however, is but one facet of Zhou Muran. She is undeniably a prodigious talent. A graduate of the Hong Kong Conservatory of Music, blessed with an ethereal voice and cascading black hair, captivating the hearts of many young admirers since her debut. A flawless figure, impeccable education, stunning appearance, and enchanting voice. These attributes earned her accolades from Hong Kong's leading newspaper following her triumph at the 39th Golden Melody Awards. Although I initially harbored disdain for this program, I gradually recognized its underlying significance. In the makeup room on the 19th floor of Jade Television, a girl clad in a simple white-collared shirt paired with tailored trousers, her long black hair cascading down, exuded elegance and beauty, embodying the very essence of sophistication. You claim this program is merely a tool for garnering votes. How is it that she has genuinely invested herself in it? The expression on her manager, Sister Wong's face was far from cheerful. To her, Zhou Miran had become the leading star of Xinhui Company, and at this pivotal moment, her artists should be focusing on releasing new songs and participating in major film productions to solidify their standing, rather than being compelled to host under the pressure of influential figures, which she deemed a tragic squandering of life. Yet, there was little recourse. While celebrities appear glamorous to the general public, they are perceived by political heavyweights like Lu Ming as nothing more than slightly robust ants. They cannot refuse, nor do they dare to. Hosting the program is one thing, but choosing Stanley is another. Sister Wong has been Zhou Miran's manager for 6 years, truly regarding the girl as her own daughter. As she scrutinized Zhou Miran's makeup, a hint of concern crept into her voice. That place is hell. Is it really that terrifying? Zhou Miran, the well-behaved girl who has grown up in a privileged environment, had heard numerous terrifying legends about Stanley. Yet she remained largely unaware of the brutal realities of the underworld, her tone tinged with curiosity. That place harbors all the city's outlaws, murderers, rapists. Sister Wong spoke in a somber tone. Do you remember Chen Rue, our retired sound engineer? Of course. What about him? Zhou Miran replied, her beautiful eyes wide with confusion. His son was killed in Stanley. Sister Wong responded. 11 stab wounds. When they brought him out, he was unrecognizable, a bloody mess that haunted my dreams for a month. Chapter 49. Nothing is simple. Why must he be killed? I recall that young man, seemingly quite fierce. Every time Uncle Chen spoke of his son, he would sigh, perhaps due to the street brawls that led to someone's death. I always found it terrifying. Has he truly perished? Zhou Daming gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Fierce. Chen Rue's son is merely a lamb in that wretched place of Chizhou. Sister Wong scoffed, asserting that one could never fathom the filth and brutality of that locale. Remember this. While recording the show, you must ensure the security personnel maintain a distance of no less than 3 meters from you. I will also request the higher-ups at Emerald to find some connections in the underworld to guarantee your absolute safety. Murang, your life has been too smooth. Perhaps a glimpse into that world wouldn't be entirely detrimental. Observing the girl's pallor, Sister Wong sighed. With ample experience, Sister Wong refrained from speaking the truth. She understood that the real peril did not lie within the prison walls, but rather in the fact that her naive artist had unwittingly entered a most ruthless competition. Though political maneuvering may not be as overtly violent, its cruelty surpasses that of street skirmishes by far. As the election period approached, Emerald Television hastened the preparation of their programming. They acquiesced to all of Xinhui Company's demands. Not only did they lavishly equip Zhou Daming with 6 elite agents from the renowned Tianling Security Company, but they also leveraged their connections to facilitate communication with several major gangs within the prison. To this end, Xinhui Company even presented a substantial number of red envelopes. Once absolute safety was assured, a crew of 10, along with several specially selected children, finally journeyed to that city, which many regarded as a veritable hell. The media knows how to captivate attention. The 6 selected teenagers were nothing short of hellions. Smoking, drinking, and skipping school were mere trifles for them. These children not only bullied their classmates, but also assaulted teachers. One even hospitalized his mother after a dispute over academic matters. One could argue that the trailer featuring these profoundly malicious children had already ignited excitement for the show before it even aired. The issue of youth cannot be overlooked. At the program's inception, Councilman Lu Ming appeared on camera as a special guest. It is often said that the best performances occur in politics, and this holds true without exception. Just moments ago, Lu Ming wore a face of disdain, yet before the camera, he portrayed profound sorrow. Even the muscles in his cheeks quivering. He appeared genuinely troubled for the youth of the harbor city. Of course, no one would suspect that just a second before the camera rolled, he had been vehemently chastising those children for their ignorance and folly. Children, your tomorrow is bright, so do not stray onto the wrong path. Lu Ming exuded remarkable charisma before the camera. He was acutely aware of the myriad benefits that could accrue to him should the program achieve remarkable success, thus he meticulously prepared his speech. While many of you perceive skipping school, engaging in fights, and smoking as acts of coolness, and some youths even resort to tattoos, violence, and joining gangs, have you considered the consequences? I firmly believe that this program will illuminate for you the essence of a righteous life. Remember this. The selfless love of your parents is not a license for your caprice. The harsh realities of society will not afford you the luxury of making mistakes. Currently, our city falls short in its commitment to nurturing the youth, and I aspire to initiate change in this regard. Lu Ming concluded with a gesture of encouragement. Out of the camera's view, a secretary held aloft a sign bearing the number 31, bringing a radiant smile to his face. He had a premonition that this program could very well be the pivotal factor in his electoral victory. Wherever there are people, there are interests. Where there are interests, there exists a complex web of relationships. As Lu Ming eloquently addressed the live broadcast, his fiercest rival, Guo Baochuan, wore an expression of ominous gloom. What is the current viewership rating? In stark contrast to Lu Ming's usual formal attire, Guo Baochuan preferred to present himself in a more approachable manner, always donning sportswear, which he executed with great success. His amiable demeanor had nearly become his trademark. However, the voting public would never fathom the ruthless and merciless nature of the humble politician they admired. 31 points. The secretary promptly replied that, based on past experiences of the television station, if the program's content was genuinely captivating, the ratings would surely rise. Excellent. Guo Baochuan possessed a peculiar habit. The angrier he felt internally, the more radiant his smile appeared externally. Suppressing his fury, he lit a cigar and posed his first question. Why couldn't you all conceive such an excellent angle? Why? A dozen subordinates stood before him, each bowing slightly. The silence in the opulent office was palpable. No one dared to respond? Guo Baochuan rose and approached the head of the campaign team, coldly inquiring, which hand did you use to write the campaign proposal? The right hand, replied the now graying team leader, trembling. Extended. Guo Baochuan's tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. The leader obediently stretched out his right hand. In the next moment, Guo Baochuan pressed the burning cigar slowly against the leader's palm. The glowing ember extinguished gradually within his hand, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his palm, the team leader trembled yet steadfastly maintained his bowed posture. He understood his superior's temperament and knew that only by enduring this could he earn his approval. Indeed, after extinguishing his cigarette, Guo Baochuan merely cast a blank glance at the others before returning to his seat. The second question. With a sardonic smile, Guo Baochuan continued. By how much will your polling numbers surpass mine following the airing of this program? Do not tell me that you have not made any predictive estimates upon learning of this show. Approximately 7 points, replied Secretary Xiao Chun, his eyes cast downwards. The primary audience for this program consists of middle-aged individuals aged 30 to 40, hence the significant impact. Excellent. The third question. Guo Baochuan turned his gaze towards his secretary. Zhang Shu, tell me how we shall break the deadlock. We could orchestrate an incident with the production team and subsequently utilize the media to tarnish our opponent's reputation. Zhang Shu, who appeared cultured and refined, grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The inmates of Stanley Prison are all desperate individuals. It would not be unreasonable for a few rebellious youths to meet their demise. Thus, the initiative would return to our hands. Satisfied with the response, Guo Baochuan instructed. You shall arrange this matter. He casually removed a Patek Philippe watch from his wrist and tossed it to Zhang Shu. This is an early birthday gift for you. Rewards for merit, penalties for mistakes. This is the fundamental reason why Guo Baochuan, despite his ruthless nature, commands such a multitude of followers. In this city, any prominent figure who ascends by stepping on corpses is far from simple. Chapter 50. The Yi Brothers. The infamous Stanley Prison on Hong Kong Island holds a reputation that rivals the towering structures of Empire Bank Building and Wong Hotel. Yet it pales in comparison to the grandeur of these globally recognized edifices. Consequently, when the film crew arrived at the notorious prison's entrance, the reactions of the majority were tinged with incredulity. Among them was the star show, who had never ventured into this remote locale. In the hearts of the city's inhabitants, this place has long been deemed particularly terrifying. Over time, many have heard merely its name without ever witnessing the prison's true visage. The prison, clad in shades of gray, is characterized by its towering walls and the menacing gleam of electric fencing, instantly instilling a sense of oppression in anyone who gazes upon it. Beyond the high walls lies an additional layer of protective netting, accompanied by several watchtowers designed for vigilance. The guards stationed atop these towers, armed with firearms, impart a somber gravity to the atmosphere. After all, a place meant for housing the worst of humanity requires no embellishments. This was the jovial response from Director Wong, affectionately nicknamed Fatty Wong. Let us capture a wide shot first, followed by a close-up from a low angle. Employ a dark filter to immediately convey the prison's terror and the gravity of the law, he declared, a celebrated director hailing from Jade Television. His participation in this project served as a promotional highlight. Indeed, his expertise proved invaluable. Within mere minutes, this 200-pound maestro orchestrated the completion of all exterior shots. Zhou Mu ran, observing the oppressive imagery through the lens. Couldn't he help but give a thumbs up? We'll insert these children's clips into the program later. Now, Miss Zhou, we require you to conduct one-on-one interviews. Afterward, let these youngsters board the prison transport. The production team had evidently exerted considerable effort to generate buzz for the show. They not only secured a prison van but also procured an array of prison uniforms, ensuring that the children would thoroughly experience the grim realities of prison life. What kind of life do you envision for yourself? Today, Zhou Mu Ran deliberately chose not to don her usual fashionable attire, instead opting for a more approachable outfit. Yet, even in a simple white casual shirt paired with jeans and sneakers, her disciplined physique and striking beauty captivated everyone's attention. Just casual, remarked the most malicious of the 6 children poised for interviews. At the tender age of 13, he had already mastered the exploitation of his youth to perpetrate violence and theft. His parents were utterly at a loss in dealing with him. Zhou Mu Ran was particularly horrified upon reviewing this child's dossier, discovering that he had attempted to murder his sleeping desk mate with a knife, merely over a trivial disagreement. Why would you want to kill your desk mate? Haven't you shared many years of friendship? Zhou Muran posed the second question. As he looked down upon me, I felt compelled to reveal who truly holds the power. The child named Qing Jie answered nonchalantly, would you fear prison? Zhou Muran continued softly. No, I do not believe I would fear any place. Qing Jie even gleefully showcased his gleaming handcuffs to the camera, declaring that this was the essence of capital. The highest institution of the gang is Qizhu, from which many leaders emerge, achieving great success thereafter. You must remember, not everyone can endure a life of crime. Many things are not as idyllic as you children imagine. Zhou Muran displayed exceptional patience. In the context of this program, the girl is merely a character whose gentleness and kindness serve to highlight the wickedness and cruelty of others. Thus, her appearance and tone are entirely gentle. Most reality shows that can be broadcasted in this world are essentially performances crafted for profit. The interview continued, and half an hour later, the entire crew boarded the pale yellow prison van, encased in iron mesh, which then slowly drove through the imposing iron gate of Qizhu prison, measuring 70 centimeters in thickness. To the audience, this marked the official commencement of the program. However, to the discerning, it signified the beginning of a game of strategy. During this period in the harbor city, if one were to inquire about the most notorious figures in the underworld, opinions might vary widely. Yet, when asked about the most fearless and reckless criminals, the answer would undoubtedly be singular: the Yi brothers. The eldest, Yu Jihuan, and the second, Yi Guohuan. Particularly in the past 5 years, the series of robberies orchestrated by their gang has instilled fear in the hearts of the city's populace. They are indeed formidable. Despite their extensive criminal records with the 6 gates, one cannot deny that their audacity could be rated a full 5 stars. In 5 years, the Yi brothers have had nearly 30 confrontations with various elite departments of the 6 gates. The Flying Tigers, Special Affairs Division, Major Crimes Unit according to enthusiast statistics. In nearly 30 clashes, the casualties among their gang have reached 37 or more. Of course, the 6 gates also suffered significant losses, with 7 members of the Flying Tigers perishing, 12 members of the Major Crimes Unit gravely injured and reassigned to administrative roles, and even the most elite Special Affairs Division losing 3 brothers. Century's Thief King, this is how the tabloid media refers to the Yi brothers. The primary catalyst for this moniker was the battle on Nathan Road a year ago. The Flying Tigers and Major Crimes Unit exchanged gunfire with the gang along this mere 3.6-kilometer stretch, unleashing over 1,000 rounds, transforming a bustling commercial street into a battlefield. Yet, despite such a fierce conflict, the Yi brothers ultimately departed with laughter, carrying away millions in gold jewelry. What remained were shocking bloodstains scattered across the ground and 13 lifeless bodies. Since that fateful day, the Yi brothers and the Daquan gang seem to have vanished from the port city, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Until today, Zhang Yun, the esteemed personal secretary of Guo Baochuan, slowly entered the Resolute Tea House in Mongkok, and then rapped gently on the door of a tea house situated on the 3rd floor. Chapter 51. Successful Fusion. Aside from Guo Baochuan himself, The members of his team perpetually present themselves in impeccably tailored suits and polished leather shoes. Particularly notable is his private secretary, Zhang Yun. This young man, nearly 27 years of age, consistently dons an expression of solemnity, and his attire and hairstyle are never seen in disarray. How to liken him? He resembles a traditional, meticulous Swiss timepiece, unfaltering and precise. His exceptional organizational skills and calm demeanor in the face of unforeseen circumstances have garnered him considerable renown within the political arena of the harbor city. It has even been remarked by notable figures that Guo Baochuan owes half of his current success to Wei Yun. Such a statement is indeed a high commendation. While other young individuals might bask in the glory of such praise, perceiving it as a validation of their ability to carve out their own existence in this harsh hierarchy. Zhang Yun remains untouched by pride. Instead, he exhibits an increasing humility, never once revealing even a hint of self-satisfaction on his countenance. This level of composure and restraint is truly remarkable. During a gathering, Guo Baochuan, in a rare display of camaraderie, raised a toast to his trusted aide in front of many. However, today, as Zhang Yun entered the esteemed Yuguchi tea house, he donned an entirely different ensemble. Clad in athletic wear and obscured by a hood that shielded most of his face, he would be difficult to recognize as the trusted confidant of the ever-smiling Guo Baochuan, unless one were particularly familiar with him. Knock, knock. After discreetly handing a $1,000 imperial bill to the waiter, Zhang Yun quietly stood at the entrance of the tea room named Fu Gui Hua Kai and knocked on the door. Who were you looking for? The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man with dark skin, who regarded Zhang Yun and inquired, "This is a private tea room. Have you come to the wrong place?" Opening the coffin brings joy, Zhang Yun replied with a slight smile, indicating that he had indeed come to the right place. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stepped aside to grant entry. The tea room itself was not particularly spacious. A few lush green plants, a tea table, and several bamboo chairs constituted the entirety of the space. As Zhang Yun surveyed the modest surroundings, he found it hard to fathom that this unassuming place was among the foremost underground agencies in the harbor city. Youths often concern themselves with the ostentatious trappings of the world outside. At the tea table sat an elderly man, his visage lined with deep creases. He regarded Zhang Yun with a gentle smile, stating that the essential element of their meeting was the fine tea. Zhang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, taking his seat across from the elderly gentleman, and then opened the black leather suitcase he had been carrying, revealing an abundance of cash that immediately caught the elder's attention. It was evident that Zhang Yun had conducted thorough research. The money was not in imperial currency, but rather in international federal notes. Understanding the nuances of tea. What shall we drink? The old man's smile blossomed even further. I suggest you purchase some fine tea from Annam. As you know, although the teas from Annam are quite expensive, their aroma is captivating, and they possess a clean finish. The quality of tea lies in its suitability. Zhang Yun pushed the box before the old man, declaring, I wish to sample Da Hong Pao. 2 cups of Da Hong Pao, he added. At the utterance of these words, the old man's previously jovial demeanor instantly darkened. You've trained in martial arts, haven't you? The old man's murky gaze fell upon Zhang Yun's hands resting on the box. His knuckles were thick, devoid of calluses, clearly indicating training with a punching bag. Zhang Yun remained silent. In the next moment, the once seemingly sluggish old man transformed into a predator, akin to a hunting leopard. He slightly recoiled, increasing the distance between himself and Zhang Yun, while a sleek, black pistol appeared in his grasp. His previously clouded eyes now gleamed with sharpness. You've breached the rules, kid. The old man had already disengaged the safety on his Black Star pistol. I care not how you discovered my presence here, but I must warn you that some matters are beyond your reach. Details dictate everything. The old man's actions, from retreating to drawing his weapon, were executed with such fluidity, showcasing his extensive experience in the underworld. Taking a life is not as simple as it seems. Facing the still smoldering barrel of the gun, Zhang Yun displayed no sign of trepidation. This is not the port city of a decade ago. How will you ensure the scene remains undiscovered? Have you considered my identity? Zhang Yun gestured toward the window. You may wish to take a look below. The old man exchanged a knowing glance with a middle-aged man nearby, who promptly approached the window. Both individuals within the tea room exhibited surprising attention to detail. This seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man did not flippantly draw the curtains. Instead, he subtly lifted a corner while pressing against the wall. On the bustling street below, 3 black Dodge SUVs quietly idled outside the tea house. Although the darkened windows obscured the view within, The middle-aged man could ascertain from the angle of the vehicles that they were certainly occupied by numerous individuals. Dodge SUVs? The middle-aged man's raspy voice reached the old man's ears. He is no man of the underworld. No organization would employ such vehicles. My identity is of little consequence. Zhang Yun smiled. What matters is that I wish to enjoy those 2 cups of De Hong Pao. Do you know who De Hong Pao belongs to? The old man's narrowed eyes sparkled with unmasked malice. The Yi brothers, renowned as the kings of thieves of the century. Rising to his feet, Zhang Yun continued. This sum is your fee for facilitating our meeting. Should they choose to accept my proposal, please convey a message to Yi Jihuan. This composed young man will earn thrice the profit of Nathan Road. The tumultuous events outside the prison bear no relevance to Lu Xiankai, who remains confined in the innermost depths of the Qiju cell. Presently, all of Lu Xiankai's thoughts are dedicated to the intricate fusion of the 12 styles of Cine martial arts. In the darkness, his expression reflects a certain exhilaration. With a casual lift of his hand, his right arm traces a spiraling arc, seemingly enveloping the air, before executing a precise slash and thrust. This singular maneuver has been perfected to an extraordinary degree, silent and subtle, devoid of the previous ferocity and the roaring winds that once accompanied his strikes. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable action fills Lu Xiankai with profound delight. His exceptional talent for combat has led him to the realization that he has successfully amalgamated the techniques of boxing, Muay Thai, and the various offensive forms of the 12 styles of Cine into this one stroke. He senses an unshakable conviction, no matter how his opponent maneuvers. Whether retreating or evading to the sides, they will find no refuge from the might of his attack. Green subtitles once again materialize before Lu Xiankai's eyes. Fusion successful. Does the host wish to assign a name? Chapter 52. The birth of 2. When one walks, the natural instinct is to let the arms swing downwards. Without rushing to assign a name to this instinct, Lu Xiankai instead engaged in deep contemplation. Faced with any unexpected situation, a person's primal reaction is to immediately raise their hands. Lu Xiankai raised his hand once more, but this time, instead of a graceful arc, he unleashed a straight punch with the swiftness of lightning. However, the subtle tremors of his muscles and bones allowed him to adapt to any situation at a moment's notice. All my offensive techniques are essentially an amplification of this instinct to raise the hand in attack, pushed to its utmost limit. As my body, hand, vision, and steps continue to strengthen, the power of this technique will become even more formidable. It is no wonder that the system provided the annotation regarding the myriad transformations of martial arts stemming from this ancient practice. In Taoism, there is an explanation of 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Though my current technique has yet to reach the realm of conquering all, it has laid a most solid foundation. Thus, this technique shall be called the birth of 2. No one knew that deep within the confines of the Qiju prison, a man was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The attention of everyone in Qiju was riveted upon a prison van slowly entering the facility, and upon recognizing the occupants, many prisoners' eyes sparkled with a ghostly light. A superstar. Moreover, a remarkably beautiful and enchanting female star. Such celebrities, even outside, could only be observed from a distance, yet now, within the prison, they were within reach. Considering the physiological state of those who had seen even a pig as alluring as Diao Chan, many prisoners went into a frenzy. They whistled desperately at the van, while others unabashedly engaged in various indecent gestures directed at it. The air was filled with howls, shrieks, and a cacophony of furious roars that intertwined above the plaza, creating a nightmarish scene that paled the faces of all inside the van. The camera focused on those who shouted the loudest. Wang Pengzi, a renowned director well acquainted with the darker facets of life, managed to maintain a calm demeanor while directing the filming. In contrast, others were utterly terrified. A few children, who had once been full of bravado, were already showing signs of tears, while Zhou Muran was no better off. Her face was ashen, and one hand gripped Wang Jie's arm tightly, so much so that her delicate fingers began to turn slightly blue from the pressure. It was nothing short of hell. This was Zhou Muran's first impression of Qiju. It was no wonder these individuals were so frightened. For the sake of the program's effect, the prison van entered the plaza along the right lane, a mere 10 meters from the prisoners. The sight of tattooed men with fierce expressions shouting at the vehicle was nothing less than terrifying. As the van delved deeper into the open-air plaza, several ferocious inmates approached the prison vehicle. These frenzied individuals incessantly battered the windows, with a few perverse souls even licking the glass near several youths and making lewd gestures. There are no women in Chaiwan. Chen Xiong, seated in the passenger seat, coldly remarked that, In their eyes, these boys serve as substitutes for women. Do you see over there? Chen Xiong gestured toward the window. Everyone's gaze followed his indication. In the southeastern corner of the square, a burly man, resembling a bear, gazed greedily at the prison transport, accompanied by two fair-skinned young men clutching the deliberately exposed linings of their pockets. This man, known as Huanyo, is a member of the 14K gang, with peculiar predilections for men. The two young men gripping his attire are his favored consorts. Chen Xiong offered this explanation, noting that such individuals were abundant after prolonged confinement. Don't you care? Zhou Miran posed a rather naive question. We cannot manage them. These are private matters, Chen Xiong replied, his ensuing words causing several to gasp in shock. These individuals releasing their pent-up energy is preferable to fatalities. Are you aware of how many have perished in Chaiwan due to conflicts in the past month? Everyone shook their heads. Even Wang, the ever-composed director, appeared unsettled. 2 digits. Chen Xiong revealed the answer without hesitation. He was not merely scaremongering but warning these oblivious individuals. After all, he could not alter the decisions of the higher-ups. Thus, intimidating these individuals into compliance became his sole objective. I fail to understand why you insist on authenticity. Upon realizing they had gathered sufficient footage and turned off the camera, Chen Xiong's expression turned sour. Do you believe this place is devoid of danger? Or are you simply ignorant? For other reasons, Wang Fatty offered an ambiguous reply, inwardly cursing at the terrifying scene outside. One must never judge solely by appearances. In truth, did the crew not wish to complete their filming merely through theatrics? If this program were merely a ratings ploy by Jade Television, then staging would pose no issue. They could simply recruit compliant inmates to act, exaggerating as necessary. What do these children know? Observing their trembling forms should suffice to evoke the desired effect. And they could concoct a few poignant scripts to boost viewership. Yet, this particular program is entangled in the electoral process. Jade Television aligns with the Lu Ming faction, while their principal rival, Wireless Television, supports Guo Baochuan. Should any deceit or theatrics be uncovered by the opposition, the backlash against the program would be trivial. However, if it adversely impacts Lu Ming's electoral chances, no one could withstand the wrath of this prominent figure and the powerful family backing him. You must cooperate and exercise utmost caution. Chen Xiong couldn't be bothered to inquire about the reasons. His sole concern was ensuring these individuals complied with regulations. Sensing the situation had reached an appropriate intensity, he signaled the driver to halt the vehicle. Cut this segment. Chen Xiong instructed the cameraman before pulling open the prison van door and leaping out first, under the horrified gazes of all present. The correctional officers of Stanley Prison, publicly lauded for their scientific and humane management, demonstrated with ironclad reality what constituted the most effective disciplinary approach for these criminal scum. It could be summarized in one word: violence. A dozen officers swung their batons with brutal precision, raining blows upon any inmate who dared approach the vehicle. The enforcers struck with exceptional ruthlessness. Splattered blood painted the windows in macabre streaks of crimson. A youth named Xinhua suddenly burst into tears. On the glass beside his ear, a grotesque fragment of flesh clung, horrifyingly vivid. Chapter 53. Release the King of Hell. The brutal actions of the dozen or so constables rendered the occupants of the vehicle utterly silent, each person transfixed by the gruesome collision of batons and flesh. The prisoners of Stanley Prison conveyed the essence of madness to the filming crew within the vehicle through their very actions. The police batons, crafted from high-strength materials, boasted a titanium alloy hardness that ensured not only significant harm, but also resilience against deformation. The excruciating pain inflicted by such instruments was no jest, as evidenced by the agonized expressions etched upon the faces of the inmates. Yet, amidst this chaos, a faction of prisoners, driven to utter insanity, clung desperately to the window, refusing to withdraw. Zhou Miran trembled with fear, her form cowering behind several security personnel as she watched a prisoner outside the window, frantically shouting her name. Despite the relentless beating inflicted by the constables, the prisoner's visage was a bloody mess, yet he continued to lick the glass with a ravenous fervor. Greed, ferocity, and a ghastly countenance intertwined on his face, evoking images of a demon that haunted the girl's sleepless nights. I told you this would end badly. Wang Pengzi muttered under his breath, his anxiety mounting as he began to express dissatisfaction with the decisions made by the higher-ups at Emerald Television. As the director, he understood the rationale behind this scene's unfolding. Originally, the prison transport was not intended to venture so deeply into the square. The crew's plan had dictated that the vehicle should remain outside the perimeter, entering only to proceed to the prison's exterior as per normal protocol. The aim was to illustrate the terror of Stanley Prison, a subject of great intrigue. I suggested that we drive the vehicle into the square from the outset and capture close-up footage of the prisoner's horrifying behavior. This would significantly benefit viewership. A senior executive at Emerald Television had posited a differing view, noting that a recent survey indicated many viewers were less interested in the transformations of the children and far more curious about Stanley Prison itself. What percentage of the audience holds such views? Inquired Mr. Shao, a high-ranking official at Emerald Television. Quite high, approximately 20%, came the reply. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. The executive did not afford the crew an opportunity to contest the decision, opting instead for immediate action. In Mr. Shao's estimation, this 20% of the audience would be crucial for Councilman Liu. Should Councilman Liu achieve victory, Emerald Television would be poised to decisively outmaneuver its dreaded rival, wireless television. During his tenure, regrettably, these executives could scarcely fathom the tumult that a beautiful, pure, and perfectly formed female star would incite within the confines of the prison. Nor could they anticipate that those young men would prove to be an irresistible temptation for the deranged. Damn it! Chun Xiong, bloodied and disheveled, retreated into the vehicle, gasping as he lamented the madness of the prisoners, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In a realm hidden from the lens, Chun Xiong had just telephoned the warden, requesting the deployment of smoke bombs. Should the situation spiral beyond control, he suggested the use of live ammunition for suppression. Yet, the warden curiously declined Chun Xiong's proposal, stating that the individuals merely pressed against the vehicle, yearning for a glimpse of the stars, would cease their commotion once their curiosity was satiated. Had they truly offered any resistance? The warden's tone was frigid, questioning Chen's authority. Chen was rendered speechless. Resorting to gunfire could result in casualties. And should the media catch wind of such an incident, he would bear the responsibility. Control this, or you shall face the same fate as He Yong. The warden, with an indifferent demeanor, terminated the call. Chen's status and position precluded him from grasping the intricacies of upper-level power struggles. Thus, he perceived the warden's decision as a retaliation for having ousted He Yong, even lamenting the warden's short-sightedness. After all, if a significant crisis were to arise, he could not escape its repercussions, and as the head of the prison, the warden's predicament would be no better. Several colleagues had witnessed his phone call. The disparity in their social standings ensured that each individual's perspective was entirely distinct. Unbeknownst to Chen, after the warden hung up, the influential figure within the prison reached for another phone. I have rejected the suggestion to use gunfire for suppression. The warden, who had previously maintained an air of superiority before Chen, now donned a visage of obsequiousness as he spoke to Councilman Guo. Should anything occur, I fear I may not be able to remain here. If the judicial system cannot sustain itself, it will inevitably turn to the financial sector. Guo Baochuan extended his assurances, pondering the bleak prospects in such a disreputable environment. In the stock exchange, a mere whisper of insider information equates to years of labor. I understand. The warden chuckled awkwardly before ending the call. Although he wielded considerable influence within the prison, he was but a minor player before the councilman, chosen by the prominent families. This was the stark reality. Numerous prisoners lay prostrate on the ground, utterly beaten by the frenzied guards, their blood mingling with the pallid surface of the square, painting a grim tableau. Yet, the situation did not improve. Rather, a peculiar sentiment began to insidiously spread. The prison resembled a dark forest of steel and concrete. The gang leaders stood silently in the corners of the square, their tacit approval of the unruly behavior of the prisoners evident. Furthermore, the prison's hesitance to employ decisive measures had inadvertently ignited an unusual resolve among the inmates. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of stalemate, a turning point emerged, instigated by Lin Guowei. 7 years prior, he had committed 13 rapes in Tunman, and amidst this brutal spree, he had callously strangled 3 young women, each merely 19 years of age. If I can possess you, then even death would be worth it. Through the glass, Lin Guowei beheld the pitiable visage of Shou Muran, hidden behind her bodyguard, descending into utter madness. This man, infamously dubbed the Tunman Color Demon, was inherently unstable. Otherwise, he would not have committed 3 homicides and continued his rampage even while being pursued by the entire city. For 7 long years, he had endured relentless bullying in this prison, never once having the opportunity to gaze upon a woman up close. In a frenzy, Lin Guowei, like a wild beast, turned and sank his teeth into a prison guard's ear. Amidst the guard's heart-wrenching screams, Lin Guowei managed to bite off half of the man's ear. Yet, he paid no heed to the other officers mercilessly beating him with their batons. This man, now devoid of any sensation of pain, frantically clawed at the tightly shut car door. Qin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Pengzi's countenance also altered. The several security personnel shielding the Star's Zhou Muran wore particularly grim expressions, for the prison's prohibition against firearms and sharp implements left them virtually defenseless. They were unafraid of confronting ordinary individuals, but the prospect of facing these reckless madmen instilled genuine fear within them. Observing the frenzied inmates beneath the weight of those forceful batons, they felt, for the first time, the daunting nature of this security mission. Think of a way. Wang Pengzi bellowed at Qin Xiong. I refuse to believe there is no solution. Qin Xiong, with despair evident in his eyes, glanced towards the watchtower. The patrolling officers, though visibly tense, did not raise their firearms, clearly adhering to a direct order from the warden. Is this how it's going to be? Fine, let chaos reign. This is our only chance. A thought struck Qin Xiong like a bolt of lightning, and he dialed the number of his most trusted confidant. Release that killer Yin Wang. I need his assistance. This was the first time Zhou Muran had ever heard the name Lu Xiankai. Chapter 54. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The King of Hell? Maintaining his last shred of composure, Director Wang edged closer to Qin Xiong. Is this your prison's emergency unit, or some codename for a plan? Neither. Qin Xiong shook his head, his hand already reaching for the stun gun at his waist, his final lifeline. Then what is it? The portly director pressed. A prisoner. Qin Xiong murmured, his voice low and ominous. One locked away in the deepest part of this prison. Silence engulfed the vehicle. The gazes fixed on Qin Xiong brimming with disbelief. Find a way to resolve this, now. Things are spiraling out of control. Don't tell me you can't see it. Director Wang, the most worldly among them, was genuinely terrified. He knew all too well what would happen if the prison vent's doors were torn open, how these inmates, spurred by the presence of women and children, would descend into utter savagery. Fear drives men to hysteria. You should order those useless officers above to open fire. Get the constables patrolling the square involved. This is a conspiracy. Have them shoot these lunatics dead. Someone's targeting us. Idiot. Someone snarled. Have you lost your mind? You're nothing but a pig. And those fools at Jade TV pigs, the lot of them. Stall for time. If someone wants us dead, others will step in to protect us. Don't fear escalation. That's what you should be doing, not dredging up some unknown convict. Unlike Qin Xiong, the enraged Director Wang had one foot already in the upper echelons of power. He could smell the stench of conspiracy. He knew that under the combined pressure of Jade TV's executives and Councilman Lu Ming, the prison wouldn't handle this so lightly unless a high-ranking figure wanted his production team to meet disaster. As for who that figure was, Director Wang couldn't be bothered to guess. Whoever wielded such influence over the prison was beyond his courage to retaliate against. His only hope now was that this million-dollar prison van would hold firm. After all, the assailants had caught Jade TV's Chairman Xiao and Councilman Lu off guard. Once they regained their footing, there might still be a chance to salvage this. But to Director Wang's dismay, Qin Xiong, a man who clearly held some sway within Stanley Prison, was being sacrificed. His only solution? Releasing a prisoner. What a godforsaken idea. Didn't your production team investigate Stanley Prison before setting up here? Qin Xiong, having made his decision, had regained his calm. He even leisurely lit a cigarette. 3 men have died here this month, all killed by the same person. In this prison, even the most vicious criminals dare not cross him. That man is prisoner 9521, Lu Xiankai. Known here as the King of Hell. Perhaps it was the scathing rebuke from the corpulent Wang that ignited a flicker of fury within Qin Xiong. In a rare display of defiance, he found himself shouting at the esteemed Director Wang, whom he normally revered. I cannot command those wretched bastards. The only recourse is to unleash this maniac. This is, for all intents and purposes, our sole option. Do not be deceived by the apparent frenzy of these prisoners. This is but a gladiatorial arena. When the fiercest of beasts is unleashed, they will inevitably regain their composure. In this brutal world, submission to the mightiest predator is instinctual. As Qin Xiong's voice crescendoed, an eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Could there truly exist such terrifying individuals in this world? In the stillness, one of the reformed youths, who had been subjected to the program, could no longer contain his bewilderment. Regret was etched on each youthful visage, despite the extraordinary circumstances of the program. From an educational standpoint, the outcome had reached an unparalleled level of perfection. The boys trembled in fear, their former defiance evaporating in the hellish confines of this place. Akin to an iceberg melting in molten lava. Regrettably, they were devoid of choice. Otherwise, each boy would likely weep before the camera, uttering the words, I want to return home and study diligently, a phrase they would have vehemently denied ever expressing. Chun Xiong's mind conjured the image of Lu Xiankai brutally dispatching his adversary, and he provided a resolute answer. Yes, he will. Will he not also succumb to madness? Inquired Manager Wang, posing another question that drained the color from the faces of all present. Lu Xiankai was a beast. He likely harbored no interest in these hapless rabbits. Chen Xiang forced a bitter smile. Yet, that is merely my assessment. The situation spiraled further out of control. Lin Guwei, in a frenzy, exhibited an astonishing strength as he recklessly tore at the car door, managing to rip a corner off the heavily secured entrance. A chorus of maddened prisoners erupted in cheers. As hope dawned, more individuals surged forward. The two officers stationed at the front were toppled by the throng, and wild-eyed prisoners trampled over them. The two curled-up jailers exchanged glances filled with relief, grateful that the frenzy directed towards the celebrity within the vehicle had spared them from the wrath of these lunatics. Otherwise, they might very well have been beaten to death by the frenzied mob. Bang! The muffled sound of a gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere for the first time. Instinctively, the eyes of all the frenzied prisoners turned toward the source of the noise. It emanated from the entrance of the square. Chen Xiong's most trusted confidant, Zhang Qing, had not disappointed him. Upon escorting Lu Xiankai from the confinement chamber to the square, he had immediately disregarded protocol and pulled the trigger. The gaze of everyone inside the vehicle focused intently on the unfolding scene. Finally, Zhou Muran beheld the infamous murderer referred to by Chen Xiong, the prisoner known as Lu Xiankai. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the wind had picked up, swirling the pale dust of the square and rendering visibility somewhat obscure. Amidst the tempest of sand, all eyes were drawn to a singular figure, a man, robust and formidable as a beast. He stood tall and silent, shackled with chains that bore the weight of torture. It was undeniably an instrument of torment. No ordinary person could withstand the agony of shackles as thick as a child's arm. The excruciating friction between the coarse iron and his skin was sufficient to drive an adult to the brink of despair. Wang Pengzi gasped in astonishment, and his mind was flooded with a surge of artistic inspiration, an eruption after 2 long years devoid of creative zeal. In that moment, the man standing amidst the swirling dust ignited a multitude of ideas within him. Terrifying, eerily horrifying, in stark contrast to Wang Pengzi's exhilaration. A profound and indescribable fear surged within the heart of Zhou Muran. The prisoners, too, momentarily ceased their assault on the transport vehicle. Under the collective gaze of all present, the man began to stride forward, each step accompanied by the ominous scraping of chains against the ground, emitting a low, piercing creak akin to the frantic breath of metal and friction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chapter 55. My surname is Yi. The Stanley Prison is situated atop a lofty mountain on the northern edge of the harbor city. While its proximity to the sea affords the prison a natural advantage in terms of security against escapes, it must also contend with the ferocious gales that accompany the seasonal winds. Particularly, the square, due to safety concerns, cannot be paved with stone slabs, which leaves it vulnerable to swirling sands. In this moment, time within the entire square appears to be suspended. Everyone stands transfixed, gazing at the man fettered by heavy shackles as he strides toward the prisoner transport vehicle. The harsh sound of iron chains scraping against the gravel is piercingly audible amidst the howling winds. From a bird's eye view, the prisoners encircling the transport seem to be pushed aside by some invisible force, their ranks parting like waves before a sudden surge. Many inmates dare not meet the gaze of this godlike figure, bowing their heads in submission, their earlier hostility dissipating. After what feels like both an eternity and a fleeting moment, the man stands before the transport vehicle. Not all prisoners exhibit such meekness. Lin Guwei, with blood trickling down his forehead, remains defiantly at the door, his eyes wild and frenzied, as he licks his parched lips. We are many, yet you are but one. Your blood flows like a river, and yet you would serve as a dog for the authorities? Oh. Lu Xiankai's expression remains calm, and then his hand moves suddenly. A mere gesture. In an instant, his arm, swift as a hunting king cobra, strikes Lin Guwei's throat with lightning speed. Bang! The relatively tall Lin Guwei does not even have a moment to react before he is sent soaring, crashing heavily against the solid door of the vehicle. The immense transport shakes violently from the impact. What terrifying force! The onlooker's expressions shift to one of deepening dread. For it is only when Lin Guwei writhes on the ground in agony that the sound of the shackles in the man's hands slicing through the air reaches their ears. A lethal blow. The man scarcely glances at the fading Lin Guwei, instead turning his gaze toward the prisoners who are quietly retreating. Who among you dares to resist? Step forward. Silence envelopes the space. The previously unruly inmates lower their heads, their steps retreating as obediently as schoolchildren. Crouch down and cover your heads. My patience is limited. Lu Xiankai smiles at the few prisoners in the front, revealing an unervingly sinister grin. The inmates before him gulp nervously, their expressions conflicted, yet ultimately. They submit and crouch down. With their surrender, the dark mass of prisoners simultaneously bows their heads and collapses to the ground. What comes swiftly departs even faster. Lu Xian merely cast a disinterested glance toward the prison vehicle as the man, burdened by heavy shackles, trudged step by step through the swirling sands back to the eastern entrance of the square. Soon, his silhouette vanished from the sight of all present. Is this still a human being? Witnessing the guards completely regain control of the situation, Wang Fatty was left in shock, his tone resembling a groan. A chorus of sobs erupted from several youths, resonating in the air. Ajin is a worker at a massage parlor in Mongkok, known as Night Fragrance. She possesses an unremarkable appearance, her features quite ordinary, and her preference for minimal makeup has led to a lack of clientele. Aside from a handful of regulars who appreciate her skills, few strangers seek her services. Everyone is aware that the offerings of these workers extend beyond mere massage. Particularly in a bustling establishment like Mongkok, it is commonplace for such workers to provide certain illicit services. Yet, Ajin steadfastly refuses to engage in such practices. This is her unwavering principle. Her fellow workers struggle to comprehend her stance. One sister candidly expressed a harsh truth. Once one enters this line of work, perceptions shift. Regardless of whether one offers additional services, one is viewed as a courtesan. Others disregard the reality, opting instead for the narratives they wish to embrace. As she uttered these words, the sister, cigarette in mouth, wore a face devoid of her usual charm, replaced by a weariness that spoke volumes. It matters not. Ajin replied, embodying a rare cheerfulness often absent in those at the bottom of this profession. With a broad smile, she declared, I do not seek the validation of the blind. I earn my living through my skills. As long as I hold myself in esteem, that suffices. Ajin indeed possesses a strong sense of self-worth. Within this industry, it is customary for workers to adopt pseudonyms, an unwritten rule. Yet, Ajin defies this norm. From her first day on the job, she has never resorted to an alias. Amid the various names adorning the walls of the massage parlor, such as Ali Rose, the name Jean He stands out starkly. In another 10 years, I should be able to afford a home. And then I shall truly be a resident of the harbor city. The woman, having worked at the parlor for nearly 8 years, counts her meager earnings daily, laughing heartily and joyfully living through what others deem the most disreputable of lives. Ajin has a favorite customer. From their very first encounter, she sensed that this man regarded her without the veiled disdain typical of other patrons. That alone was sufficient. Thus, whenever she massages this particular client, Ajin pours her entire effort into the service. This robust man is also quite respectful. He refrains from inappropriate advances and simply lies quietly on the massage table, smoking, his gaze imbued with a melancholy that tugs at Ajin's heart. We have known each other for a year now. On that day, Ajin assisted her as usual, gently massaging the man's back. The woman carefully avoided the ghastly gunshot wounds and scars that marred his skin. Her heart filled with trepidation as she ventured to ask the question that weighed heavily on her mind. My true name is Jean Aki, if it is only fair. Might you share your name with me? I am surnamed Yi, the man replied with a faint smile, uttering nothing further. The room once again fell into silence. Chapter 56. The Implacable Thug. In any industry, whether it be the underworld or the legitimate realm, and regardless of how obscure or unusual it may be, there exist inherent rules. To the outside world, the Yi brothers have garnered a reputation as the most formidable thugs in recent years. They are hailed as the leaders of the notorious gang. They are regarded as the century's greatest thieves, having amassed a staggering 50 million in stolen goods. However, the reality is far less glamorous. The Yi brothers are not nearly as prosperous as the rumors suggest. In fact, their situation could be aptly described as dire. Currently, the combined net worth of Yi Jiwan and Yi Guohuan, who are hiding away in the slums, amounts to a mere 50,000. Should this information reach the ears of the Six Doors or the various gangs in the underworld, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded. Yet this is the stark truth of the brothers' financial status. The life of a thug is fraught with challenges. The greater the notoriety, the more conspicuous the thefts, and the slimmer the profits. If you are a nimble sparrow who manages to pilfer $1 million stash of gold, you can confidently secure it, waiting for the storm to pass before gradually selling it off. Although the immediate returns may fall short of $1 million, a commendable 70% profit is still attainable. Why, you ask? Because offloading stolen goods incurs significant costs. Attempting to bypass the underground networks? Not only would you face the daunting task of converting gold into cash over an extended period, but any misstep during the sales process could lead to your capture. This is still manageable for a sparrow, whose actions go largely unnoticed, enabling such a favorable outcome. In contrast, the solitary wolves like the notorious gang members face far harsher exploitation. A mere 30% is the true ratio of profit they see when liquidating their ill-gotten gains. This means that for every $10 million in gold they seize through bloodshed, they are left with only $3 million in hand. Despite this concession, the various gangs relentlessly squeeze the prices of goods from the notorious members. Firstly, gangs have always loathed the brash newcomers who invade their territory, believing they disrupt established codes. Secondly, the prolonged time required for sales further complicates matters, particularly with the goods seized by the Yi brothers. Even the most established gangs must hold onto these items for 2 to 3 years before they can be gradually sold off. The reality is that due to the multitude of casualties among the 6 stores and other departments in Hong Kong, the scrutiny over gold and jewelry entering the market has reached an almost pathological level. A year ago, during the infamous Nathan Road battle, the losses incurred by 6 jewelry stores amounted to a staggering $14 million in gold. Yet, how much did Yu Jihuan and his compatriots actually acquire? A mere $4 million. You read that correctly. Even when the enraged Yi Guohuan had a gun pressed against the head of a gang member, poised to pull the trigger, the adversary remained steadfast. No one believed that the most lethal member of the notorious gang, Yi Guohuan, would fear retribution from the numbers gang, indicating that he was indeed in a murderous rage. Had it not been for Yi Jihuan, the only one able to restrain him by gripping his right hand, it is likely that Yi Guohuan would have already blown the adversary's head off. Boss, even if you kill me, the price remains unchanged. The young man, drenched in cold sweat, stammered as he spoke. The 4 chief inspectors of the 6 stores personally negotiated terms with various organizations, backed by the chief inspector's endorsement. The ultimatum was clear. No one was permitted to accept your goods. Without substantial profit, no one dared to touch these items. Pay us, and we shall depart. Meanwhile, as a dispute erupted between Yi Guohuan and the young man, a member of the gang slumped in agony, losing his final breath on the chair beside them. Dark crimson blood dripped steadily onto the floor of the trading room, creating a scene of utter carnage. This gruesome sight compelled Yi Jihuan to make a decisive resolution. $4 million? For an ordinary person, it might represent a fortune sufficient for a lifetime. Yet for the Yi brothers, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Being a leader is no easy feat. One should not assume that holding such a title commands respect, and that subordinates will naturally follow with a mere word. They bore a weight of responsibility. Did those weapons not require funding? Did the lives of brothers risking everything not necessitate financial support? Did the deceased not deserve a burial allowance? Should the funds due to the captured brothers not be returned? All these burdens rested squarely on Yi Jihuan's shoulders. During the confrontation on Nathan Road, 7 gang members had perished. These notorious figures, perceived as ruthless thugs in the eyes of the Hong Kong populace, were in fact veterans from the empire's interior. Stripped of any means of livelihood apart from their military skills, they had chosen to embrace a life of peril. They were human, too, with wives and children to support, and elderly parents needing care. When the pillar of the household fell, the burial allowance became the sole means of sustenance for those left behind. Perhaps Yi Jihuan could face the whistling bullets with unwavering composure. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of confronting the faces that called him Big Brother. A sum of 210,000 was disbursed for the burial allowance, leaving the remaining brothers with a meager share, with the Yi brothers receiving at most 50,000. After a year of lurking in the slums, the 2 fierce men found themselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, Ajin diligently massaged the man whose name she did not even know. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Just as Ajin pondered whether to refuse any excessive demands from him, the man's phone rang abruptly, shattering the silence in the room. What is it? The man rose and gestured for Ajin to leave, which she did promptly. Only after ensuring she was a considerable distance away did he cautiously answer the call. Someone ordered 2 cups of Da Hong Pao. However, unlike previous occasions, this client requested a face-to-face meeting. The voice on the other end, aged and somewhat anxious, admitted, "I know this is against the rules, but it cannot be helped. The client offers a substantial sum and possesses considerable influence. Is there a hint of betrayal?" The man furrowed his brow. Many were aware that he had been unable to liquidate his last haul and was in desperate need of funds. Could this be a trap? No, I am not blind. Hearing no sign of refusal from the man, the elderly voice on the other end of the line relaxed considerably. The cops wouldn't stake 2 million Hong Kong dollars on a setup, he said. And the client asked me to relay a message to you. What message? The man inquired. The client is offering 3 times what you earned on Nathan Road, the old man replied after a brief pause, though he was disguised. The shoes he wore were unmistakably custom-made by Moncler, so there's no doubt he can afford it. Such a high reward comes with great risk. The old man offered his opinion. I can forego my cut. The choice is yours. I'll take it. I'll notify you once I've secured a meeting place. The man said before ending the call. Indeed, this man who had appeared in the dimly lit budget massage parlor was none other than the infamous Yip Kai-Foon, once a member of the Empire's elite Night Tiger Special Forces. Now the most feared figure among the Big Circle boys. Chapter 57. There will be a way as Jean sat outside. She observed a man clad in a striking red jacket and sunglasses emerge from the room, prompting her to hastily approach him. Until next time. Yi Jihuan nodded, his expression remaining impassive. This is the soup I prepared for you, a secret recipe from my grandmother. I spent considerable time sourcing these ingredients because I know your legs and back bear old injuries, so please do not refuse me. Cradling a pot of soup. Jean's face, not conventionally beautiful, displayed an almost rare shyness for one in her profession. Yi Jihuan halted, silently scrutinizing her eyes, seemingly discerning her intentions. As a seasoned figure in the underworld, his gaze had always been sharp, enabling him to effortlessly detect malice or ulterior motives. This keen perception had significantly contributed to the Yi brothers' unbroken streak of success over the years. For the first time, Yi Jihuan did not see fear or scheming in another's eyes, only concern, an utterly genuine concern. All right, just as Jean was about to turn and flee, the man broke into a broad, cheerful smile and accepted the pot from her hands. Jean stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, watching him stride away with purpose. Once his figure vanished from sight, she joyfully leaped into the air. I'm so happy, Jean shouted, unreservedly expressing her emotions, while her resting companion smiled, devoid of mockery or disdain. Though they resided in hell, they possessed a kindness absent in the suited demons above. Big brother. Upon Yi Jihuan's entrance into room 1204 of the Chongqing building, Yi Guohuan immediately rose to his feet. Despite being brothers, the two bore stark differences in appearance and physique. Yi Jihuan, already tall, possessed a rugged yet refined countenance, his muscles sculpted for agility. In contrast, Yi Guohuan, towering at nearly 2 meters, exhibited a powerful, blocky musculature, resembling a tank capable of obliterating any obstacle in his path. His combat style was perfectly suited to his stature. Strong as an ox, he advanced like a relentless force, pushing forward with unwavering determination. In Yi Guohuan's worldview, he could endure 100 punches without concern, as long as he seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Had the brothers not been so obstinate in their dispositions, perhaps their fates would not have led them to become notorious bandits. After all, the elder, Yi Jihuan, once claimed first place in the Imperial 7th Legion's sidestepping target competition, while the younger, Yi Guohuan, secured second place in the Legion's hand-to-hand combat. Do not underestimate that second place. It is noteworthy that Yi Guohuan lost only to Lin Xuanzi, known as the Tiger of the Army. The latter is now one of the most enigmatic and ruthless instructors in the Empire's elite blackguards. In this light, it is not an exaggeration to regard Yi Guohuan as a living weapon. Even the formidable leader of the 7th Army, Zhang San, was taken aback when he learned that the 2 individuals under his command had been dismissed merely for assaulting a scion of a prominent family, leading to a commotion at the Central Court. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Had I known this sooner, perhaps a few desperate souls would have been spared, and 2 of our most exceptional soldiers would have remained with us. Zhang Sang lamented. Regrettably, the world is devoid of such what-ifs. Someone wishes to meet us. Based on the old man's analysis, I surmise it must be influential figures requiring our services for unsavory tasks. Yi Jihuan tossed a roast goose, procured along the way, to his brother, for the offered price was exceedingly generous, and I intend to oblige. Serving as a clean-up crew for these ruffians? Not a bad notion. When dogs fight, they inevitably get mired in their own mess, such is the nature of violence. A glimmer of excitement surfaced on Yi Guohuan's face. After enduring a year of hardship, once we acquire the funds, we can rally our brothers once again, compelling the city to bow before us. The pressing concern lies in the ruthless nature of these powerful individuals. We must prepare adequately before the meeting. Yi Guohuan's enthusiasm was mirrored on Yi Jihuan's face as he spoke of needing 2 bulletproof vests, a heavy weapon for himself, and a reliable sidearm for his brother. Equipped with these, we would face whatever schemes the influential figures might concoct without trepidation. However, our financial situation is rather dire. The mention of money caused Yi Guohuan's countenance to darken momentarily. Perhaps to vent his frustrations, he expertly manipulated a seemingly diminutive dumbbell between his fingers. Recently, I have identified a target. A wealthy individual from the South Seas has emerged, and we can take action. Details reveal everything. Unfortunately, no discerning eyes were present. Had Lu Xiangkai witnessed Yi Guohuan effortlessly spinning the 20-kilogram dumbbell like a top with just a few fingers, he would undoubtedly have been exhilarated. For this signifies one thing: this man has mastered his strength to an extraordinary degree. The incident on Nathan Road has long since passed. As long as we maintain a clean record, the constables should not suspect us. What business does he engage in? Is he from a wealthy family in the South Seas? Yi Jiwan did not oppose his brother's assessment. Instead, he inquired about the individual's background. An ordinary man, fortunate indeed. He seems to have established some sort of processing factory. Now he flaunts a Rolex before me daily. Yi Guohuan casually discarded the heavy barbell, the impact with the floor resonating a thunderous sound throughout the room. You know him, the one who greets everyone in an absurd accent of the imperial tongue. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Yi Jihuan delivered a resounding slap to Yi Guohuan, whose stature remained unshaken, yet the ferocity in his gaze diminished. Since the day I chose the path of the underworld, what have I told you? Yi Jihuan spoke coldly. To eliminate those who deserve to be eradicated, to seize the wealth that rightfully belongs to us, and to honor the debts we owe. Yi Guohuan, as robust as a bear, answered with utmost sincerity. The notorious Big Circle boys, particularly after the Yi brothers assumed command, have been regarded by the people of Hong Kong and Kowloon as the most ferocious bandits of the past 3 decades. While the public witnesses these swift marauders plundering jewelry stores one after another, few have discerned that these seemingly chaotic crimes share a common thread. Every establishment targeted belongs to the affluent families of Hong Kong Island or the mainland. In other words, under the leadership of the Yi brothers, the Big Circle boys have never laid a hand on the businesses of ordinary citizens. The factories owned by the Southeast Asians are among the few places in this impoverished area where wages remain reasonably fair. Where would we send those women if we eliminate their benefactor? What will become of the many workers? Yi Jihuan vehemently rejected Yi Guohuan's murderous scheme. What then shall we do? Yi Guohuan scratched his head. Presently, all the brothers are on the mainland, and here we have no allies, only enemies. Those gangsters will only deal with us for money. There will be a way. Beneath the shroud of night, the 2 brothers of the Yi family, bearing the title of Century's Thief King, were expressions tinged with bitterness. Chapter 58. Merely a cough. Lu Xiankai remained oblivious to the fact that the prison he currently inhabited had become the focal point of contention in Hong Kong's governmental election. Presently, Chun Xiong had released him from solitary confinement under the pretense of health concerns, an obvious gesture of repayment. Amusingly enough, Chun Xiong had even arranged for him to be admitted to the infirmary, where medical staff solemnly administered intravenous fluids. However, both Chun Xiong and the prison authorities had been thoroughly intimidated by Lu Xiankai. Upon his release, instead of removing his shackles, they replaced them with an even heavier set. There was no alternative. The infirmary was the most vulnerable area of Chi Ma Wan prison, and every inmate entering had to be restrained. Qin Xiong offered an explanation. From top to bottom, everyone sees you as a beast now. Without these more terrifying restraints, they wouldn't dare let you out. Perhaps because Lu Xiankai had done Qin Xiong a great favor, the latter abandoned his usual arrogance and even cracked a joke. These weren't easy to find. The warden had to dig them out from the Taiyou Museum. What were these originally used for? Something meant to kill. Lu Xiankai flexed his wrists, sensing the sheer brutality of the shackles. Not only were the cuffs and anklets completely unpolished, studded with iron spikes, but their sheer weight could crush an ordinary man. With his deep understanding of human anatomy, Lu Xiankai concluded that any normal person forced to walk even a few kilometers in these would be utterly broken. This piqued his curiosity. Neither his past nor present self held any memory of such devices. Supposedly, they were used by ancestral clans to punish traitors, a silent execution tool. Qin Xiong sighed. In today's climate, such inhumane contraptions are forbidden. Probably only the old families in Hong Kong still possess them. Once again, Qin Xiong marveled at Lu Xiankai's strength. Upon first seeing the restraints, he had tried them on himself. The unbearable agony made him discard them immediately. Yet, on Lu Xiankai, they seemed to have no effect at all. It made him suck his teeth in disbelief. Thus, Lu Xiankai became the most bizarre and striking spectacle in the infirmary. Despite the overcrowded ward, he alone occupied a private room. No inmate dared protest. Doctors and prisoners alike couldn't help but steal glances through the open door, regardless of other impressions. The sheer weight of the shackles on the man lying motionless on the bed was enough to send chills down one's spine. The usually noisy infirmary fell into an eerie silence. Inmates who typically joked with nurses and doctors now behaved with uncharacteristic docility, as though terrified of awakening the beast in the room. There was no helping it. When Lin Guowei's corpse was carried away, everyone had witnessed the lethal force of Lu Xiankai's strike, the man they now called Yin Wang, the king of hell. It was merely a single, simple punch, and that too while shackled. Yet, Lin Guowei's throat was utterly shattered, and the impact with the prison transport left 1/5 of his bones fractured. Such strength transcends the bounds of humanity. Who knows whether the king of hell, this harbinger of death, would take offense at my jesting with the medical staff, perceiving it as an intrusion upon his repose. What if this grim reaper were to emerge and deliver a blow unto me? No one believed they could withstand such might. This was perhaps the most comfortable day of my 3 years of work, if only they could remain this obedient henceforth. Hiyume, deftly administering fluids to a prisoner afflicted with diarrhea, could not refrain from sharing her sentiments with her colleague. Xiali, her companion, nodded fervently in agreement. These two unremarkable girls were nurses in the medical unit of Stanley Prison, their appearances and figures hardly eliciting even a single flirtation from men outside. Yet here, they were unequivocally stunning beauties. The extreme longing in the eyes of every inmate cast upon them was tinged with a shade of green. This had led to instances in the past where, despite their physical frailty, prisoners would endure their pain to jest with the two girls, and some audacious souls, even in excruciating agony, would risk punishment to make advances. However, today, all forms of harassment seemed to vanish in an instant. The prisoners stood silently, resembling statues. Even the most loquacious among them had transformed into mute figures, with none escaping this peculiar stillness. The two nurses were well aware of the reason. A mere cough from the man resting in the infirmary sufficed to instill such fear. Hiyume returned to her post after completing all her tasks in merely 1/5 of the usual time. The ease of her work left the girl feeling somewhat disoriented. After brewing herself a cup of coffee, her thoughts inevitably drifted back 3 hours to when the inmate known as Lu Xiankai was escorted in by a dozen guards. At first glance, Hiyume felt paralyzed with shock, her mouth agape and eyes glazed over as if she were dazed. As a medical professional, she could empathize deeply, setting aside the agony of bearing chains as thick as her calves. The sight of iron spikes visibly digging into the skin at the wrist cuffs sent a shiver down her spine. He was the most feared inmate in the prison, rumored to have slain nearly 30 fellow inmates. The nature of rumors is that they grow increasingly exaggerated with each retelling. A nearby doctor whispered lowly in her ear, speculating that he might be a super-violent patient exhibiting severely dangerous symptoms. Killing seemed to be his greatest delight, and without any provocation, Hiyume trembled at the thought. Unbeknownst to her, she had become yet another victim of the ever-growing, sinister rumors surrounding Lu Xiankai within the prison. At that moment, her sole desire was to distance herself from this man as much as possible. If one were to assert that the initial sentiment experienced by Hiyume towards those dreadful shackles was one of sympathy, it soon transformed into a profound sense of insecurity. This prisoner ought to be restrained with the most advanced electronic shackles available today, those terrifying devices capable of immobilizing every joint. Although such instruments would render an individual utterly incapacitated, they would serve as the most fitting fate for a murderer of his ilk. However, after half an hour, the female nurse's perception of Lu Xiankai began to undergo a subtle shift. It all stemmed from a mere cough. Chapter 59. What does one seek in life? There once existed a theory positing that the most crucial aspect of courting a woman lies in igniting her curiosity. The reasons behind this curiosity, be it eccentricity, fear, or any other motive, are of little consequence. What truly matters is that a woman's intrigue towards you opens the door to opportunity. Within this framework, women are not portrayed as rational beings. Rather, their actions are predominantly driven by emotion. Hiyume, despite being consumed by fear of the man in the room, found herself irresistibly drawn to steal glances at him out of sheer curiosity. As time went on, she began to notice discrepancies. Though the man was tall and robust, he exhibited no signs of hypermasculinity. At least, he displayed no signs of volatility. Instead, he appeared remarkably tranquil. He lay there as still as a statue, even too lethargic to open his eyes. The sole occasion she witnessed him opening his eyes was when a yellow oriole alighted on the windowsill, its cheerful chirping eliciting a faint smile upon the man's face. Women are indeed emotional beings, a statement that holds true. Bathed in sunlight, the man gazed quietly at the yellow oriole outside, his strong features and yearning gaze emanating a melancholy that quickened her heart. Emayan had heard numerous tales about this man, a sentence of over 100 years, confining him to this dreadful prison where he would slowly wither away. Perhaps this was why he regarded the free Oriole with such sorrowful longing, she mused. Interpreting his demeanor with a newfound empathy that rendered her unusually gentle in the presence of Lu Xiankai, in stark contrast to the other medical staff who trembled with fear. Lu Xiankai remained oblivious to the fact that his nurse's imagination had taken flight, reconstructing him as a melancholic, defeated figure stripped of freedom. Melancholy? Such an emotion was nearly impossible for this defiant and fierce man. The sole reason for his distraction while observing the Oriole was a singular focus on learning. He was once again marveling at the extraordinary prowess of his physique in combat. Strong scarcely suffices to describe his physical attributes. Extraordinary might be a more fitting term. Now, despite the heavy shackles binding his wrists, his mind was incessantly engaged in conceptualizing and refining a technique that merged the essence of 12 styles into a singular movement. Simultaneously, he was in awe of the system's marvels. The 12 styles, regarded by the system as the pinnacle of all martial arts, encompassed 17 distinct methods of exertion, each surpassing his previous familiarity with Muay Thai, boxing, Southern fist styles, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And why did he fixate on the yellow Oriole? A yearning for freedom? No, that is a grave misunderstanding. In that fleeting moment when the man beheld the bird alight, a sudden illumination surged through his mind, granting him profound clarity regarding the techniques of stomping and shock power in martial arts. The yellow Oriole, perched gracefully amidst the breeze, deftly absorbed the ferocious gusts merely by allowing its body to quiver slightly, thus dispelling the force of the wind. Lu Xiankai's fingers trembled subtly, which to Emayan appeared to be a mere manifestation of emotional fervor. Yet, within the man's true state, he was mimicking the bird's every movement. Were he to strike Lin Gui now, the impact would not possess the same overwhelming force, yet its lethality could be augmented threefold by altering the application of power. He could have him pressed against the prison transport, a blow as artful as a painting. In high spirits, Lu Xiankai beamed at the gentle nurse who tenderly wrapped his wrist with bandages, nodding in gratitude. Emayan reciprocated with a smile before turning to depart. The Chiju medical room was perpetually bustling. In the words of the prison staff, these miscreants often indulged in idleness. Many inmates resorted to self-harm merely to enjoy a few days of respite on a hospital bed. Soon enough, Emayan became engrossed in her duties. The news of the king of hell in the infirmary had long been whispered among the prisoners. However, as the man remained quietly ensconced in his ward, restlessness began to brew among them. Whispers gradually escalated, transforming the once serene medical area into a cacophonous morning market. Ultimately, a prisoner named Zhang Wei could no longer restrain himself and stealthily reached toward the nurse, who was bent over inserting a needle into him. Just then, a chilling cough emanated from Lu Xiankai's room. Cough. It's too noisy. I require rest. In an instant, silence enveloped the area, and Zhang Wei hastily retracted his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow from sheer fright. In the past, he had relished the shrieks and reprimands of women when his lecherous advances succeeded, deriving a twisted sense of satisfaction from it. But now, Zhang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having refrained from such actions, for he understood that when the king of hell was in a foul mood, he might find himself with his throat brutally crushed in the next heartbeat. 10 minutes later, do you have a favorite song? Emayan inquired, observing the man lying quietly. In the infirmary, many inmates opted to listen to music, as it was the most soothing form of relaxation, yet within the prison walls, such melodies were absent. Any recommendations? Lu Xiankai spoke for the first time, unfamiliar with the realm of music. His previous incarnation had been a martial arts enthusiast, devoid of any musical recollections. What is life? Emayan smiled. I really enjoy this song by Johnny. This ordinary-looking girl, who had long engaged with prisoners, revealed a literary side in the presence of a stranger for the first time. I believe this song is not about helplessness, but rather about liberation. Lu Xiankai failed to grasp the profound meaning behind the word release that women often emphasize, yet the familiar song title and artist's name prompted him to nod in recognition. A few minutes later, the unmistakable melody, identical to that from another realm, resonated within the medical room. Cold and warm, where can I rest? How many autumns have I turned back? In my search, I have lost what I did not expect to hold. Do you like the song? At the same moment, in a massage parlor in Mongkok, Yi Jihuan turned to Ajin. I adore it, Ajin replied with a wide grin. I haven't had much education, so I don't understand its meaning, but I know what I desire in life. What do you want? To marry a good man? As Yi Ji-hwan rested on the massage table, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Marriage is not my aim. I'm rather foolish, and no one would ever fancy me. I dream of having my own storefront and opening a dessert shop. I possess remarkable skills in the kitchen. Life is bitter enough. So it would be wonderful to offer people a taste of sweetness. The world is perilous. Once you retire from it, come enjoy my desserts. I shall brew you tea. Jean laughed heartily, her gaze lingering on Yi Ji-hwan's scarred back, revealing a depth of affection that a woman had never before experienced. Chapter 60. Rainbow Candy. This episode brings us to the vibrant city of Hong Kong, home to the iconic Oriental Pearl. Today, we explore a nostalgic confectionery known as Yi Ji Candy Shop. Dressed in traditional attire, the hostess stands before the camera, her backdrop a charmingly retro storefront at number 18 Hennessy Road. Our program has received countless requests to feature this particular candy shop, the hostess explains with a warm smile. Its entirely handmade creations and uniquely layered flavors have earned it quite the reputation. Many claim its candies carry the bittersweet taste of time itself. The scene shifts to reveal the shop's owner, Jean, clad in pristine white work attire. Every ingredient is handpicked daily by the owner herself, the host narrates with admiration. The syrup is painstakingly brewed away from sunlight. This meticulous craftsmanship is why the shop enjoys such acclaim. Here's an inspiring tidbit about our proprietor. The popular culinary host adds with reverence. She rose from humble beginnings, working her way up from a modest massage parlor to this thriving establishment. To any viewers facing hardships, perseverance brings its rewards. Though the weariness of her past no longer shadows her features, Jean's cheerful demeanor remains unchanged. She laughs freely, waving a hand with unself-conscious abandon. Yet one mystery lingers in every patron's mind. Why are the shop's dazzling rainbow candies never sold, but perpetually displayed? As the segment concludes, the host samples a delicate white rabbit candy before posing the crowd-favorite question, what's the meaning behind this tradition? Indeed, the shop's most whispered curiosity revolves around its owner's peculiar ritual. Each dawn, she crafts exquisite rainbow candies, placing them prominently in the front display, only to discard them each twilight. Rain or shine, even through a broken arm, this ritual has continued unbroken for years. Because someone loved eating them, Jean replies, her bright expression dimming. She shields her eyes with one hand, offering only a dismissive wave. Just a personal story, nothing worth mentioning. With that, she turns away, retreating into the shop. The camera lingers on the centerpiece, Yi Ji's forever unsold rainbow candies. Under the Empire's masterful cinematography, the seven-hued confections glow ethereally in the sunlight, beginning with a deep shade of blue, gradually transitioning into a refreshing green, and then artfully interweaving vibrant hues of yellow and red. It truly resembled a rainbow unfolding before one's eyes, splendid and enchanting. This was the content of a culinary program aired 3 years later by the Imperial television station. It garnered immense popularity, however. The reason behind the actions of the enigmatic Mr. Jean would forever remain a mystery. Some tales inevitably fade into secrets as time passes, ultimately forgotten by all. Let us return to the present. Is being a bone sister truly lucrative? Yi Ji-hwan casually inquired while reclining on the massage table, a cigarette in hand. It is far more profitable than in the countryside. Speaking of earnings, Jean beamed with delight. Although I am not the highest earner in the establishment, I am the most frugal. Observing the youthful exuberance of his companion, Yi Ji-hwan unexpectedly felt a surge of pleasure. Since leaving the imperial military for the bustling port city, he had lived a perilous life on the edge, scarcely recalling the last time he felt such relaxation. This prompted him to speak more freely. How do you manage to save? Perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere, Yi Ji-hwan's accent bore a hint of his hometown. I refrain from wearing makeup, which saves me a considerable sum. I also share a rental with several sisters. Jean counted on her fingers. I cook for myself, and every morning at the market, I can find the most affordable vegetables. You wouldn't believe how kind those vendors are to me. Sometimes, I simply help them tidy their stalls. The kindness that unwittingly emanated from the woman made Yi Ji-hwan smile once more. I prefer candies over desserts. A nostalgic expression graced Yi Ji-hwan's face, particularly recalling a type of rainbow candy, the most unforgettable flavor of my life, sweet, and, regrettably, I have not tasted it since the elder passed away. Do you have the recipe? Jin's expression turned earnest. I am quite adept with my hands, and can prepare it for you. I know many candy recipes and could write them down for you. The lightness in Yi Ji-hwan's demeanor shifted to a somber tone, wishing to savor the candies you create. It won't be long, just 3 years. Jean exhibited an optimism and cheerfulness that even a hardened figure like Yi Ji-hwan found difficult to match. Stating that after a decade of good fortune, I could afford a small shop, You must come then. Your earnings will not outpace the rising property prices. Yu Ji-hwan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. In this low-end massage parlor, laden with suggestive undertones, two individuals from the underworld, struggling to survive, calmly enjoyed the subtle warmth burgeoning between them. Following that encounter, Jean distinctly recalled Mr. Yi visiting her 5 times, each time presenting a new candy recipe and method of preparation. Yet, he still refrained from disclosing his name or leaving any contact information. Despite Jin's clumsy attempts to flirt, Mr. Yi consistently rebuffed her advances. The last encounter with Mr. Yi remains vividly etched in Jin's memory. Would you be interested in making an investment? Mr. Yi suddenly inquired after his massage. What investment? Jin's heart raced, a flutter akin to a startled deer. Are you suggesting we engage in business together? Lend me 300,000. Mr. Yi shook his head. Provide me with a card number, and I shall repay you on your birthday, along with unexpected interest. You know my birthday? The thought of a man remembering her special day filled her with excitement. And without hesitation, she entrusted him with nearly all her savings in cash. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Jean recalled the peculiar look on Mr. Yi's face as he smiled at her and embraced her for the first time. Rest assured, I would not. As he turned to leave, he added a parting remark. Throughout my life, I have traversed the world unafraid, save for the obligation of repaying what I owe. From that day forth, Jean never encountered the man again. Many years later, a towering figure, as formidable as a beast, sought her services for a massage. She could scarcely recall his features. Only the terrifying musculature and the ominous tattoo on his back, a grotesque image of 9-headed demons dragging a dark shadow with iron chains. This fearsome patron visited her on her birthday, completed his massage in silence, and left behind a black leather suitcase. Inside lay a sum of 6 million, accompanied by a note inscribed with a single phrase, repaying what is owed. In that moment, for reasons unknown, tears streamed down Jin's face like a torrential rain. Chapter 61. I Only Want One. Yi Guohuan was oblivious to the means by which his elder brother had acquired 300,000. He was indifferent, after all. For the Yi family's brothers, who wielded power in Hong Kong and Kowloon, such a sum was trivial in the face of firearms. However, he sensed a peculiar unease in his brother. Remember this card number. No matter what circumstances arise on October 28th, find a way to transfer 6 million. Yu Ji-hwan handed Yi Guohuan an Imperial Bank card number. If I perish, you need not avenge me, but you must ensure this is done. As long as we do not provoke the black-clad guards, no one can bring us down. Clad in a bulletproof vest, Yi Guohuan skillfully disassembled the M52 Federal submachine gun in his hands, a wild look in his eyes. If I am to die, I shall do so before you. I am the elder brother. Yu Ji-hwan patted Yi Guohuan on the shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he dialed an underground agent, arranging to meet at the CAF in front of Wan Hang Plaza at 2 o'clock the following afternoon, warning that time would not wait for them. Be cautious. I recently inquired about that Dodge vehicle. The agent's voice was low. I found several formidable individuals, but they proved elusive. Clearly, the client's background is substantial. Proceed with care. Merely some powerful figure, Yi Ji-hwan scoffed. No matter how great their power, they are still flesh and blood. Can they withstand a bullet? As for severing ties once the river is crossed, attempting to silence us? Let us not forget, my reluctance to harm clients stems from adhering to rules. If he dares, let him try. I am Yu Ji-hwan, the renowned Yu Ji-hwan. Do not ever forget that. The man laughed heartily before hanging up the phone. Once they resolved to abandon stealth, the Yi brothers remained as ruthless and arrogant as ever. The ratings stood at 39%, as reported by the Nielsen Data Processing Center. I shall prepare a generous bonus for each of you. The headquarters of Emerald Television was located at 77 Jun Choi Street, Seongkwan O Industrial Estate, Saikung District. A towering 38-story edifice that spoke volumes of its financial prowess. Within the executive office on the 34th floor, Lee Rubin, a veteran of nearly 20 years in the film industry, wore a joyful expression. Yet, in stark contrast to his exuberance, both Wang Pengzi, seated to his left, and the famous show across from him, wore expressions of discomfort. Continue filming, Jing, Lee Rubin first directed Wang Pengzi. Have you not always desired the rights to Mr. Jing's blood sword? The station will consider it. For this year's anniversary, Miss Show, you may make a grand appearance following Miss May. Such astounding ratings prompted Emerald Television to invest heavily in securing the two talents, leading Lee Rubin to propose conditions they could scarcely refuse. Brother Ben, even if you grant me the rights, one must possess the means to film. Wang Pengzi fervently shook his head. The location in Stanley is nothing short of hell. You cannot fathom the dangers involved. The prisoners within are truly deranged, posing a genuine threat to life. Zhou Miran nodded fervently. A chill coursing through her as an image of a shadow emerging from the swirling sands resurfaced in her mind, leaving her pale and trembling. Mr. Lu Ming had already communicated with the judicial system, and due to the program's unique educational significance for the youth of the harbor city, the prison authorities had increased the permitted number of individuals allowed for filming to 40, meaning they could also bring in double the number of security personnel. Director Wang and the beautiful Zhou remained in a state of frantic denial. The last encounter with those dark, frenzied individuals had left an indelible mark on them. Although it was ultimately resolved, the memory was haunting. What use is 12 security personnel? Wang, who possessed greater experience than Zhou Miran, spoke without reservation. At the time, there had been hundreds charging towards the prison transport. 12 guards? Without firearms, 120 would be more appropriate. Firearms were out of the question. Li Rubin frowned, aware that once firearms were involved, no one could maintain control. Rest assured, Ba Xiao has already engaged with several major factions. Moreover, Mr. Lu has exerted some pressure, ensuring that the issues of the past will not be repeated. In a moment of desperation, Li Rubin subtly revealed matters that individuals of Wang's stature and Zhou's fame ought not to be privy to. The saying skill lies beyond the poem was vividly illustrated in this situation. Shortly after the incident, not only had Ba Xiao sought out the local bigwigs for a discussion, but Lu Ming's influence had also led to a thorough sweep of 13 nightclubs by the 6 doors. All these efforts were aimed at one singular purpose, to ensure the seamless continuation of the filming. Brother Ben, I have been in this industry for over 20 years. Wang, after ensuring the door was securely closed, turned to Li Rubin with a complaint. Many prison guards merely stood by as we encountered trouble. This is not a capability possessed by the factions. Everyone present was astute enough to discern the underlying implications. Despite the presence of only Zhou Miran and her manager, Wang lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. Mr. Lu could apply pressure on the factions, and so could Mr. Guo. The risks were too great. Zhou Miran's complexion immediately turned ashen. Lack of experience does not equate to lack of intelligence. On the contrary, though she had grown up in a sheltered environment, her emotional and intellectual acumen undoubtedly surpassed the average threshold. She grasped the implications of Wang's insinuations, increasingly aware of the peril that awaited in the next filming endeavor. You are frightened, and I am equally troubled. Once the office door closed, Li Rubin ceased his formalities, a bitter expression on his face. Now that the influential figures were intent on proceeding, what could they do? You state the conditions, and I will strive to negotiate. Silence enveloped the room. Wang continued to smoke, each cigarette adding to the pungent aroma that quickly filled the air. Is there truly no alternative? Zhou Miran could not help but interject. If Mr. Lu were to lose because of this program, do you think the powerful family behind him would vent their anger on us? Although Li Rubin serves as the executive president of Jadeite Television, he is acutely aware that he is not fundamentally different from the two individuals before him. Under the wrath of the influential, none would experience a favorable outcome. Those in power seldom empathize with the struggles of those beneath them. They are solely concerned with results. This is the law of survival in the jungle. We may proceed. The terrifying figure in Zhou Miran's mind grew increasingly vivid, prompting a sudden thought. We do not require an excessive number of security personnel. However, I need one individual to enter the crew to maintain order and ensure our safety. The girl stipulated her conditions. Who? A glimmer of interest sparked in Li Rubin's eyes. Rest assured, Mr. Lu and his associates will certainly manage it. The King of Hell. Zhou Miran disregarded Wang Jie's discreet tug at her foot beneath the table and uttered the name of that dread-inducing voice, a prisoner known as the King of Hell within the confines of Stanley Prison. Chapter 62. You underestimate power. The Yi brothers are marked by their arrogance. Throughout their past transgressions, they have epitomized this term. Although they have remained absent for a year, the scene captured by Jade Television continues to be a topic of lively discussion among the citizens. Amidst a hail of bullets, Yi Guohuan, bare-chested and laughing maniacally, wielded an assault rifle, effortlessly suppressing tenfold the number of enforcers who were unable to raise their heads. His manic laughter and indifferent gaze were immortalized on the screen. Since that day, the Yi brothers have earned the notorious title of the century's Thief King. While the average person may perceive the 6 Doors and Major Crime Unit as inept, those who truly understand the Yi brothers know a different truth. Arrogance? This is merely a fade for the Yi brothers. The sole reason they have remained unscathed amidst the rampant violence in Hong Kong lies in their caution and near-obsessive attention to detail. People can only witness their ferocity in the act of killing, yet they remain oblivious to the meticulous contingency plans Yi Jihuan devises before each crime. This time was no exception. Yi Jihuan arranged to meet Zhang Yun at a CAF. The choice of this particular CAF was deliberate. Yi Jihuan knew it harbored a concealed backdoor, known only to a select few aside from the owner. This served as his escape route. Should a plot be laid against him, Yi Jihuan was confident in his ability to flee even when surrounded by enforcers. However, Yi Jihuan's caution extended beyond this. He meticulously surveyed all the routes around Wanhang Square and ensured that Yi Guohuan was thoroughly familiar with every possible emergency scenario. Once all preparations were complete, Yi Jihuan arrived at the designated meeting spot an hour early. Instead of entering the CAF immediately, Yi Jihuan crouched in front of a newsstand in the square. After discreetly observing his surroundings and finding no issues, he dropped a few coins and picked up a gossip newspaper before stepping into the CAF. Upon entering, he did not head straight to the agreed-upon corner, but rather meandered as if casually browsing. As he passed table 3, he appeared momentarily distracted and accidentally dropped the newspaper tucked under his arm. "My apologies," he said politely to the patrons at table 3 as he instinctively bent down to retrieve the paper. After completing this act, Yi Jihuan settled into the farthest corner at table 13, waving to the waiter. "A cup of coffee, no sugar, with milk." In that moment, Yi Jihuan resembled a busy professional stealing a brief moment of leisure. Little did anyone know, at the instant he bent down, he had discreetly placed a palm-sized, inconspicuous mirror in a hidden corner beneath table 3. Yi Jihuan's caution and meticulousness were once again vividly demonstrated. He had thoroughly studied the layout of the CAF, understanding that within such an arrangement, there would inevitably be blind spots. Consequently, he required a mirror, a strategically placed mirror that would allow him to discreetly observe every corner behind him. The coffee was served swiftly. Yi Jihuan squinted as he slowly savored the bitter liquid, maintaining his vigilance without any relaxation. The man was now scrutinizing all the patrons for any signs of incongruity or details that might raise his suspicions. Years of survival in the underworld had rendered him incapable of trusting anyone apart from Yi Guohuan. Zhang Yun arrived punctually. Just as Yi Jihuan's first cup of coffee was nearing its end, he entered the CAF, flanked by 4 towering bodyguards. Unlike his previous visit to the tea house, Zhang Yun had reverted to his customary attire this time. The impeccably tailored black suit and the refined gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of fragility. Yet Yi Jihuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhang's notably large hands, which bore the marks of strength. Mr. Yi retained his poise. Zhang Yun graciously extended his hand, wearing a broad smile. "I prefer not to shake hands, as the slightest delay in reaction occurs when my palm is controlled," Yi Jihuan replied with an impassive expression. Considering the martial prowess evident in Zhang's hands, which posed an even greater risk, the harbor city was a realm of tumult, rife with opportunities. Over the years, many individuals had traversed the waters seeking fortune, yet among all these characters, Mr. Yi was the one Zhang admired most. Zhang Yun remained unperturbed. After retracting his arm and taking a seat, his smile remained unchanged. "No need for pleasantries," Yi Jihuan coldly stated. "You pay, I kill. Afterwards, we part ways. Should anyone offer to pay for my services to eliminate you in the future, I shall show no mercy. If you ever wish to take my life, do not hesitate." "That is reasonable," Zhang Yun nodded, snapping his fingers towards one of his bodyguards. The guard promptly placed a black leather case before Yi Jihuan. "I am aware of your customs. Half the payment is made before the task is completed." Zhang Yun rotated the black case and opened it to reveal old banknotes, non-sequential, totaling 3 million federal coins. "Mr. Yi, feel free to count them." "No need," Yi Jihuan shook his head. "I do not believe anyone would dare deceive me. Since you have no doubts regarding the funds, shall we discuss the specifics of the business?" Zhang Yun inquired. Closing the case, Yi Jihuan nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "The time is set for 3 days from now. The location is Stanley Prison, and the targets are several youths and a celebrity." Zhang Yun lowered his voice, outlining the entire task. "If Mr. Yi has any questions, now is the time to ask." "Stanley?" Yi Jihuan narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, Stanley," Zhang Yun confirmed. 6 million federal coins are equivalent to 30 million imperial coins. We are willing to offer such a substantial reward to eliminate a few defenseless targets solely because the location is in Stanley. The atmosphere suddenly turned frosty. "Are you suggesting that we, 2 fugitives, should commit murder in a prison? Are you seeking death?" As he spoke, Yi Jihuan slightly leaned back, an action that immediately caused the expressions of the 4 bodyguards to tense up, with 2 of them instinctively reaching for their waists. "It is not I who am provoking you, but rather you who underestimate the power at play." Zhang Yun waved his hand towards the individuals behind him, maintaining his smile. Chapter 63. The battle of dragons and tigers. Mr. Yi does not comprehend the essence of power. What may seem impossible to you is not arduous for us. Zhang Yun shrugged and continued. We will arrange everything meticulously. I need to know the specific plans. Yi Jiwan's expression was one of disbelief. Yet out of respect for the 6 million federal coins, he maintained sufficient patience. In the harbor city, there are 4 prisons and 7 correctional facilities, Zhang Yun elaborated. According to a judicial regulation enacted 6 years ago, should a natural disaster or a highly contagious disease occur in these locales, the inmates will be temporarily relocated to the nearest prison. Moreover, within a day, various complications will arise in the 3 correctional facilities adjacent to Chichu prison. As long as you, Mr. Yi, breach some public order regulations under any other identity before this occurs, you will find yourself among these prisoners. I trust your identity is not scarce. Do not worry. These inmates will not be transferred to Chichu, for we possess the requisite power. Sensing Yi Jiwan's apprehension, Zhang Yun smiled broadly and offered reassurance. As for how to eliminate the target once you are inside Chichu, I believe that with your skills and the assistance of the local big circles, it will not pose a challenge. It was only at this juncture that Zhang Yun finally unveiled the true intention behind hiring the Yi brothers. Even if minor issues were to arise, your esteemed reputation would naturally attract a big circle figure to take the blame. Yi Jiwan's eyes began to glimmer with intrigue. Indeed, it was merely a matter of dealing with a few powerless youths and a celebrity. If executed properly, he might not even need to lift a finger. After the temporary arrangement, you will naturally return to a correctional facility devoid of any issues. As for whether you leave the facility with riches or continue to roam the harbor city, that is no longer our concern. With his mood having lightened, Zhang Yun even ventured a jest. The speed at which the wealthy amass fortunes surpasses that of robbery, so I wouldn't mind if you undertook a few more jobs. This way, our newspapers can sell even more. A formidable figure who has remained steadfast in the underworld for many years is certainly no fool. Ever since you mentioned Chichu prison, I've been puzzled as to why you did not enlist the help of a gang for this undertaking. Why go to such lengths? After much contemplation, Yi Jiwan chuckled. So you intend to make this killing appear as an accident? A situation where a big circle figure takes the fall, allowing you to manipulate public opinion. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. Zhang Yun did not shy away from Yi Jiwan's observations, but rather straightforwardly divulged the mystery. The reason for not collaborating with a gang lies in their entanglements with local elites and various factions, rendering them incapable of maintaining confidentiality. In contrast, a big circle figure, unassociated with any power, emerges as the optimal choice. Even if news were to leak in the future, who would believe the words of a notorious fugitive in the harbor city, where murder runs rampant? We do not fear investing additional effort in our arrangements. Rather, we dread the prospect of our plans being uncovered. Zhang Yun deliberately slowed his speech, striving to convey sincerity. I have exerted every effort to address your inquiries. Now, I await Mr. Ye's response. The final question. Yi Jiwan fixed his gaze upon the other, speaking slowly. How can you assure me that there will be no silencing of witnesses after this matter? This is precisely the reason I have ordered 2 cups of Dahong Pao. Zhang Yun spread his hands, smiling. In this city, no one would believe the words of the Yi brothers. Thus, we shall not risk the peril of Yi Guohuan sniping us from 1,000 meters away to undertake this endeavor. As he spoke, Zhang Yun gestured for the bodyguard to step back, then pointed towards the overpass outside the window. Yi Guohuan should be stationed up there, for 4 years ago. During your audacious heist of Shouji jewelry, he executed a prominent elite from the Criminal Investigation Unit from 800 meters away, a scene meticulously recorded in the files. There exists no foolproof method of guarding against thieves, which exemplifies our utmost sincerity. Zhang Yun demonstrated the gravitas that allowed him to ascend to the second highest position within Guo Bochuan's faction at such a young age, indicating his temple. It would be remarkably easy for him to end my life. I accept. Yi Jihuan finally nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi encountered Lu Xiankai, an extraordinary presence. This was the impression Wang Pengzi had formed after being deeply intimidated by Lu Xiankai's display of lethal prowess during their last encounter. Yet, even with this mental preparation, as Wang Pengzi gazed at the man through thick bulletproof glass, an instinctive, primal fear surged within him. The man, though merely seated silently across from him, emanated an aura akin to a feral beast. The heavy shackles did not provide Wang Pengzi with any sense of security. Rather, they rendered Lu Xiankai even more menacing, as though he were poised to devour anyone in his path. It could be said that, were it not for the impenetrable barrier of bulletproof glass between them, Director Wang would have doubted his own courage to remain in that space. Fascinating. Lu Xiankai's instinctive nature allowed him to sense the opportunity that Wang Pengzi's arrival presented. Although he understood that the situation was undoubtedly complex, the man was entirely indifferent to the potential consequences of his involvement. He had placed his faith in everything the system had professed, thus Lu Xiankai's singular aim was to augment his strength. Seizing every opportunity to enhance his power was the most prudent choice. Lu Xiankai stands at the pinnacle of this world, yearning to behold vistas that humanity has yet to witness. Do you expect me to safeguard the film crew? Upon listening to director Wang Da's account, Lu Xiankai did not decline. What remuneration can you offer? I am uncertain of your requirements, however, I grasp a fundamental truth. Wang Pengzi smiled broadly, striving to appear exceptionally sincere. If one wishes to compel another to exert their utmost effort, one must present an offer that is utterly irresistible. Aside from the impossible task of releasing you, we can arrange anything else. If you desire companionship, I can even arrange for aspiring starlets to visit. Such matters are easily settled. As Wang the Fat uttered these words, the guards in the visitation room stood as rigid as statues, their expressions unreadable. Even the surveillance camera in the corner swiveled away, casting an ironic shadow over the bold characters on the wall behind him that proclaimed justice and fairness. I have no need for women, Lu Xiankai replied, his gaze steady. But I require medicine, a great deal of it. If you can provide what I need, I have no objection to doing you a favor. Agreed. Whatever medicine you require, it shall be yours. Backed by the assurances of his powerful benefactor, Wang the Fat spoke with unshakable confidence. Payment for service rendered, Lu Xiankai acknowledged with a nod. I will furnish you with a list, and if possible, secure the finest masseur from outside. Specific instructions will be included. The cost of these medicines will be substantial. Lu Xiankai bared his teeth in a humorless grin. But I assure you, you'll get more than your money's worth. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would inevitably pit Lu Xiankai against the formidable Yi brothers of Hong Kong, a clash of titans where victory would be measured not just in dominance, but in survival. Chapter 64. A reflection of bullying, a term steeped in negativity, manifests in every corner of the globe. Yet, if one were to ponder where this term is most prevalent, it is not in the workplace or educational institutions, but rather in prisons. Within the confines of these institutions, the doctrine of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Both tormentors and their victims are bound by this harsh reality, ingraining these words into their very essence. No one perceives anything amiss. In prison, the singular aspiration of each individual is to ascend the ranks and become a bully. None, save for the former self of Lu Xiankai, a formidable yet foolish figure, would naively attempt to disrupt this hierarchy. However, even Lu's earlier incarnations succumbed to the backlash of defying this unwritten rule. Yet, this world occasionally gives rise to anomalies, exemplified by Sean. In the eyes of this former financial elite, he perceives not bullying, but opportunity. In recent days, a slightly plumper Sean sits quietly in the northwest corner of the square, his gaze cold and detached as he observes the world around him. Despite Lu Xiankai's recent confinement and hospital visits, this corner remains solely occupied by Sean and Hamster, both recognized as the enforcers of the underworld. In a square teeming with inmates, this conspicuously empty corner stands out glaringly. Nevertheless, not a single prisoner dares to encroach upon this territory, illustrating how deeply ingrained the fear of the enforcer has become in the minds of all. This is a positive development, or at least, that is how Sean perceives it. In his scheme of deification, the fear instilled in everyone is merely the first step. Ironically, this step is the most crucial foundation, and it is evident that this foundation is now firmly established. Sean recognizes that it is time to advance to the next phase of his plan. What are you planning to do? Hamster inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed Sean's intense focus. Haven't you grown weary of watching the gang bully the newcomers for nearly 10 days now? Recently, Hamster has been utterly bewildered by Sean's behavior. To him, it seems as though Sean has become possessed, fervently documenting the actions and words of the prisoners in the square. Even conducting his own investigations, Hamster has glimpsed the notebook in which Sean meticulously records the identities, backgrounds, and utterances of various inmates, alongside Sean's analyses of their personalities and behaviors. My best subject before entering the investment bank was not finance, but psychology, Sean replied, leaving Hamster in a state of confusion. Thus, I need to analyze certain elements to serve our leader better. Just help our leader make money. The Hamster, lacking in Sean's intellect, curled his lips and remarked, in this prison, even the 4 major gangs must show respect to the boss. What purpose does it serve to study the refuse at the bottom of the food chain? You've clearly lost your wits in here. You wouldn't understand. Sean replied, shaking his head. It's because you lack intelligence. Then enlighten me. If you explain, I shall comprehend, the hamster retorted, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. God requires believers, Sean answered. The hamster's expression grew complex and bewildered, for he recognized that Sean's response bore no deceit. Yet, he still failed to grasp the meaning. Lu Xiankai remained unaware that Sean was already evolving towards the second step of deification to assert his value. Presently, all his thoughts were consumed by the medicine that had been delivered. Power. These two words once again demonstrated their formidable influence. The medication, which previously would have cost triple the price and required navigating numerous obstacles to acquire, now lay openly in his hospital room. Moreover, to curry favor with Lu Xiankai, these medications had been meticulously crafted into a massage ointment according to his specifications. Lu Xiankai picked it up and hailed its scent. And after sampling a small amount with his fingertip, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The consistent flavor and the tingling sensation on his tongue assured him of its authenticity. It appeared that Fat Wong had indeed invested heavily. This time, not only had he delivered a year's worth of restorative evolution potions, but he had also provided the more costly iron cloth massage ointment, sufficient to support Lu Xiankai's cultivation for 3 months. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, these items would enable his body to undergo rapid enhancement. Rest assured, these are excellent products. Observing Lu Xiankai examining the medicine, an elderly man with slightly graying hair scoffed. 2 of these ingredients are from my pharmacy stock, which I had been reluctant to part with. Yet, they have now been squandered on a mere prisoner. The old man's words clearly reflected his discontent towards Lu Xiankai. This was hardly surprising. As one of the premier massage therapists in Hong Kong, Zhang Shoulin not only owned a high-end therapy center but also charged exorbitant fees for his services. Due to his advancing age, he had become increasingly selective in his clientele, leaving many yearning for his expertise. Yet now, driven mad by the ambition of his fame-seeking son, who sought to ingratiate himself with a prominent director, he was forced to lower his standards to serve a prisoner. How could he possibly maintain a pleasant demeanor? In the ensuing period, he would still have to trouble the master. To others, Lu Xiankai appeared as a ferocious beast solely concerned with bloodshed. However, he displayed remarkable humility in the presence of this skilled master. Unfazed by the old man's mockery, Lu Xiankai even bowed slightly in gratitude. Unnamed herbs, such as the nameless exotic, with bitter seeds, frankincense, myrrh, earthworm, and red sandalwood. Zhang Shoulin's expression softened somewhat. Though I am unaware of the origins of your formula, the ingredients alone indicate that it is clearly a concoction for honing one's physique. What exactly are you practicing? Iron cloth shirt or the 13 protectors horizontal training? Do you comprehend these concepts? Lu Xiankai was somewhat taken aback. My massage parlor is the sole designated training ground among the 36 martial arts schools in the harbor city, where disciples can be formally accepted. I once aided Master Che of Hungar, who was diagnosed with hemiplegia by the Federation's first hospital. It was I who restored his health. So, do you reckon I possess understanding? As Lu Xiankai's skepticism ignited Zhang Shoulin's ire, he retorted, I possess even greater knowledge. Longan flesh and earth fire lotus are potent remedies. While these substances may bolster your physical prowess, the agony they induce is not something an ordinary person can endure. It is rare to encounter such an audacious prescription. It must be an ancient formula. I can endure it, Lu Xiankai replied calmly, his expression unyielding, his gaze transformed from ferocity to unwavering resolve. I wish to explore the limits of the human body. Young individuals often believe they can leap over the dragon gate. Let me see if your physique has encountered any obstacles. The elderly man, disinclined to engage in further conversation, slowly approached Lu Xiankai. He first inspected the area where the manacles met his wrists, nodded, and then pressed his thumb and forefinger against a precise point on Lu Xiankai's spine, tapping several times. For the first time, the old man's expression reflected astonishment. After many years, you are the second young individual I have encountered who has honed their horizontal training to this extent. Your innate talent is remarkable. It is evident you are a practitioner. Yet, your spine shows no signs of deformation. This is inconceivable. Why is it inconceivable? Lu Xiankai questioned, bewildered by the astonishment of his counterpart, as he had been training strictly according to the system's guidelines. The spine is the great dragon within the body. All force is transmitted through it. I can ascertain that your physical exertion is immense. With such a volume of activity, even the most precise movements would eventually lead to spinal limits and deformation. You have practiced alone in prison, without any guidance. I can hardly fathom the extraordinary level of your talent to instinctively evade these risks. May I inquire, Master Zhang, if there are areas in which I still require improvement? The wealth of knowledge exhibited by Zhang Shaolin enlightened Lu Xiankai to the rarity of having such a massage master, rendering his tone increasingly humble. Regrettably, we now reside in an era dominated by firearms. Even if you master the iron cloth shirt to the clang of metal, what difference does it make? The old man did not respond to Lu Xiankai's query, his eyes dimmed, brimming with reminiscence. Long ago in the harbor city, there was a martial genius who nearly reached this level, yet in the end, he was shot in the back, his heart shattered. To this day, I remember his gaze. The old man's tone was somber, reminiscent of your own. Chapter 65. The sky is azure, a canvas of endless blue. The ability to read the subtle cues of others is an essential quality for those who serve the powerful. Only by discerning the fleeting micro-expressions of these influential figures can the opportunistic vultures, who cling to them, extract the coveted intelligence they seek. Despite having traversed through time, Lu Xiankai has not abandoned his innate instincts. Almost instantaneously, he deduced that the elderly man named Zhang Shaolin harbored a peculiar sentiment towards the genius he had mentioned. This revelation provided Lu Xiankai with an opening to delve into the man's psyche. The path ahead must be traversed. After careful consideration of his words, Lu Xiankai spoke slowly. This is a legacy of spiritual will, and I believe that my innate talent will enable me to forge ahead. Without directly stating it, he artfully guided Zhang Shaolin to project himself into the role of that unfortunate soul. Lu Xiankai's rhetoric evidently bore fruit. The man's gaze toward the elder shifted to one of poignant reflection, and he placed a significantly weighty bet, perhaps believing that in that moment, countless pioneers who had perished on the path would find solace. How much can you endure? The formula you have provided is impeccable, yet it will not allow you to achieve success in the shortest time possible. What you lack now is time. The elderly man's demeanor toward Lu Xiankai had noticeably transformed from their initial encounter. I can provide you with an additional remedy, however. While this concoction will greatly enhance your training efficiency, the agony it entails is something few can withstand. You may wish to give it a try. A defiant glimmer surfaced on Lu Xiankai's face, a sentiment he had long sought to conceal. I hope you can endure. The elder's eyes bore a trace of sorrow, reflecting on the possibility that had he been able to endure in his youth, perhaps he would not have met his demise. As he projected his emotions onto Lu Xiankai, the elder's efficiency in action became astonishingly swift. In less than 3 hours, the freshly prepared medicinal ointment was in his hands. I have inquired discreetly. My time to assist you in your recovery while confined in this prison is limited to a mere fortnight. Not only had his attitude shifted, but Zhang Shaolin's dialogue grew somewhat verbose. To maximize efficiency and reduce the duration, I will incorporate acupuncture to enhance your absorption of the medicine, albeit the pain will escalate to unimaginable levels. If you cannot endure it, then you must concede. Zhang Shaolin sighed as he observed Lu Xiankai, whose streamlined muscles were exposed as he lay on the bed. Some matters cannot be forced. I wish to comprehend the depths of this suffering. A fierce determination flickered across Lu Xiankai's countenance. From the moment he stepped into this tumultuous world, he understood one principle. Without being relentless toward oneself, one is unworthy of ascending to great heights. In the next breath, without further ado, Zhang Shaolin deftly administered the needles, followed by the application of a milky white medicinal solution onto the man's body. Pain. Despite Lu Xiankai's extensive preparations, a groan escaped his lips involuntarily. An indescribable agony radiated through Lu Xiankai's entire being as Zhang Shaolin's palm struck his body. The moment Zhang inserted the needle, it felt as though a razor-sharp dagger had been plunged into his flesh, and not only that, the blade seemed to twist and churn relentlessly within him. To make matters worse, the medicinal ointment seeping into his skin burned like crushed chili peppers scattered over an open wound. Outside the infirmary, prisoners stared in horror at the tightly shut door of Ward 7, disbelief etched across their faces. Had they truly just heard the infamous King of Hell, that terrifying madman, scream in pain? Lu Xiankai had no capacity to consider his surroundings. His body was rigid, his eyes wide and bloodshot from the sheer torment. Endure it, Zhang Shaolin commanded, having now smeared the massage ointment across Lu's entire frame before beginning a frenzied series of strikes. The worst is yet to come. I will use vibrational techniques to force the medicine deeper. When it penetrates your marrow, the pain will peak. I understand, Lu rasped, his voice like gravel grinding against iron. I don't know which school of iron shirt you practice, northern or southern, but you may now channel your energy to absorb the medicine. As Zhang spoke, Lu instinctively activated his muscles according to the system's prescribed method. Evidently, the System-S version of Iron Shirt was remarkably refined, so much so that the agony dulled almost imperceptibly. Zhang Shoulin's brows lifted in surprise. As an expert in human physiology, he recognized the significance of Lu's sudden relaxation. A flicker of excitement crossed the old man's face. His most beloved disciple had once sought to achieve this very feat, and now, this man before him might actually withstand the coming trial. Without hesitation, Zhang adjusted his technique, driving his thumb viciously into the pressure point at Lu's waist. For the first time in his life, Lu Xiankai clenched his jaw so tightly his teeth threatened to shatter. The grinding of enamel echoed faintly as he fought to endure. Congratulations, host. Through serendipity, you have obtained an enhanced version of the Iron Shirt medicinal formula. Calculations indicate your mastery time will be reduced by threefold. Just as the medicine seeped into his bones, the system, uncharacteristically proactive, manifested in his mind. Before Lu could react, emerald characters cascaded across his vision like a luminous waterfall. Analysis complete. The modified formula's side effects will induce abnormal hormonal reactions between your cells, skeletal structure, and biomechanics. Compensation reward issued. The Great Corpse Keeper Meditation. From the Western Shoching sect. After a brief pause, the verdant text reappeared. The Great Corpse Keeper method will allow complete relaxation of your deep neural cortex. In this state, the adverse cortical responses induced by the drug stimulation will be restored. The Great Guardian Corpse technique can elevate the host's endocrine system to a state of perfection, adjusting the levels of cells and metabolism to the most suitable pace, thereby extending lifespan. Note, the Great Guardian Corpse technique may have a certain probability of enhancing the host's sixth sense, and attaining perfection could potentially lead to a qualitative transformation. No response was elicited from Lu Xiankai. An eccentric method of cultivation seamlessly integrated into his memory like a tidal wave. Meditation? Yoga? Lu Xiankai was unaware of what the so-called Western sect of preserving cultivation in this time and space entailed. Yet the cultivation method implanted in his mind bore a striking resemblance to the meditative practices of another realm. Though the name Great Guardian Corpse technique seemed peculiar, the practice itself was not strange. It was essentially a form of restful slumber, with the sole distinction that one must consciously maintain awareness, envisioning oneself as a corpse. There was no need for deliberate intention or visualization. One simply existed in the present, attuned to all sensations, gradually cultivating these feelings into instinct. How increasingly fascinating. Lu Xiankai murmured to himself. Zhang Shoulin's technique was deserving of his considerable reputation. Although his hands moved with remarkable speed, he expertly balanced pressure and intensity. And Lu Xiankai could feel the medicine penetrating his skin with fervor. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed profound transformations occurring within his skin, muscles, and bones, fluid as water, soft as cotton, yet as resilient as iron and steel. These 8 words flashed through Lu Xiankai's mind. The dependency on medicine and martial arts practice is exceedingly high, necessitating a highly skilled practitioner for proper regulation. Zhang Shoulin, standing behind Lu Xiankai, slowly spoke. In my quest to aid my disciple, I devised 4 prescriptions to obtain this technique. I shall assist you in your conditioning twice daily for the next fortnight. But if you manage to escape this prison in the future, you must repay this favor. Zhang Shoulin was aging, but not foolish. He did not believe that such a modest prison could contain a martial genius capable of enduring such extreme suffering. Disciple, I have discovered a means for you to exact your vengeance. Zhang Shoulin gazed out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. Chapter 66, Count to 10. Come help me clean the car. This is your payment. This was a comment casually tossed out by Boss Zhang after he threw a banknote without a second thought. In the bustling port city, numerous young men from the mainland come to seek employment. And they share a common trait, their accented Cantonese in a fashion sense that starkly contrasts with that of the local youth, making them easily recognizable. Due to historical reasons, some individuals in the port city harbor disdain, even animosity, towards those from the mainland. Boss Zhang, a wealthy man worth millions, is among them. This perspective has led him to express disdainful and arrogant remarks whenever he encounters mainland workers. Yet, over the years, he has faced no repercussions, after all. Many of these workers come here to earn a living, and, out of respect for the money he offers, do not nitpick. As usual, Boss Zhang tossed a $500 bill at the feet of the worker before slowly exiting his vehicle. This was a deliberate act, designed to compel the worker to bend down before him, a gesture that delighted and even obsessed Boss Zhang. Upon stepping out of the car, Boss Zhang's first impression was of the worker's impressive height. Standing at slightly over 1.7 meters himself, he still had to look up to see the worker's chin, which was clearly elevated by a height of around 1.9 meters or more. What further surprised Boss Zhang was the worker's robust physique. At this close proximity, he felt as if he were standing before a wall. "Can you understand me? Pick up the money, or I will file a complaint," Boss Zhang declared, undeterred by the disparity in their physical stature. In this era of civilized law and order, he believed that wealth and power were the true determinants of strength, and he doubted the worker would dare to resort to violence against him. Working in this port city is no easy feat for those from the mainland. The myriad of tedious paperwork and the lengthy application process can leave an ordinary person in despair. Yet, this hard-won opportunity could be obliterated with just a single word. Boss Zhang knew that if he fabricated some other allegation when filing a complaint, the worker would be swiftly dismissed, rendering all their efforts futile. Thus, he was certain that this bear-like man would ultimately yield. However, the reality did not align with his expectations. The worker remained silent, his peculiar gaze fixed intently on Boss Zhang, akin to a drowsy tiger observing a barking poodle before it. "You." The mainland worker uttered a phrase that Boss Zhang could not comprehend, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the somewhat plump target, muttering to himself, "I can't kill you. Nor can I hurt you too severely, lest I end up in a correctional facility and find myself ensnared in other judicial proceedings. What a bother. You will apologize immediately." Boss Zhang felt a shiver run down his spine under the weight of the worker's gaze, and his tone lost its initial arrogance, becoming somewhat stammered. "Is this your daughter?" The young man from the mainland disregarded Boss Zhang and instead turned his attention to a little girl who had just alighted from the car, clutching a fluffy rabbit toy. Indeed, Boss Zhang himself was perplexed as to why he found himself responding so obediently. The mainland youth approached the girl, crouching down before her, and asked, "Shall we play a game?" The little girl obediently replied, her cheeks adorned with two charming dimples. "You should return to the car first. Then close your eyes and count to 10. A surprise awaits you." The young man gently patted the girl's head, his expression exceptionally tender. 1. The girl complied and walked back to the car, subsequently closing her eyes. "What are you doing?" "I will call the police. You are molesting a young girl. You are done for." Boss Zhang, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation due to the inexplicable obedience he had just displayed, was taken aback as the young man from the mainland pounced upon him with the swiftness of a leopard. The little girl in the car continued counting numbers with her eyes closed. Bang! The young man from the mainland unleashed a right hook that struck Boss Zhang's abdomen with the swiftness of lightning, while his other hand, with fingers curled like claws, gripped tightly around Boss Zhang's throat, silencing his cries into a mere whisper. Boss Zhang hunched over, resembling a shrimp tossed into boiling water, the agonizing cramps in his stomach rendering his eyes bloodshot. "Brother." In the face of absolute brutality, Boss Zhang's once proud demeanor had melted away like snow under the scorching sun. He desperately sought to plead for mercy, yet the inhuman strength constricting his throat rendered him incapable of uttering a single word of surrender. Gazing at the opponent's pallid countenance, the mainland lad curled his lips into a sinister grin. With a single hand, he effortlessly hoisted Boss Zhang off the ground before mercilessly slamming him onto the floor with a thunderous crash. The excruciating pain in his lower back caused Mr. Zhang to faint immediately. This force should suffice. There might be some issues with his spine, but the offense is not severe. The local fellow gradually bent down, casually patting Mr. Zhang's cheek. "Call the police." As Boss Zhang gradually regained consciousness, the mainland youth uttered a word that completely took him by surprise. "I have no money to compensate you. I can only serve a few days in the correctional facility." After retrieving Boss Zhang's phone and dialing 999, the mainland youth handed it over. At that moment, the little girl had just counted to 7. Boss Zhang was worth millions, and the incident occurred in the bustling commercial district of Mongkok, so the police arrived promptly. Within a matter of minutes, the mainland youth was escorted to a vehicle flashing its emergency lights by several officers in uniform, ready for action. No one noticed that before he boarded the vehicle, his gaze shifted to the left side of the sidewalk. Among the crowd of onlookers, Yi Jihuan nodded at Yi Guohuan, who was looking his way, offering a reassuring smile before turning to blend into the throng. The man moved left, while the police car veered right. Soon, the gathering of spectators dissipated, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only one of the Yi brothers could enter. The reason Yi Jihuan urged Yi Guohuan to take the risk was quite straightforward. Firstly, Yi Guohuan has predominantly played the role of a distant marksman in his previous robbery endeavors, and his infrequent appearances have rendered his photographs absent from the Six Doors database. Moreover, it remains unknown that Yi Guohuan's formidable sniping skills are entirely derived from Yi Jihuan, in the audacious minds of the Yi brothers. Taking a few lives within the prison walls is hardly a challenge. The true difficulty lies in how to escape after the deed is done and collect the subsequent payment. Thus, Yi Jihuan's presence outside serves as the utmost assurance. And what of Guo Baochuan? Even if he is a prominent figure in the harbor city, who would dare to deceive a master thief, skilled in stealthy assassination, lurking in the shadows? Chapter 67. Enhancement of Perception? I have taken the most correct path. While Lu Xiankai languished in prison, he remained blissfully unaware that the infamous Yu Lauer had commenced a murderous scheme. At present, his face was aglow with excitement, his mind brimming with reflections on the gains of the past 2 days. The great corpse method had bestowed upon him the most astonishing revelation. As the adage goes, the innate talent of this body for cultivation was utterly astounding. The meditative technique provided by the system presented its greatest challenge in the realms of focus and visualization, compelling one to transform into a thoughtless corpse. Yet, throughout Lu Xiankai's practice, everything unfolded with remarkable ease. There were no obstacles. It was as if it were instinctual. The ability to mend the minute injuries of which Lu Xiankai was unaware was a rarity among men, but what truly awakened him was the enhancement of perception. Indeed, perception. This enigmatic phenomenon manifested itself following extreme agony and ultimate relaxation, allowing Lu Xiankai to sense its existence and elevation. To illustrate, many ordinary individuals might find themselves acutely aware of the gaze of another upon them in specific environments or emotional states. This represents the most rudimentary application of perception. However, such subtle intuition is not a constant presence in the lives of ordinary people and can often lead to misinterpretation. Yet, within a mere 2 days, Lu Xiankai had discerned a distinction in his intuition. Just days prior, he would not have possessed the capacity to detect a gaze directed at him from 3 meters away, positioned in his visual blind spot. But now, Lu Xiankai was astonished to discover that if someone's gaze lingered upon him for more than 5 seconds, an indescribable sensation would surge within him. This was no illusion, Lu Xiankai was utterly certain. Moreover, the enhancement of his perception offered Lu Xiankai benefits that transcended mere awareness. Though he continued to practice his art under the weight of heavy shackles, he found himself not only liberated from previous obscurities but also gaining profound insights. His innate talent allowed him to recognize his shortcomings. Although he had mastered his technique through nearly 10,000 daily repetitions, many subtleties remained elusive, particularly in the application of certain forces. However, following the enhancement of his perception, these methods gradually became clearer. Lu Xiankai was resolute, should his perception continue to ascend. The integration of the essence of the 12 intentions would lead to the flawless manifestation of his technique, one life too. What did Lu Xiankai envision as perfection? It would be etched into his very bones, transforming his strikes into instinctual movements as natural as breathing. He imagined that, in due time, the 18 methods of force application would render his attacks incomprehensibly fierce to the average person. Yet, Lu Xiankai remained unsatisfied. In another realm, he was fond of a particular saying, attack must conquer, defense must be steadfast. He aspired not only for his fists to be unassailable in offense, but also for his defenses to be as impregnable as a fortress. Within the 12 intentions lie numerous defensive techniques, and these methods were gradually being dissected, amalgamated, and integrated into his martial art with each punch Lu Xiankai executed. With a defensive stance to protect the head and a swift release of force, the man moved his hands with the speed of lightning within the confines of the cramped hospital room, muttering incantations under his breath. Each retraction served as an evasion, while his twisting and lunging strikes allowed him to shield his entire form. The heavy chains swung, and the cold metal rings clashed, producing a series of crisp, rhythmic sounds that echoed in the small space, akin to demons softly chanting. The man was aware that controlling these essential techniques would signify his mastery. Lu Xiankai paused his movements, gradually withdrawing his fists. Yet, he did not cease the energy. His muscles continued their rhythmic tremors, and the shackles coiled around him like a great serpent, creating an eerie spectacle. His cessation of practice was not due to reaching his limits, but rather because his heightened awareness had detected someone approaching the door amidst his vigorous exercise. Indeed, the door burst open a moment later. Several constables stood there, astonished, gazing at the man as the chains appeared to come alive. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke, "Brother Xiong, we are here to escort you. The filming crew has arrived and wishes to meet you in the visitation room." "Very well." Lu Xiankai exhaled deeply before responding. "Having received the payment, I shall fulfill my duties." In contrast to the previous occasion, this time the filming crew entering Chiju was considerably more discreet. They refrained from subjecting the second batch of participants to the full prison experience, instead opting for a silent entrance through official channels into the prison. No one opposed Wang Pengzi's decision. Clearly, the last encounter with the prisoner's chaotic reaction to the prison transport had instilled fear in everyone. Even if not for the immense pressure from the current production, the crew likely would have been too frightened to continue filming. Zhou Miran had learned from past experiences. This time, she entirely abandoned her previous image, discarding the persona of the amiable older sister and the intellectual Fade into the waste bin. Her sole requirement now was to dress as conservatively as possible. Currently, she donned a baggy black long shirt reminiscent of what Hakka people wore 60 years ago, completely concealing her graceful figure. Yet, this was still insufficient. Had it not been for Wang Pengzi's intervention, the timid head of the Jade Maiden sect might have insisted that the makeup artist render her face unrecognizable. There's no need for fear. 12 security members have arrived, all equipped with stun guns. Everyone was aware that the indifferent warden was under investigation, ensuring that no further issues would arise. If we put our spirits into it, 10% of this advertising revenue will be distributed as bonuses to everyone. Wang Pengzi was not only uplifting Zhou Miran, but was also encouraging the entire crew. After all, the grim expressions on their faces would only slow down the work. He needed to invigorate them. However, the plump man, oblivious to his own pallid visage due to his lack of reflection, remained unaware that his words bore little persuasive power. Has that person arrived? Zhou Miran, lacking the enthusiasm to indulge this grand director's falsehoods, cautiously reiterated her inquiry. It was on the condition that you assured me he would not harm the crew and would protect me throughout. Soon, very soon, the plump man gritted his teeth, determined to appease that individual, stating that he had even relinquished the lead role in his next film, assuring there would be no issues. Just as the crew engaged in their lively chatter akin to a bustling marketplace, a jarring metallic clanging resonated, instantly silencing the room. It was the unmistakable sound of someone walking, shackled by fetters. Clang, clang. Chapter 68. The resonant sound of iron chains scraping against the ground grew increasingly closer, causing the faces of every crew member in the room to pale considerably. What was merely a prisoner had rendered them all into such a state of fear. In stark contrast, the newly introduced youths appeared unfazed, their countenances brimming with the audacity characteristic of their age. Surrounded by the group of young men, May spoke with a hint of derision, asserting that they were all just individuals with a head and two arms, merely fighting for their lives. How utterly uninteresting. May was the sole girl among the delinquent youths participating in this season's program. Her appearance was strikingly bold. Her short hair was dyed a vibrant shade of death Barbie pink, and her youthful complexion was accentuated by heavy gothic makeup. Stripped of her extravagant and eccentric fade, many would likely be astonished by the exquisite beauty of the 17-year-old girl. Her real name was Zhang Xini, born into a family of esteemed intellectuals and wealth. Naturally, her selection for this program stemmed from her other identity, the most renowned and formidable big sister among the 7 prestigious high schools in Yunlong. It is no exaggeration to say that there were times when local youth organizations sought her out for assistance in gathering personnel, a testament to her remarkable influence among her peers. Shut up. Wang Pengzi turned to glare at May, warning her that should she provoke him and suffer dire consequences, the production team would bear no responsibility. This stipulation was clearly outlined in their contract. Even her parents' attempts to hire a lawyer would be futile. May reluctantly fell silent, her eyes still betraying a hint of defiance. Given her substantial reputation at such a young age, her fierce temperament was to be expected. Furthermore, she was the goddaughter of the illustrious Pastor Qinshinji, having encountered numerous figures from the underworld, which undoubtedly contributed to her lack of fear. Creaking, the door swung open, pushed by several officers, and the moment May laid eyes on the towering figure before her, she instinctively recoiled like an agitated cat. Not only she, but even the adults present, Wang Pengzi and Zhou Miran, held their breath in trepidation. Before them stood a man of impressive stature, his bulging muscles straining against the confines of his prison garb, with heavy shackles adorning his wrists and ankles, enhancing his presence like that of a ferocious beast. Mr. Liu remained silent. Towering and formidable, he exuded an air of absolute calmness, yet to everyone present, he resembled a silent predator, far more savage than any beast of the jungle. Mr. Liu, you seem somewhat different. Wang Pengzi chuckled nervously, lacking the demeanor typically reserved for confronting a prisoner, instead appearing almost deferential. The last time they had met, the oppressive atmosphere had not been so palpable. Mr. Liu understood the reason for this shift. Although the concept of an aura does not exist in the various disciplines of modern science, this does not imply its absence. Many ordinary individuals instinctively feel a sense of restraint or fear in the presence of influential figures surrounded by admirers. A sensation induced by the oppressive aura bestowed upon them by their positions of power. Currently, Lu Xiankai's state is entirely attributed to the tumultuous surge of energy within his body. The recent days of massage and acupuncture, coupled with a painfully potent concoction that even Lu Xiankai finds intolerable, have quietly precipitated changes within him. The most palpable manifestation of this transformation is the accelerated flow of his blood, rendering his physique not only more formidable, but also imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure to those around him. However, this condition shall not endure for long. Once Lu Xiankai's iron cloth technique reaches its zenith, everything will revert to its original state, perhaps even becoming subdued and unremarkable under the enhancement of the grand corpse guarding technique. Yet, all of this requires time for maturation. Money makes the world go round. There is no need for such formality, Lu Xiankai remarked, surveying the faces of everyone present in the room. Having promised to safeguard your well-being, I shall certainly fulfill that vow. Wang Pengzi, observing the others cowering like quails behind him, summoned his courage to continue the dialogue with Lu Xiankai. We have consulted numerous security firms, and they advise that we should first discuss our destination and filming methods with you. After all, it is only by familiarizing you with our operational style that we can determine the most suitable positions for our protection. No need, Lu Xiankai proclaimed, uttering words that left everyone incredulous. In the absence of firearms, as long as you remain within 10 meters of me, no harm shall befall you. That's absurd. Aimee, lurking in the corner, could not restrain herself from interjecting once more. In the next moment, encircled by 4 constables, Lu Xiankai sprang into action. The crew perceived a fleeting shadow darting past, and when they regained their composure, they found Lu Xiankai had materialized before Aimee with the swiftness of lightning. The imposing man, akin to a ferocious beast, merely used 2 fingers to lift her chin, hoisting her into the air. From a distance, it resembled a tiger clutching a rabbit. The sharp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed sharply, prompting several anxious constables to raise their firearms in defense. Yama, do not act recklessly, one constable, a trusted aide of Chen Xiong, warned, his face taut with anxiety. You understand the consequences of such actions. Lu Xiankai once again experienced the heightened perception brought about by his transformation, sensing a prickling sensation along his back, his body instinctively aware of the looming threat of death. Rest assured, I am merely imparting a lesson in discipline to these reckless youths. I wish to avert any calamity resulting from their ignorance. Lu Xiankai, with a face as pale as a ghost from fear, casually tossed the girl Aimee, whose weight exceeded 90 pounds, effortlessly across the room, as if discarding refuse, landing her on a chair 3 meters away. Even more astonishing was the fact that the girl appeared to settle into the chair as if it were her rightful place, with neither her body nor the chair itself exhibiting the slightest tremor. Through days of relentless practice, Lu Xiankai's technique had transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Their sole impression could be summed up in 2 words: extraordinary. I can only attend to you within a 10-meter radius, Lu Xiankai explained to Wang Pengzi, his hands lowered. It goes without saying the allure a blossoming young woman holds over those prisoners. Should she attempt to flee, would anyone dare to act, fully aware that they would face my wrath afterward? Wang Pengzi nodded in agreement. What truly surprised everyone was Aimee's reaction as she slumped in the chair. The admiration in her eyes brimmed over, and she exclaimed a phrase that no one had anticipated. Awesome. Chapter 69. The Instinct of Beasts. Reality shows, at their core, are merely spectacles. Following the last unforeseen incident, both Wang and the entire production crew were thoroughly shaken. Consequently, Wang was not inclined to take any further risks. He had made extensive preparations, quietly leveraging his connections to secure assurances from the higher-ups at the television network that his fraudulent activities would remain undisclosed. Additionally, to ensure absolute safety, he signed contracts guaranteeing that the network would promote certain artists as the primary roles in his forthcoming major productions. While he was aware that such actions might yield unforeseen consequences, he deemed them preferable to the prospect of imprisonment. Thus, upon entering the prison for the current filming, Wang abandoned any pretense of authenticity. This decision was met with unanimous agreement from the crew, who collectively chose to maintain silence. Their deception was not only directed at the television network, but also at the young participants in the show. In comparison to the network, these youths were far easier to manipulate. Although they appeared fierce, they were, in truth, naive fledglings. As long as the crew remained silent and enlisted a few intimidating individuals, tattooed and scarred, to act deranged, the desired effect could be achieved. Should this fail to frighten the youngsters, the crew could always resort to more extreme measures with the prisoners. Given that contracts were signed, as long as there were no fatalities or severe injuries, the crew could maintain control. Finally, they crafted scripts to guide the prisoners' performances, ensuring that the educational content was not only profoundly moving but also delivered excellent entertainment value. The first day of filming unfolded smoothly under this unspoken agreement. Liu once again demonstrated his exceptional worth, remaining exceedingly quiet. The man stood calmly at the periphery of the crew, while no inmate dared to breach the rules. Leaving Wang and Zhou ran to question whether their prior experience had been merely a figment of their imagination. The show was proving effective. Under the intense performances of several inmates, 2 children had been reduced to tears. They would likely never comprehend that these individuals, whom they perceived as the most terrifying murderers, were, in reality, the lowest echelon of the prison system. Excellent. The lighting for this shot should be dimmer, focusing closely on the face of the child named Bing, capturing his helplessness and the sincerity of his remorse. As the final few shots approached, Wang, having enjoyed a successful day, felt a profound sense of joy. Director, these prisoners are truly skilled actors. Their performances rival those of seasoned veterans, devoid of any trace of artifice, Zhou Ran remarked, scrutinizing the camera's screen as she offered her assessment. Indeed, with such a talented cast, how could there be any issues? Wang, with a lowered voice, inquired if one was aware of the incident from a few years back when a certain young master from the Zhao family was duped out of 29 million. It was orchestrated by these very individuals. The perpetrators, lacking in acting prowess, ultimately met their demise. Zhou was struck by a sudden realization. The longer she lingered in Qizhou, the more this once unscathed star, who had navigated life without encountering the darker sides of society, expanded her horizons. The diverse array of prisoners served as a stark reflection of the world's most shadowy aspects. Here, there existed no crime that a girl could not conceive, nor any peculiar inmate that did not exist. Yet, what piqued Zhou curiosity was the prisoner who perpetually lingered at the periphery of the filming crew. Dubbed the King of Hell, after a day of interaction, she discerned his uniqueness. Zhou had never envisaged that the phrase "as quiet as water" could be attributed to such a person. With a robust physique and a propensity for violence, he paradoxically exuded a serene demeanor akin to a gentle breeze when still. This amalgamation of extremes within a single inmate stirred within the delicate actress an impulse to understand him better, perhaps even compose a song. "Stay hydrated, drink more water," interrupted her manager, Sister Wang, as she fussed over Zhou, applying an expensive moisturizing lotion to her cheeks while chattering incessantly. Following the recording of this episode, a fan meeting would ensue, and any dryness could not only displease fans but also jeopardize negotiations with several cosmetic brands. "I know," Zhou replied obediently. Just as everyone began to relax, preparing to wrap up, a sharp, piercing, and persistent alarm abruptly resonated through the prison. The previously relaxed expressions of the guards shifted to unease, and Zhou even noticed several officers in the watchtower grasping their sniper rifles. "What is happening?" Director Wang, who had been on edge, displayed an agility rivaling that of Liu Xiankai, nearly instantaneously leaping from in front of the camera to behind Liu. "It's nothing to worry about." Chen Xiong, who had been responsible for maintaining order, appeared unfazed and offered a smile. He had just received word of 2 correctional facilities experiencing fires, necessitating the temporary transfer of inmates to Qizhou for a few days. "No need to be afraid." Chen Xiong even patted Wang's shoulder, dismissing the inmates from the correctional facilities as mere minor players, akin to quails, devoid of any courage to cause a ruckus in this place. Wang's expression finally relaxed. "Don't pack up the equipment yet. Keep filming," he commanded his dedicated cameraman, recognizing the potential value of the footage. Minutes later, prison transport vehicles entered the Qizhou prison corridor. As per usual, the inmates unleashed a cacophony of shouts and curses, many gesturing various threats and unsightly gestures towards those disembarking from the transport. Incarceration, too, has its hierarchies. Those housed in correctional facilities for minor infractions of societal laws are, in comparison to the inmates of Stanley Prison, akin to gentle lambs. Initially, Liu Xiankai perceived nothing amiss. In the memories he possessed, such occurrences were not unheard of. These inmates would often be temporarily assigned to Area A of Stanley Prison, only to depart after a few days. During this interval, they would exhibit a comportment so docile that one might wonder if the 6 doors had mistakenly apprehended the wrong individuals. However, everything changed when a man descended from the prison transport. Lu Xiankai's previously tranquil gaze sharpened suddenly, as keen as a blade. It was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly recognized another formidable creature encroaching upon its territory. His instincts alerted Lu Xiankai to the presence of this individual. Simultaneously, the hunched figure of the inmate seemed to sense Lu Xiankai's penetrating gaze. For the first time, he halted, turning to face him. Chapter 70. He aims to kill you. Before Lu Xiankai cast his gaze upon this prisoner, no one had perceived anything amiss. Though tall in stature, the prisoner deliberately hunched his form, his eyes perpetually cast downward, fixated on the ground. He moved slowly, keeping pace with the others in the line. Even when another prisoner jostled him from behind, he made no sign of resistance or protest. To all appearances, he was merely an ordinary criminal, indistinguishable from the rest. Yet, at the moment Lu Xiankai's eyes fell upon him, the man came to a halt. A tiger with no intention of hunting would not strike at a rabbit that frolics before it. However, when this tiger senses a challenge from its kin, the suppressed ferocity within its veins erupts violently. The prisoner gradually straightened his posture, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Xiankai's. Damn it! The other prisoner, who had just pushed him, cursed and attempted to throw another punch. Yet, upon catching sight of this man's eyes, known as Dajin, all his rage evaporated, replaced by an icy dread that surged from his core, compelling him to step back instinctively. In his eyes, as the prisoner stood tall, he seemed to transform entirely. Akin to a sheep morphing into a carnivorous Tyrannosaurus rex. Especially those eyes. Dajin swore he had never encountered such a gaze. He was certain it was not one possessed by an ordinary person. A beast. The eyes of some ferocious predator, the gaze of a ruthless carnivore fixated on its prey. Dajin's hands trembled, ultimately falling powerless to his sides. He had a foreboding intuition. If he were to throw a punch at this man in such a state, he might very well meet his demise in the next heartbeat. Yi Guohuan paid no heed to the insignificant insect behind him, instead frowning as he scrutinized the figure that instilled in him a sense of unease, swirling with tempestuous wrath. He never anticipated encountering such a person in Stanley Prison. Why would someone who evoked a sense of crisis appear beside the targets of the film crew? Yi Guohuan assessed the imposing figure shackled in heavy chains beside the crew. Unaware of the individual's identity, yet his instincts warned him that this person would become the most formidable obstacle in this operation, no longer concealing himself. Yi Guohuan's gaze intertwined with Lu Xiankai's, and both men bore sinister smiles upon their faces. How intriguing. Aware of his purpose for being there, Yi Guohuan exhaled deeply. He glanced at the targets behind Lu Xiankai before bowing his head slowly, retracting his oppressive aura as he merged into the crowd. Lu Xiankai also withdrew his gaze, returning to a tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired at all. The idol appears to be quite impressive. Although the brief exchange of glances between Lu Xiankai and Yi Guohuan lasted mere seconds, two members of the production team discerned an unusual moment in the man's demeanor. The first was the ever-watchful Ame, who had her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Xiankai. This renowned figure in Yuanlong High School, once the epitome of sarcasm, underwent a remarkable transformation after being dismissed by Lu Xiankai as if she were mere refuse. She abandoned her initial mockery and instead displayed an unexpected docility. The young woman remained in close proximity to Lu Xiankai, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 meters, her eyes glued to him, save for the moments of recording. Though she dared not approach him directly, her chatter was incessant. Over the course of the day, Ame posed hundreds of questions, ranging from Lu Xiankai's height and weight to his hobbies and tastes. Regrettably, Lu Xiankai offered not a single reply, his silence akin to that of an unyielding stone. Was his gaze a challenge? Ame had grown accustomed to Lu Xiankai's indifference, and in a surprising twist, she found solace in the notion that he hadn't cast her aside once more into the metaphorical refuse bin, a sign of progress, perhaps. I am quite beautiful, aren't I? She mused, undeterred by the absence of a response. Boldly, she took a tentative step closer to Lu Xiankai, playfully lifting her bangs. I have conducted my research. Young men your age tend to appreciate my appearance without makeup. Lu Xiankai remained unperturbed, his attention fixed elsewhere. He resembled a machine, tirelessly swinging his right arm, the chains on his wrist trembling with each movement. While he disregarded Ame, many other members of the crew were captivated by the girl's face. She spoke the truth. Bereft of her intimidating Gothic makeup, her beauty was striking. With a delicate nose and exquisite features, her pink hair accentuated her fair, smooth complexion, akin to polished jade. She has great potential, remarked Wang Pengzi, gesturing with his hands to frame a shot. Innocent yet playful, definitely a type many find appealing. Interested in pursuing a career in entertainment? I know a reputable agency. Bah. Ame shot a middle finger towards the esteemed director, Wang Pengzi. I have no desire to be a star. Don't think I haven't witnessed the true nature of your entertainment industry. Do you really believe I would want to transform into that ghastly creature? She disregarded the presence of the middle-aged men around her, venting her annoyance at the countless uncles who approached her with unwanted advances. Ignoring Wang Pengzi, Ame turned back to Lu Xiankai with earnest intent. I am not a problem child. I am quite intelligent. Please do not ignore me. Are you truly disinterested in what I have to say? Perhaps we should change the subject. How about I assist you in escaping? To my astonishment, Amewai's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. I possessed the means to procure the architectural blueprints of the prison and subsequently analyzed the vulnerabilities within them using software. By the way, I neglected to mention that I am a prodigy in computing, having garnered numerous prestigious awards. Mr. Liu, I would like to pose a question to you. Nearby, Zhou Muruan stood a short distance from Lu Xiankai, interrupting the girl's incessant chatter. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiankai, lest she too discerned the earlier ominous demeanor of the prisoner. However, unlike the frightened Zhou Muruan, who was startled previously, this renowned star inexplicably found the gaze of the aforementioned prisoner eerily reminiscent of that of the lecher who had once attempted to assault her in the prison transport. He will not heed you. Do not let your celebrity status deceive you. Clearly, Amewai was somewhat irked by Zhou Muruan's interjection. Zhou Muruan, undeterred by the young girl's comment, continued, I sense a palpable malice directed towards the production crew. Perhaps I am overthinking it, yet I have always prided myself on my intuitive perceptions. Zhou Muruan felt a tinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that her previous fright might have made her overly cautious. Your sixth sense is quite astute. In the midst of Amewai's astonishment, as her eyes widened in disbelief, Lu Xiankai, who appeared as unremarkable as a stone to her, provided a response. He intends to kill you all. The man paused his fist's motion, contemplating earnestly before continuing. I am confident in my perception. Chapter 71. The reason for standing alone when Lu Xiankai uttered these words. Everyone seemed to be enchanted, abruptly halting their actions in unison. The members of the production crew wore expressions of surprise, yet predominantly skepticism. They acknowledged the formidable nature of this prisoner, Lu Xiankai, but could one truly ascertain a death sentence merely from a glance? Such a notion appeared excessively fantastical. What transpired exactly? Wang Pengzi remained oblivious to the shared gaze between Lu Xiankai and Yi Guohuan, leaving him somewhat perplexed. A prisoner who was just transferred glanced at us a few times. Zhou Muruan cautiously interjected, her demeanor rather fierce. So I inquired further. Was it merely a few glances? Wang Pengzi earnestly probed for the specifics, ultimately shaking his head. Muruan, do not be overly anxious. The previous incident was merely an isolated occurrence. Not every criminal is a murderer, especially not one from a correctional facility. With Mr. Liu present, we are assured of our safety, are we not? Having reassured Zhou Muruan, Wang Pengzi turned his gaze towards the taciturn Lu Xiankai. The latter nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Lu Xiankai was acutely aware of Wang Pengzi's sentiments. While the latter feigned respect, it was evident he suspected Lu was attempting to exaggerate to gain further advantage. Yet, Lu found no inclination to defend himself. It was merely a transaction for remuneration. As long as the crew adhered to the boundaries he had established, he possessed unwavering confidence. In truth, apart from the prickling sensation of his instincts, Lu Xiankai discerned the complexity of their identities not from their glances, but rather from the reactions of another group in the open square, the Big Circle Gang. The moment the prisoner appeared in the square, the gang members exhibited an unusual response. Although they quickly masked their initial shock with nonchalance, Lu Xiankai caught a fleeting glimpse of their expressions. Whether it was Li Zhendong, the gang's leader, or his formidable subordinates, their faces bore the unmistakable look of fright akin to encountering a specter. Particularly, Li Zhendong, a fierce figure capable of holding his ground against the four major societies, displayed not only astonishment but also the fear and submission of an underling before a superior. I believe in you. Ame boldly approached Lu Xiankai, tilting her head earnestly. They are fools, incapable of understanding that a man like you would never stoop to deceive us. Lu Xiankai cast a cold glance at the girl, still refraining from responding to her inquiry. Why do you concern yourself with that celebrity? Women are creatures eternally perplexing to men. Despite Ame's profound fear of Lu Xiankai, a strange jealousy overshadowed her trepidation. I am no less than her. I too will grow. Moreover, I possess legs that would evoke envy even in models. Ame is aware that in certain aspects she falls short compared to Zhou Muruan. Hence she deliberately articulated her most satisfactory attributes. Lu Xiankai's gaze turned for the first time towards this somewhat irritating girl with her troublesome inquiries. To his surprise, she was not merely boasting. This girl named Aimee possessed long, slender legs that were impeccably straight, characterized by smooth contours devoid of any excess flesh, resembling two pencils. More significantly, Lu Xiankai, well-versed in human anatomy, discerned the exquisite proportions of her legs, the golden ratio. This was his assessment. Perhaps it was the way Lu Xiankai scrutinized her legs that infused Aimee with a surge of courage, prompting her to pose a second question. During our initial encounter, your gaze towards me was one of complete indifference, utterly devoid of regard. Aimee lowered her voice, asserting, I cannot be deceived by this sensation. In truth, my intuition is far more acute than that of any celebrity. Throughout my life, I have been attuned to the genuine emotions of those around me. However, later on, although you did not engage with me, your gaze transformed. It was stripped of that indifference and instead conveyed a sense of acknowledgement. This, in fact, is the true reason I have persistently sought your company in conversation. Do not deny it. Why? The girl smiled triumphantly, as many believed her to be just a little girl. Yet, have you ever witnessed a child capable of commanding over 5,000 high school students? I am quite formidable. Mei's unexpected question genuinely took Lu Xiankai by surprise. This seemingly delinquent girl had actually guessed correctly the shift in his perception of her, which struck him as utterly astonishing. Because of your sense of responsibility. After a brief pause, Lu Xiankai regarded the girl before him, a master of multiple disguises, with newfound seriousness, and gave his answer. Responsibility? Mei was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. 5 hours prior, several inmates had deliberately intimidated the juvenile with violent acts. Lu Xiankai pointed at the dazed boy sitting alone in tears. And you instinctively shielded him with your own body. This astonished me, so I accorded you the respect you deserved. He's my little brother. Quite pitiful, Mei replied sheepishly, smoothing her bangs self-consciously. So I have to look after him. What exactly was second brother Yi coming in for? At the same time that Lu Xiankai was conversing with Aimee, Li Zhendong, situated in the southeastern corner of the square, voiced his most profound inner doubt. As a seasoned figure within the martial world, he was acutely aware that Yi Guohuan could not possibly be captured in a correctional facility under his true identity. This notion is easily deduced. Setting aside other matters, considering the crimes committed by the Yi brothers in the harbor city, the Six Doors would never permit such a perilous individual to be confined in a location that is virtually unguarded in their eyes. Just moments ago, Yi Urge gestured for us to convene in the medical room. One of the larger circles lowered their voice, indicating that there was an urgent matter requiring our attention. Who shall go? Li Zhendong cast his gaze upon a few absolutely trustworthy brothers surrounding him. I shall, spoke a dark-skinned, somewhat frail man. I have performed admirably in Qiju. Those officers will not suspect me. A Bing, you have worked hard. Li Zhendong nodded and patted the man's shoulder. In the next moment, A Dao, who stood behind Li Zhendong, stealthily retrieved a sharp weapon from beneath the chair and plunged it into A Bing's abdomen, twisting it forcefully. Dark crimson blood gushed forth immediately. Rest assured, I have struck with precision, A Dao whispered into A Bing's ear, but this blade has accumulated quite a bit of rust. We must head to the infirmary at once for disinfection. I understand, A Bing nodded, enduring the excruciating pain, before suddenly unleashing a heart-wrenching scream towards the oblivious prison guard in the distance. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. This is precisely why the Big Circle gang can stand alone in Qiju. These individuals are not only ruthless and desperate, but also possess a unity unparalleled by any other gang in the harbor city. Chapter 72, 20 Knives Are Not Enough. As night descends, a waning crescent moon hangs in the sky, its cold light casting an eerie glow over Chaiwan Prison. Beneath this silvery illumination, the glinting barbed wire adds an extra layer of foreboding to a place that outsiders deem hellish. Yu Ergu has indeed come to seek our counsel. Having returned from the infirmary, A Bing, despite knowing that all within this cell are his brothers, cannot help but lower his voice. He intends to mobilize the film crew. To eliminate those protected by the King of Hell? Li Zhendong furrows his brow. Yes. A Bing nods, revealing that Ergu has promised that for every life taken, 1 million will be sent to the families. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone, including Li Zhendong, sparkled with hope. They trust the integrity of the Yi brothers. The reason for the deep-seated loyalty to the Yi brothers within the circle is not merely their ferocity, but rather the fairness and unwavering credit they uphold in their dealings. A promise is as good as gold, and that is the universal sentiment towards Yi Jihuan. Throughout the years, he has never faltered in his commitments. No matter the hardships he faced, after the tragic loss of so many brothers on Nathan Road, He refrained from taking his share of the profits and even disposed of the firearms left on the mainland to honor his pledge. This steadfastness is why Li Jindong remained silent even after his arrest. In this world of outlaws, where criminals roam, one undeniable truth prevails. These individuals, while steeped in vice, adhere to the principles of loyalty and brotherhood, a rarity in a realm increasingly driven by self-interest. Ye's arrival signifies the will of Brother Huan, who assures that the promise will indeed be delivered. There is no room for doubt. Li Jindong surveys his comrades, acknowledging their pressing need for funds, yet feels compelled to voice a cautionary note. All eyes turn to him. By abstaining from this endeavor, we could lead comfortable lives within these walls. Indeed, with a new emperor, there may even be a chance of amnesty for some offenses, allowing us the possibility of reuniting with our families. However, if we proceed with this task, our chances of ever seeing the outside world again diminish dramatically. And the prison authorities will surely enlist the aid of other factions to suppress us, resulting in numerous casualties before we can regain our footing. Donggu, I have several brothers at home. One representative of the circle candidly expresses the stark reality. The only way I can assist my family is through financial means. A Biao gazes wistfully out at the crescent moon, contemplating that perhaps not seeing each other is for the best. Without me, my mother need not live in constant fear. As for the question of mortality, a Biao chuckles. Ever since the day I picked up a gun. Ask the brethren who among them intends to see this through to the end. Li Jindong's gaze swept across the faces of those present. Not a single individual exhibited fear or hesitation. Instead, there was a palpable indifference. An indifference towards life itself. Having resolved to take action, there remained one crucial question. The muscles in Li Jindong's face twitched slightly. What should be done about that madman, the king of hell? Eliminate him. Under the moonlight, the faces of all the men in the dormitory bore a sinister expression. Among the group of thugs, the chief enforcer, Zhou Kuang, exhibited an unmistakable madness in his gaze. I doubt his ability to contend with all of us. In close combat, a sharp weapon can inflict maximum damage. I am aware of his formidable fighting prowess and ferocity. Zhou Kuang sneered, asserting that he could easily handle a single knife, but what about 20 knives? Everyone burst into laughter. In the fierce battles on the streets, the lethal role of a knife is well understood by these ruthless individuals. They cannot fathom that someone might truly reach inhuman extremes. Little Six, upon realizing that everyone had made their decision, turned his gaze toward a young man at the periphery. We lack the necessary tools. You need to procure some angle steel from the factory and sharpen it. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Hey Bing, bring some quicklime. If we can seize the opportunity to blind the king of hell, it would make our task considerably easier. At that moment, Li Jindong felt as though he had returned to his former days as a formidable bandit. Biao, contact the 4 major factions. After instructing the individuals in front of him, a cunning and treacherous expression emerged on Li Jindong's face, characteristic of a seasoned figure in the underworld. He intended to use the pretext of the king of hell having crippled Xiangzi's arm to unite them in eliminating this madman. Those individuals are more cunning than spirits. Would they truly believe it? A Biao inquired. No one knows that we will mobilize the filming crew. They cannot fathom our true intentions. Li Jindong chuckled coldly. That madman Yin Wang is clearly intent on becoming the king of Qizhou. It is only a matter of time before he faces off against everyone. This rationale suffices. And they may not necessarily refuse. Moreover, there is one crucial point. Li Jindong cast a glance at a Bing, whose wound was still bandaged, and instructed. Inform Brother Yi to devise a way to incite chaos among those rookies. The more tumultuous, the better. I will. A Bing nodded in agreement. 20 knives still seemed insufficient. If Yin Wang believes he can single-handedly suppress everyone, then more would be necessary. Li Jindong erupted in laughter. Help me with a favor. Amei's residence is situated in the affluent Pak Wen phase 1 of Yuan Long, which indicates the girl's privileged background. While the big circle boy was strategizing his next move, the girl, hidden in her bedroom, opened her computer and posted a message on a forum filled with federal language. I heard you truly agreed to experience prison life just to acquire a server set? On the other side, the response arrived swiftly, accompanied by an array of admiring emojis beneath the sentence. What is the situation like in Stanley Prison? Is it truly as terrifying as they say? Are the inmates indeed all deviants? The individual on the other end was evidently a chatterbox, bombarding Amei with a flurry of messages before she could even respond. It was quite alarming, indeed. There were many deviants, but even more were desperate fugitives. Amei sighed and obediently provided her answers, fully aware of the other party's character. If she chose to remain silent, a relentless barrage of questions would ensue, driving her to the brink of exasperation. Speak up. What assistance do you require? However, I must insist on your beautiful leg photos as compensation. Clearly, the person on the other side was quite pleased with Aime's response. Help me acquire the architectural plans for Stanley Prison. I need the most recent ones. Any expansions and renovations must be meticulously documented. Aime began tapping away at the keyboard. And also, use your laboratory to help me devise an escape plan. Are you out of your mind? The other party seemed taken aback by Aime's request. You want me to hack into the government servers? And you expect me to secretly use my mentor's quota to assist you in calculations? What on earth have you encountered at Stanley? The series of exclamation marks perfectly encapsulated the intensity of the other party's emotions. Chapter 73. Everyone has secrets. Such is the nature of things, nothing particularly extraordinary. After Aime recounted the sequence of events, the responses from the other party erupted like a torrent. Have you gone mad? Are you under some spell? Or perhaps someone has cast a hex upon you? Black magic? I know a master who is quite formidable. I shall take you to see him tomorrow. I just looked up that Lucien Kai. He is merely an ordinary, rather fierce, short fellow. Moreover, his intellect is somewhat lacking. The case that landed him in prison was entirely a matter of him being made a scapegoat. However, he is not unpleasant to look at. His prison photo reveals a hint of charm. Clearly, the person on the other side had uncovered some information and was now indulging in a frenzy of ridicule. Aime, witnessing the incessant flood of messages on her screen, was unable to stifle a gesture of exasperation, covering her eyes and allowing the other party to unleash their imagination unchecked. It was only after the incessant beeping ceased that she turned her gaze back to the screen. Indeed, as she had surmised, the conversation had veered towards extraterrestrials. And had she not chosen to ignore this chatterbox, he would likely have rambled on ad infinitum. After being cast out, she did not feel fear. Aime understood that the other party awaited her response. After a moment of contemplation, she typed a line. Rather, it is a sense of security. Once this phrase appeared on the screen, the deluge of messages abruptly halted. After a brief interval, the next question emerged. Why? How could that be? Believe it or not. Consider it my affection for him, hence my desire to play a bit more ambitiously, if you will. Aime replied. Stop playing. I demand the truth. The seriousness emanating from the other side was palpable even through the text. You play the rebellious girl at home, the tough queen bee at school, and the genius beauty in the world. Haven't you had your fill of these roles? I genuinely have feelings for him. He is precisely the man I have been seeking. Aime typed, her words laced with a playful tone. Speak the truth. The same three words appeared once more in the dialogue box, this time accompanied by a rare red exclamation mark, perhaps to emphasize the urgency of the request. This symbol caused Aime to hesitate, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Then I shall tell you. Biting her lip. The girl's once delicate complexion turned an alarming shade of pale, her body beginning to tremble, as if she had recalled something profoundly terrifying. Does it require such deliberation? Another message popped up on the screen. I will tell you the truth. Finally resolute, Aime did not respond immediately. Instead, she rose to lock the door of her bedroom before returning to her seat. However, this time, her reply consisted of a string of garbled numbers. There is no need for such caution. I will erase all traces from the internet. This forum is a carefully chosen venue for our conversation. Achieving this is not difficult. On the other side of the screen, a reply came through before falling silent. Clearly, the recipient was decrypting the message May had sent. Minutes later, the computer screen flickered back to life. When will your show finish filming? Let's meet. There are still some behind-the-scenes shots and reshoots tomorrow. May typed the final line. If you get the chance, you should meet him. Just seeing this person will prove whether I've been lying or not. Understood. The screen dimmed. May stood up, shut down the computer, then switched on every light in the room before curling up in bed with her pet, Abu. The girl stared blankly at the ceiling, her body trembling faintly beneath the pink quilt. Sensing her fear, Abu gently licked her hand. She clung to him, as if his warmth could offer some semblance of safety. Night deepened. Between dread and anticipation, May gradually drifted into sleep. Everyone has their secrets. May was no exception. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one for many. Who the hell calls at this hour? Qin Xiong, roused by the ringing phone, answered with irritation. This better be important, or I swear, after all these years, you still haven't changed. The voice on the other end wasn't angered by Qin Xiong's tone. Instead, it carried an amused lilt. No wonder you've been stuck as captain all this time. Boss? Why are you calling? All traces of annoyance and drowsiness vanished from Qin Xiong's face, replaced by surprise. Drop the gangster act. I've told you before. The man corrected him. I'm no longer the warden, nor your superior. We're just old colleagues. No need for formalities. Call me Big Brother if you like. Or Lawyer Ding if you prefer. Boss, what do you need me to do? Shen Xiang grinned. You promoted me. You'll always be my boss. Tomorrow's my daughter's 18th birthday. I suddenly missed you old friends. Lawyer Ding chuckled. So I thought I'd gather everyone. Oh, and invite Xiao Wang and the others too, make it lively. Tomorrow? Shen Xiang hesitated. A lot of the team are on duty. Many high-ranking figures from the judicial system will be there. Still no ambition to climb higher? The former warden, now Lawyer Ding Ming, cut him off. I remember prison regulations. You haven't used your leave this month, have you? Or is something else going on? His tone had cooled. No, nothing else. I'll be there, definitely. After exchanging a few pleasantries and hanging up the phone, Shen Xiang's expression immediately darkened. In the past, Ding Ming was the warden, a figure he could not afford to offend. Now, having retired from the judicial system and assuming a partnership at a prestigious law firm, Ding Ming was even more formidable. In this realm, only those with substantial connections within the judicial system are recruited as partners by such esteemed firms. It can be said that, regarding certain matters, their influence has not only remained intact, but has indeed grown more formidable. A birthday gathering? Shen Xiang scoffed quietly. He was no fool. He was acutely aware of how little his brothers meant to Ding Ming and recognized that if Ding Ming truly intended to offer support, Shen would not still be merely a squad leader at the Chizhu prison. It seemed trouble was brewing for tomorrow. Was this an obstruction caused by those who despised him? Shen Xiang found himself unable to sleep. Lighting a cigarette, he directed his gaze toward the inky darkness of the prison. Chapter 74. Might there be a miracle? Time does not pause for any circumstance. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the confines of the Chaiwan prison, the shrill sound of the wake-up bell echoed throughout the facility. One by one, the inmates streamed out of their cells, lining up as the guards commenced their head count and organized the formation. Once this was accomplished, the prisoners, under the watchful eyes of the guards, filed into the courtyard, eagerly anticipating their most joyous moment of the day, recreational time. At first glance, everything appeared routine. However, if one were to juxtapose the current scene with past occurrences, the discrepancies would become glaringly apparent. In previous instances, the various factions within the prison maintained clear boundaries during their leisure time. Members of each group would remain within their designated areas, with the key players engaging in diversions or enjoying casual conversations. Yet today, an unsettling atmosphere permeated the yard. The enforcers of several dominant factions clustered closely around their leaders, their faces devoid of any semblance of relaxation, replaced instead by a demeanor of seriousness and coldness. A closer inspection revealed furtive exchanges of glances among the leaders, as if they were silently communicating some unspoken agenda. Something was amiss. Trouble was brewing. The figure known as Hamster, often regarded as a sycophantic and adaptable character by many, was the first to sense a suffocating tension lingering in the air. This instinct was closely tied to his profession. As a broker, he was acutely aware of the movements of other merchants. This vigilance allowed him to discern subtle cues that others might overlook. Hamster discreetly tapped Sean's arm, whispering, "Do you notice? There's a scent of blood in the air." What? Blood? Although Sean possessed greater intellect than Hamster, his lack of streetwise experience rendered him oblivious to the undercurrents masked by the apparent calm. Blood signifies violence, Hamster elucidated, gesturing towards several individuals. Look closely. They are concealing something beneath their prison garb, and I wager it's weaponry. Is a faction preparing for conflict? No. Surely not all the major factions would engage in battle. What an extraordinary sight that would be. The members of the 14K are conspiring with the new records group. Despite their long-standing enmity, despite recognizing certain indicators, Hamster remained unaware of their true intentions. As he murmured his concerns, Sean observed the perimeter of the courtyard with composed vigilance. Indeed, several brokers affiliated with the major factions, like Tianming and Akai, were flitting through the yard, exchanging wrapped items with others as they passed. The inmates receiving these parcels exhibited notable caution. They exchanged jovial banter before discreetly settling into secluded spots, tucking the items away into their prison uniforms. Violence was not the objective, profit was the true motivator. Sean narrowed his eyes, contemplating the unfolding scenario. He swiftly calculated the various behavioral signs amongst several major factions over the recent days, and his complexion immediately turned somewhat pale. No, that's not right. Sean suddenly grasped Kang Shanzi's hand. The actions of these individuals did not seem to indicate mutual hostility, but rather a semblance of collaboration. It was somewhat akin to that. Kang Shanzi inhaled sharply, releasing his grip. When did your strength become so formidable? Idiot. Looking at the still struggling Kang Shanzi, Sean's expression turned somewhat sinister. Consider this. If those in the prison were to unite, who would they most desire to eliminate? This statement halted Kang Shanzi's movements entirely, rendering him momentarily dazed. Brother Yin Wang? He uttered incredulously. Even with his limited intellect, Kang Shanzi quickly realized that there was only one individual who could be deemed the common enemy of all at Shiiju. Yin Wang. Lucien Kai. Snap out of it. Brother Yin Wang will soon accompany the crew to the square. Sean whispered urgently in Kang Shanzi's ear. We must make him aware of this situation. Otherwise, if these individuals strike suddenly, he will be caught off guard. Their SA way, Kang Shanzi muttered anxiously, resembling an ant on a hot pan. Were it not for Sean's firm grip, this terrified individual would likely have leapt up in fright. Take a deep breath. Think carefully. Sean felt as though he were soothing a young girl who had been lured into a night scene. Got it. Kang Shanzi gazed at a prison guard standing outside the barbed wire, his eyes lighting up. The crew members were in high spirits today. After all, they were merely reshooting some scenes and capturing behind-the-scenes footage, and not having to endure an entire day in this dreadful place was the best news for them. Moreover, the Emerald Television had already sent down a substantial bonus, and everyone was animatedly discussing how to spend the money that would soon fill their pockets. Unlike others, today Sa-Mei had abandoned her previous portrayal of a rebellious girl and focused her attention on Lucien Kai. The girl could see that he appeared somewhat weakened. Damn, why? This formidable and nearly terrifying man seemed pale, almost as if he were confounded by some pressing dilemma, rendering him somewhat dazed. Are you all right? My approached Lucien Kai, maintaining a distance of about a meter, summoning her courage to speak. I'm fine. Lucien Kai, having regained his thoughts, cast a glance at the girl, acknowledging her concern with a brief response. Before the crew's arrival, the old man had increased the dosage of his medication once more due to his robust physique. This had intensified the pain that he had gradually begun to adapt to, overwhelming his body anew. Although he could feel the benefits of the medication surging within him, the mental fatigue still rendered Lucien Kai's expression somewhat grim. Yet, this was not his most significant gain. Today, the most profound revelation came from his insights into Zhang Shoulin's acupuncture techniques. Initially, Lucien Kai was not taken aback, although the old man had completely showcased his skills. Particularly in acupuncture, to Lucien Kai, the seemingly lightning-fast methods and precision were merely the result of years of dedicated practice. What truly astonished Lucien Kai was the unexpected rhythm he discerned within the old man's acupuncture, an ethereal rhythm, almost akin to the Tao. For 50 years, I have practiced acupuncture since the tender age of 7. Now, it has been a full 50 years. Perhaps Zhang Shoulin sensed Lucien Kai's astonishment and proceeded to divulge the secret of his technique. I had always believed that my acupuncture skills were at their zenith, with no room for further advancement. However, after witnessing a performance by a blind dancer last year, I suddenly comprehended the element I lacked. Dance? Lucien Kai could not fathom the connection between the two. The old man muttered, the great Tao may be approached through various paths. He continued, this blind dancer is not renowned. He merely performs with a traveling troupe to make a living. Yet, he has reached a state of transcendence, where self and other dissolve into one. In that moment, I grasped what it meant for spirit, energy, and essence to unite. Since that day, my acupuncture has truly embodied spirit. Observing Lucien Kai, who appeared deep in thought, Zhang Shoulin offered his perspective. Though I have not witnessed your prowess in combat, I can discern that your martial arts are nearly flawless. However, perfection is merely a skill, not the Tao. After a moment's reflection, the old man uttered words that struck Lucien Kai like a thunderbolt. Only when you discover your own Tao can your martial arts attain true spirit. And perhaps then you will carve out a new realm for yourself. Having tidied up his tools, as he prepared to leave, the old man cast a glance at Lucien Kai, who was in a meditative state. I can see the path you wish to tread. The prison is too small. Throughout the history of empires, many martial geniuses have emerged. If you have the opportunity to venture out, explore widely. The world is vast, and perhaps miracles await. With that, the old man stooped and departed. Chapter 75. I have seen a god. Though director Wang's latest prison action film Force King achieved tremendous box office success, it also drew sharp criticism from many film reviewers. The bespectacled, well-known host sat at the head of a small round table, smiling as he introduced the theme of this episode of Roundtable Discussion. The most contentious point was the protagonist's final battle, where he single-handedly fought off 100 men. Today, we are honored to have director Wang, veteran film critic Tan Luan, and renowned martial arts master Magua joining us, the host, Do Tao, announced. After exchanging pleasantries, he steered the conversation toward the controversy. Director Wong, the biggest debate revolves around the film's documentary-style realism. Why did you choose to conclude with such an implausible fight scene? Tan Luan seized the opportunity to attack. A documentary-style film should be serious, even austere, reflecting real societal issues. The first 70 minutes achieved this brilliantly, but his voice rose in disdain. The final fight scene was like forcing the audience to swallow garbage. Not only did it shatter the film's structure and pacing, but it also reduced what could have been a cinematic gem into a tacky commercial spectacle. Director Wong smirked coldly. Tan Luan pressed on, emboldened by Wong's silence. Another point I disagree with is Director Wong's claim that one man defeating dozens is plausible, that his film is still a truthful depiction of this brutal world. That's why I urged Do Tao to invite Master Magua. He turned to the white-robed martial artist beside him. Master Ma. As the founder of the Hunyuan Tai Chi School and a celebrated figure in the Sun Ever Empire, do you believe it's possible for an unarmed man, shackled with heavy chains, to defeat dozens of armed criminals? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Master Ma shook his head. I acknowledge the profundity of traditional martial arts. My own lightning five-whip strike, when mastered, allows one to face multiple opponents. But no human could ever reach such a level. And your opinions are infallible? Director Wong finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. Does your ignorance dictate what cannot exist in this world? A skilled fighter can handle 7 or 8 untrained men, Magua countered. But armed with blades? He'd struggle against even 3. 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands. In chaos, a fatal strike can come from any angle. Ignorance, Wong sneered. What if I told you such a man exists? Magua's face darkened with fury. Then he is no man, he is a god. Then I have seen a god. Wong Pengzi uttered the final words of the program. After delivering this line, Director Wong's expression remained peculiarly enigmatic. He appeared to be reminiscing about something. Yet he was resolutely unwilling to disclose where he had encountered this matter or witnessed the so-called deity. This reticence gradually transformed into a topic of speculation within the entertainment industry. Indeed, it was time to hasten their pace. The confines of the prison were stifling. Lu Xiankai retracted his thoughts. Through his conversation with Zhang Shoulin, he had come to a crucial realization. The prison, this minuscule space, impeded him not only in terms of the drug supply, but also in terms of insight and depth. The system embedded within him could provide countless individuals with the coveted training regimen, yet the enlightenment akin to awakening would require his personal experience and introspection. Time swiftly elapsed as the production crew communicated with several part-time actors among the inmates. Just as the group finalized their filming content and exited the passageway, Lu Xiankai abruptly halted in his tracks. Before him, the hamster boy, with a pained expression, brushed past him, supported by a constable. It hurts so much. The hamster boy stumbled dramatically, even flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to prevent himself from falling, grasping Lu Xiankai's arm for support. Be careful. Lu Xiankai cooperatively helped the perspiring hamster boy to his feet, who then quickly leaned in to whisper his urgent message. The gangs outside have united to kill you. Do not go out. Lu Xiankai's expression remained unperturbed. He merely patted hamster boy's shoulder, flashed a grin, and turned to walk away. Hamster boy stared blankly at the silhouette of his leader. Majestic mountains loomed large in his mind. This timid creature could not fathom why his leader remained so composed. Yet in that moment, regardless of the outcome outside, he could only acknowledge one undeniable truth. Lu Xiankai was the undisputed king of Qizhou. Even if someone were to take his life or resort to any form of torment, it would not alter his perception. The figure basking in the sunlight in the square was undeniably the most formidable and fierce king of Qizhou. Today's weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds. The production team remained oblivious to any issues, and little girl Aimee, as usual, chattered incessantly behind Lu Xiankai with trivial banter. Lu Xiankai stood quietly in the square. With just a glance, he discerned all that was amiss. Shen Xiong was absent. Not only him, but also the trusted guards, the ones who had staunchly defended the prison transport, had vanished without a trace. Contemplative, Lu Xiankai directed his gaze toward the watchtower. Indeed, the constables armed with firearms had undergone considerable changes as well. The man who entered yesterday, the alliance of the clubs, and the peculiarities of the big circle. Lu Xiankai turned his gaze towards the oblivious Wong Pengzi and others, who were still engrossed in their tasks, shaking his head. It seemed that the political struggles of this world were far more brutal and sanguinary than those of the past. The man muttered to himself as he stirred. The heavy clanking of the shackles resonated distinctly in the square, drawing the attention of the entire film crew towards Lu Xiankai. Throughout the lengthy duration of the shoot, no one had witnessed this typically subdued man exhibit such a terrifying gaze. No longer tranquil, but rather disdainful. Zhou Muran and Mei stared in astonishment at the man who had suddenly transformed into a fierce beast. In their eyes, Lu Xiankai resembled a tiger poised to roam the mountains, ready to hunt. Chapter 76. The Final Defiance. Wang Pengzi halted his directives for the crew, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. What could possibly be amiss? He observed the man before him twisting his neck, his voice growing increasingly faint. He swore he had never witnessed a neck emit such a sharp, resonant cracking sound during its contortions. Coupled with the faintly quivering chains that rippled like waves upon the man, a chill coursed through Wang Pengzi's veins. Do you see that spot? Lu Xiankai gestured towards the farthest corner of the square, urging everyone to gather there. Why? Wang Pengzi queried, perplexed. That area was cramped and poorly lit. Because that corner is the only place where I can fully conceal myself in front of you all. A maniacal glint flickered across Lu Xiankai's face. A sight that would remain etched in Wang Pengzi's memory, for it heralded impending violence. This commotion would be monumental. I will immediately instruct everyone to cease filming and gather to evacuate. Wang Pengzi possessed a commendable trait. He trusted his subordinates without suspicion. He refrained from pressing Lu Xiankai for further clarification, opting instead to swiftly organize an exit. It's too late. Lu Xiankai grinned, delivering news that nearly caused Wang Pengzi to swoon. Do you know why I'm only revealing this now? Why? Wang Pengzi, signaling his assistants to halt, asked in a daze. Because I find it cumbersome. This method is expedient. Lu Xiankai replied. Wang Pengzi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Before he could react, Lu Xiankai pointed to the periphery of the filming crew, unveiling a more alarming truth. Do you see? Not a single constable remains. Even the officers maintaining order are down by a third. I wager that when chaos ensues, these individuals will merely be performing. I know not what occurs elsewhere, but it is evident that in the judicial system or at Qizhou prison, your support has suffered a catastrophic defeat. Lu Xiankai's tone dripped with disdain. In this political battleground, the foundational support of the judiciary has been utterly forsaken. Fatty, I advise you to seek a more reliable patron when the opportunity arises. His capabilities are lacking. Disregarding Lu Xiankai's taunts, Wang Pengzi's legs began to tremble, his demeanor suggesting that he was steeling himself to flee and never return. Don't be foolish. You cannot escape. Lu Xiankai appeared remarkably relaxed. The man leisurely indicated the solitary path leading to the prison's exit. Do you see those prisoners squatting over there? As you pass by them, they will surely draw their blades to demonstrate the ghastly sight of your innards spilling forth upon the ground. Though Lu Xiankai's voice was low, the entirety of the filming crew absorbed his words. Each individual stood as motionless as marionettes, with Zhou Muran most affected. The girl clung desperately to Wang Jia, whose pallor mirrored her own, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not attempt to shout. How many of the enforcers surrounding you have you encountered in the past days? I am well aware that you have clandestinely forged connections with some of these officers. Lu Xiankai's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Wang Pengzi. Desperately scanning his surroundings, he realized that not a single one of the enforcers he had previously encountered was present. The vast square, filled with hundreds of officers. Yet, those prison guards who had once assured him, alongside his powerful benefactor's secretary, that everything was under control had vanished without a trace. Wang, call Li Rubin and inform him that we are in trouble. Everyone head to Beijiao. Wang Pengzi, seasoned and worldly as a director, swiftly made the most judicious decision. Lu Xiankai paid no heed to the frantic activity of the film crew, instead focusing his gaze on the various corners of the square. Clearly, the prisoners in the square had witnessed the chaos unfolding among the crew, and, now aware that their scheme had been exposed, no longer concealed their murderous intent. Whether from the Number Gang or the Heji Shinji, the representatives of these factions stood tall. Behind them, a gathering of thugs and enforcers began to coalesce. These stoic men simultaneously reached for their waists, their eyes fixed intently on the man shackled in chains, standing resolutely. No individual could single-handedly subjugate a prison beneath his feet. The once notorious Diao Jiao could not, and neither could the current king of hell. This was the unwritten law of the underworld. It was also the last defiance of these desperate souls who had nothing left to lose. At that moment, when the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, the grand entrance of the square swung open once more. Hundreds of prisoners, temporarily transferred from the detention center due to safety concerns, emerged into the square. Leading the procession was a man with downcast eyes, his imposing figure reminiscent of a powerful bear. Yi Guohuan finally stepped into what would become a historically significant event in Qizhou. Originally, he had intended for Yi Urge to instigate chaos, but given the current circumstances, this murder bore complexities beyond simple understanding, as someone had evidently managed to placate the authorities. Li Jindong recognized the peculiarities of the situation. However, he remained indifferent. For those of them who had no future, the only thing that mattered was the bounty following the bloodshed. Let us act. Upon Yi Guohuan's arrival, Li Jindong, who had been quietly seated, finally stood up. He bared his teeth and shouted to the leaders of the other factions, igniting what would later be known as the Bloody Squares Classified Incident. Gentlemen, today's match is our grand opening. Silence enveloped the crowd, the atmosphere still as stone, save for a few basketballs being tossed into the throng. I shall take the lead. The foremost thug from the Dakin stepped forward, declaring, "It is said that in this city of Hong Kong, one must pay homage to the dragon head, receive the red staff, and be bestowed with the dual flowers to stand among the elite. Let me see just how I compare to them." He slowly approached a few still bouncing basketballs and then shouted at the several guards, who stood with arms crossed, observing coldly. "Report, I want to play basketball." "Agreed." One of the prison guards nodded. Zhou Kuang bent down, picked up the first basketball, and suddenly swung his arm. The orange ball traced a beautiful parabola before crashing steadily into the camera position where Lu Xiankai was located. "Take that." Zhou Kuang seized the remaining 2 basketballs and hurled them fiercely at Lu Xiankai, then charged forward with a roar. Chapter 77. Continue. Zhou Kuang is one of the few rugged bandits in the big circle who prefers hand-to-hand combat over the use of firearms. This inclination is closely tied to his past experience in the athletic team of the Z province of the Empire, where he spent some time. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he has always believed that close combat is the most ferocious method of killing. Furthermore, this man, who once snapped his coach's neck, possesses an inherently fierce nature. Since arriving in Port City to make a living, he has consistently looked down upon the various red sticks of the gangs, paying respects to the dragon head, leading the red sticks, bestowing double flowers. It's all just flamboyance. If I had been born in this place, my martial arts prowess would surely be unparalleled. This is a phrase Zhou Kuang relishes repeating. Thus, he has always harbored the desire to engage in a fierce battle with the notorious figures of the Port City gangs. Unfortunately, due to Yi Ji-wan's ironclad rules, he has yet to realize this ambition. Otherwise, he would indeed entertain the thought of robbing a few axe-wielding or fierce lunatics. After all, in Zhou Kuang's audacity, only these 2 formidable mountains towering over the heads of millions of lowly individuals in Port City could be deemed worthy opponents. Today, Zhou Kuang senses that an opportunity has presented itself. He holds a certain disdain for the figures in the prison, but the only one who caught his eye, Left Hand, was brutally killed by Lu Xiankai. If Lu Xiankai could kill Left Hand, then if he were to vanquish Lu Xiankai, it would serve as proof of everything. Zhou Kuang is determined to use the death of the King of Hell to inform everyone that the Big Circle is not merely reliant on heavy firepower and reckless behavior to dominate Hong Kong and Kowloon. In the realm of seizing territory and vying for supremacy, the Big Circle stands as a unique entity. Zhou Kuang's muscles bulged as he prepared to strike. The 2 basketballs he hurled towards Lu Xiankai emitted a piercing whistle, showcasing his astonishing explosive power. The orange basketballs zipped towards Lu Xiankai's face like lightning. Simultaneously, Zhou Kuang unleashed his right foot with tremendous force, propelling himself to within 5 meters of Lu Xiankai in the blink of an eye. To his surprise, Lu Xiankai remained smiling. The man merely raised his right hand, flicking his index finger lightly, causing the first basketball to fly back at an angle. His hand did not lower. Instead, he extended his middle finger, and at the moment of contact with the basketball, his shoulder quivered slightly. The initially furious basketball transformed into a docile orb, spinning madly on his fingertip like a top. This spectacle left many in the film crew, despite their trembling legs, utterly mesmerized. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. To those with expertise, it revealed a deeper understanding. They witnessed Lu Xiankai, akin to a phantom, transforming the basketball into a juggling act, evoking one singular sensation, coolness. However, from a distance, Yi Guohuan perceived something entirely different. He discerned the art of force, an exquisitely intricate technique of power, rising, falling, inhaling, exhaling. Yi Guohuan was certain that this prisoner, referred to as the King of Hell, had just utilized at least 5 distinct forms of force through the subtle tremor of his spine and shoulder, unfazed by the gazes of others. Yi Guohuan's massive form suddenly rose, his eyes sharp as blades, fixated on Lu Xiankai's waist. To strike, one must observe the shoulder. To exert force, one must focus on the waist. This was a frequent admonition from Yi Guohuan's late master. Although Lu Xiankai's waist was concealed beneath a voluminous prison uniform, Yi Guohuan remained confident that his keen perception could discern the opponent's foundation from the amplitude of their movements. Zhou Kuang was doomed. The moment Yi Guohuan witnessed Zhou Kuang unleash his first strike without restraint, he had already drawn his conclusion. Die. As Zhou Kuang closed the distance to Lu Xiankai, he exerted himself once more, the explosive power of his well-developed Achilles tendon propelling his already swift speed to astonishing heights. No one could anticipate that he could accelerate even further. Zhou Kuang unsheathed the concealed blade at his waist, executing a reverse grip as he aimed for Lu Xiankai's throat. The angle and force of the strike were mercilessly acute. Reputation precedes one's shadow. Zhou Kuang believed Lu Xiankai could not evade this blow. He had already prepared for the opponent's inevitable retreat. He was certain that Lu would withdraw, as long as he maintained the initiative. Zhou Kuang would unleash a tempest of elbow strikes and knee blows to completely subdue his adversary. In the frenzy of such assaults, he would exploit any defensive lapse, allowing his blade to demonstrate the true meaning of a fatal strike. Yet, Lu Xiankai did not retreat. His sole action was to raise his left hand. Clang! The sharp sound of Zhou Kuang's steel blade, forged from angle iron, colliding with the shackles on Lu Xiankai's wrist resonated clearly in the bustling square. Astonishing foresight and acuity. In the next instant, Lu Xiankai sprang into action. With a slight tremor in his left hand, he seized Zhou Kuang's throat like lightning. Too slow, too slow. Lu Xiankai growled. The angle is wrong, and your restraint is inadequate. You are unworthy of a duel with me. Crack. To the astonishment of all, the man effortlessly snapped Zhou Kuang's robust neck with a single hand. A ghastly sight. This was the first time Zhou Muron had witnessed a murder. And the image of Lu Xiankai twisting another's head a full 180 degrees was indelibly etched in her mind. Even more incredulous was the fact that until Zhou Kuang collapsed like a rag doll, the basketball in the man's right hand continued to spin with a mesmerizing grace. The ferocity and recklessness of the Big Circle gang manifested at that moment. Without a trace of fear or hesitation, a Biao, following Zhou Kuang, immediately closed in and swung his knife in a furious attack. Lu Xiankai casually flicked the spinning basketball away, slightly turning his body as he hooked his foot, seizing the makeshift dagger that had fallen to the ground. With a swift step forward, the man's dagger pierced a Biao's throat. Lu Xiankai granted a Biao no opportunity for a final struggle. With a deafening roar, a Biao's body was forcefully slammed against the iron mesh fence by Lu Xiankai in a back throw. Perhaps by coincidence, the blade that pierced a Biao's throat lodged itself within the bars of the iron grid. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, a Biao hung there like a specimen, blood ceaselessly dripping from his wounds, creating a dark crimson stain upon the grayish ground of the square. The vibrant blue sky and bright sunlight contrasted starkly with the scene below. The man revealed a dazzling smile, displaying his pristine white teeth, resembling a ferocious beast emerging from the depths of the abyss. Chapter 78. Fierce as this. In the hearts of 1,000 individuals, there exists 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Behind Lu Xiankai, the crew exhibited a myriad of expressions. Each gaze directed at this man's silhouette was imbued with profound complexity. Zhou Muron felt trepidation and fear. Wang Pengzi and others were enveloped in incredulity and dread. Lu Xiankai exuded an aura of sheer terror, with splashes of dark crimson pooling at his feet, accentuated by his thunderous roars. Even knowing that he was safeguarding them, how many could remain unshaken? Only one. Among them, the sole individual who did not cower away from Lu Xiankai was Mei. This girl, deemed a troublemaker by others, not only refrained from retreating, but subtly inched closer to Lu Xiankai, particularly when she witnessed the fearsome outlaws step back in unison under Lu Xiankai's scrutinizing gaze. The tall, exquisitely featured girl involuntarily emitted a soft moan from her throat. It was not one of exhilaration, but rather a profound relaxation enveloped in an indescribable sense of security. Thankfully, in this atmosphere, akin to a frozen tableau, May felt that she would have to find a place to bury herself in shame otherwise. Following an inexplicable upheaval 3 years prior, this girl, who had become extraordinarily peculiar, finally experienced a moment of complete tranquility. Prior to this, if May had relied on various disguises to numb herself for a scant semblance of safety, her current demeanor would not be so astonishing. It appears I am genuinely captivated by this ultimate violence that bestows upon me a sense of security. I wonder how such a formidable man would respond to that entity. The girl fixated intently on Lu Xiankai's back, reluctant to divert her gaze. Lu Xiankai, observing the hesitant expressions of those around him, spat in disdain and beckoned to several men in front. He uttered that word which caused discomfort to the cheeks of all prisoners. Continue. Many members of the crew now bore expressions of delight. The director and Li Lisher had already been contacted. Assistant Ayla whispered in Wang Pengzi's ear, mentioning that Congressman Lu had not anticipated such madness following the unfavorable polls. However, he indicated that Congressman Lu had communicated the situation here to several significant figures within the judicial system, and news would soon follow. He urged them to find a way to secure some time. The current atmosphere had rendered those individuals frightened of the King of Hell. Thus, an opportunity might arise. The assistant's words brought a glimmer of joy to Wang Pengzi's countenance. He slowly pointed to the gradually advancing prisoners, remarking that this was Qi Zhu. These outlaws were not so easily deterred. These bastards, if I get the chance to go out unscathed, I will make them pay. Wang Pengzi's resentful gaze fixated on the hypocritical constables driving the prisoners away, as if he yearned to devour them whole. As if responding to Wang Pengzi's words. At a stalemate, Li Zhendong, with a frosty demeanor, approached Lu Xiankai alongside a dozen of his fierce associates. In this world, one misstep could lead to ruin. Li Zhendong's bloodshot eyes surveyed the hesitant expressions of the leaders from the four major factions. If we retreat now, how shall we lead in the future? The faces of several leaders darkened, their hands gripping their knives, veins bulging with tension. Losing face meant losing everything. Li Zhendong roared in fury, asserting that the constables were clearly unwilling to intervene. This was the opportune moment. What is there to fear? His voice, strained by anger, echoed with defiance. He could take on 10, but I do not believe he can take on 100. Coward. The fierce bravado of the gangsters once again illustrated to the other factions why they reigned supreme in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Casting a cold glance at the crowd of the four major factions, Li Zhendong was the first to charge forward, his 12 companions brandishing their weapons, unwaveringly following suit. Action. If anyone bore the deepest grudge against Lu Xiankai within these factions, it would undoubtedly be the new Ji. One prominent figure after another had fallen at Lu Xiankai's hands, to the point where Uncle Ben had uttered a proclamation. Whoever eliminates this madman shall claim his territory upon release. In this turbulent life, what is sought after? Wealth. Thus, upon witnessing the recklessness of Li Zhendong and his crew, the only leader among them, Bone Dragon, finally grinned and bellowed out, "Whoever kills him will unleash a thunderous roar." The eyes of all New G's henchmen instantly turned crimson. Everyone understood the significance of that thunderous roar. The last to receive such an honor was the formidable Axe Jun. Achievement unlocked. The New G henchmen brandished their weapons, no longer hesitating. What kind of battles does the short mule relish? Only one, the many against the few. With the New G moving, the leaders from the He G and the Number Gang, along with the 14K, finally cast aside their doubts. Seize the chance while he's vulnerable. Brother Lai gritted his teeth. If we cannot take down the King of Hell, our reputation will be tarnished upon our exit. Let's go all in. Within mere minutes, the atmosphere in the square shifted dramatically. The previously hesitant prisoners surged forward towards Lu Xiankai as if possessed by madness. Come. Lu Xiankai once again showcased his ferocity and tenacity. This man, as fierce as a beast, charged directly at Li Zhendong. From an aerial view, he resembled a sharp blade slicing through the tumultuous crowd. Each strike must be lethal. Lu Xiankai understood that he could not afford to be ensnared by anyone. Otherwise, he would truly meet his demise. Li Zhendong swung his long knife horizontally, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick with his right leg. Bang! Li Zhendong had never anticipated that his leg would strike a person's body with a sound akin to that of hitting leather. Even more astonishing was the dexterity with which Lu Xiankai maneuvered his shackled hands. He could only witness the other party's hands entwining in a bizarre manner. And before he knew it, his long knife had slipped from his grasp. In the next moment, Lu Xiankai still wielded the blade to sever Li Zhendong's throat. The final scene etched in Li Zhendong's mind was that of the madman retreating like a nimble cat, as his two brothers had their necks cruelly twisted by him. Such ferocity. This was the last thought that crossed Li Zhendong's mind. Chapter 79. How can one go without wine? Lu Xiankai, consumed by a fervor akin to bloodlust, unleashed his rage. He melded various martial arts, boxing, Muay Thai, Southern fist styles, and the 12-heart techniques into a singular expression of combat. With every strike, his understanding of this synthesis deepened, ultimately rendering his movements as elusive as the antelope's horns, leaving no trace behind. Crack! In a swift, cat-like spin, the man's heavy shackles crushed the skull of a knife-wielding assailant. The latter collapsed immediately. The cacophony of roars, splattering blood, and the dull clang of shackles clashing against flesh created a sinister symphony reminiscent of a blood-soaked march from the depths of hell. You have slain me. For wealth and glory. I shall slay you, as it is fated. How can one go without wine? Lu Xiankai bellowed skyward. An intoxicating wave of emotion surged within him, igniting for the first time an insatiable thirst for strong liquor. Yet, he, once a white-gloved manipulator who loathed losing control to alcohol, now craved clarity and unrestrained abandon. Murder transforms a man. The white glove, once adept at scheming and leveraging power for gain, had metamorphosed into a madman prepared to defy the world alone. Around Lu Xiankai lay the lifeless bodies of over a dozen men. In the span of mere minutes, the most vicious of the knife-wielders in Qizhou had been ruthlessly dispatched by him. The remaining prisoners, previously emboldened, now recoiled in fear. Many could not help but take a step back, and in that moment, the leaders of several gangs found themselves before Lu Xiankai. Come, brother. The bloodshed drove Lu Xiankai into a frenzy, his movements growing ever more frenzied. He advanced, pressing against the quaking figure of the gang leader, who, sensing impending doom, swung his long knife without thought. Ferocity devoid of technique. Observing the wildly erratic strikes, Lu Xiankai assessed the situation. In a flash, his right hand darted forward, seizing the prisoner's collar with lightning speed. With a forceful thrust, the gang leader leaned forward, only to have Lu Xiankai's left elbow crash into his temple. This rapid succession of blows sent a torrent of blood gushing from the gang leader's mouth and nose, and he collapsed instantly. After dispatching the gang leader, Lu Xiankai executed a common boxing maneuver, sliding away. In the next moment, the twisted visage of Bone Dragon came into view. Do not kill me. The initial ferocity in Bone Dragon's expression vanished, replaced by sheer terror, a fear that penetrated to the marrow. The once fearsome figure, who had dared to collect debts in Kowloon City before his imprisonment, was now paralyzed by fear. Despite knowing this utterance would cost him everything, Bone Dragon instinctively cried out, As the skeletal dragon knelt slowly before him, Lu Xiankai's fierce gaze harbored no compassion, only disdain. The plea for mercy and the sight of the kneeling figure sent shockwaves through the onlookers. The battle abruptly ceased, and a suffocating silence enveloped the scene as everyone stared blankly at the blood-soaked man, who, amidst the gusting winds, shook his head slowly before suddenly snapping the neck of his opponent. This merciless act of strangulation shattered the courage of those who remained. The two prominent figures from the rival factions, in a surprising turn, discarded their weapons and fled. Instantly, the tide of people that had surged toward Lu Xiankai receded like ebbing waves, leaving him standing alone, solitary as a rock amidst the tumultuous sea. I know you have liquor. Aimee cast aside all pretense, her expression anxious as she grasped the nose of a crew member known for his affinity for alcohol. I've seen you sneak drinks before. Hand it over. I'll pay you. A sense of inexplicable urgency welled up within her. Aimee was uncertain whether this man would ever cross her path again or what fate awaited him after this clash. Yet, her desire to be part of his story surged within her. Even if he vanished from her world thereafter, Aimee felt she could cherish an indelible memory. 10,000, no. No, no. Aimee shook her head, her delicate, fair face radiating earnestness. 50,000. Give it to me. The crew member, glancing nervously at the still-dazed Wang Pengzi and then at the girl clutching a handful of crumpled bills, tremulously produced a metal flask and placed it in her hand. Hey. In the hushed square, a girl's clear voice rang out. Lu Xiankai turned around. How could there be no wine? The girl beamed at him, then forcefully tossed the flask toward him. The bloodied man caught it, and with a flick of his finger, deftly opened the cap. Instantly, a sharp scent of alcohol wafted into Lu Xiankai's nostrils. It was strong liquor. In another realm, where he had navigated countless social engagements, Lu Xiankai quickly discerned that the quality of this drink was subpar, yet it was undeniably potent. Thank you. The man tilted his head back. Under the sunlight, the liquid shone with crystalline clarity. A fiery sensation ignited within Lu Xiankai's chest as he felt the blood still boiling from the slaughter surge through him. And he abruptly hurled the iron flask toward the far corner of the square. If you're not a coward, come and kill me. With the man's voice, the flask traced a graceful arc towards the prisoners who had been relocated, unnoticed by many. A hand shot out suddenly, grasping the flask with an iron grip, still containing a good amount of liquor. All eyes in the square turned in unison toward the owner of that hand. Another beast had emerged. This is the initial sentiment that arises within the hearts of many. The imposing figure of Yi Guohuan, standing tall, exudes a presence that rivals that of the man who resembles a rock. Amidst the admiring gazes of numerous admirers, Yi Guohuan poured the remaining wine into his mouth. his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xiankai, slowly revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 80. The Black Mamba. While those who practice martial arts may sometimes be perceived as brutes, it is unequivocally true that only the astute can elevate their skills to an extraordinary level. To the outside world, Yi Guohuan may appear fierce and rebellious. Yet he is far from foolish. His willingness to expose himself and accept Lu Xiankai's challenge is rooted in his unwavering confidence. Like a tiger among sheep, Lu Xiankai's slaughter compelled Yi Guohuan, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, to offer a commendable appraisal, if it stirred a sense of trepidation within him. It was no surprise that Bone Dragon knelt and others fled in disarray. Ultimately, these individuals, no matter how ferocious, were merely henchmen of a gang, unlike the battle-hardened elites of an army. Indeed, even among imperial forces, aside from a select few elite troops, how many could maintain their indomitable spirit amidst such significant casualties? Yi Guohuan shook his head. What truly astonished him was not Lu Xiankai's swift and ruthless killings, nor his savage ferocity, but rather the progress he had made, an advancement born from the very act of slaughter. Yi Guohuan observed with clarity that Lu Xiankai's methods had become increasingly succinct. Initially displaying unnecessary techniques, he had distilled his approach to a series of simple yet devastating moves: a thrust, a lunge, a pounce, a fall. The power of these deceptively straightforward maneuvers, once fused together, had grown exponentially. Strangely enough, Yi Guohuan felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Lin Xuanzi. He was formidable, yet not without opportunity. Yi Guohuan's heart stirred with anticipation. This was not mere impulsiveness. He genuinely perceived a chance. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never defy Yi Jiwan's admonition to take risks. After all, before entering prison, Yi Laoda's warnings had been gravely serious. Do not engage in anything without certainty. As long as we remain unscathed, opportunities will abound. Arrange for Li Zhendong to carry out the killings. Your primary role is to create opportunities for them and represent me with assurances. At that moment, Yi Jiwan's demeanor was particularly solemn, cautioning against trusting the political elite, whose words were often mere fabrications. Should you become ensnared in Stanley Prison, the consequences would be dire. What if I were to be the one trapped? Yi Guohuan chuckled, casting a glance at his elder brother. Do not speak of Stanley. If something were to happen, I would rescue you even from the Forbidden City. Yi Jihuan shot a glare at his younger sibling but ultimately offered a promise. In this lifetime, we are two brothers. I am the elder. If anyone is to perish, it shall be me before you. We shall not perish. Yi Guohuan grinned broadly. We will traverse Hong Kong and Kowloon, becoming legends in the years to come. Due to his obedience, Yi Guohuan remained still. Even when he realized the mission had predominantly faltered, as Li Zhendong was mercilessly slain, he did not move. A still body does not signify a tranquil heart. Yi Guohuan fixated intently on Lu Xiankai's breathing and the undulating muscles of his body, the desire within him intensifying with each passing moment. He meticulously analyzed Lu Xiankai's condition and combat techniques. Yi Guohuan's gaze was piercing. It was evident that Lu Xiankai was currently at the zenith of both mental and physical vitality. In other words, his opponent had reached an unparalleled peak. Yet, a peak does not signify the absence of opportunity. This epiphany stemmed from Yi Guohuan's singular defeat at the hands of Lin Xuanzi. The human body cannot sustain its pinnacle for long. After all, whether it pertains to the cerebral cortex's activity or the accelerated flow of blood and energy, both require the adrenal glands to secrete adrenaline in abundance. This was a sentiment Lin Xuanzi expressed after besting Yi Guohuan in the martial arts tournament. Why did I delay engaging you for 5 minutes instead of confronting you immediately? Because your condition peaked too soon. Lin Xuanzi observed Yi Guohuan, who was utterly drained, with unabashed admiration, fully aware that no individual could maintain such elevated levels of adrenaline for an extended duration. As it rises, it eventually wanes. Lin Xuanzi extended a hand to assist Yi Guohuan, stating, I have conducted extensive research on modern cellular theory, kinesiology, neuroscience, and human medicine. I understand that when your adrenal levels decline, it inevitably leads to chaos within your life force. In the realm of expert confrontations, this alone is sufficient to determine victory or demise. Under the gaze of thousands of soldiers, Lin Xuanzi smiled, somewhat shyly. Thus, I have triumphed. Yi Guohuan could endure, but not everyone else could. Just as uncertainty lingered in Yi Guohuan's mind, a constable standing behind him suddenly lowered his voice and spoke. The boss sent you to kill, not to spectate. You act, and I'll seize the opportunity to shoot. The constable gritted his teeth, continuing, after I eliminate Lu Xiankai, you can take a few members of the crew hostage. I will arrange for your escape from Chiju. Remember, at least a few crew members must perish. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Noticing Yi Guohuan's reluctance to rise, the constable played his final card. Only one of you brothers has entered. I would not risk my life for a deceit. This statement prompted Yi Guohuan to nod slowly. Observing his movement, the square-faced constable gradually stepped back, as if nothing had transpired. In the next moment, Lu Xinkai's bottle soared through the air. Yi Guohuan intercepted it. How did you know I intended to kill you? Yi Guohuan moved slowly, biding his time. He awaited the return of Lu Xinkai's adrenaline levels to normal, anticipating the moment when his opponent's breathing would become erratic. Instinctively, Lu Xinkai fixated on the nameless prisoner before him, employing the great corpse guarding technique to alleviate the fatigue and turmoil surging within his body. He was acutely aware that his opponent awaited the moment when his momentum would wane. From this perspective, Lu Xinkai discerned that this individual's fighting style was far removed from the ostentatious bravado he outwardly exhibited. Was it intuition? Yi Guohuan noticed the slight flaring of Lu Xinkai's nostrils, and in an instant, he maximized his speed. Lu Xinkai's instincts proved correct. The moment Yi Guohuan unleashed his first punch, his gaze transformed. No longer akin to a ferocious tiger preying on its target, it now bore a sinister intensity. It resembled the cold malice of a venomous serpent, like a highly toxic black mamba on the hunt. As Yi Guohuan's footwork shifted, his right hand, akin to a slithering snake, struck with ferocity at the blind spot in Lu Xinkai's stance. Crack! The punch thrown by this beastly man produced not the sound of rushing wind, but rather a sharp, whip-like crack. All eyes were riveted on the intertwined figures of the two men, leaving no one aware of a constable who had stealthily advanced a few steps. This square-jawed constable, upon reaching an optimal position, first surveyed his surroundings before quietly reaching for the Imperial Black Star firearm at his waist. Chapter 81. The perception of death. What are the essential qualities a superior must possess? The ability to utilize people effectively. Guo Baochuan's reputation in the political arena is far from stellar. Many privately accuse him of being excessively harsh and ruthless towards his subordinates. Yet, why does Guo Baochuan remain an indomitable figure in the harbor city? The answer lies in two key principles. First, he is generous, rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Second, he knows how to employ individuals wisely. Not everyone can earn Guo Baochuan's favor, and the only reason Zheng Chuanfu, with his square face and hand inching towards his holstered gun, was selected as a remedial measure is his remarkable marksmanship. He has seen blood. Integrating such a person into Stanley Prison was no trivial task. It required a formal order signed by the Office of the Judicial Department's Secretariat for Zheng Chuanfu to assume the role of temporary prison guard tasked with escorting inmates. His objective was clear at this moment. The Yi brothers are indeed formidable adversaries. However, Guo Baochuan believes that nothing in this world is entirely foolproof. Hence, he has prepared a contingency plan. As Zheng Chuanfu discreetly disengaged the safety on his firearm, the fierce clash between Lu Xiankai and Yi Guohuan reached a fever pitch. Yi Guohuan relentlessly attacked while Lu Xiankai remained steadfast in defense. Yi Guohuan's arms whipped through the air like supple whips. Each strike delivered with such swiftness and ferocity that it seemed to emerge without warning, producing sharp cracks that resonated akin to firecrackers, a display of tremendous power. Lu Xiankai's expression remained inscrutable. The sound of clanking chains echoed as he expertly parried Yi Guohuan's venomous strikes, refusing to yield an inch under the relentless onslaught. Yi Guohuan's demeanor darkened with each passing moment. He had always trusted his instincts. From their very first engagement, he discerned that his opponent's adrenaline was far from subdued, and his physical prowess retained an astonishing level of excitation. This was decidedly illogical. It was evident that the man before him still had hidden cards to play. This individual had mastered ancient martial arts breathing techniques, Yi Guohuan concluded, though he had been defeated by the scientifically trained Lin Xuanzi. Yi Guohuan inherently valued the practice of traditional martial arts. His belief stemmed from witnessing his late master, even in old age, leap over 10 meters to eliminate foes, a level of force and physical conditioning that modern science could scarcely replicate. Yi Guohuan moved with remarkable speed. In response to Lu Xiankai's look of surprise, he let out a fierce roar and entirely altered his approach. If, moments before, he had been akin to a venomous serpent, he now transformed into a ferocious tiger. His previous intricate strikes aimed at vulnerable points shifted to bold, sweeping attacks. He was still gambling, betting that even with the rapid recovery skills afforded by the breathing technique, Lu Xiankai could not maintain complete control. He wagered that he could shatter his opponent's tenuous physical defenses through sheer explosive power and ferocity. The old man, A genius who mastered the so-called inner triad over 4 decades faced an opponent who, despite his age, could never reach such mastery even if he had the opportunity to learn the ancient martial arts. Let us see if you can retreat, Yi Guohuan bellowed, stepping back as his entire body bowed forward. Many witnessed the moment his well-developed muscles surged prominently on his back, straining against the ill-fitting prison attire as if it were about to burst. His fist descended like a mighty axe, capable of cleaving mountains. Excellent. Lu Xiankai's calm expression morphed into one of exhilaration as he unexpectedly twisted his waist, channeling his strength to meet the blow head-on. The adrenaline surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, as he instinctively merged the 4 techniques of drilling, dodging, embracing, and releasing into a flawless execution. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crack that echoed across the entire square, startling all present. Those further away were unscathed, but the crew behind Lu Xiankai felt the ground tremble beneath them at that moment. The system merely provided methods. True progress demands real combat. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed with an intensity that was startling. That singular moment of hard impact had fully integrated the technique of 1 becomes 2 into his very soul. From that instant onward, he would no longer need to ponder. He would unleash his fist as effortlessly as breathing, precisely at the optimal moment. Yi Guohuan retreated. If anyone possessed a keen eye, they might have noticed a slight tremor in his right arm as he withdrew his fist and assumed a defensive stance. You are incapable, Lu Xiankai remarked, choosing not to pursue but instead flashing a somewhat mocking smile at Yi Guohuan. It wasn't that he was unaware of the opportunity that had just slipped away. Rather, at the moment he attempted to harness his power. A peculiar change triggered by the Great Corpse technique and the influence of drugs had awakened a severe pain in his 6th sense. Death. In an instant, he felt the looming threat of demise. Lu Xiankai's instinct screamed that had he lunged forward, he would surely have met his end. Firearms. He had always known that one day he would confront the weapons of this world, yet in this moment, he comprehended why ancient martial arts and hand-to-hand combat had dwindled in prominence. Firearms, when faced with the frailty of the human body, were nearly insurmountable. Even now, he held no confidence in evading the lethal strike of a firearm ambush. With an impassive expression, Lu Xiankai cast a sidelong glance at a square-faced constable positioned to his left, whose unwavering gaze and hands stealthily poised at his waist confirmed Lu Xiankai's instinct that this man intended to kill him. 7 meters. Lu Xiankai calculated the distance between them, slowly beginning to shift his footing. Zheng Chuanfu's hand trembled slightly as it brushed against the gun. He cast a gaze towards Lu Xiankai. An expression of disbelief etched upon his features. Was it mere coincidence, or had he truly uncovered his identity? Once in the lead of the CID, Zheng Chuanfu understood the precise moment to pull the trigger. Thus, he refrained from action, biding his time for an opportunity that promised absolute certainty and a lethal strike. Just moments ago, had Lu Xiankai or Yi Guohuan lunged forward, he would have fired without hesitation, as long as his opponent remained human. It was impossible to defy the laws of physics and evade while fully committing to a forward charge. This was common knowledge. Hence, he awaited that moment. Yet, in the final second, not only did his adversary retract their movement, but they also directed a gaze towards him. It is said that those who train to such an extent that a fly cannot land upon them can sense the peril of firearms. A phrase uttered by Chen Sui Feng, the head instructor of the Six Gates Martial Arts Academy, suddenly resurfaced in Zheng Chuanfu's mind. In that very instant, having regained his breath, Yi Guohuan charged towards Lu Xiankai once more with a fierce roar. Chapter 82. The Utterly Stifling Death. Once again, Yi Guohuan charged towards Lu Xiankai, clearly engulfed in a fit of rage. Anger, in the throes of combat, bears both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the adrenaline surging through the body, temporarily amplifying both strength and resilience. However, the downside is the dulling of one's mental acuity. This time, Yi Guohuan's lunge could more aptly be described as a slow advance rather than a fierce attack. He leaned forward slightly, yet his steps moved with an agonizing slowness. It was as if he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens upon his shoulders. In stark contrast, Lu Xiankai remained composed, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. The Grand Corpse technique enveloped him in a state that bordered on the lifeless, allowing him to meticulously calculate every possible outcome. Yi Guohuan was on the verge of unleashing an attack akin to thunder, not to mention the bullets that the square-faced constable could discharge at any moment. It was Lu Xiankai's profound tranquility that enabled him to face the overwhelming terror of life and death. And only through such poise could he discover a glimmer of hope in this perilous situation. For the first time, as Yi Guohuan surged forth, Lu Xiankai took a step back. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Yi Guohuan's roaring fury was akin to a mountain, causing even the king of hell to concede. Yet, few noted that with this retreat, Lu Xiankai's right toe was positioned directly upon the right hand of a corpse, where a packet of unsprinkled quicklime lay waiting. You claimed I was incapable, did you not? Yi Guohuan's voice resonated deeply. The old man had remarked that he was as dense as a wooden block, destined to reach the unity of strength and intention only after 30 years. Yet, he was unconvinced, for he felt. He did not finish his thought. Instead, the moment Lu Xiankai's attention appeared to waver, he launched his attack. Yi Guohuan's right arm swung forth with the ferocity of a raging ape. The crowd could not help but widen their eyes, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The afterimage. The punch thrown by this bear-like man was so rapid that it left a fleeting shadow in the eyes of the beholder. Lu Xiankai's face instantly registered the sheer ferocity of the oncoming blow. Without a doubt, the gust of wind generated by Yi Guohuan's strike caused a stinging sensation upon Lu Xiankai's cheek, hinting at the monstrous force behind it. In a moment of instinct, Lu Xiankai clenched his fist to counter the blow. His refusal to retreat stemmed from a singular conviction, having arrived in this world and acquired this system. There was but one path, a path of no return, a path of clarity and understanding, a path that he must tread, even if it meant enduring countless trials of life and death. Thus, he would not retreat. Not only would he not falter now, but he would also stand firm in the face of gunfire and modern technology in the future. Lu Xiankai was determined to cultivate both courage and resolve. Regardless of the nature of future crises, the only reliance he possesses is his own fists, no matter what power or authority confronts him. His response remains the same, a clenched fist. With a single blow, he embodies the principle of one strike begets two. Even when faced with the mightiest of powers, it is still this singular punch that he wields. Against 1,000 troops, it remains but this one punch. Even if he were to meet his demise on this path, it would still be through this very fist. This is the inevitable journey of a man who dares to challenge the state. And it is a crucial trial he must endure to emerge anew from the flames. For the first time, Lu Xiankai sensed the essence of the fist, an overwhelming force capable of rivaling nations. Although it flickered as a mere spark at present, he finally glimpsed a future ahead. With a resounding impact, their fists collided once more. Die! Yi Guohuan's complexion flushed unnaturally red as he unleashed his second punch. In that moment, Yi Guohuan comprehended the reason behind the old man's constant sighs when observing his boxing. It was only when his will blazed like fire that he could truly merge his spirit and energy into his strikes. Channeling the ferocity and tenacity he had forged over the years in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Crack! Lu Xiankai reciprocated with equal fervor, and their fists clashed yet again. Again! Yi Guohuan felt a fracture in his fingers, a searing pain coursing through his nerves to his brain, yet he remained undeterred, throwing another punch. In that instant, he sensed an intuition that after this fierce exchange, he might fully grasp the state his master had spoken of, the unity of spirit, energy, and essence. Thus, he forgot the pain, the mission, even the task of cooperating with the officer behind him to eliminate Lu Xiankai. Their fists met once more, but this time, Lu Xiankai executed an unexpected maneuver. In a flash, he transformed his punch into a grip, pulling his body with a fierce energy. The force was astonishing. Yi Guohuan's fury clouded his ability to control his strength, even as he reacted swiftly to deliver a low sweep in an attempt to repel Lu Xiankai. The unforeseen events of the next second would seal their fates. Yi Guohuan, consumed by his anger, overlooked the task at hand, yet Zheng Chuanfu remained vigilant. An opportunity. As he observed Lu Xiankai stumble back a step, Zheng Chuanfu hesitated not for an instant to draw his gun, hand and eye in perfect harmony. Yet, in less than 1/10 of a second before he could pull the trigger, Zheng Chuanfu was taken aback to find Lu Xiankai kicking a white object towards him. The airborne lime dust enveloped his vision entirely. At that moment, Zheng Chuanfu lived up to the accolades he had received in CID. Although the sting of the lime in his eyes caused him to cry out in agony, he still relied on sheer will and instinct to pull the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed. Yi Guohuan's expression was peculiar. He stared blankly at the sudden gaping wound in his chest, his eyes reflecting not despair, but rather confusion. The union of breath and strength, the harmony of intent and energy, these were the truths you were beginning to comprehend. Lu Xiankai understood perfectly why the other bore such an expression and offered an explanation. Your talent is insufficient, which has led to a flawed exertion of force during your understanding. When I received your final punch, I utilized a downward release of power, thereby guiding your movement. So, I effectively shielded you from this bullet? Yi Guohuan's gaze dimmed slightly. Indeed, Lu Xiankai replied. Dying feels truly suffocating. Upon uttering these words, Yi Guohuan fell backward, his massive frame causing the lime powder scattered on the ground to rise into the air. Chapter 83, Conversations in the Restaurant Amber, located in Central. Seems to be a favored haunt for many young women. This is hardly surprising. Whether it is the enchanting amber hues of the hall that captivate the ladies, or the over 2,000 golden copper tubes cascading in a wave-like decor that inadvertently evokes a sense of refinement, the ambience is undeniably alluring. Furthermore, the exquisite presentation of dishes, infused with a romantic French rustic charm and adorned with a palette of vibrant, delicate colors, makes it an ideal backdrop for their social media posts. Naturally, the prices at this establishment are equally extravagant. What transpired thereafter? 7 days had elapsed since the assassination of Yi Guohuan, and the once trembling superstar now leisurely indulged in an elegant afternoon tea within this upscale restaurant. The peculiarities of life are indeed striking. Subsequently, it appeared that member Lu had utilized his connections as a throng of individuals suddenly surged in, and even the elite special forces were deployed, in response to her dear friend Peng Yan's inquiry. The visibly shaken Zhou Muran recounted the events. Smoke and tear gas began to fill the air, while those wretched officers employed stun guns to force the prisoners to the ground. Who inquired about these matters? I am referring to the prisoner assigned to protect you, the one nicknamed King of Hell. Miss Ping, a prominent socialite in Hong Kong, was no stranger to the ways of the world, and thus found no surprise in the peculiarities associated with the prison system. It was merely a manifestation of the power struggles above, as factions vied for dominance. Her curiosity lay instead with the formidable man described by her celebrity friend, a creature as fierce as a beast. He had been captured. Zhou Muran recalled the scene vividly. Her terror peaked amidst the gunfire and smoke, and through her tears, she caught sight of the man casting a cold glance at the rotund Wang before submissively lying on the ground. The next moment, the special forces had their assault rifles aimed at Lu Xiankai's body. The crew remained silent, their gazes towards their savior filled not with gratitude, but with fear and relief, herself included. The only one to act impulsively was a beautiful young girl, whose final memory was of herself crying and clinging to the man, pleading for them not to fire. How could he kill so many and yet remain unharmed? Why do you choose to protect him? Miss Ping expressed her astonishment. Although Wang was known for his lecherous nature, he possessed a sense of camaraderie. After the girl intervened, he stepped in to negotiate, leveraging his connections within the 6 doors, thus preventing an immediate execution. Zhou Muran divulged the reason, stating that he was now securely imprisoned in the depths of the facility, never to be released again. This was no surprise. Minor characters often bear the brunt of the anger from above. A lifetime of imprisonment is far more torturous than death. Miss Ping chuckled, her tone laced with disdain for the lower echelons. What does it matter if one possesses strength? My father always said that brute force is merely for laborers. It is intellect that secures all. It is indeed a pity for this intriguing toy. I ponder ways to involve it in some underground fighting. You are aware of my fascination with the spectacle of muscular men colliding, blood splattering in the air. Zhou Muran glanced at her best friend with a hint of coldness in her gaze. Although she possessed some background that facilitated her smooth navigation through the entertainment industry, she could not emulate the callous indifference towards the fates of the lower classes exhibited by those affluent families. Otherwise, she would not have spoken favorably of that terrible demon 3 days prior when she went to Liashinmen to gather evidence. It comes to mind now. Miss Ping suddenly sighed, speculating that this fellow might be beyond my reach, as he seemed to have offended young Master Zhou, the debonair scion sharing a name reminiscent of yours. Just a few days ago, I heard he specifically donated a set of electronic shackles worth $1 million to Chiju prison, apparently for some intended recipient. At the time, I mocked him for his triviality, only to discover that this prisoner is rather formidable. The Zhou family? Zhou Murang was aware of whom she spoke. The sole heir of the Zhou family, one of the top families in the harbor city, had recently made headlines in financial magazines. Indeed, it is he. Miss Ping lowered her voice, revealing that after spending some time in Chiju, this man emerged transformed, no longer pursuing women or indulging in drugs. This even prompted my father to consider sending my wayward brother to spend some time there. By the way, it was during this period that demon crossed paths with young Master Zhou, reportedly causing him considerable humiliation. I always suspected that the Zhou family harbors a wicked streak. Wouldn't your brother be terrified? The mere thought of that hellish place sent shivers down Zhou Murang's spine, prompting her to shift the conversation. Of course not. Miss Ping scoffed, merely contemplating the idea. Within the restaurant, the music flowed melodiously. The two beautiful girls, having diverted the conversation, giggled as they exchanged various gossip, their faces radiating the beauty of youth. For them, the harsh realities of society were merely fodder for casual conversation, destined to be forgotten in no time, replaced by an array of fashionable and engaging novelties. They remained oblivious to the man seated at a table less than 3 meters away. Throughout, his expression remained as stern and unyielding as a rock steadfast against the biting northern winds, though his hand, cradling a cup of coffee, had remained steady for an extended period. It bore no tremor. Clearly, this individual possessed remarkable strength in his wrists. Only upon hearing Zhou Murang recount the demise of Yi Guohuan did the man's otherwise unshakable right hand exhibit the slightest quiver. Moments later, he rose, discreetly casting a glance at the two women who had shifted the conversation before turning to exit the restaurant. Chapter 84. The First 7 Murders. Rain began to fall, a fine mist enveloping the air, lending an air of haze to the Hungham police station located at 99 Princess Road, Kowloon. As night descended and the moon rose high in the sky, the bustling precinct, once filled with cacophony and a myriad of detectives, fell into a tranquil state. Only the two guards at the entrance remained, yawning at the registration desk, their eyes heavy with sleep, likely on the verge of slumber were it not for the coffee before them. Even an officer is still human and requires rest. Just as the two were about to succumb to dreams, a man clad in a yellow delivery uniform of Kowloon Ice Room, draped in a raincoat, rapped on the glass before them. One of the gaunt-faced officers, irritation etched upon his features, looked up, wondering why the man was making such a racket. 2 servings of stir-fried beef rice noodles and 2 cups of coffee that I traveled 3 kilometers to deliver. Is Officer Liu around? The delivery man's temper was equally fierce. He brandished his delivery box to reveal its contents, his tone notably irate. Have you gentlemen considered that we too deserve to rest at this hour? Have you thought about the rain? I suggest you adjust your attitude, lest I add a little something extra to your next order. With that, he spat contemptuously. Under the dim light, the delivery man, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, obscured his face entirely in shadow. All right. The gaunt officer, unperturbed by the man's complaints, waved his hand dismissively. That is probably Officer Liu from the forensic department on the 3rd floor. There have been quite a few bodies lately. You might want to slip him an extra 10 for a tip. It's not easy for us either. Those forensic fellows are truly peculiar. They can still eat while attending to corpses. As the delivery man stormed up the stairs, the gaunt officer sighed, resting his head on the table. Soon, he drifted into a deep breath, surrendering to slumber. Though the delivery man was quite familiar with the interior of the Hungham police station, upon noticing the absence of others, his pace quickened remarkably. In less than a minute, he reached the innermost corner of the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door marked Forensic Identification Center. Who is it? The door swung open, unsuspecting. In that instant, the delivery man sprang into action, his body moving swiftly to the side. Before the person within could react, his right fist struck like lightning, connecting with the adversary's temple. The latter collapsed instantly. At that moment, the delivery man's gaze scanned the interior. At the center of the cold autopsy table lay the very corpse he sought, Yi Guohuan. The body, entirely naked, were a gaping incision nearly 60 centimeters long across the chest, a ghastly sight. Rage ignited within the delivery man's eyes. In the next heartbeat, he lifted his broad raincoat, and with forceful strides, propelled himself forward. The man's movements were astonishingly swift. The forensic expert, wielding a scalpel, barely had time to react before he witnessed a figure soaring through the air. In the split second before his startled cry escaped his lips, the delivery man's whip-like kick, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh, struck the forensic expert's neck with tremendous force. The impact silenced his scream, forcing out only a strange and feeble groan. The delivery man's movements were fluid and graceful. As he descended, his hand glided to his waist, revealing a triangular military dagger, a weapon reserved for the elite legions of the Empire. Upon landing, he seized the opportunity to ensnare the dazed forensic expert's neck with his leg. Applying pressure with remarkable strength, the delivery man exerted his formidable leg power, compelling the target to kneel before him. Simultaneously, the military dagger sliced cleanly across the forensic expert's throat, releasing a spray of dark crimson blood into the air. Touch my brother's body, and I shall take your life, he declared resolutely. After dispatching his adversary, the man did not glance back. Instead, he turned towards Yi Guohuan's lifeless body, which had now lost all semblance of vitality. Only then did the wide rain cloak he wore fall back into place. In a swift motion, the notorious bandit, who had ruled the streets of the harbor city, finally unveiled his true prowess in close combat, ignited by rage. The room fell silent once more, save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. The scent of blood permeated the air. Yu Jihuan did not immediately depart with his brother's body. He stood there, staring blankly at the familiar, now ashen face of Yi Guohuan, enveloped in a profound silence. Today marks your 7th day. I will take you home. Rest assured, I shall return to avenge you. All will pay their dues. No matter their stature or whether they are a king of hell, they shall perish. Yu Jihuan promised in a somber tone. Slowly, he closed his brother's wide-open eyes with his palm. If Yu Jihuan's gaze had once been as tranquil as a deep pool, from this moment forward, the man, chillingly composed, transformed into a feral beast, driven by bloodlust. With a rustle, he zipped up the body bag that encased Yi Guohuan's substantial form, securing it with ropes he had prepared in the delivery box before he stepped out of the forensic center. Sometimes, life and death are mere fates. Just as Yi Jihuan was about to exit through the predetermined escape route, a drowsy constable, cradling a cup of water, knocked and pushed open the door to the adjacent office. "Who are you? What do you want?" The constable, caught off guard, failed to respond appropriately and merely asked in confusion. "The one who will kill you," Yi Jihuan replied, closing the distance as the military dagger suddenly thrust forward. With a sickening squelch, the dagger pierced through the constable's throat, who had intended to scream. The force behind the strike was evidently immense. A nearly 6-foot-tall constable found himself ruthlessly pinned against the wall by Yi Jihuan, the military dagger piercing through his throat, dark crimson blood dripping steadily to the floor. This scene appeared particularly eerie and terrifying in the silence of the corridor. The constable's vitality was remarkably resilient. Despite the grievous injury, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, he gasped desperately, his eyes filled with despair, struggling as if he were a drowning swine. Each person has their destiny today. My brother's 7th day is a lonely departure. Do not blame me. With eyes still glistening with rage, Yu Jihuan approached the fallen man, whispered softly, and then covered his mouth and nose, forcefully extracting the dagger. The constable's body slumped lifelessly. Wiping the blade on the man's clothing, Yu Jihuan then opened the bathroom door, swiftly locating a window he had previously marked. With a deft flick of the dagger, the window swung open. Under the cloak of night, the man crawled out like a gecko. Despite the substantial weight of the corpse he bore, Yu Jihuan moved with remarkable swiftness, exhibiting no hint of clumsiness. Minutes later, he vanished into the shadows, carrying the lifeless body into the darkness. Chapter 85, Silent Slaughter. The essence of the truth is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome, one that satisfies all parties involved. These were the words uttered by the influential figure in the judicial system, Cao Cha, as he rendered a verdict on the investigation into Zheng Chuanfu. It was this very statement that not only absolved Zheng Chuanfu of any wrongdoing in the shooting of the prisoner without prior warning, but elevated him to a paragon of appropriate response within the prison system's report. The punishment he was meant to receive was transformed into a reward, if all proceeded smoothly without obstacles. Zheng Chuanfu would ascend to the position of senior inspector in the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit in 3 months, finally overcoming the hurdles that had loomed before him for 7 to 8 years. Conflict reigned supreme. In the prison yard, the bloody massacre sought to be suppressed by some, while others endeavored to expose the scandalous truth. Thus, Zheng Chuanfu, the one who fired the shots, became an utterly pivotal figure. Evidently, under pressure, Zheng made the right choice. However, Zheng Chuanfu was far from joyful. In fact, his countenance was exceedingly grim. The price he had paid was exorbitant. One eye, due to the sluggish pace of medical treatment. The caustic effects of quicklime had rendered his left eye's cornea and conjunctiva engorged and necrotic, with 70% of it compromised. In simpler terms, he had lost sight in his left eye. Yet, despite this agonizing sacrifice, the powerful figure behind the scenes, Guo Baochuan, remained displeased. Mr. Guo's assistance was not extended because of Zhang's injury, but rather due to his discretion during the investigation. This was the message conveyed by Guo Baochuan's personal secretary, Zhang Yun, who relayed that although the handling of affairs was inadequate, loyalty deserved recognition. "Take care of your injuries. There may yet be opportunities for you," Zhang Yun said, leaving behind a floral arrangement before taking her leave. Zheng Chuanfu's gaze, filled with despair, followed her retreating figure. He was not naive. The notion of promotion and opportunity was merely a self-soothing lie. He had become a pawn in their game. Why else would his request for protection have been denied? After all, Yi Guohuan had perished at his hands. Even a fool could discern that Yi Guohuan's more formidable brother, Yi Jihuan, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Perhaps only in death would the secrets surrounding the prison incident be laid to rest. granting peace of mind to the powerful figure he had served. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the soft, persistent patter of fine rain against the window, producing a delicate and continuous ticking sound. The door creaked open quietly. Zheng Chuanfu regarded the figure of a doctor who had unexpectedly entered his room with a calm gaze, offering no cries for help or resistance. "I am but a knife in another's hand. You should not seek to slay merely me." Zheng Chuanfu managed a grim smile. He laughed at himself for having been a dog for over a decade, ultimately failing to bridge the invisible yet ever-present chasm before him, reduced to a forsaken wild dog. "I will tell you everything. May I at least have the chance to make a phone call to arrange my affairs?" This elite investigator from the Six Gates had made his choice, since those above had already abandoned him. He saw no reason not to drag his adversary down with him. This was his final act of pride. "Very well." Yi Jihuan nodded calmly, waiting patiently as the man finished his phone call before drawing his military dagger across Zheng Chuanfu's throat. Zheng clutched at his neck, then slowly collapsed to the ground. Sometimes, death came in silence. Deep within the prison's darkest confines, Lu Xiankai remained unaware that Yi Guohuan's death had driven Yi Jihuan to the brink of madness. For the first time since his transmigration, a genuine, murderous intent surged within him, and his target was none other than the man who had once hidden his fangs like a wolf before him. The very man whose life he had once spared. Zhou Gongzi. After the incident in the square, Zhou had sent him a gift, accompanied by a message. "Even in disgrace, the heir of capital must be shown due respect. I had already shown you great leniency by sparing you, but your recent behavior has compelled me to take additional precautions. I do hope you'll appreciate it." The words were delivered by the Zhou family steward, whose gaze through the thick bulletproof glass was laced with mockery. "The Zhou family believes the most fitting punishment is for you to remain in this hell forever." Having relayed Zhou Miran's message, the steward pointed a finger at the silent Lu Xiankai. "Even if you protected young Master Zhou, you must still pay for the insult you dealt him that day. Convey my gratitude to him." Lu Xiankai's eyes regained their calm before he turned and walked out of the visitation room. The steward watched the man's retreating figure through the window. Even under the tense escort of several guards, the prisoner's posture remained rigidly upright. What sent a chill down the steward's spine was how, as the man crossed the prison yard, every inmate bowed in deferential silence. "It's been years since anyone commanded such respect from these convicts," murmured an old guard behind the steward. "Men like him should rot in prison forever. Who knows what chaos he'd unleash if released." "He won't leave," the steward sneered. "Not as long as he wears that gift from young Master Zhou." The gift from the Zhou heir was a set of the Federation's latest electronic shackles, specially designed for the most ruthless drug lords and serial killers. Forged from the strongest alloy and treated to resist corrosion or tampering, the shackles have been tested to withstand nearly a ton of force without bending. But Zhou Gongzi, clearly remembering Lu Xiankai's formidable strength, had gone further. The restraints were fitted with an intricate locking mechanism, requiring both a unique key and an electronic code to release. Any attempt to escape will immediately trigger an alarm, notifying the prison security personnel while simultaneously delivering a 100 milliamperes current through the brain, rendering the inmate unconscious. However, the sole advantage of these shackles is that their length does not hinder Lu Xiankai's movements. Evidently, to the designers of this device, the agility of the prisoner has no bearing on its security. These contraptions must be quite costly. The guards were astonished when Lu Xiankai, upon seeing these technologically advanced shackles, did not respond with despair or anger, but rather, in a teasing tone, posed a question they never anticipated. "Quite expensive, indeed." Behind him, Chen Xiong nodded, noting that 1,700,000 federal coins could easily purchase a home that an ordinary person could never afford in a lifetime. "I will repay him." Lu Xiankai smiled broadly and quietly extended his hands. Click. The silver shackles firmly secured the man's wrists and ankles. Chapter 86. The electric shock training method. As the heavy iron door of the deepest confinement chamber in Chizhou creaked and slowly closed between its frame, a sense of oppression seemed to permeate the air. Ultimately, the door sealed tightly, emitting a resounding thud. Lu Xiankai was utterly engulfed in darkness. The guards responsible for escorting him, including Chen Xiong, could not help but exhale in relief. Each expression bore a semblance of liberation. The battle in the square had not only instilled fear in all the prisoners and terrified young Master Zhou, but even these guards, who naturally occupied the apex of the prison food chain, were filled with trepidation. Chen Xiong vividly recalled the scene he encountered upon returning to the square. It was a sight of dark red. Though that corner had been cleaned, the scent of rusted blood remained acutely pungent, especially the ground, which, once a pale gray, had been thoroughly soaked by viscous blood, revealing a bizarre pale yellow hue after cleaning. Observing the surroundings, Chen Xiong nearly retched upon seeing the pieces of flesh hanging from the barbed wire. Though the wind had blackened them, he immediately recognized them as human organs. This was the response of Chen Xiong, a hardened individual who had spent over a decade in prison. The other guards fared even worse. In truth, sometimes the absence of the death penalty is not a blessing. Is the king of hell still human? The murmurs of the guards gradually faded away, and Lu Xiankai slowly opened his eyes in the darkness. He did not feign nonchalance. Facing the terrifying shackles that others perceived, he possessed a profound sense of confidence, derived from the green subtitles that vividly emerged before his eyes. The system appeared once more at the moment when all the prisoners in the square bowed before him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the king of Qizhou. Rewards include the ancient martial art of shrinking bone skill, the ancient secret technique of 18 falls of clothing, and the practice method of the ancient martial secret technique of turtle absorption method. Reward: neuromuscular electrical stimulation breath application method. Note: the path to inhumanity is not the sole option. Many modern scientific methods can accelerate the speed and efficiency of evolution. At this time, the system exhibited a remarkable sense of humanity. After the green subtitles refreshed with the list of rewards, it even provided some explanations. Administering the repair agents provided by the system in conjunction with electrical stimulation causes intense contraction and release of various muscle tissues, allowing the host's strength to achieve rapid improvement in a short time. Following the electric shock, the medication will enhance the development of the host's motor nerves, significantly amplifying innate talent while also facilitating slight evolution of bodily functions. The journey to the pinnacle will undoubtedly entail unbearable suffering. Wish the host good fortune. In the final subtitle, the system presented Lu Xiankai with his second side quest after his transcendence. Prison Break Mission. Once the skills attain perfection, what the host needs more is comprehension. The world is vast. The host must venture out and explore. Indeed, the next task was to escape. In the darkness, Lu Xiankai was not surprised by the system's forthcoming mission. Instead, his attention was captivated by the third reward mentioned in the system subtitles. Electric evolution training. This particular reward raised Lu Xiankai's suspicions about its possible connection to the electronic shackles binding him. Determining this link was crucial. If there was indeed a relationship, it would suggest that the system was not as rigid as he had previously imagined, but rather adaptable to his circumstances, offering innovative training methods. The prison, this confined space, had undoubtedly restricted many of his actions. Upon his eventual release, could he deliberately create certain environments with specific purposes, and subsequently manipulate the system to provide him with the desired techniques or methods of practice? Lu Xiankai was given little time to ponder this. In the next moment, an overwhelming influx of memories caused the formidable Lu Xiankai to once again experience the sensation of fainting. At the same time Lu Xiankai succumbed to unconsciousness, Ame entered a CAF located in Mongkok. Unlike her usual self, Ame felt an unusual sense of embarrassment in her attire today. The girl had forsaken her typical gothic makeup that concealed her emotions and appearance, and instead donned a vibrant anime-style sailor uniform. It must be acknowledged that Ame was undeniably beautiful. In the sunlight, her fair complexion seemed to radiate. Especially the exquisite white shirt of the sailor uniform and the red bow tie at the collar accentuated her delicate features, rendering her remarkably ethereal. Of course, what drew the most attention were her slender legs, as straight as pencils. The deep blue pleated skirt paired with knee-high white socks and black leather shoes created a breathtakingly long silhouette. Achi, you were truly pushing it. Ame bit her lip, enduring the gazes of onlookers as she approached a table in the corner, shaking her fist at the girl across from her. You're a girl. Why do you either stare at my legs or make me wear these ridiculous outfits every day? When will you act normally? The girl across from her, with black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, smiled faintly at the furious Ame before raising a document in her hand. It was the latest map of Chiuchao Prison, complete with all buildings, duty schedules, and the names, personalities, and interests of the staff. Zhu Aki's single statement promptly made Ame sit down obediently. I accessed the teacher's server, hacked several government computers, and even had a close call with the authorities. Is it too much to have you wear a sailor outfit? Not at all. I'll treat you to whatever you want to drink. It is often said that beautiful girls can act. In the next moment, Ame's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Chapter 87. Building a Bridge. 2 cups of St. Helena coffee, please. Without hesitation, Zhu Qiqi ordered the 2 most expensive coffees in the CAF before tossing the documents to the cheerful Ame. Sister Chi-Chi is truly remarkable, both beautiful and enchanting. A vision of grace. Aimee, after receiving the documents, did not immediately delve into them. Instead, she began her customary flow of flattery, which only ceased when Zhu Chi-Chi shot her an exasperated glance. All right. Zhu Chi-Chi lowered her voice. I checked, and since its establishment, there has never been a successful prison escape from Stanley Prison. That applies to others, not him. Aimee's expression in response to Zhu Chi-Chi was reminiscent of an ardent fan, prompting Zhu Chi-Chi's demeanor to turn earnest for the first time. Wake up, beautiful. Zhu Chi-Chi's tone grew serious. Are you aware of a condition known as Stockholm Syndrome? The person in question is a convict, a ruthless killer. This is something you must comprehend. Sister Chi-Chi, I am a genius too. Aimee replied earnestly, not lifting her gaze from the documents. Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological dependency that requires 4 specific conditions to manifest. May I inquire which of these I fulfill? An emotional connection? Aimee spoke rapidly throughout our interactions. That man has only spoken a mere 2 sentences to me, without a single act of kindness. Furthermore, I have never been under his control nor lost my societal ties. How could such symptoms possibly arise? A series of rebuttals from Aimee rendered Zhu Chi-Chi speechless, who merely huffed as she received the coffee from the waiter, rolling her eyes in frustration. Is it truly due to a sense of security? Observing that Aimee remained engrossed in the documents, ignoring her, Zhu Chi-Chi finally broached the question she dreaded the most after finishing her coffee. Yes, Aimee closed the documents, her expression serious enough to compel Zhu Chi-Chi to sit up straight. We must address that matter. Shall we continue to support that thing indefinitely? The mention of that thing caused both girls, despite being nestled in the warmth of the CAF, to pale simultaneously. Can he handle that? That thing? Zhu Chi-Chi's expression turned grave. I don't know, but I have a feeling he can. Aimee lowered her voice. Recalling the moment the fugitives charged toward them while she hid behind him, you could never fathom that sensation. Lu Xiankai, a notorious member of the number gang. His former superior was a cold-hearted figure, trained in combat, incarcerated for street brawls resulting in murder, employing methods that were both efficient and ruthless. And he confessed openly in court. Zhu Chi-Chi recounted Lu Xiankai's history, detailing all his experiences since entering the underworld. Prior to this, the information on this individual had been exceedingly scarce, as Zhu Aki's complexion gradually turned pale once more. The revelation that he was an abandoned infant struck a chord with Aimee, causing her hand, which had just lifted a cup of coffee, to tremble violently. The dark brown liquid stained the girl's pristine sailor uniform with a glaring blotch. Later, he was adopted by an elderly woman in Tunman, who passed away when he was around 16 or 17. Zhu Aki seemed unfazed by Aimee's intense reaction, quickly continuing her account. Judging by this person's experiences, he likely belonged to the 6th type in the DISC behavioral assessment. He did not betray that cold fellow when he was absent from court. And his peculiar pursuit of justice while in prison further corroborated this evaluation. Therefore, enlisting his assistance could prove advantageous, as making him indebted to you would be ideal. This individual should be profoundly influenced by the notions of righteousness and loyalty prevalent in the underworld, in my estimation. Are you suggesting that I assist him in escaping? Aimee's pallid face finally regained a hint of color. You are right. We must confront this reality. We've exhausted all other methods, so another failure would matter little. I trust your instincts. Zhu Aki nodded, turning to the waiter to request another glass of ice water. This was a habit of the girl when deep in thought. She relished the invigorating sensation of coldness sliding down her throat, which allowed her to maintain sufficient composure. If an escape was to be orchestrated, the first step was to confront the grim news. Zhu Aki adeptly extracted a page from the thick dossier in Aimee's hands. For reasons unknown to me, it detailed that the eldest son of the Zhou family had funded a set of federal K-13 electronic shackles for the Chaiwan facility. And the individual secured by these so-called safest shackles was none other than Lu Xiankai. Aimee scrutinized the information on the K-13 electronic shackles, her expression darkening. It was imperative to address any potential issues with the K-13 before contemplating the next steps. When discussing important matters, Zhu Aki's gaze remained exceptionally clear. After all, the power wielded by the two of us, as girls, could not forcibly breach the confines of Chaiwan. Therefore, providing assistance to the inmate Lu Xiankai with information was the most prudent choice. However, to mobilize him, this obstacle needed to be surmounted. Perhaps we could start by targeting the person holding the keys? Aimee suggested, lifting her gaze. Everyone has their weaknesses. Controlling an individual is not insurmountable. It's worth a try. Zhu Aki replied. That presents a breakthrough. But we must also establish a conduit. a means to converse with Lu Xiankai without drawing any attention. In the afternoon CAF, soft music resonated through the air as patrons engaged in hushed conversations, savoring the rich aroma of coffee and the sweetness of desserts. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a corner bathed in sunlight, two girls were meticulously plotting a prison break that could send shockwaves throughout the city. Chaiwan Prison. Many prisoners have heard the anguished screams emanating from the solitary confinement cell, which they have come to refer to as the realm of demons. These are screams born of unimaginable torment. Even through the heavy iron doors, and from such a considerable distance, the echoes of those cries remain eerily perceptible. Chapter 88. Departing amidst the fireworks. The roar indeed originated from Lu Xiankai. This remarkably resilient man had anticipated a degree of pain. Yet he never imagined that the electric shock training method would inflict such excruciating torment. No wonder the system had inscribed a particular phrase on the path to the pinnacle. One must endure unbearable suffering. Good luck to the host. Initially, Lu Xiankai was somewhat dismissive before the electric shock was triggered, for he had already endured considerable agony through massage and acupuncture. Were it not for the great corpse guardian technique and his innate talent, he would have faltered under such pain. At that moment, Lu Xiankai believed he had experienced the zenith of suffering. However, he soon realized the folly of his assumptions. The pain surged, magnified tenfold, even 20-fold, as the electric current ravaged his entire being. Had it not been for the great corpse guardian technique, which had enabled him to reach the realm of the living dead, he would certainly have succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Endure. Amidst the excruciating agony, the man's teeth ground together. He could perceive the benefits brought forth by the electric stimulation. The restorative elixir provided by the system was being fervently absorbed by his body, with numerous nerve endings experiencing sensations of numbness and itchiness, seemingly fortifying his neural units and muscle fibers. The training breath and visualization methods presented by the system were equally miraculous. With each inhalation and exhalation, his muscles and internal organs oscillated between tension and relaxation, and this very transformation, under the impetus of the electric current, surprisingly manifested a sense of qi. Indeed, a sensation of qi. Despite the dizziness induced by pain, Lu Xiankai's rational judgment remained intact. He firmly engraved this sensation into his bodily memory. No matter how rigorous the training, there are always areas that remain untouched. The current was enhancing his nerves and exercising the fascia and tendons that had previously eluded training. As Lu Xiankai's mind gradually acclimatized to the pain, enlightenment regarding the training method dawned upon him. The qi cultivation technique provided by the system appeared akin to the meditation practiced in ancient martial arts, evidently. Meditation demanded utmost rigor for the circulation of vital energy and blood, thus the electric current served as a guiding force. Supernatural power stems from psychological cultivation and mental fortitude. The system's green subtitles abruptly reappeared before Lu Xiankai, but unlike the previous torrent of text, this message was succinct, vanishing after a mere second. Although the electric shocks were perilous and intensely agonizing, they had quietly unlocked another door for him. If he could integrate the method of generating qi into his instincts. Lu Xiankai's eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. He slowly closed his eyelids, allowing his mind to clear of distractions, beginning to adjust his breathing. Gradually, amidst the searing pain, the man slipped into an extraordinarily profound state. Some minor characters often stumble upon significant secrets inadvertently. The world, after all, is rife with coincidences. Today, Xiong was exceptionally joyous. As an appliance store clerk, he had finally secured a date with the girl he adored, Ali. Thus, he had meticulously prepared a surprise, fireworks. In a bid to bring joy to Ali, he took an afternoon off and, at a secluded dock in Saigon, meticulously arranged dozens of firecrackers, costing him half a month's salary. Though his back ached and his body felt weary, the thought of igniting the fuses and witnessing the dazzling display alongside Ali's radiant smile made Sue feel that every effort was worthwhile. What could possibly exhilarate a mere 19-year-old more than love? Initially, everything unfolded seamlessly. Under the silvery moonlight of a crescent moon, the young couple strolled side by side along the beach, quietly observing one another, reveling in the intoxicating rush of hormones. Everything was so blissful. "I have a surprise for you," Sue said, leading the beaming Ali to the spot where he had placed the fireworks. "That sounds wonderful." When a girl is willing to accompany a man for a midnight walk on the beach, many questions have already found their answers. The girl responded joyfully. However, Sue's enthusiastic stride towards the fireworks halted abruptly the next moment. "Who are you?" Sue asked, eyeing a man clad in a red jacket, his voice tinged with trepidation. Although the stranger remained silent, An aura emanating from him made Su feel as though he were facing a ferocious beast. The boy instinctively positioned himself in front of the approaching Ollie, experiencing an unfamiliar pang of regret. The port city prohibited large-scale fireworks displays. Thus, Su had deliberately chosen this abandoned and sufficiently remote dock, believing that even if someone spotted the fireworks, he would have ample time to escort the girl away unnoticed. Yet, the very isolation raised the possibility of danger. He shivered. "Did you set these fireworks up?" The man in the red jacket gestured towards the array before them. "Yes," Su replied, though he was uncertain why the man was interested in the fireworks. It was only then that he noticed a tightly wrapped box made of plastic behind the stranger, and with his father working at a funeral home. He instantly recognized it as a cremation urn. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. "Are you planning to surprise your girlfriend?" The man continued, his expression calm, devoid of the menace Su had anticipated. Instead, he exuded an unexpected friendliness, as if conversing with a companion. "Yes, I care for her deeply," Su admitted. "Here, take this." The man unexpectedly produced a thick stack of cash and tossed it to Su. "My brother is leaving the port city today. Could I purchase these fireworks from you? He has always enjoyed lively celebrations, believing that a grand departure befits a hero. He would surely appreciate such a festive send-off." Su stood in stunned silence, the sight of the large bills indicating to him that they were worth at least 50 or 60,000. "All right, sir, if you fancy these fireworks, they are yours." Fearing that her boyfriend's stupor might incite the stranger's wrath, Ollie quickly interjected on Su's behalf. "Thank you, and may the two of you enjoy a long and blissful union, filled with a century of happiness." Observing the girl who once again stood in front of her boyfriend, the man suddenly burst into laughter, and then raised his hand to ignite the fireworks. The fireworks purchased by Xiong were of exceptional quality. Instantly, the tranquil night sky is instantly shattered by the resplendent burst of fireworks. Amidst the deafening roars, fireworks soared into the sky from the ground. "Magnificent, isn't it, second brother?" The man gazed upward at the dazzling colors painting the night, grinning broadly before turning to Xiong and Ali, who stood frozen in stunned silence. With a pat on the urn strapped to his back, he drew the military dagger from his waist and clenched it between his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the icy, ink-black embrace of the sea below. "I read in the news that these waters are teeming with sharks," Ali murmured, nestling closer to her boyfriend, her voice laced with concern. "That's why they abandoned this port and barred people from entering. Do you think he'll survive?" Uncertain, Xiong's gaze turned towards the vast ocean. The man had vanished from their sight, leaving only the rolling waves and the howling sea breeze before him. Chapter 89. The 749 Bureau and the Toy Baby. In the port city, Guobaochuan is often the subject of much discussion, particularly regarding his residence. The fascination surrounding his home does not stem from its ostentatious luxury. Rather, it is due to its stark simplicity. This simplicity, however, is only relative to his status as a legislator, for the modest apartment he occupies, measuring barely 1,000 square feet, would be deemed a lavish dwelling by ordinary standards. Although residing here subjects him to ridicule from influential figures of other factions for being hypocritical, it has undeniably garnered him a significant number of votes from the common populace. Few are aware that the entire property of the residential building at the foot of Victoria Peak belongs solely to Guobaochuan. Even fewer comprehend that his choice to live here is not merely a publicity stunt or faude, but rather a manifestation of his superstitions. In his study on the 9th floor, a grand floor-to-ceiling window offers an unobstructed view of the city's most opulent residence, the ancestral home of the Leaf family atop Victoria Peak. What is even more astonishing is the painting that adorns the wall directly facing the Leaf family mansion. It is an inkwash painting depicting an owl, its yellowed eyes fixated intensely through the window at the luxurious abode on the mountain top, lending an eerie and chilling atmosphere. Regrettably, very few have the privilege of entering this room. Otherwise, they might discern that it constitutes a strategic feng shui arrangement, a predatory setup for a tyrant. Clearly, to an outsider, Guobaochuan, who is considered one of the 4 loyal hounds of the Leaf family, is far more complex than he appears. Mr. Li mentioned that you have been rather impatient lately, and your actions have become excessive, leading to an increase in dissenting voices within the judicial system, a subordinate remarked in the reception room of Guobaochuan's residence. The man, who usually exudes an air of superiority, now stood humbly before his superior, the formidable housekeeper of the Leaf family, Mr. Li. "Do not run for election this time, Mr. Li admonished after a lengthy lecture lasting several minutes, leisurely lifting the teacup in front of him for a sip. "I have invested over 80 million and made numerous commitments," Guobaochuan began, But before he could finish, the elderly Mr. Lee, his face lined with deep creases, forcefully hurled the steaming teacup at him. At over 70 years old, the frail man's strength was limited, yet the cup, filled with hot water, traced an arc through the air and struck Guo Baochuan's arm with a resounding impact. The scalding liquid erupted upon contact, and it was apparent that the skin on Guo Baochuan's arm instantly reddened and swelled. "I will withdraw from the election," Guo Baochuan declared, the intense pain failing to alter his demeanor. Instead, he bowed respectfully. "Given the recent positive trends in the financial markets, as compensation, you will assume the role of director of the financial department. With your acumen, you will recover this investment within a year. There will be another opportunity in the next election," Mr. Lee stated, rising unsteadily with the support of a robust man, and slowly made his exit from the reception room. At the threshold, the elderly gentleman paused momentarily. "Your tea is subpar. The entire empire's 12 mother trees on Ishan yield no more than 10 pounds of the prized Wujin Maojian. If you wish to indulge, you must procure some authentic product from Mr. Lee." "Understood." Guo Baochuan maintained his humble posture, responding quietly. "By the way, I've heard you've provoked that notorious bandit from the port city?" The elder shook his head, unabashedly displaying disdain upon his countenance. "Only when you shed the mindset of your humble origins might you stand a chance at greatness. Mr. Lee has made a significant investment in you. Thus, for your safety, a cloaked guard will be assigned to protect you for a time starting tomorrow. There are only 3 such guards trained at Bureau 749 in the entire port city. Therefore, you must acknowledge this favor from Mr. Lee. You may only take what is given. That which is not offered cannot be claimed." The elder's voice faded, becoming increasingly distant and barely audible. Moments later, within the confines of the tightly shut reception room, a suppressed yet furious howl erupted, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell. The same azure sky and white clouds, the same soothing music meant to relax. Yet within the confines of Qingshan's psychiatric hospital, the atmosphere felt entirely different. Instead of the usual tranquility, the bizarre behaviors and frenzied expressions of the patients instilled a profound chill within one's heart. Miss Zhao's condition has improved significantly of late. She is much better than before. She no longer fears the approach of strangers and obediently takes her medication. The nurse, responsible for their reception, smiled at the visibly distressed Aimei and Zhu Qiqi. "She is currently basking in the sun on the 4th balcony. It's quite serene. You may visit her." Aimei nodded, clutching Zhu Qiqi's arm with increasing intensity. Although the girl had visited many times, each encounter with the chained patients in the room evoked an involuntary fear, especially now, as one drooled and stared vacantly through the window, fixated upon her. This sight sent shivers across Aimei's fair skin. "Calm down. Do not frighten the visitors." The head nurse, in her 40s, raised her notepad and struck it heavily against the glass. The patient, swathed in a safety garment resembling a mummy, scurried back into the corner like a startled rodent. "Delusional disorder," the nurse sighed, always claiming to have traversed into another world, prone to self-harm. "The pressures of modern society are immense. We encounter all manner of peculiar patients. There's no need to be afraid." The 2 girls forced smiles and nodded. Under the nurse's guidance, a few minutes later, Aimei encountered a woman who was both intimately familiar and utterly strange to her. Seated in a corner of the balcony, entirely enclosed by a wire mesh, was a woman in a white hospital gown, gazing blankly at the drifting white clouds in the azure sky. Though devoid of makeup and pale, her delicate features suggested she had once been a strikingly beautiful woman. Cradled in her arms was a plastic infant toy. However, what is truly chilling is that the cheeks of the toy infant cradled in the woman's arms are riddled with countless gaping black holes, resembling a visage adorned with numerous eyes. "Aunt, we have come to see you." After the head nurse offered a few words of caution and departed, the 2 girls quietly approached the woman, who remained fixated on the sky. Whether intentional or not, the girls' gazes lacked the courage to meet the toy infant nestled in the woman's embrace. "I have found someone. Believe me, you will be just fine." Aimei spoke with an unusually gentle tone. As always, the woman offered no response, slowly turning her head to fix her lifeless, hollow eyes upon the 2 girls, resembling those of a corpse. Chapter 90. The Chattering Genius Girls. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiankai, the entanglements that would soon intertwine with his fate lay ahead. The solitary man, confined deep within the bowels of the Chizhu prison, devoted all his thoughts to electric shock training and the newly acquired esoteric techniques. Lu Xiankai truly embodied the essence of concentration, remaining undistracted. In the depths of the solitary confinement cell, equipped with the most advanced restraints, he endured an hour of electric shocks each day, Such conditions would drive an ordinary individual to despair and even suicide. However, for Lu Xiankai, they provided an ideal environment for metamorphosis. His strength grew incrementally with each passing day. Within merely 7 days, his enhanced intuition allowed him to discern the identity of the guard stationed 5 meters away, separated by a formidable iron door. This was merely a manifestation of his mental fortitude. Through the relentless repetition of thousands of punches daily, Lu Xiankai comprehended the profound unity of heart and intent that Yi Guohuan had long sought. In this elevated state, his martial prowess evolved astonishingly. Akin to a youth in the throes of adolescence, experiencing remarkable growth each day, his iron cloth technique underwent astonishing transformations as well. Under the influence of electric shocks, the absorbed potions fully integrated into his physique. When Lu Xiankai experimented with friction between his exposed skin and the rough wall, he was taken aback by the faint yet distinct sound resembling clashing weapons. Remarkable talent, extraordinary training methods, and astonishing effects of electric shocks. This brief week rendered Lu Xiankai's progress equivalent to what others might achieve over the span of several years. He was relentless with himself. Each day following recovery, he doubled his training efforts, only pausing once he reached his limits to employ the great corpse preservation technique for recuperation. Lu Xiankai had come to a definite conclusion. The rewards bestowed by the system were indeed correlated with his circumstances. Take, for instance, the recent reward of the bone contracting technique. This technique was undeniably brutal, inflicting torment upon the body. During practice, Lu Xiankai was required to exert force through his muscles to dislocate the bones, allowing them to bend to unimaginable degrees, thus enabling his physique to shrink. Yet, the dislocation of joints was not the primary concern. His internal organs required training as well. Following the breathing and muscular exertion methods provided by the system, Lu Xiankai had to reposition his internal organs, ensuring that even in a childlike form, he suffered no adverse effects. Time and again, he marveled at the miraculous restorative potions offered by the system. He could sense that through this seemingly self-destructive training, his vital organs, ligaments, and bones were gradually being reinforced amidst damage and healing. Although he lacked tools to measure his height, Lu Xiankai was certain that he had diminished by around 2 centimeters. The astonishing training methods rendered his muscles and bones increasingly resilient through relentless hardship. If the bone contracting technique aimed to evolve his body through self-inflicted suffering, then the ancient martial art of 18 falls served to train every part of his body for power and combat. The passage elucidates the intricate techniques of Zhan Ishiba Dai, a system that has been distilled into the essence of 36 characters, akin to a forceful indoctrination into Lu Xiankai's mind. With Lu's remarkable talent, he swiftly grasped these concepts. Presently, he can remain stationary while effortlessly employing any technique to strike an opponent, a feat that seems almost unfathomable to those unversed in combat. The advantages of Zhan Ishiba Dai extend beyond mere physical prowess. Lu discovers that after rigorous training, movements deemed intricate and demanding by ordinary observers come to him as effortlessly as drinking water, requiring no practice at all. The mere thought of a movement prompts an instinctive activation of the requisite muscles and bones. His awareness and bodily coordination have reached an extraordinary level. The art of bone contraction enables him to extricate himself from constraints in the briefest span of time. Once his body evolves to the point of stagnation, he resolves it will be time to depart from this place. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of Zhu Qiqi, 2 gifted young women embark on their own scheme, paralleling Lu's resolve. Their objective is straightforward: identify a target, devise a solution, and systematically address any obstacles along the way. Zhu Qiqi, with her characteristic sharp tongue, derides the foolishness of those apprehended for their crimes, her demeanor reminiscent of a newly airborne swan gazing disdainfully at grounded monkeys. The initial step involves establishing a communicative bridge with Lu Xiankai. Zhu Qiqi feels as though she has returned to her teacher's laboratory, the only difference being that her previous assistants have transformed into the eagerly attentive Aimei. She has developed a software program that aggregates data on all prison guards and inmates. After extensive analysis, she identifies the most suitable individual, Liang Wen, a prison guard, whose profile she presents to Aimei. This is him, she states, detailing Liang's financial and familial crises. Her computer analysis reveals that his character is prone to risk-taking for profit. The crux of manipulating an individual lies in leveraging fear and personal gain. Zhu calculates that a figure of 1,400,000 would suffice to sway him. As she contemplates this, she realizes they must address a particular issue. What issue? Inquires Aimei. Any criminal endeavor must prioritize the safeguarding of one's own security. It is imperative to establish communication with this individual and Lu Xian, yet we must remain inconspicuous. In other words, we need to erect sufficient barriers, ensuring that even in the event of failure, the six gates will not locate us. This is not a daunting task. Aimei interjected, let us not forget. I am the leader among all high schools in Yuanlong, and I maintain favorable relationships with many figures from the underworld. Thus, I can enlist the assistance of several individuals. What do you mean? Zhu Qiqi inquired, turning her gaze towards Aimei. It is a circular arrangement. Within this scheme, we occupy the central position, Aimei replied. Essentially, we will leverage interests to engage several, even a dozen, disparate pawns. These pawns can influence one another, but must never be directly linked. As long as we ultimately create a closed loop, we can successfully conceal our identities. And what is the next step? As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the two young women in golden light within the confines of their bedroom, they animatedly devised a grand plan that would reverberate through the halls of the six gates in Hong Kong. Sometimes, those who orchestrate monumental events are not necessarily prominent figures, which is what makes the world so extraordinarily captivating. Chapter 91. Food in Two Eerie Lives. As one reaches middle age, one may endure illness. Yet one cannot afford to be without wealth. With ample resources, one enjoys the blessings of a virtuous spouse and obedient children. But what if one finds oneself bereft of finances? At present, Dongwen epitomizes this very plight. He can endure the scornful barbs of his wife and the disdain of his children. Yet the sudden illness of his father and the betrayal by his closest friend in business have irrevocably stripped him of any chance for a resurgence in life. Do not underestimate the burden of over $1 million in debt. His salary in the bustling port city is not insignificant, however. Once the mortgage and educational expenses for his children are accounted for, little remains. Particularly alarming is the $30,000 owed to the financial company among that debt. The interest accrued and the rate at which it compounds leave those knowledgeable in finance utterly astounded. As for the consequences of failure to repay, one need only utter the name of the lending institution to grasp the severity. Hongfu Financial Company, with its legal representative, Li Guangtu. It must be acknowledged that Zhu Qiqi possesses an astute eye for opportunity. In light of these circumstances, Liangwen undoubtedly harbors the audacity to take a bold risk. Brother Xiong, I shall accompany you to deliver the meal this time. Today, unlike his usual routine of retreating to a corner for a smoke, Liangwen proactively suggested undertaking the one task that the constables dread most, delivering food, specifically to the ferocious beast confined in the innermost cell of the prison. This revelation elicited astonished glances from many constables, who simultaneously expressed a sense of relief. Recently, delivering meals to Lu Xiankai had become a source of trepidation for all. Despite the knowledge that they were merely following behind an inmate, ensuring everything proceeded without incident, the simplicity of the task did not assuage their fears. Why, one might ask? It is a matter steeped in the supernatural, a prevailing sentiment regarding that ominous place. Following a series of unsettling events, the first solitary confinement cell became an almost taboo subject, and in an atmosphere rife with rumor, it was astonishing how universally accepted this narrative became. The catalyst for this fear stemmed from two recent incidents. The first involved a constable named Renho. No one knew whether he had accepted money from a gang or received favors from young Master Zhou. In any case, he committed an unexpected act while delivering a meal. He shortchanged the food intended for the King of Hell. This was not only an affront to the King of Hell himself, but also to Chen Xiong. Currently, with the assistance of the King of Hell's underling, Chen Xiong has nearly monopolized all trading channels, recently indulging in browsing luxurious Porsche vehicles on his phone. Clearly, he has amassed considerable profit. But how has Chen Xiong managed to command the obedience of all the gangs? The answer lies in a singular act, releasing the King of Hell. Although the terminology may be somewhat imprecise, the absurdity of the situation cannot be overstated. Initially, some gangs were reluctant to comply, but when Chen Xiong casually orchestrated the appearance of the shackled King of Hell in the square, they promptly surrendered all their channels. The confrontation in the square has instilled a profound fear in all the inmates. Murder, to the King of Hell, is merely an addition of inconsequential years to his already extensive list of punishments. Yet for the victims, it signifies the end of their existence. No one dares wager whether the king, shackled by bizarre restraints, still possesses the same formidable lethality as before. Perhaps someone has offered far too much. Following the incident, Chen Xiong provided his assessment of Renho's actions. Let us return our gaze to that fateful scene. Through the small window of the iron gate, Renho grinned, leisurely pouring the lavish meal prepared for Lu Xiankai onto the filthy ground, as Lu's voracious appetite demanded an abundance of food, which now lay heaped upon the soiled floor. Numerous rats began to squeak, their crimson eyes multiplying in the darkness. Remember, you are but a prisoner, a wretched insect eternally confined in this place. Strong? Merely a robust and ferocious insect, at best. According to a prisoner responsible for pushing the food cart, Ren-ho, with a sinister expression, uttered a chilling remark. In this society, money and power dictate all. What does your strength matter? There are countless ways to bring about your demise. Such intense training necessitates substantial nourishment. If I merely withhold it, without resorting to other means, you will grow increasingly feeble, ultimately reduced to a puddle of mire. Upon uttering these words, Ren-ho turned away, pride swelling within him, for this was merely day one. In the next moment, the prisoner delivering meals witnessed Ren-ho stumble violently, crashing to the ground as if intoxicated. A fall is not catastrophic. What is terrifying is that he fell onto his back, his skull striking an unyielding protrusion on the floor. His life was spared. Yet now Ren-ho lies in the hospital, drooling, reduced to a state akin to that of an imbecile. The incident occurred in the corridor of isolation room number 1. Shortly after he had offended the king of hell, one might still attribute it to coincidence. The second occurrence, however, firmly entrenched the guard's belief that this place was a realm of the uncanny, a forbidden existence. This incident befell the officer Dawei, also stemming from the issue of food. Unlike Ren-ho, Dawei refrained from making any threatening remarks. He merely instructed the prisoners to deposit the food at the entrance, out of Lu Xinkai's reach, and promptly departed, clearly apprehensive of unforeseen consequences. Yet, fate had other plans. Although Dawei safely exited the corridor, on his way home, his vehicle inexplicably careened off the elevated highway. The car was destroyed, and he was incinerated beyond recognition. Subsequent surveillance footage from the 6 doors revealed a chilling sight. Dawei, alone in the vehicle, seemed to have lost his sanity, relentlessly pressing the accelerator, showing neither sign of slowing down nor a moment's hesitation. The video, depicting Dawei's reckless disregard for life, sent shivers down the spines of many who bore witness. You deliver, indeed. Despite the collusion of interest between Chen Xiong and Lu Xian, the recent peculiar deaths of Chen Xiong, occurring consecutively, have instilled a sense of fear within him. Therefore, upon hearing of someone voluntarily undertaking this matter, he is naturally filled with delight. Could it be that he is in need of funds? Chen Xiong patted Liang Wen on the shoulder, assuring him that he would never renege on his promise, pledging a monthly overtime compensation of 5,000. Thank you, Brother Xiong, Liang Wen replied with a bittersweet smile. He too was terrified. Had it not been for the documents handed to him by a young child who brushed past him today, he might not have mustered the courage at all. Chapter 92. The Truth of Death? Pushing the meal cart ahead, the prisoner moved with a palpable trepidation, while Liang Wen trailed closely behind. Both individuals exhibited peculiar gaits. The one maneuvering the cart trembled, the sound of his teeth chattering barely concealed, while the other moved with an unsettling stiffness, each step reminiscent of a worm writhing. The corridor leading to cell number 1 was entirely enclosed, its dim lighting casting an eerie pall over the already somber atmosphere. Coupled with the recent bizarre deaths, Liang Wen felt an unwelcome chill trickling down his spine, his back drenched in cold sweat before he even realized it. At last, they arrived. The prisoner halted before the iron door, its surface marred by the passage of time, and turned to Liang Wen, whose face was ashen. Did they serve food today? I'll do it, Liang Wen replied, his expression betraying a palpable tension. Yet, driven by the fear of ruin and the threat of dismemberment, he summoned what little courage he could muster. Do you need me to step outside? The prisoner regarded Liang Wen with the reverence reserved for a savior, fully aware of the terror involved in reaching through that dreadful window. He cared little for the intentions of Liang Wen. His only desire was to escape the confines of this cursed room. Each time he approached, a haunting delusion enveloped him, as though the very hands of the underworld could rend his flesh at any moment. In barely a month of delivering meals, fear had caused him to lose nearly 15 pounds. Keep your mouth shut, Liang Wen instructed, nodding as he gestured towards a shadowy corner of the corridor. Wait for me there. Instantly, the prisoner darted away like a startled rabbit, his agility causing Liang Wen to widen his eyes in astonishment. Brother Yan, I'm not here to cause you trouble. Someone asked me to deliver something to you. Please don't misunderstand. Liang Wen muttered in a hushed tone as he timidly slid the meal tray through the narrow 30-centimeter window. Simultaneously, a crumpled piece of paper that he had clutched tightly in his palm quietly fell into the corner of the tray, amidst the dull clang of shackles. The tray was seized by an unseen hand. Liang Wen did not immediately depart but remained silently in place, Will you be delivering meals again tomorrow? A voice, belonging to Lu Xiankai, drifted through the door moments later. Yes, Liangwen replied. Thanks. Lu Xiankai said no more, and only then did Liangwen push the cart away, entirely oblivious to the item he had delivered to the infernal figure. To him, it mattered little. A wise person understands that when the essence of a situation remains obscured, ignorance is often preferable. Lu Xiankai consumed his meal at a leisurely pace, a stark contrast to his formidable physique. For him, dining was a form of cultivation, an insight derived not from any systemic prompt, but from his own profound understanding. Through relentless training day by day, Lu Xiankai has attained a level of control over his physique that is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He discovered that the moment he thoroughly pulverizes the food in his mouth before slowly swallowing it is when he feels the most at ease, an ethereal experience. Lu Xiankai perceives this as the sole occasion within his day when he can consciously enter such a state. More astonishingly, he finds that in this state, his sixth sense, or intuition, experiences a subtle enhancement. The unfortunate incidents involving the two constables are indeed connected to Lu Xiankai. His current appetite for sustenance has reached an extraordinary level. He exhibits no hesitation in taking action against anything that threatens his food. The incident involving Ren Ho appears bizarre and horrifying to outsiders. Yet, when stripped of its mystique, it is not so enigmatic. Lu Xiankai merely requires a fragment the size of a fingernail that has fallen from the wall. Within this confinement, eroded by the passage of years, locating other items may prove challenging, but seeking a minuscule shard that has detached from the wall is not difficult at all. This is thanks to the significant investment made during the prison's construction. The concrete walls, fortified with 62.5R strength cement, render the room impervious. Yet they also ensure that the fallen debris remains sufficiently hard. These seemingly trivial objects, in the hands of Lu Xiankai, who has completely mastered his strength and physique, possess formidable lethality. At that moment, Lu Xiankai appeared to have merely nudged it with his toes. However, the details behind this act are chilling. He must discern the position of his adversary from the sound of their footsteps and calculate the precise posture in which they would fall as envisioned. No one knows that after delivering that kick, Lu Xiankai felt as though he had collapsed entirely. His mind throbbed painfully from the intense calculations, leaving him gasping on the cold ground for a considerable time before he could muster the strength to rise. As for the demise of the second constable, it is also attributable to that very kick. Following that incident, Lu Xiankai discovered a remarkable transformation within himself. His perception and consciousness underwent an extraordinary evolution. When his essence, spirit, and energy harmonized, he experienced a sensation akin to substance. Thus, he embarked on a daring experiment, channeling his profound fear of life and death, along with the essence of that dread, into a bullet aimed squarely at Awei's mind. Since it was merely an experiment, Lu Xiankai was not overly disheartened to see the other party depart unscathed. However, he could not have anticipated that the individual would indeed suffer a car accident. Nonetheless, the price he paid was steep. From that day until now, he has been plagued by dizziness, and any exertion results in sharp pain. Now, Lu Xiankai pays no heed to the discomfort in his head. His gaze is fiercely fixed on the crumpled paper brought in by Liangwen. The paper has been unfurled and laid out upon the ground. At first glance, Lu Xiankai is certain that it is a detailed map of Chizhou prison. Although the map was not entirely comprehensive, this small piece of paper meticulously detailed all the routes, surroundings, and even the positions of sentries in the corner where he currently found himself. I will help you escape. The words of the girl who had desperately clung to him in the square that day inexplicably resurfaced in Lu Xiankai's mind. A perfect experiment requires review and reflection. This time, the two girls met at an ice cream shop. Sitting in the corner, Zhu Qiqi licked her vanilla ice cream with an expression so shameless it even made Aimee blush, then lowered her voice to speak. Crime also demands strategy. I set up 3 firewalls during my interactions with the young one. Aimee, utterly devoid of any demure demeanor, devoured her favorite dark chocolate in large bites. Didn't you say the best ways to control someone are fear and temptation? I employed both. He can't afford to lose his job now. So I had someone slip him evidence terrifying enough to scare him to death. The girl scratched her head. Then, I dangled a carrot, a sum of cash just enough to let him catch his breath, but not enough to let him surface. Chapter 93. 100,000 Echoes. This world will not pause for anyone or anything. While Lu Xiankai quietly remained in his confinement chamber undergoing his transformation, a man dressed in a crimson jacket, carrying a black satchel, entered an unremarkable tavern in the inland city of Dongguan, Guangdong Province. The tavern bore a festive name, Fortune Abounds Pavilion. The name was quite pleasant, yet its decor was rather ordinary. Years of wear had tarnished its once charming antiquity, leaving the furnishings marred and peeling. And the tavern seemed to have no intention of restoration whatsoever. Not only was the environment uninviting, but the menu also remained unchanged for years. The restaurant's aged, yellowing menu was still in use, with the owner showing no inclination to update it. However, this was not the most peculiar aspect. The primary reason locals seldom visited was the exorbitant prices. Dishes of mediocre taste and portion sizes were priced at 10 times or more than those outside, and the service staff displayed an exceedingly poor attitude. Yet, curiously enough, the tavern thrived, not just well, but extraordinarily so, especially on Wednesdays. It could be described as bustling to the brim. Locals could never comprehend why outsiders flocked to this overpriced establishment with subpar service. Some curious individuals had ventured to taste the fare, only to emerge with a singular review: expensive. It was the remark of a diner who fled in horror after glancing at the menu. Many aspects of the world remain hidden from the ordinary observer, and thus they were oblivious to the fact that this seemingly eccentric tavern was quite renowned throughout the empire's underworld. In the heart of the empire. When speaking of the notorious black organizations engaged in lavish feasts, two names inevitably arise: the southern Sanshui Qinglong Hall and the northern Haizhou Heidonking. Qinglong Hall was ruthless, while Heidonking was fearsome. The legendary exploits of Qinglong Hall's 4 leaders, who battled the 6 doors and unleashed nearly 19 grenades 7 years ago, along with the astounding feat of Heidonking's formidable warrior, who brazenly cut through 3 trains on the territory of the eternal sovereign Monbart 4 years prior, continued to be recounted with fervor in the underworld. In this realm, the influential figures remained unaware that the fragrant hall of Qinglong Hall was located in the seemingly jubilant Fortune Abounds Pavilion of Dongguan. Tea or a meal. As the man in the crimson jacket strode into the main hall, a service staff member, his face reflecting untamed ferocity, obstructed his path. His muscular frame strained against a somewhat soiled white uniform, exuding an almost palpable aura of testosterone. "I have an appointment," the man in the crimson jacket replied calmly, his countenance occasionally revealing a grandiosity that tempered the server's defiance. "That room?" The server inquired further. "Room Jiazi will suffice, any room will do," the man answered. "Do you require a place to borrow?" Yet, there were still dishes not listed on the menu. The waiter's expression shifted slightly, and his tone finally became more courteous. "Excuse me, 100,000. The man in the red jacket paid no heed to the gazes of others, deftly tossing several bulging envelopes from his black satchel to the waiter. "So much deposit? It seems I shall be quite occupied today." The waiter, momentarily taken aback, weighed the cash in his hands, then grinned broadly, bowing while gesturing for him to proceed. "A distinguished guest, please head to the 3rd floor." The man in the red jacket ascended the staircase, while the waiter nimbly retrieved a bag filled with red firecrackers from beneath the counter and made his way to the plaza at the entrance of the restaurant. Moments later, the sound of firecrackers erupted. The crackling noise caused several men dining in the hall to suddenly tense. "Is there going to be bloodshed?" one young man whispered, realizing someone had purchased firecrackers. "Just focus on your meal," another man said, casually tapping the young man's head with his chopsticks before discreetly disengaging the safety on his firearm at his waist. Inside the so-called Jiaziho room of the Fumanlu, the decor remained rather austere. Directly facing the door was a screen depicting celestial maidens, accompanied by a round red lacquer table and 8 chairs. Curiously, the 8 chairs were not identical. In addition to 7 round chairs, there was a prominent armchair placed at the head of the table. The man in the red jacket entered the room and leisurely surveyed his surroundings, his gaze briefly flitting over the triple-glazed soundproof windows and the seams sealed with weather strips. "A splendid establishment," he remarked with a smile to the waiter following him. "The walls are double-layered, I presume? How much soundproofing material is stuffed inside?" "When one intends to commit murder, one must indeed be meticulous," the waiter replied with a smile. "There is a reason for the premium. Let us serve the dishes. I am famished." The man in the red jacket laughed heartily as he took his seat in the armchair, and the waiter nodded before bowing and exiting. 20 minutes later, a bald man clad in a black t-shirt and adorned with a gold chain as thick as a finger entered the room, flanked by 4 young men. "Brother E, my apologies for arriving late. Allow me to offer a toast." The newly arrived bald man beamed widely, immediately bowing respectfully with his hands clasped together. "Take a seat, old friend. No need for such formality." The man in the red jacket did not lift his gaze, continuing to savor the glistening plate of secret barbecue pork before him. "One must uphold etiquette. One must uphold etiquette," the bald man murmured, stroking his head as he approached the table, filling a glass to the brim before tilting his head back to drink. He then turned to the young men behind him, barking, "Call for Brother E." "Greetings, Brother E." The young men responded promptly, bowing, their voices a bit uneven. "Ajing, Ashui, Abai, and Jingguang." The bald man did not greet the several young men. Instead, he directly sat beside the man in the red jacket and spoke. "All of them were selected according to your requirements. They are proficient in firearms, have taken lives, and possess a certain level of combat and counter-surveillance abilities. What is the relocation fee?" The man in the red jacket did not raise his head. 300,000. They are all fine young men from our vicinity, not expensive, and they fear not death. The bald man replied with a hearty laugh while eating. "What firearms do they use?" For the first time, the man in the red jacket looked up at the four young men clad in cheap work attire. "The Empire's Black Star," several of them answered in unison. "Oh," the man in the red jacket responded nonchalantly, then set down his chopsticks and retrieved a pistol from his waist, its surface gleaming with a deep blue sheen. "Can you disassemble and reassemble the gun?" "In 30 seconds. Bang. The man tossed the gun onto the table, casting a cold glare at the young men. "Let me make myself clear. If any of you deceive me, you will not leave this room today. I will still pay the relocation fee." "No worries, brother." The bald man's face turned slightly pale. "The firecrackers outside are for me to set off. Do you understand what it means to ignite that thing at Fumanlu?" The man in the red jacket smiled broadly, interrupting the other S-words. "Old Gio, you have always called me brother, but you should have guessed who I am long ago." His gaze was disdainful. "Indeed. I am Yu Huan." Chapter 94. 10 million for each individual. The jovial grin on the bald man's face was frozen in place. His cheeks, slightly flushed from the effects of alcohol, swiftly turned pale. Nicknamed Old Nine, this bald fellow was a broker, albeit not in the realms of politics or finance. Rather, he thrived in the underworld of crime. In this temporal landscape, the Empire had achieved 3 successive victories over the Federation in localized conflicts, finally restoring a semblance of tranquility to the world. However, the exorbitant military expenditures and advancements in technology rendered the Empire's colossal army somewhat unwieldy. Consequently, a large-scale demobilization commenced, resulting in hundreds of thousands to millions of Imperial soldiers laying down their arms and returning to their hometowns. Returning home is not the frightening aspect. Poverty is. Thus, many soldiers began to venture into the underbelly of society, diving into a vortex where wealth could be amassed purely through skill and ruthlessness, devoid of any connections or backgrounds. Old Nine emerged as one of these opportunists in such a climate. He was responsible for sourcing hitmen and enforcers to carry out illicit tasks. For each assignment, he would extract a fee, all while facing minimal risk. One could say he lived quite comfortably, having navigated these murky waters for some time. Old Nine was well aware of the inner workings of the Fuman building. Here, with sufficient monetary offerings, one could indeed orchestrate a murder. It is no wonder that it is rumored in the underworld that the Sanshui Qinglong Hall preys upon the unwary. In this place, when death occurs, these harbingers of doom not only collect steep fees for their aftermath services, but can also profit from the bodies themselves. Who in the entire underworld is unaware that Sanshui Qinglong Hall is a major player in the overseas black market organ trade? Every act of violence that transpires at Fuman building adheres to a rather conspicuous rule: set off firecrackers. In the vernacular of the underworld, this serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to send the departed on their way, symbolizing a resolution of grievances, and secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the sound of firecrackers can completely muffle the gunfire echoing within the adequately soundproofed rooms on the 3rd floor. Halt. In the midst of Old Nine's anxious gaze, Yi Jihuan called a stop to the sweating Zhengguang, who was disassembling his firearm. 17 seconds. And you've merely removed the magazine. You tell me you're familiar with firearms? Yi Jihuan squinted, skepticism lacing his tone. Brother Huan, he is quite skilled. Old Nine quickly interjected, fully aware that in his pursuit of commission, he had offended Yi Jihuan. You don't need to raise pigs to eat pork, right? As long as he has the guts to pull the trigger and can shoot straight, isn't that sufficient? Quite skilled. Yi Jihuan's voice was low and contemplative. Indeed. Zheng Guang replied, eager to showcase his prowess. In a moment of brashness, the young man stripped off his labor shirt, revealing his muscular physique before Yi Jihuan. You should do well in a beauty contest. As the words left his lips, the man suddenly surged forward, and in the next instant, a military dagger appeared in Yi Jihuan's right hand, striking toward Zheng Guang's neck like a venomous serpent. The latter reacted swiftly, stepping back to adopt a defensive stance. Yet Yi Jihuan had already propelled himself off the table with one hand, soaring through the air. The scorpion's tail had struck. Yi Jihuan's whip-like kick abruptly altered its trajectory at the last moment before impact, his knee bending as the heavy military boot struck the opponent's neck with brutal precision. Zheng Guang let out a muffled groan of agony under the blow. Thud. Yi Jihuan's bayonet had already pierced the man's throat. Yi Jihuan, the man who killed without hesitation. Yi Jihuan, the terror of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Old Jiu had always harbored doubts about Yi Jihuan's reputation, even boasting at drinking gatherings. My own desperados, given the chance, are no worse than the Yi brothers. Now, he realized just how gravely mistaken he had been. Among his recently recruited gunmen, Zheng Guang's combat skills ranked easily within the top 3. And yet, Zheng Guang hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. This is his death benefit. Yi Jihuan slowly withdrew the bayonet, not even bothering to glance at the other 3 young men, their faces taut with tension. The man merely tossed a few envelopes from his black satchel onto the table before old Jiu. Next, Yi Jihuan's icy gaze settled on the 3 sweating youths. Only those who remain utterly composed in any situation are fit to follow me. Now, I'll tell you one thing. The 3 young men widened their eyes. This job in Hong Kong is extremely dangerous. But I guarantee, if you survive, the minimum payout is this. Yi Jihuan slowly raised a single finger. 10 million. The young men's eyes instantly burned with greed. I'll go. Shui picked up the Imperial Black Star pistol from the table, then turned to old Jiu. Uncle Jiu, if I die, don't give the money to my father. Give it quietly to my mother. Deal. Old Jiu nodded. Deep within the walls of Stanley Prison, this was the 12th time Liang Wen had slipped a note into that terrifying cell along with the meal tray. But this time, alongside the paper, he had also stealthily left behind a deliberately shortened pencil lead. The cell remained eerily silent. The food today isn't bad. As Liang Wen waited with a pounding heart, the tray was pushed back out. At the same time, he felt a strange numbness in his wrist before he could react. A folded note was already pressed into his palm. His fingers clenched instantly, gripping the slip of paper as if it were his damnation. Such a simple exchange. Yet Liang Wen's eyes betrayed uncontainable terror. Because only he knew, in those fleeting seconds, every movement of his right hand had not been his own. It had been entirely under their control. To the untrained eye, it was mere sleight of hand. But to Lu Xiankai, it was nothing more than a swift manipulation of pressure points upon contact. To Liang Wen, who knew nothing of martial arts, it was nothing short of supernatural horror. Are you even human? Liang Wen murmured to himself, ultimately turning and fleeing down the corridor as if escaping, devoid of even a trace of courage to look back. 2 hours later, Liang Wen nonchalantly entered an ice parlor in Central. While placing his order, he casually picked up a napkin to wipe his forehead, subsequently discarding the napkin into the nearby trash bin. Unbeknownst to anyone, that napkin concealed a note filled with crucial data. 5 minutes after Liang Wen departed, a group of playful youths accidentally knocked over the trash bin amidst their laughter and amid a flurry of apologies. They kindly picked up the scattered litter and returned it to the bin. Naturally, no one would realize that the napkin, which had absorbed his perspiration, had quietly vanished. Across the street in a CAF, Ame retrieved her phone and sent a message, indicating that at the next intersection, there was an elderly woman's stall, with an item tucked inside the second row of a magazine featuring celebrity gossip. After dispatching this message, the girl calmly stood up, discreetly discarded the phone card into the CAF's outermost trash bin, and seamlessly blended into the bustling crowd. Some individuals are simply born as prodigies of crime. Chapter 95. A meal, a life. Impossible. On the 7th floor of the experimental building at Inkai University in Harbor City, Zhuqiqi couldn't help but exclaim after receiving the note from Ame. Immediately, the girl covered her mouth and warily glanced around. It was already late at night, and the empty laboratory was bathed only in the silver moonlight streaming through the windows, with the flickering lights of a massive computer as the sole artificial illumination. Why is it impossible? Inside the lab, Ame, dressed in the uniform of Inkai University trainee, frowned disapprovingly at Zhuqiqi's shocked expression. 17 years ago, after the Connecticut Non-Human Research Center in the Federation injected a volunteer named Johnny with the X serum, his sprinting speed reached 9.32 seconds under windless conditions. Zhuqiqi scoffed. Those shackles weigh 37 kilograms. Yet, according to the data your prisoner brother provided, he can run nearly 10 seconds while carrying that weight. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Ame's eyes shone with admiration and faith. Either he's lying, or his skeletal development has reached a level I can't even fathom. Frowning, Zhu scrutinized the various figures on the note. In other words, without the weight, he could easily break world records. And look at his reaction time and focus test results. How is this possible? We should send him a message. Some things require scientific rigor, not the exaggerated bravado he is used to from the martial world. Unlike Ame, who had witnessed Lu Xiankai's terrifying prowess firsthand, Zhu placed far more trust in the human limit data published in academic journals. You've never met this man, so you'll never believe that miracles are etched into his very being, Ame retorted. The girl saw no reason to doubt the figures on the note. After all, Lu Xiankai's near-demonic silhouette was seared into her memory. She had long regarded him as something beyond human. Chi-Chi-Jia, if that thing can exist. Though the mere mention of it paled Ame's face, she spoke with unwavering conviction. Then what is truly impossible? Zhu fell silent for a long moment. Ame, we only have one chance. Her gaze lingered on the note before she finally spoke again, minutes later. Don't underestimate this prison's security system. Over the years, aside from a few inmates who fell to their deaths during typhoons, not a single successful escape has been recorded. And after that, Stanley Prison upgraded its defenses. I've already input all the prison's data into the Galaxy computer. Based on this man's numbers, we'll calculate his optimal escape route. Any exaggeration or error in the data will get him shot dead. I envision that he would not deceive. Nor does he have any need to do so. Ame's expression was particularly resolute. Ultimately, if there were to be failure, it would be he who perishes, not us. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu finally positioned herself before the computer keyboard, declaring, I will trust you this once. As the girl's slender fingers danced upon the keys, the expansive computer screen erupted into a frenzy of scrolling data. Emerging from Fumanlu were only two young men, Aijing and Aishui. These two steadfast individuals withstood the immense pressure exerted by Yi Jihuan, fulfilling his demands. As for the other, the absence of 300,000 in relocation funds from Yi Jihuan's satchel spoke volumes. Regarding their companion's demise, Aijing and Aishui exhibited little emotional response. Perhaps from the moment they chose to become gunmen and entered this tumultuous world, they had accepted the fate that awaited them. As they gazed upon their fallen comrades, Aishui succinctly articulated his innermost thoughts. 300,000. That amount would suffice to secure our ancestral home. No longer would we be looked down upon. And Zhang's brother could finally take a bride. When he uttered these words, an unmistakable glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Jihuan suddenly placed a hand upon the shoulders of the two young men. Do you know the threshold for a meal at those top restaurants in Modu and Guangfu? He inquired, posing a question seemingly unrelated to the bloodshed. The three, including old Gio, collectively shook their heads. 300,000. That is the worth of a life. Yi Jihuan erupted in laughter, his eyes ablaze with anger and dissatisfaction. Brother Huan, what are we here for? After departing from Fumanlu, Yi Jihuan did not, as the two young men presumed, seek a means to take them to Hong Kong for fortune. Instead, he led them aboard a green train. 6 hours later, the trio disembarked in Fuqing. Aijing, already ravenous, purchased several bags of steaming buns from a roadside stall, handing them to Yi Jihuan while expressing his confusion. 3 of us are insufficient. Yi Jihuan accepted the buns and, with a mouthful, replied, if we are to act, why not aim larger? Thus, we require additional manpower. More people? Then why not have old Gio find some? Aishui interjected, our place is bustling with individuals eager to undertake significant ventures. Old Gio can only recruit gunmen. Yi Jihuan countered, shaking his head. As points of firepower, you two are already sufficient. Brother Huan, what do you mean? Aishui inquired, perplexed. We also require exceptionally skilled demolitionists. Snipers and assault troops. Yi Jihuan articulated the purpose of their journey to Fuqing, revealing that there existed a highly proficient demolitionist here, our target for recruitment. Both Aishui and Aijing, having once been elite members of the Imperial Marine Corps, immediately grasped Yi Jihuan's intentions. The foremost bandit of the Zonghing Harbor City dares to endeavor to assemble a special operations team composed entirely of elite soldiers. In this realm, the Empire's ability to dominate the world stems from its unparalleled strategy of conducting small-scale operations in specialized regions. Chapter 96. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. In this world, nothing is exempt from the passage of time, not even the streets themselves. In Fuqing, there exists an ancient thoroughfare. Decades ago, this was the bustling heart of the city, alive with a myriad of vendors and pedestrians, where the shops lining the streets were laden with an array of goods that attracted the city's youth like moths to a flame. However, as time meandered on, the political and economic epicenter of the city shifted to the new town, leading to the decline of this once vibrant locale. Yet, the world has its own sense of justice. The absence of the throngs of people has, paradoxically, rendered this old street a picturesque haven. Sunlight filters through the mottled leaves of the sycamore trees, casting a gentle glow upon the winding cobblestone path, where rows of weathered shops stand silent and deserted, their aged bricks and tiles evoking a profound sense of tranquility. At the end of this ancient stone path lies a stall selling fried dough sticks, where a middle-aged man, marked by the passage of time, sits leisurely, gazing at the occasional passerby with a gaze that is both murky and serene. "How much for the fried dough sticks?" inquired Yi Ji-hwan, a cigarette dangling from his lips. As he stood before the vendor, while his companions, Ajung and Ashui, quietly positioned themselves behind him. This indicated that, under Yi Ji-hwan's guidance, the two had gradually assimilated into their roles. "2 for 1, I guarantee there's no washing powder involved," the vendor replied, lifting his gaze slowly. His merchandise perhaps lacking in appearance but trustworthy in taste. "How many can you sell in a day?" Yi Ji-hwan handed a cigarette to the vendor, observing, "Your right leg is disabled, isn't it? Is it enough for a month's worth of medicine? Prosthetics aren't cheap either. You get used to the pain," the vendor responded, accepting the cigarette and tapping his prosthetic leg, which produced a hollow thud, cheap and wooden. "In the Empire, there are 12 elite special forces units. Which rank does the Crimson Red Dragon hold?" Yi Ji-hwan asked with a smile, tossing a finely crafted Zippo lighter to the vendor as spoils of theft. Rumored to be a century-old masterpiece, a gift he knew the vendor would appreciate. Upon hearing the name Crimson Red Dragon, the vendor's previously dull gaze sharpened instantly. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, taking hold of the lighter, his eyes revealing that he recognized the bloodied hands of the 3 individuals before him, especially the man whose aura exuded a menacing intensity that made his heart race. "If you're not buying, then leave. Don't disrupt my business." Yet, there was no trace of fear on the vendor's face, only an air of indifference. His right hand, however, had discreetly found its way to a corner of the stall. A demolition expert capable of ranking among the top 5 in the Crimson Red Dragon. He was reputed to be able to demolish a city if given a supermarket. Yet, 8 years prior, he had lost a leg during a mission to rescue a wealthy heir. Unfazed by the vendor's brusqueness, Yi Ji-hwan continued, "You lost a leg and 4 brothers. You ought to be treated as a war hero. Regrettably, the fragments from the bomb you placed have left an unmistakable scar on the cheek of that young masterly. How could a mere leg, with 4 lives attached, ever be compared to the disfigurement of a prominent figure? That scar will undoubtedly cause him considerable embarrassment at various elite gatherings." As Yi Ji-hwan laughed heartily, he remarked, "So you have become a dog. A dog expelled from the military." The vendor remained silent, yet the veins on his hands, bulging fiercely, betrayed the suppressed fury within. "You have spent your life merely toying with explosives, and yet you still attempt to remain in the barracks to redeem yourself. Alas, I have heard that the military now believes drones and intelligent robots can replace your antiquated skills." From that moment on, there was no longer the crimson banner of Chao Chiron. Instead, it was replaced by a mere fried dough stick vendor returning to his hometown. Yi Ji-hwan's mocking laughter grew louder. "Am I not right? Your stall ought to be a mobile bomb. Is that your only source of confidence?" Yi Ji-hwan exuded an unrestrained ferocity, his gaze fixed intently on his counterpart. "When you were kicked out like a dog, you lacked the courage to go down in flames. Now, for a few jibes from others, you plan to sever ties? How utterly pathetic." With a casual flick, Yi Ji-hwan tossed his cigarette but into the hot oil. And as the oil splattered and crackled, he grinned. "What man fears life and death? Why not prove yourself once more? What do you want from me?" Chao Chiron shifted his right hand from the corner of the stall, his eyes glimmering slightly. "I am Yi Ji-hwan from the Big Circle, seeking to strike a significant deal with you." Yi Ji-hwan extended his right hand towards him. "Are you interested in demonstrating the timelessness of your blade through the annihilation of a city? To inform the military that those robots can never replace us? The elite who have survived the bloodshed? The famed Yi Ji-hwan of Hong Kong and Kowloon?" The vendor remained silent for a long while. "Is there money involved? I need to support the families of my brothers. My business has always been one of high returns with little investment." Yi Ji-hwan casually tossed his satchel to the vendor. "We still need a heavy machine gunner. Where is the Tyrannosaurus that was expelled with you? I will take you to find him." For the first time, a smile appeared on Chao Chiron's face as he and Yi Ji-hwan firmly clasped hands. 3 days later, in Yinjing, Yi Ji-hwan's group had grown from 3 to 5. Among them, despite each individual exuding an aura of ferocity, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood out distinctly in the crowd. Clad in a simple gray jacket, which appeared somewhat cheap in quality, his robust muscles and piercing gaze lent him an air as sharp as a military blade. Under the moonlight, many passers-by, particularly the ladies, were captivated by these muscular figures, resembling javelins, and a few girls remained rooted in place, staring blankly even after the men had vanished from sight. What brings us to Yinjing? The Tyrannosaurus's voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of the dull sound produced when iron is ground by a whetstone. Apart from seeking fortune in the port city, I also intend to eliminate a few individuals. Yi Jihuan did not conceal his intentions. One of those individuals is imprisoned, making him difficult to reach. Thus we require assistance. Are we not sufficient? Although 8 years have passed since his retirement, the pride of the Tyrannosaurus remains undiminished. Among the 12 special forces, it is not your red dragon that possesses the strongest hand-to-hand combat skills, but rather the lethal white knight tigers. Yi Jihuan grinned, noting that over the years, under the oppression of the aristocratic families, there have been unfortunate souls beyond just you. I happen to know that a night tiger is currently in Yinjing, and our relationship should be relatively amicable. Who is so difficult to kill? Upon hearing the term white knight tiger, the Tyrannosaurus ceased to oppose and instead felt a surge of curiosity about the target. There is a formidable individual known as King Yin in Chizhou prison. Yi Jihuan's gaze turned icy, striking fear into the heart. When hunting a lion, one must exert full strength even when pursuing a rabbit. I shall grant him no opportunity to survive. Chapter 97. A Second Chance. Barbecue, particularly street-side barbecue, remains a beloved delicacy among the citizens of the empire in this realm. As the sun descends, the fiery clouds of the Yinjing skyline cast a golden hue upon the faces of passers-by. Beneath the streetlights in the suburban streets, the intoxicating aroma of roasted meat mingles with the pungent scent of cumin, compelling numerous pedestrians to involuntarily twitch their noses in delight. A simple three-wheeled cart, accompanied by a few hastily arranged tables and chairs, constitutes a barbecue stall. This roadside pop-up, adorned with a banner proclaiming Veterans Barbecue, evidently knows how to entice hungry wanderers. Positioned strategically at the corner, 2 barbecue grills blaze with unrelenting flames, while a nearby fan hums energetically, fueling the fire beneath. A man, expressionless, deftly flips skewers of meat with hands that resemble paddles, drawing attention not merely to the iron skewers, which are several times thicker than ordinary ones, but to the pronounced knuckles on his hands. Ordinary patrons might marvel at his robust physique. Yet an expert observing nearby would instantly discern that these knuckles are the marks of years spent in the boxing ring. Due to the heat, the man wears only a tank top, casually draping a stain-resistant apron over it. As he tends to the skewers, a luminescent white tiger, barely visible, flickers in and out of sight on his back. Yi Jihuan has ordered a plethora of skewers, and the table before the 5 of them is nearly overflowing with freshly grilled delights. Throughout the encounter, the man has not cast even a glance towards Yi Jihuan and his companions. Brother Huan, is this the lauded Night Tiger Death Squad's territory? A Shui, his mouth dripping with oil from the delectable meat, gazes with sparkling eyes, relishing the authentic flavors of the barbecue. This establishment seems to be thriving, observed Chao Chiron, scanning the surroundings before lowering his voice. Those who profit may not share our relentless spirit. Allow me to share a tale, Yi Jihuan said, joyfully savoring his meal. After wiping his mouth, he continued, 3 years ago, you may have heard about the discovery of a tiger king in the Northeast Black Forest Reserve. The others nodded in acknowledgement. The media had sensationalized the event, and even those who seldom followed societal trends had unwittingly absorbed some details. This tiger king was known as Jade. By the time it was discovered, over 30 of its kin had perished at its claws. And what captured society's attention was a documentary crew's footage of Jade hunting 3 brown bears. Its ferocity and valor drove the public into a frenzy. Do you know what became of that tiger king afterward? Yi Jihuan, having confirmed their understanding, posed the pivotal question. I believe it was taken to the first zoo, with separate admission fees just to see it. A Shui, an aficionado of tabloid news, replied. Jade died long ago, Yi Jihuan interjected, shaking his head. It succumbed to illness in the 2nd year at the zoo. For a formidable tiger at the apex of the food chain, consuming prey that offers no challenge is nothing short of an insult. I once observed it with my own eyes. The moment I saw the lifeless glaze in its eyes, I knew it wouldn't survive much longer. Yi Jihuan's gaze shifted toward the man grilling skewers as he spoke. Those selected for the White Knight Tigers are all murderous maniacs. Having survived hell for so long, how could he possibly adapt to such a tranquil existence? He smirked. Besides, I have news. Do you know about post-traumatic stress disorder? Lin Wuzheng executed prisoners during the Peninsula assault, snapped 9 necks with his bare hands. Do you really think a man like that would settle for running a peaceful business? But isn't he doing well now? Shui also turned to look at the grilling man, but the man's expressionless face revealed nothing. Sometimes, all it takes is the right trigger, Yi Jihuan said coolly. The blood of war still flows in his veins. Awakening it isn't difficult. He paused. Before coming here, I received word that this is already the 7th location he's moved to. With Yinjing city beautification campaign underway, his business won't last. What's city beautification? Chao Chiron looked utterly bewildered. A man who could craft a devastating bomb from mere sugar was completely lost when it came to modern society. Perhaps this was the tragedy of a career soldier. Creating a civilized city, building a better life, Yi Jihuan replied, his tone laced with disdain. If you still don't understand, let me elaborate. It means you can't even put up a sign outside your own shop, because that behavior is deemed uncivilized. TCH. The silent tyrant suddenly spat in disgust. Boss. Yi Jihuan called out to Lin Wenzhong, who was still tending to the grill. A case of beer. I want front row seats to the show. His eyes weren't on Lin Wenzhong but on 2 white vans speeding toward them. The words Urban Management Law Enforcement were emblazoned in bold blue and white across the vans, glaring under the dim streetlights. It's you again. A heavy-set man in a dark blue uniform was the first to leap out of the van. His face darkened the moment he spotted Lin Wenzhong. How many times do we have to tell you? No street vending. And yet here you are, still at it? Though a full head shorter. The man's bluster made up for his lack of stature. You're pushing your luck. You find me, Lin Wenjing said flatly, his first words all night. Fines aren't the point. The man's gaze faltered under Lin Wenjing's towering, bear-like frame, his voice involuntarily dropping. Then, perhaps sensing his own humiliation, he glanced back at the 7 or 8 colleagues who had disembarked and raised his voice again. Confiscate it all. Everything. He waved a hand behind him. Xiao Chui. Put out the fire. Seize all the ingredients. And check his supply records. Those vendors, driven by the pursuit of profit, acquire inferior meat from unknown sources. This time, penalties must be imposed to the fullest extent. This is not a matter of malice. Just as a few subordinates mentioned dousing the charcoal fire with the nearby basin of water, the rotund man swiftly issued a fine, presenting it to the increasingly pale-faced Lin Wenzhong, demanding payment. Lin Wenzhong remained motionless. As the cold liquid met the charcoal, a plume of white steam erupted, enveloping the man in an unseemly cloud. I have no money left. You fined me 7 times already. Lin Wenzhong, who had never before shown any resistance, grasped the still-warm grill with a hand as firm as iron. You cannot confiscate this. It constitutes all my possessions. Without it, I can no longer earn a living. Let go. The rotund man sneered. Are you hoping to spend a few days inside? Please, grant me this opportunity. Lin Wenzhong inhaled deeply, his posture bending in defeat. I will leave this place. Your words are mere nonsense. The other spat. How many times have I caught you now? Many diners had already risen to depart. Yet Yi Jihuan and his companions remained seated, indulging in meat and wine, though a profound silence hung over their faces, inexplicable and heavy. Chapter 98. Long time no see. Grant me a chance. Lin Wenjing uttered these 4 words once more. His grip was remarkably strong, despite using only one hand. He rendered 3 or 4 uniformed personnel utterly unable to budge the barbecue rack he held. The complexity of human nature defies definition. A fierce tiger may spare a pleading prey, yet a wild dog can be incited to bully when it senses weakness. Lin Wenjing's repeated pleas for mercy and his hunched posture dissolved the last remnants of fear that the rotund man had harbored towards his formidable physique. Let go. The hefty man pointed a finger at Lin Wenjing, warning, don't make me slap you. Perhaps the man and his colleagues failed to notice Lin Wenjing's bloodshot eyes. Yet Yi Jihuan, perched on the table with a beer in hand, observed it with piercing clarity. Crack. No one anticipated that the hefty man would indeed deliver a resounding slap to Lin Wenjing. Lin Wenjing gradually released his grip on the barbecue rack, slowly narrowing his eyes. A beast, even at the end of its tether, finds a more dignified demise in the wilderness than a lingering existence humiliated by wild dogs. Yi Jihuan shook his head. He was still enduring, but he decided to stoke the flames. The man reached for his waist, and with a swift flick of his wrist, a dark military dagger flew from his hand. Snap! Accompanied by a sound of penetration, the triangular military dagger pierced through a wooden board erected on Lin Wenjing's tricycle. Looming ominously before him, the dagger quivered incessantly at its base. I hope you haven't truly become a wretched dog, stripped of all its edges by life. Yi Jihuan's voice echoed from afar. A real man deserves to feast on 5 cauldrons while alive and be cooked in 5 cauldrons upon death. What meaning is there in living like this for a mere handful of coins? If you're brave enough, Draw it and do what you wish. The familiar dagger seemed to provoke Lin Wenzheng, his breaths growing increasingly frantic. Who are you? Don't act recklessly. The hefty man was taken aback by the dagger's imposing presence. The law enforcement team collectively turned their gazes towards Yi Jihuan's group. Even the blind could comprehend the ferocity represented by that thrown blade. In an instant, each person involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Kneel. Yi Jihuan cackled as he rose, unveiling his coat to the law enforcement team. Strapped to his waist were two gleaming black pistols. You can flee. But do you dare to wager that I won't fire? Yi Jihuan did not draw his weapons. Instead, he wore a smile. I will count to 3. Anyone who does not kneel will be shot. 1, 2. The law enforcement personnel hesitated to gamble whether this seemingly formidable man was indeed a madman. The terrified rotund man was the first to kneel. As a member of an esteemed family branch, he understood that the recent military downsizing had turned many soldiers into desperate men. Moreover, he was aware of what it meant for a casually thrown dagger to pierce through 3 inches of thick wood. Elite. The elite among the absolute imperial soldiers. Such individuals have invariably tasted blood. My dear brother, we are merely adhering to the established protocols. The portly man's tone was soft, akin to that of a gentle sheep, devoid of the earlier arrogance. Do you see what has mounted upon you? Yi Jihuan could scarcely be bothered to glance at the enforcers kneeling on the ground. Instead, he roared at Lin Wenzheng. You are Lin Wenzheng of the Night Tiger. Not a worthless creature unable to lift his head for a few pieces of silver. You are Lin Wenzheng. You are the Night Tiger. Perhaps it was the military dagger that provoked Lin Wenzheng, or perhaps the sight of these kneeling men rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Whatever the reason, after a night of restraint, Lin Wenzheng finally moved. His right hand drew the trembling dagger with lightning speed, and in the next moment, the man who had been stooped over sprang forth like a leopard. With a swift motion, he rolled onto the ground while simultaneously slicing through the bewildered portly man's throat. Then, with a kick, he sent the nearly 200-pound body soaring through the air, dark red blood cascading like a macabre rain before the eyes of all present. After dispatching the portly man, Lin Wenzheng's expression morphed into one of peculiar incredulity. He stared blankly at the dagger still dripping with blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed he could scarcely fathom why he had committed such a sudden act of violence. The scent of blood hung heavily in the night air. Screams erupted, and the onlookers nearly frantically scattered in all directions, transforming the once lively street into a desolate scene. Only Yi Jihuan's group and Lin Wenzheng remained standing resolutely at the sight. It dawned upon me that I had long since lost my sanity. I could not forget this scent. The aroma of blood rendered Lin Wenzheng's demeanor increasingly frenzied. He paid no heed to the fleeing enforcers, instead inhaling deeply, as if he had just emerged from drowning. The doctor advised me to steer clear of the battlefield, to remain in places rich with the scent of smoke and fire, so that I might return to a semblance of normalcy. As Lin Wenzheng gently wiped the blood from the dagger, his actions were imbued with an unsettling tenderness. I had believed I would be healed, yet this was the outcome. Some paths, once taken, offer no return. Yi Jihuan replied with a grave expression. He was all too familiar with the madness that stood before him. Once the other regained his bloodthirsty frenzy, even he would struggle to contain the ensuing chaos. It was merely a small performance. I am not that insane. Lin Wenzheng casually tossed the dagger toward Yi Jihuan, demanding, What brings you and your entourage to seek me? To kill. Yi Jihuan caught the flying dagger effortlessly, stating, Just thought I'd help you make some money. What sort of individual warrants such a grand display? Lin Wenzheng, having tasted blood, shed his earlier timidity and transformed back into the sharp blade he once was, a force of firepower and a striker. Are you to kill that noble? He is but a prisoner. Yi Jihuan slowly began to speak, a prisoner capable of killing my brother even under the threat of firearms, whether it involves murder or wealth. I believe we must hasten our departure. Lin Wenzheng licked the blood staining his hands, remarking, This is Yanjing. Even the slightest incident could provoke the intervention of the black-clad guards. You are well aware of how fearsome they can be. I have never been merely a ruthless killer. Yi Jihuan let out a hearty laugh and suddenly whistled toward a corner. In the next moment, a black SUV roared into the street with a chilling engine sound, executing a remarkably graceful drift before coming to a halt before several individuals. The window rolled down. Long time no see, Wenzheng Gu. A young man with short hair in the driver's seat flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, and performed a unique military salute reserved for the Night Tiger Special Forces, with his index and middle fingers together, palm facing outward, resting at the position of his temple. Chapter 99. The Black Guards in this realm. The debate surrounding which military unit is the Empire's foremost elite has persisted among enthusiasts. Whether it is the Invincible First Legion, the Ninth Army, which has recently expanded its influence overseas, or the Eastern 17 Corps, heralded as the world's first fully automated and modernized combined arms force. Each faction boasts its own fervent supporters. Each time this topic arises in cyberspace, the discussions inevitably escalate into fervent disputes. However, when posed with the question of which unit possesses the most formidable individual combat capabilities, all discord ceases, and a singular answer reverberates: the Blackguards. Though the Blackguards do not fall under the military's purview, merely serving as a royal guard, and possess scant verified achievements, this cadre of just over 700 soldiers is universally acknowledged as the mightiest in the Empire. Powerful and enigmatic, these descriptors have long enveloped the Blackguards, and their reticence has given rise to a plethora of peculiar legends, often indulged in by those with an interest in the arcane. The Blackguards seldom appear in public. Even in the capital, the royal residence of Chicheng, sightings of them are rare. It is only on the 1st of July each year, during National Day, that they boldly step into the public eye. This occasion prompts foreign media to direct numerous cameras toward these men, clad in the Empire's finest silk suits, adorned with intricate patterns of brocade. They are easily identifiable, for only the Blackguards don suits featuring a collar embroidered with the exquisite visage of a fish dragon, crafted by the most skilled artisans. With a dragoness head, a fish's body, wings, and claws, this is the fish dragon. As for the prowess of the Blackguards, their elusive record leaves much to speculation, yet glimpses of their capabilities can be gleaned from various media programs. Scholars on a broadcast from the Federation's television network posited that the noble families of the Empire could never usurp the royal authority, no matter how formidable they may appear. One scholar, a high-ranking official within the Federation, lent particular weight to their assertions, expressing that the mere presence of the Blackguards ensures the stability of the imperial military hierarchy and the noble houses alike. His conviction was palpable. It was not a reluctance to elaborate further, but rather a belief that certain matters are best revealed to the public only when necessary. Is that akin to the Federation's 51st Division? The host inquired, to which the scholar nodded affirmatively. It is worth noting that not only ordinary citizens have rarely encountered the Blackguards. Even tycoons of Guobao stature have only glimpsed these figures a mere 2 or 3 times in specific circumstances over the years. No wonder it is said that the Li family is the foremost clan in the harbor city. And no wonder the old steward remarked that Guobao owes a significant favor. It is worth noting that within the entire harbor city, only 3 black-clad guards exist, underscoring the rarity of such individuals. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that these 3 black guards serve not the government of the harbor city or its various departments, but rather the Empire's taxation bureau. These guards have never concerned themselves with any internal disputes within the harbor city, even if a massacre were to occur on the streets. They would remain indifferent. Their presence is solely warranted by one circumstance: substantial tax evasion. Over the years, many formidable gang leaders and wealthy magnates have not succumbed to the perils of combat or the struggles of commerce, but have met their demise due to tax obligations. This is no jest. The eradication of families by blackguards is never a mere quip but a bloody reality. When Guobao first encountered the blackguard assigned to protect him, he exhibited an unusual humility, despite the fact that the guard appeared to be an ordinary youth. Lacking the brawn of a bear and possessing a complexion as pale and youthful as a student, he conveyed a sense of earnestness. There is no need for such pretense. I can sense your emotions, the young man stated, gesturing to himself. I am Ringio, here to request the Leaf family's assistance in procuring something. I only have a fortnight of leave, which means I can only protect you for 2 weeks. Ringio flashed a grin, seemingly unconcerned about the gazes directed at him, and languidly reclined on Guobuchuan's sofa. Should a bandit strike during these 2 weeks, it would be their misfortune. However, if you were to be killed after that. Casually, the youth picked up an apple from the table, stuffing it into his mouth while chewing. He remarked, then that would be your misfortune. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Rin. As a formidable figure, patience is an essential trait for success. Though Ringio's demeanor provoked ire amongst several individuals present, Guobao himself appeared unfazed, and he earnestly expressed his gratitude after personally pouring a cup of tea for the youth. You possess remarkable restraint. Ringio raised his gaze to meet the smiling Guobao eyes and inquired, do you know what the flow of qi is? What? Guobao displayed evident confusion. The flow of qi refers to the movement and regulation of energy. Even if your expression remains serene, a tumultuous flow will betray your true thoughts. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Ringio smiled. You should attend to your liver. I can almost sense the ill energy emanating from you. By the way, in light of your commendable service in pouring this tea, let me share another tidbit. I can perceive your genuine emotions. So it would be wise to avoid encounters with the Lee family while in my company, as I am not one to lie. Otherwise, all those years spent as a subordinate to the Lee family would be in vain. The youth laughed heartily, and his gaze towards Guo Baochuan was devoid of any pretense of pity, akin to a human observing an ant struggling in water. Only the mediocre are unable to control their emotions in moments of fury. This is a phrase frequently uttered by Guo Baochuan. In the depths of his intense rage, he resorts to a singular remedy. He drinks a highly concentrated infusion of Huanglian. Perhaps only the most profound bitterness can temper the indignation of this seemingly illustrious figure. After casually securing a room in Rinjiu, Guo Baochuan, with an impassive countenance, sipped the unpalatable bitterness while slowly addressing Zhang Yun. Do you comprehend my words? Indeed. Zhang Yun nodded. The Li family perceives something amiss with you. While assigning this dark-clad guard to protect you, they are also observing you. How can I rid myself of his presence? Guo Baochuan inquired. For days hence, the second son of the Li family will meet with me at the foundation-laying ceremony on the city's perimeter. At that time, I require this individual to be absent from my side. A solution exists, Zhang Yun replied, furrowing his brow as he pondered for several moments. We could arrange for someone to eliminate you. Chapter 100. I want half of the money from the armored vehicle. Tonight, the weather in the harbor city is splendid. The myriad stars twinkling above, coupled with the urban neon glow, renders the city a mesmerizing spectacle when viewed from the sky. At 3 in the morning, a yellow van halts at the corner across from the YUGQ restaurant in Mongkok. In the shadows of the night, 5 or 6 dark figures swiftly disembark from the vehicle, their movements instinctively leading them to the optimal positions for an ambush along the street. At this moment, Yu Jihuan slowly taps on the door of the already closed restaurant. What's the matter? Unlike other establishments, the YUGQ restaurant does not immediately illuminate its lights. Instead, a voice quickly inquires in hushed tones from the entrance. I'm looking for the old man. Yu Jihuan, evidently well acquainted with the restaurant's security measures, takes a slight step back and reveals his face, illuminated by the moonlight, to a window on the second floor. Brother Huan, are you planning something big? A young man with a shaved head opens the window, his pallor suggesting a sense of alarm as he glances at the shadows behind Yi Jihuan. Who are these people? You nearly scared me to death. Friends. Yi Jihuan smiles. Let me in stark contrast to the treatment Zhang Shu received during his visit. The weathered old man personally prepares several dishes and uncorks a jar of aged wine before finally settling down. From the moment I learned of Yi Guohuan's death, I anticipated your madness. The old man's expression bears a hint of sorrow. You've made a considerable sum for me, but must you drag me into your demise as well? I heard from Ahao that the crew you've brought this time is elite. The 6 doors will not spare me if this commotion becomes too grand. You are the most cunning of foxes. As long as there is no solid evidence, you shall be unharmed. Yi Jihuan lifts the wine jar and pours a glass for the old man before continuing. That is why I seek your assistance at this juncture. I assure you, not a single hound caught wind of my arrival. Returned from the sea? The old man, now somewhat more relaxed, detects the salty scent of seawater on Yi Jihuan. What scale are you planning that requires such caution? The larger, the better. Guohuan has always aspired to become a legend. Yi Jihuan's tone remains calm. I intend to fulfill his wish. What do you need me for? The old man sighs. Assist me in acquiring these. Yi Jihuan produces a list and places it before the old man. Upon his first glance, the old man spews out the wine he had just consumed, his expression transforming from weariness to sheer shock. What kind of joke is this? This is equipment from the Federal Special Forces. How could you possibly procure it? The old man's voice trembles from astonishment. Are you planning to attack the Port Authority? Old man, your acting could use some improvement. Yi Jihuan grins. A normal person wouldn't tremble with such rhythm. Perhaps refine it next time. I'm the fox, and you are the most cunning wolf. The old man's hands miraculously transformed from those of a Parkinson's patient back to their former dexterity. My acting may leave much to be desired. Yet I spoke the unvarnished truth. I truly could not fathom these matters. Beneath the dim light, a stark white sheet listed an array of weaponry. The Federal Scar Assault Rifle, the M82 Sniper Rifle, the HK Submachine Gun, the FG7 Heavy Machine Gun, along with various types of explosives, burned into the old man's eyes, causing him to hesitate to gaze too long. The quantity was not vast, nor as terrifying as one might presume. Yi Jihuan raised his glass in a silent toast to the old man, recalling the tumult of a year prior when the monkeys of the vassal state, the Philippines, Engaged in civil strife, such weaponry had graced the battlefield, though the results of the Interpol investigation were utterly inconsequential. They did utter one truth. Those weapons had emerged from the port city. The old man squinted, his gaze somewhat wandering. Even if not through your hands, you must possess some information. Yu Ji-hwan understood the adage that in the underworld, profit surpasses all. He offered his compensation, stating that tomorrow he would greet everyone in the port city, declaring his return, with his sights set on an armored truck. The profits from this endeavor would grant you 30%. The man's eyes, familiar with the old man's disdainful glance, revealed confidence. The individuals I brought along were formidable, ensuring the success of such a heist. A conservative estimate placed the value of an armored truck emerging from the racetrack at $30 million, comprised entirely of old bills with no markings. In the port city, the four major syndicates dared not engage in the arms trade. After a lengthy contemplation, the old man finally spoke, noting that there was one exception: the goods from the Philippine region flowed through his channels. Who? Yu Ji-hwan inquired. The man known as Li Kwang-tu from Jordan. Only this individual, obsessively fixated on southern Vietnam, would exhibit such recklessness. The old man provided his answer. How do we negotiate with him? Yu Ji-hwan posed another question. Though this man was audacious, he was also exceedingly cautious. He would not consent to a direct approach. I can act as a connector, but I demand half of the armored truck's earnings. Greed flickered in the old man's murky gaze. It is a deal. Yu Ji-hwan jotted down a phone number, stating, I await your call. As the sunlight streamed through the eastern horizon, casting its glow upon the bustling city of the port, many had already commenced their daily toils. The hurried passers-by remained oblivious to the malevolence that transpired during the night, or the evils yet to unfurl. In their lives, the daily grind for mortgage and car payments had drained their spirits. With identical weary expressions, drowsy eyes, and clad in nondescript blue work uniforms, Chin Biao and others laboring for survival bore nearly indistinguishable appearances. This resemblance allowed him to deftly evade several random inspections conducted by patrolling officers. Chin Biao quickened his pace, halting outside a public restroom in Central. After surveying his surroundings, he yawned and stepped into the restroom cubicle indicated by his agent. Closing the door, Chin Biao slowly lifted the lid of the toilet. Within the frigid water, a tightly wrapped plastic bag emerged before him. He opened it, revealing a photograph and a gleaming black handgun. Chin Biao squinted, instantly recognizing the man in the photograph, Guo Baochuan. It was no wonder such a high price was offered merely for a warning. Evidently, the employer was aware of the repercussions of eliminating this individual. Muttering to himself, Chin Biao tore the photograph into pieces before flushing the toilet and turning to exit the restroom. Moments later, the man's figure vanished into the ceaseless throng of the crowd.